The esteemed Marshal Su, the preeminent figure in the galaxy, has unexpectedly transformed into a much-maligned faux heiress, notorious across the internet for her capricious antics, indulging in gossip and mercilessly tormenting her adversaries, whilst occasionally basking in leisurely pursuits. The entire online community eagerly anticipates the moment when the faux heiress will dissolve into tears and withdraw from the survival livestream. However, to their astonishment, she effortlessly gathers lobsters and abalones, constructs wooden shelters and boats with her bare hands, and decisively conquers the formidable great white shark. Wait a moment, is this individual, who has turned survival on a deserted island into a tropical getaway, truly the infamous faux heiress despised by the entire internet? Following her meteoric rise to fame, invitations poured in incessantly, yet Su Qianyan, with a languid wave of her hand, expressed her desire to exit the limelight entirely. Her self-manufactured mechas proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, prompting global fans to rally behind her, while top-tier conglomerates were left astounded and extended invitations, offering exorbitant sums for patents, with dividends guaranteed each year. Come forth. Su, the global sensation, the world's wealthiest individual, the technological magnate, Qianyan mused. Would it not be delightful to retire quietly and embrace a life of leisure? Chapter 1. The galactic magnate transforms into a faux heiress? Xiao Qian, you are simply too earnest. What's the big deal about participating in the survival livestream, alongside Su Qianyan? Just treat her as if she were invisible. The money you can earn is far more enticing, is it not? Amidst the unending stream of nagging, Su Qianyan awoke with a furrowed brow, her eyes still closed as she did not yet take in her surroundings. Yet, she quickly became engulfed by waves of unfamiliar memories flooding her consciousness, leaving her utterly bewildered. She, Su Qianyan, was the first super-female marshal of the galactic era, endowed with a physique and mental prowess both rated 3S, having just perished alongside the insectoid queen. Before she could relish a moment of eternal rest, she found herself reborn as a thoroughly despised actress in the entertainment industry of ancient Earth, on the verge of retiring due to her abysmal reputation. Furthermore, the original inhabitant of this body was a faux heiress abandoned by her wealthy adoptive parents, her past littered with melodramatic incidents over the course of several years, leaving Su Qianyan utterly speechless. Gazing out at the rapidly retreating skyline of ancient high-rises, Su Qianyan wore an expression of disbelief. She had only just escaped the drudgery of being a diligent worker in the Galactic Federation, only to find herself reincarnated as a soon-to-be-retired, universally scorned actress. Has the process of career transitions become this arbitrary? Does no one care to inquire about her opinions? Observing that her lips were nearly chapped from speaking, yet Su Qianyan appeared distracted, Wu Yan, dressed in plain casual attire, scratched his nearly bald head, feeling a mix of anger and sympathy. It was only natural for Xiao Qian to feel downcast after enduring online harassment for several days. It would be excessive for him to remain upset with her. However, considering the company's stern notification, coupled with Qian's exceedingly poor reputation, Wu Yan continued to urge, Xiao Qian, I must be frank. The company is already planning to terminate your contract. Sister Qiu has sent over the electronic version of the termination agreement and has issued a strict order for you to sign it before the survival livestream begins. Otherwise, I will be dismissed alongside you. Qian, given your current reputation, it seems you may never find your way back into this industry. It would be wiser to make some money before you exit, ensuring you have a financial cushion. Wouldn't you agree? While Su Qianyan pondered the reasons for her transmigration, she did not let it impede her from attentively listening to Wu Yan's words, simultaneously rummaging through her unfamiliar memories to glean information about him. Wu Yan was an ordinary employee of the thriving entertainment conglomerate, having once served as the original inhabitant's assistant. After the original owner was abandoned by her former top-tier agent, Sister Qiu, Wu Yan transitioned from a mere assistant to her manager. Despite being part of the company, Wu Yan harbored a preference for the original owner, as she had once extended a helping hand during a time of crisis in his family. Reflecting on the original owner's bizarre past, Su Qianyan rubbed her aching forehead, feeling at a loss for words, before weakly replying, Xiao Wu, you are right. I will heed your advice. Aware of Su Qianyan's volatile temper and her penchant for whimsical antics, yet knowing her heart was not malicious and that she had done him a significant favor, Wu Yan continued to patiently persuade her. Xiao Qian, do not be obstinate. You will not regret listening to me. Although the Fruit Network has invited Su Qianyan with ill intentions, their offer is indeed substantial. Wait, what did you just say? Xiao Wu, you are right. Making money is paramount. I have decided to participate in this survival live stream. After laboring for decades for the Galactic Federation, ultimately facing a fate of being reduced to ashes, Su Qianyan felt utterly drained. She truly wished to abandon the life of a worker. Now, she yearned solely for a tranquil existence as a carefree individual, relishing the delectable foods she had long anticipated, and possessing sufficient funds was indispensable. Upon hearing Su Qianyan's unexpectedly enthusiastic agreement, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Ever since she had gained fame from a few roles, Su Qianyan had grown increasingly assertive, often disregarding his counsel, and it was only after she encountered trouble that she would obediently listen. Wu Yan immediately regarded her with heightened vigilance. "Xiao Qian, honestly, have you gotten yourself into trouble again?" The corners of Su Qianyan's mouth twitched ever so slightly. The word, again, was rather insightful. However, recalling the foolish act committed by the original inhabitant prior to her transmigration, she could only smile innocently, quietly bearing the blame. Since attaining her position of authority as a major general, she had rarely been in a position to take the fall, and even after becoming a marshal, even if the fault truly lay with her, the military would discreetly absolve her for the sake of her esteemed image. After many years, experiencing the sensation of bearing responsibility once more was quite bittersweet. How could she forget that during a simple hot pot meal, she had inadvertently set the advanced training facility ablaze? She could not comprehend why this incident, which had resulted in no casualties and hardly qualified as a major issue, required the military to expend significant effort to cover it up. Was it merely because it tarnished her illustrious reputation as a marshal? To be frank, with her extraordinarily unfortunate track record, her image had been compromised long ago. She could not fathom their obsession with this matter. They must have seen through her intent to take advantage of the punishment and temporary suspension to enjoy a leisurely break, which prompted them to go to such lengths to clear her name. Remembering the accumulated leave she was owed by the military, which could circle the calendar 3 times, Su Qianyan could not help but shed a tear of self-pity. Nothing was more heartbreaking than having lost oneself, along with vacation days and savings. While she grumbled about the stinginess of the military, Su Qianyan felt compelled to defend her poor reputation. "Xiao Wu, how could I, being as well-behaved as I am, possibly cause trouble? I merely voiced my discontent with Su Wanwan's insufferable demeanor online using a pseudonym." Upon hearing her speak recklessly online again, Wu Yan instinctively clutched his chest, fearing he might have a heart attack. Then, recalling something, he could not help but frown. "Wait, how do you still have a pseudonym? Didn't I delete all your alternate accounts?" Su Qianyan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she feigned innocence. "The issue lies precisely there. I completely forgot about that. So, I inadvertently used my main account for my complaints. However, what I said was the absolute truth and hardly qualifies as causing trouble, does it?" Considering the repercussions of Su Qianyan's comments made under her main account, Wu Yan felt a wave of dread wash over him, unable to suppress his anger. "Su Qianyan, it seems you are courting disaster. Su Wanwan has tens of millions of fans. What audacity do you have to provoke her? Are you not afraid of being assassinated by her fans after your retirement?" Su Qianyan clenched her delicate hands, feeling helpless yet resolute. She subtly released her mental energy and sensed that although her extraordinary physique had vanished, her 3S mental power remained intact, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She then honestly blinked. "Yes, I am not afraid." Although she currently felt defenseless, given time, she could utilize her mental prowess to forcibly enhance her physical capabilities, making it a piece of cake to topple an SUV single-handedly or to conquer any challenge that lay ahead. Suddenly, a wave of sharp pain surged from her abdomen. Su Qianyan recalled that the original owner had succumbed to a sudden death due to excessive dieting compounded by emotional distress. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, promptly rummaging through her bag to extract a small packet of dried red dates, which she promptly stuffed into her mouth. Wu Yan, while glaring at Su Qianyan, who appeared unfazed and intent on snacking, swiftly retrieved her phone to log into Weibo. As expected, Su Qianyan was trending once again, and to her dismay, she had claimed the top spot on the trending list. Following the trending link, Wu Yan's heart sank as she encountered Su Qianyan's self-destructive remarks. A wave of anxiety washed over her, for this was not mere criticism, it was an outright smear directed at Su Wanwan, laid bare for all to see. Su Qianyan's unprecedented statement read, "This is what a top-tier green TB *TCH looks like. Ping ping wu chi Su Wanwan." Chapter 2. Of course, the only option is to terminate the contract with that wretched company. Su Qianyan, she is doomed. How dare she tarnish the reputation of my goddess Wanwan? I must rally the troops to take down that lying fiend. Don't rush, everyone upstairs. Let me send you a few 40-meter-long swords first. Wu Yan clutched his chest tightly, glaring fiercely at Su Qianyan. Damn it. He couldn't resist picking up his own 40-meter sword. He was determined to eliminate this insufferable scoundrel today. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about his career as a manager being jeopardized by Su Qianyan's terrifyingly loyal fans seeking retribution. He was mistaken. He shouldn't have constantly thought of her as young and indulged her so often. Seeing Wu Yan glaring at her with a face full of grief and indignation, Su Qianyan pondered for a moment before earnestly offering her comfort. Little Wu, I am truly unafraid. If they dare come, I will ensure they never return. With her 3S level mental fortitude and a bit of improvement in physical fitness, conquering the entertainment industry would be a mere trifle. Why should she fear mere delusional fans? However, for someone like her who only yearned for retirement, conquering the entertainment world was an impossibility. Lying back and counting her meager earnings was far more appealing, wasn't it? Noting her audacity to speak so shamelessly, Wu Yan gritted his teeth and declared, You may not be afraid, but I certainly am.
Su Qianyan.
You need to get online and issue an immediate apology, claiming that your account was hacked by anti-fans. Do you understand? Wu Yan patted his chest, attempting to reassure himself. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. In this day and age, nothing is beyond repair if the black fans are blamed for hacking. After all the mudslinging will fall on their shoulders. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan innocently smiled, discreetly hiding her phone behind her back, and resolutely shook her head. I refuse. The original host's sudden demise was partly due to extreme dieting and also due to being enraged. The notion that excessive anger could harm one's health was no mere myth. The original host had been infuriated upon discovering that Su Qianyan had taken a photo with her most cherished idol, mimicking a pose she had once penned in her diary. This meant that Su Qianyan not only had the audacity to read the original host's diary, but had also shamelessly appropriated the entire dream interaction the original host had envisioned with her idol. Consequently, after days of starving herself to lose weight, the original host succumbed to a fit of rage and passed away. Su Qianyan felt a sense of gratitude. Life on ancient Earth was indeed alarmingly fragile. While she could not comprehend why the original host would be so incensed over a mere photograph as to confront the King of Hell, she was determined to honor the original host's previous statements on Weibo now that she had reincarnated into her body. Recalling the interactions between the original host and that woman, Su Qianyan, she found the term top-tier green tea exceedingly fitting for Su Qianyan. The aura of insincerity emanating from her soul was enough to provoke a desire to administer a good thrashing. It was hard to fathom how the original host, who was so naive, could perceive Su Qianyan as a top-tier green tea, and she wondered if Su Qianyan's millions of fans were all similarly deluded. Moreover, just because the original host failed to notice certain issues did not mean that she would overlook them. Su Qianyan harbored numerous bizarre secrets.
Su Qianyan.
Do you think you still have the right to refuse? Little Wu, the trending topic has been up for quite some time, and since the company has not called, it shows they don't care. Just let it go. Little Wu, that woman is too much. Let me vent a little. It would relieve my frustration. Hearing this, Wu Yan felt a lump in his throat. The trending topic had been up for over half an hour, and not a single person from the PR department had contacted him about it. Clearly, the company had completely forsaken Su Qianyan, and perhaps they would take this opportunity to reveal the impending contract termination to garner some sympathy from netizens. Glancing at the unperturbed Su Qianyan, Wu Yan yearned to simply disregard the situation, but he ultimately took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Do you think I want to deal with you? If I weren't worried that after the contract termination you'd get yourself killed, affecting my career as a manager, I wouldn't give a damn about your life or death. He sighed, realizing he shouldn't have expected her to have any sense. He demanded, Hurry up and give me your phone. I'll delete the post, explain, and apologize. That should suffice. Little Wu, the netizens will never believe it. And Su Green T's delusional fans won't either. Even if they come after me, they will still attack. Cough, Little Wu. Let us talk about the compensation for this variety show live stream instead. After deducting the company's share and taxes, how much will I actually receive? Remembering that the original host had spent most of her earnings on extravagant jewelry, leaving her savings woefully short of even 5 figures, Su Qianyan felt a bit breathless. After all, she was a blacklisted female star. Wasn't he the original host's earning potential rather pathetic? Seeing that Su Qianyan was more concerned about the income from the variety show than the terrifying repercussions of her Weibo post, Wu Yan felt utterly disheartened. What sins had he committed in his past life to end up as the manager of this insufferable little diva? Taking a deep breath, he said earnestly, Little Qian, please don't throw a tantrum. What we need to do now is suppress this incident and strive to perform well in Survival Live. Little Qian, with your looks, if you can temper your temperament a bit, you could definitely attract a wave of fans during Survival Live. If you manage to draw in a substantial following, the company might reconsider the termination. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan instinctively glanced at her reflection in the car window and saw bright eyes, a radiant smile, fair skin akin to jade, and thick black hair. She realized that not only did she share the same name as the original host, but they also bore a striking resemblance to one another. Though the original host's beauty could not compare to her own stunning visage, she looked quite appealing by ancient Earth standards, and in comparison, the ethereal beauty of Su Qianyan was nothing but a joke. Otherwise, the original host would not have caught the eye of Sister Chiao, a top manager from a leading entertainment group. Little Wu, send me the electronic version of the termination contract. Little Qian, what are you planning to do? Of course, I intend to terminate the contract with that wretched company immediately. Otherwise, once I become famous and they refuse to let me go, things will become troublesome, won't they? However, even if I terminate the contract, I should still receive the compensation from Survival Live, right? Wu Yan took a deep breath and then gritted his teeth. Little Qian, don't be difficult. FruitNet is notorious for elevating some while crushing others. With Ding Sheng's South contract in place, they might at least think twice before pulling any outrageous stunts. But if you terminate with Ding Sheng, you'll be left as a vulnerable little thing without any backing. They could do whatever they want to you. In the last season of Survival Live, a little online celebrity who clashed with the best actress was mercilessly criticized by netizens and fell into depression, eventually leaving the entertainment industry altogether. What Wu Yan said indeed made sense, but she was not the naive original host. She was the interstellar mogul Su Qianyan, and allowing herself to be manipulated was absolutely out of the question, so Wu Yan's concerns were irrelevant. Su Qianyan casually logged onto the internet, quickly searching for news related to FruitNet, discovering that their modus operandi was indeed audacious. In pursuit of traffic, they commonly lifted some while crushing others, and they were capable of even more despicable acts. Su Qianyan then searched for past Survival Live projects on FruitNet and smirked. Such a wretched site was indeed a suitable stepping stone to help her clear her name. With Ding Sheng's South domineering president having close ties to Su Green Tea, do you think after I openly criticize Su Green Tea, Ding Sheng would protect me, or would they allow FruitNet to ruin me? Wu Yan's complexion suddenly turned pale as he realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. CEO Li was an ardent admirer of Su Qianyan, known for his ruthless and tyrannical methods, unyielding in his pursuit of objectives. Little Qian was in grave danger. Qian, perhaps we should reconsider our participation in this upcoming Survival Live broadcast. No matter how enticing the monetary reward, nothing is more precious than our lives. Do you believe we can afford the breach of contract penalty? Oh no, absolutely not. Chapter 3. Is such deceit visible to netizens without cost? Xiao Wu. If we terminate the contract and I encounter any issues, the compensation will be directed to me. However, if we do not terminate and something goes awry, CEO Li will likely waive the compensation. As the Survival Live broadcast had yet to commence, Su Qianyan began to fixate on the potential compensation she might receive, leaving Wu Yan exasperated as he stared at her. Qian, the Fruit Network is notoriously stingy. They would never part with compensation funds. The Survival Live broadcast has aired for 6 seasons without any significant incidents. At worst, performers have suffered from mild ailments like food poisoning or a cold. Thus, you should be relatively safe. However, despite the absence of real safety concerns, they are adept at creating drama and will undoubtedly orchestrate scenarios to instigate conflicts between you and other performers, inciting the audience to criticize you. In other words, regardless of whether I terminate my contract with the company, I will remain safe. So, why are you still hesitating? Shouldn't you sever ties with this dreadful company and look forward to the new year? And recognizing that Qian was destined to terminate her contract, Wu Yan ultimately watched with a solemn expression as Su Qianyan decisively signed the electronic termination agreement. Contemplating his unwavering support for Su Qianyan, which had long drawn the company's ire, he feared that her contract termination would soon lead to his own unemployment. Lost in thoughts of his uncertain future, Wu Yan lamented the idea of returning home to inherit the family farmland. As he stared vacantly, Wu Yan suddenly noticed Su Qianyan posting again on Weibo, causing him to gasp in shock. Qian, what are you doing? Unfazed by Wu Yan's alarm, Su Qianyan calmly replied, to prevent the company from shamelessly entangling me in the future, it is imperative to preemptively announce the termination of my contract to everyone. Immediately logging onto Weibo, Wu Yan was engulfed in despair. How had she managed to create another fiasco? Oh no. He should never have allowed her to touch that wretched device. Unprecedentedly, Su Qianyan finally terminated my contract with that dreadful company. no longer a pawn to elevate Su Luocha. Freedom, happiness, Ding Sheng Entertainment Group. Are they still defaming my goddess Wanwan? Is there no one to reign in such lawless trolls? Termination is a wise choice. Congratulations to Ding Sheng Entertainment Group for no longer fearing the plummeting stock prices caused by a dreadful artist. Was Su Qianyan merely a tool for elevating Su Wanwan? Is the Su Li CP real? KSWL.
Sulicepe?
Su Qianyan recalled that this was a ship name coined by netizens for Su Wanwan and CEO Li. TSK. It was evident that the reputation of that fruit would suffer due to that troublesome pair. Seeing Su Qianyan clearly displaying the electronic termination contract on Weibo, subtly implying that the company had deliberately suppressed her to uplift Su Luocha, Wu Yan was momentarily blinded. Was such corruption visible to the public without charge? Surely the company would seek to eliminate both him and Su Qianyan. Indeed, within half a minute, Wu Yan received a furious call from Sister Chiu. Damn it, has Su Qianyan blocked my number? Why can't I reach her? And you allowed that fool to post the termination contract on Weibo and speak recklessly? Have you lost your mind? Immediately, right now, make Su Qianyan delete that Weibo post, or I will ensure you cannot survive in the entertainment industry. With a 3S spirit, Su Qianyan needed not to approach, as she could clearly hear Sister Chiu's tirade directed at them. With a cold smirk, she snatched the phone from Wu Yan's grasp, hung up, and blocked the number in one swift motion before tossing the device back to him. Wu Yan, still in a state of confusion, stared at the phone in his hands, bewildered. What had just transpired? Had he just hung up on Sister Chiu? No, that was incorrect. It was Qian who had ended the call. Recalling Sister Chiu's vengeful nature, Wu Yan gulped nervously and incredulously asked, Qian, what are you doing? Su Qianyan flashed a congenial smile, concealing her true intentions. Just helping you deal with that insufferable colleague. No need to thank me. Wu Yan felt like crying, thinking, no need to thank you? Right now, I just want to strangle you. Although he was secretly pleased with Su Qianyan's audacity, he could envision Sister Chiu's fury and the possibility of her blacklisting him. While he had briefly considered returning home to farm, it was merely a fleeting thought. He, a person of such talent, was meant to continue shining in the entertainment industry. Noticing Wu Yan's anguished gaze, Su Qianyan remembered his capabilities and reassuringly patted his shoulder. It's all right. With Yan Jia around, she won't be able to bully you. From now on, Yan Jia will guide you to success. Wu Yan was about to retort but found himself captivated by her calm and confident demeanor. Since becoming the target of widespread criticism, Qian had always exuded a tempestuous aura. And it had been ages since he had witnessed her composed and self-assured side. Never mind. She was merely a newly adult child. Her actions, after all, were motivated by concern for him. Why should he begrudge a young adult still finding her way? It must be said that, in terms of status, Su Qianyan was far from a first- or second-tier artist. However, when it came to stirring up the online community, she was undoubtedly among the elite. In just a matter of minutes, Su Qianyan's bold statement once again ascended the trending charts, attracting a deluge of vitriol from netizens, with fans of Su Wanwan attacking her like rabid dogs. To Wu Yan's surprise, due to CEO Li's previously sycophantic remarks, many netizens believed that Su Qianyan's widespread vilification stemmed from Ding Sheng Group CEO Li's efforts to promote Su Wanwan. Qian, quickly check. Some netizens are speaking on your behalf, claiming your earlier Weibo statements were not your true intentions, that the company forced you to support Su Wanwan. You're innocent. Oh my god, finally, some netizens aren't blind. Su Qianyan glanced at Wu Yan in disbelief. At over 20 years old, how could he still be so naive? Given her tarnished reputation, it was improbable that anyone would advocate for her. As she scrolled through the accounts of those defending her, it became evident that they were all newly registered. Clearly sock puppets. Seeing Su Qianyan regarding him as if he were a fool, Wu Yan felt a lump in his throat and hesitantly questioned, did I say something wrong? These are obviously fake accounts. I've already terminated my contract. These sock puppets cannot possibly be company affiliates. And with my current reputation in tatters, even if they speak up for me, no one will believe it. However, their disdain for Su Wanwan remains unaffected. Rumor had it that the illustrious actress Song Qingxue would also participate in this survival live broadcast, and both she and Su Wanwan shared a similar warm, goddess-like persona.
Oh.
How the personas might clash. Qian, are you suggesting that these sock puppets were purchased by Song Qingxue's camp? That seems implausible. Song is famously unambitious. Su Wanwan initially debuted under the name of Xiao Qingxue, yet she now shines brighter than Song Qingxue. Do you truly believe that the illustrious song can remain unperturbed? It certainly sounds quite plausible. Wait a moment, Su Qianyan. How have you suddenly become so astute? When have I ever been foolish? If you lack the ability to converse, it would be wise to remain silent. At these words, Wu Yan wore a look of grievance, were it not for his fear of provoking her ire. He could undoubtedly enumerate her many foolish missteps. It has come to my attention that Song's former beau, the renowned singer Su Lucha, has also been invited to this event. The ensuing drama promises to be quite exhilarating. Observing the beaming Su Qianyan, Wu Yan instinctively shrank his shoulders, feeling an inexplicable aura of intimidation emanating from her. This unfolding scene is becoming increasingly captivating. Chapter 4. Encountering the Celestial Being. Damn it, why hasn't Su Qianyan deleted her Weibo yet? Furious at the speculation circulating among netizens, Su Qianyan hurled the live stream planning document from her hands. Her manager, Li Ping, retrieved the document discreetly delivered by the Fruit Network and offered consolation. Qianyan, don't be anxious. President Li just called. He assured me he will expedite Su Qianyan's deletion of her Weibo and ensure she apologizes to you. He uttered those same words half an hour ago. That lunatic Su Qianyan has severed ties with our company. How could she possibly heed his counsel? If he can't even manage a minor artist, he is utterly useless. Qianyan, please refrain from such harsh words. President Li holds you in high regard. He must be doing his utmost. Who could have foreseen that Su Qianyan would be so deranged as to terminate her contract prematurely? I explicitly told him to wait until after Survival livestream concluded. He had agreed wholeheartedly, yet now he turns around and pulls the stunt. Clearly, he has no regard for me. Damn it, even when bound by contract. Su Qianyan often spoke recklessly. Now that she is free, that madwoman will undoubtedly latch onto me like a rabid dog. Qianyan, in the eyes of the netizens, Su Qianyan is merely a master of deception. They will hardly believe her. Ping Jia, look at what they're saying about me online. They claim I'm a scheming green TBTSH, clawing my way to the top on Su Qianyan's coattails. Qianyan, I just had someone investigate. These are all bot accounts, allegedly funded by Bailey Entertainment. Bailey? You mean those bots were hired by that wretched Song Qingxua? Very well, I had previously shown her mercy. And if she cannot appreciate it, she dares provoke me now? This time, if I don't ruin her, I shall not be called Su Qianyan. Thus, before Survival livestream has even commenced, the fans of both Su Qianyan and Song Qingxua have taken to Weibo to engage in fierce combat, while the instigator of this rivalry remains unfazed, indulging in sumptuous food. Su Qianyan, relishing the squirrel fish prepared by Wu Yan, earnestly suggested, Xiao Wu, your culinary skills are quite commendable. Perhaps you should consider resigning and becoming my personal chef? Honestly, you lack the talent for management, but your prowess in the kitchen is remarkable. Hearing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but beam with pride, asserting, of course, my culinary skills are exceptional. My father was the village chef, and everyone would invite him for their celebrations. After being berated by Qiu Jia several times via various phone numbers, Wu Yan felt a weight lift from his heart. Perhaps the heavens do not forsake those in need. Even if he faces banishment, he need not resort to farming or herding cattle. Being a village chef could prove quite fulfilling. However, if he dared compete with his father for business, his father would undoubtedly disown him. Best to stick to farming and herding. Wait, why am I even contemplating farming? Now is not the time for such thoughts. Witnessing Su Qianyan deftly consume piece after piece of braised pork, Wu Yan rubbed his aching forehead. However, considering her imminent retirement and her recent emaciation akin to a mere stalk, he refrained from reminding her about maintaining her figure. Xiao Qian, do hurry. Given the program crew's penchant for mischief, they may very well arrive 30 minutes early, which means they could be here in just 30 minutes. By the way, have you packed your things? Everything's ready, Su Qianyan replied, momentarily pausing her feast of Wu Yan's tender, delectable braised pork. Oh, how delightfully scrumptious the ancient earth cuisine is. But where is your suitcase? Xiao Wu, open the door. The program crew has arrived.
Impossible.
According to their usual antics, they might occasionally arrive half an hour early. But we are still an hour away from our scheduled time. No sooner had Wu Yan spoken than the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Ding ding dong. Seeing Su Qianyan raise an eyebrow, signaling him to open the door, Wu Yan cast a disbelieving glance at the time on his phone. This cannot be. Considering Su Qianyan's recent surge in intelligence, where her predictions have proven infallible, he rushed toward the door. When he beheld the crew of Survival livestream standing outside, A complex mix of emotions welled within him. Could Su Qianyan truly be a concealed sorceress? Perhaps he should inquire about his romantic destiny? Mr. Wu, greetings.
Iam Quilai.
The assistant director of the Fruit Network Survival livestream. You may call me Xiao Cui. My apologies, but due to an unforeseen cold front, our previously scheduled flight had to depart early. So, we must leave an hour ahead of time. Are you prepared? Hurt Survival livestream is starting early. How thrilling. Goddess Wanwan, I'm here. Snow fans reporting in. Goddess Qingxue will forever be my favorite. I want to see my pure and pristine singer prince. The individuals above are likely in for a disappointment. The first to appear is that master of deceit. How utterly nauseating. The Fruit Network, as always, shows no regard for decency. As Chuilai uttered apologies, he and the entire filming crew barged in without warning, immediately capturing Su Qianyan, who was happily devouring her meal, on camera. Wu Yan's expression darkened. Yet he restrained himself and coldly remarked, Director Cui, we did not receive any prior notification. Xiao Tao, didn't I instruct you to notify Mr. Wu in advance?
Director Cui, iam terribly sorry.
I got so caught up that I completely forgot. Such a significant matter and you forgot? Xiao Tao. You can forget about your bonus this month. Wu Yan's expression grew increasingly grim from their dismissive dialogue. It was clear to him that the Fruit Network deliberately arrived an hour early, intent on capturing his Xiao Qian in a compromising situation. TSK. The production crew is certainly up to their old tricks, arriving an hour early. Haha, the master of deceit must be frantically applying makeup right now. Su Qianyan has always appeared heavily made up. It's obvious her bare face is far from presentable. I've heard Su Qianyan's natural look is so repulsive it could ruin one's appetite, and essential for weight loss. Yet, recalling that even without makeup, his Xiao Qian could outshine many so-called goddesses in the industry, Wu Yan suppressed his rising anger, scanning the apartment to ensure everything was in order. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. His Xiao Qian's private life remains decidedly healthy and normal. As Su Qianyan lifted her gaze towards the cameraman nearly faltered. The internet was rife with disparaging rumors about her, largely due to her heavily made-up appearances. Recently, a makeup artist had even leaked that her bare face was far from presentable, leading the online community to largely accept the notion that her natural beauty was, indeed, quite unappealing. Consequently, when he was assigned to film Su Qianyan, he felt a deep-seated reluctance. After all, most cameramen were enamored with beauty, yet lacking connections. He ultimately followed director Cui to the set. What he never anticipated was that Su Qianyan's unadorned visage would not only defy expectations, but rather captivate the heart and soul, leaving him momentarily convinced he had encountered a celestial being descended from the heavens. Disregarding the camera inching closer, Su Qianyan set down her chopsticks and raised an eyebrow. Addressing director Cui, it seems that Xiao Tao forgot to notify us, which has adversely affected my interests. Why don't you transfer his bonus to me instead? I would be willing to overlook this significant misstep by your program, which has shown a lack of respect for its guests. What do you say? Director Cui's expression stiffened. Initially, he believed that, having severed ties with Dingxing and lacking any support, Su Qianyan would never dare to confront their program. Thus, he had concocted a flimsy excuse for the early arrival. Little did he know that Su Qianyan would be so unyielding, insisting on highlighting what he deemed a grave error on their part. Was it not apparent that infringing upon a guest's precious personal time constituted a serious blunder? Goodness. It was astounding that a program, which prided itself on being one of the most popular live shows on the internet, could show such blatant disregard for its guests. Truly disappointing. As Su Qianyan expressed her disillusionment with the production team to the camera, director Cui felt a pang of anxiety. While the audience was aware that the production team often acted with ulterior motives, they were still in the wrong for breaching the contract. If Su Qianyan persisted in her grievances, it could irreparably damage the program's reputation. Of course, this is indeed a major oversight. We will ensure that Xiao Tao undergoes a thorough review.
He stammered.
And what about compensation for the victim? Shouldn't you be providing some? We shall compensate. Chapter 5. Her meteoric rise to fame was inevitable. Oh, heavens, she's even trying to scam a mere assistant's bonus. Is she truly so desperate for cash?
Huh.
This proves that after severing ties, she's indeed struggling. I find solace in her misfortune. While I know this is a ploy by the production team, contractually, they are at fault. Thus, Su Qianyan's claims aren't unfounded. I must admit, Witnessing the stingy production team getting scammed brings me unexpected joy. To the one above, I too must confess to that sentiment. Though I'm no fan of Su Qianyan, seeing the frugal production team get caught in their own trap is truly satisfying. Am I the only one who finds Su Qianyan's bare face astonishingly beautiful? The moment she looked up, I thought I might just fall in love. Ahem. While I detest the troublemaker that is Su Qianyan, I cannot deny that, for those who appreciate beauty, encountering such exquisite features is hard to resist. Let us be clear. She embodies the trifecta of a troublemaker, diva, and a so-called goddess. The majority of comments in the live chat were praising Su Qianyan's surprising natural beauty.
Meanwhile,
Su Wanwan's eyes darkened momentarily, nearly crushing the water cup in her hand. How could Su Qianyan's face possibly remain unscathed? Did Huang Liqiu not deliver the enriched cream to Su Qianyan? No, just recently, Su Qianyan had suffered a facial allergy that had disfigured her. Had she discovered an issue with the cream and ceased its use? Curse it all. Why did she have to stop using it at this critical moment?
Pingye.
Think of something quickly. If Su Qianyan appears on live broadcast with that flawless face, I will merely be a backdrop. I initially intended for you to team up with her, leveraging her popularity for your own gain, but under these circumstances, that plan must be abandoned. Rest assured. I've already arranged with the production team to have the cameraman discreetly provide you with some bare-faced cream. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan felt considerably reassured. Then, an idea struck her, and she smirked coldly. Let Song Qingxue team up with her instead. Aren't her fans always claiming she's naturally beautiful? I'm eager to see just how stunning she can appear in comparison to Su Qianyan. Don't worry. With Su Qianyan's self-destructive tendencies and the production team stirring the pot, regardless of how beautiful she is, the audience won't take to her. Before the production team arrives, hurry and apply a face mask, then do a light makeup look. Once you make your stunning appearance, I'll secure you a few trending topics, and your endorsement for Demo Skincare will be set. Thank you, Ping Jia. With you in charge, I'm certainly at ease. Ignoring the ever-present cameraman, Su Qianyan lounged in the backseat of the sponsor's SUV, cheerfully nibbling on dried fruit. The seemingly shriveled fruit was surprisingly crisp and sweet, imbued with a delightful fragrance. It appeared that her reincarnation into this new life had its perks. The ancient delicacies of Earth were indeed tantalizing. With interstellar technology having advanced to unprecedented heights, traveling between distant planets had become commonplace, with habitable planets numbering in the hundreds and edible ingredients being virtually endless. However, the interstellar society prioritized utility and efficiency, leading to a daily diet dominated by various flavored nutrient solutions created from an array of ingredients. Having spent countless days stationed on barren, desolate combat planets, Su Qianyan had grown accustomed to consuming an assortment of peculiar nutrient solutions for her meals. The thought that she could now indulge in the long-forgotten delicacies of yesteryears filled her with joy. Indeed, life is to be cherished for its exquisite cuisine and beauty. Oh my, is she a reincarnation of a glutton? If I recall correctly, when the production team entered, she had just polished off a banquet. How could she still be hungry? Is she a bottomless pit? Those above are still too naive. Just recently, the little diva announced on Weibo that she was going to diet. I believe she is trying to leverage a foodie persona to gain followers after her contract termination.
Ha.
Is she not afraid of backfiring and turning into a balloon? I couldn't care less if the little diva becomes overweight. I'm just eager to know when my beloved goddess, Woman, will grace the live stream. Same here. I'm also curious when the beautiful movie queen and the charming ballad prince will finally appear before us. As Su Qianyan munched away in the car like a hamster, completely oblivious to the viewers outside the lens, she had shed her usual aloof demeanor. Director Cui grew increasingly anxious. He had exerted considerable effort to secure the opportunity to film Su Qianyan, and if she continued this way, how could his live broadcast possibly attract any viewership? Despite her tarnished reputation, often associated with deceit and diva-like behavior, it was precisely such artists who drew in larger audiences and trended online. As the director of the production team, who would not desire their live stream to make headlines, for the sake of his year-end bonus, he would willingly scale the heights of this mountain. Ahem. Director Cui cleared his throat and, seeing Su Qianyan still engrossed in her food, resembling a starved wretch, felt his face stiffen and increased his coughing dramatically. Sitting beside her, Wu Yan, unable to bear the sight, discreetly tugged at Su Qianyan's sleeve, signaling her to avoid offending the director. Only then did Su Qianyan slowly lift her gaze to meet Director Cui's. As Su Qianyan cast a glance at him, She discreetly concealed her snack bag behind her, causing Director Chui's face to darken with displeasure. What was she hiding? Did she truly believe that a director of his stature would stoop to snatching her snacks? Qian, don't you have anything to say to your fans?
Director Cui inquired.
Director Chui, with all due respect, who doesn't he know that among my millions of fans, once the bots are stripped away, the remainder are merely haters? What could I possibly discuss with my detractors? Director Chui's expression stiffened, although her words rang true. It was perplexing how she could so nonchalantly articulate such a humiliating reality. Goodness, how does she manage to speak so effortlessly about her lack of genuine fans? It's quite amusing to witness Director Chui, usually so unflappable, rendered speechless by a single remark. By the way, was Su Qianyan genuinely serious about hiding her snacks from Director Chui? I suddenly find her rather humorous. Indeed, I also noticed, and Director Chui's face turned dark, truly hilarious. As an awkward silence enveloped the SUV, Wu Yan coughed several times, casting urgent glances at Su Qianyan, imploring her to temper her words. Noting the strain in Wu Yan's expression, which seemed on the verge of cramping, Su Qianyan pondered for a moment and earnestly addressed her detractors. It must be said that when Su Qianyan initially uttered her statement, her haters regarded it as yet another instance of her brazen boasting, filled with disdain and scorn. Until much later, when they regrettably realized their error. Today you may ignore me, but tomorrow you shall find yourself unable to reach me. Seeing Director Chui's half-hearted smile, while Wu Yan looked at her with resignation, as though she were uttering foolishness, Su Qianyan raised an eyebrow. Has the truth become so unbelievable in this day and age? Once, she had boldly ventured into the lair of the insect horde, single-handedly vanquishing hundreds, if not thousands, of elite insectoids. Although her 3S physique had yet to return, after days of refining her muscles and bones through the mental acuity of her 3S abilities, her physical prowess had multiplied several times over. Presently, she not only possessed extraordinary physical capabilities, but also formidable combat instincts. What others found challenging in survival live streams was merely an exhilarating vacation on an island for her. With her strength and character, the notion of failure was utterly implausible. Even in the most subdued manner, she would inevitably shine like a brilliant star under high-definition scrutiny. Thus her rise to fame was all but predestined. Regrettably, Su Qianyan's unwavering confidence became yet another weapon for netizens to wield against her, met with mockery and disdain, as none of them believed her. In time, countless individuals flocked to the comments of this video, documenting their past blindness and folly. Chapter 6. The annual emotional drama that can be watched for free. Another SUV arrived. Its doors flung open, and camera flashes erupted, igniting a wave of excitement among the onlookers. Observing this, Su Qianyan, who had arrived at the airport 10 minutes prior, felt a chill creep over her features. Due to her familiarity with Sister Ping and the show's chief director, she had meticulously timed her arrival to ensure she would be the last to enter. The last artist to arrive often garners the most attention, leaving a lasting impression in the minds of the audience, which is why the most prominent stars typically make their entrance at the end of the red carpet. However, Su Qianyan was taken aback to find that she was not the final arrival, even that insufferable Song Qingxue arrived after her. Most infuriating of all was that the earliest departing Su Qianyan was, in fact, the last to arrive. Had it not been for Sister Ping's clandestine agreement with the chief director, and given Su Qianyan's current lack of support, she might have doubted whether the production team was deliberately sabotaging her. As Su Qianyan stepped out of the vehicle with an indifferent demeanor, her gaze swept across the crowd, unleashing an inexplicable aura of pressure that enveloped the vicinity. All the entertainment reporters instinctively halted, their fingers frozen on their cameras, while the casually chatting guests fell silent. And the entire airport was engulfed in an eerie stillness. Though Su Qianyan uttered not a word, her clear, crystalline eyes bore an unspoken weight, prompting all present to feel a palpable tension that rendered them motionless and mute. Witnessing this sudden silence, Su Qianyan pursed her lips, a wave of unease washing over her. Even the most powerful tycoons she had encountered lacked such a terrifying presence. Could it be that Su Qianyan had undergone a transformation? Following closely behind Su Qianyan, Wu Yan looked on in confusion, fear creeping into her voice as she whispered, "Qian, why has everyone suddenly fallen silent?" Hearing this, Su Qianyan paused, cleared her throat softly, and subtly retracted her imposing 3S mental energy. Having just awakened, coupled with the familiar blinding lights and the cacophony of voices, She momentarily believed she was still the esteemed general of the interstellar, fervently pursued by adoring fans. To prevent being overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, she had instinctively employed her 3S powers to intimidate. It was only when Wu Yan spoke that Su Qianyan jolted back to reality, realizing that she was no longer the triumphant general returning from the stars, but merely a notorious internet persona detested by many. Thus, there was no need for her to fear the throngs of spectators clamoring for attention and affection. Even as Su Qianyan retracted her mental influence, the image of her commanding presence lingered in the minds of the onlookers. Many among the crowd were left curious, pondering, who is this female star? Her aura is so powerful. That was truly intimidating. Her presence must have been at least 9 meters tall. I was too frightened to speak.
Oh my.
I just realized how stunningly beautiful she is. This must be the legendary beauty of the ages. Mom, I think I'm in love. This scene was faithfully captured by the cameraman, leaving millions of online viewers bewildered. Su Qianyan has a powerful aura? What a joke.
Ha!
If that random male bystander knew this girl was the infamous Su Qianyan, he would surely experience instant heartbreak. Heaven blessed her with a fairy-like visage, yet deprived her of a sound mind. Truly, the universe is fair. Disregarding the excited crowd, Su Qianyan maintained her composure as she strode ahead with a sports backpack slung over her shoulder, while Wu Yan trailed closely behind, dragging her suitcase.
Greeting, esteemed Seigneur. I am Su Qianyan.
As Su Qianyan offered a brief nod and concluded her introduction, she quietly retreated to a corner to play on her phone. The 6 guests, 3 men and 3 women, waiting nearby exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of perplexity.
Was that it?
Was that all? The infamous diva known for her dramatics had actually behaved so demurely. How utterly disconcerting. These are all seniors to Su Qianyan, and she simply nods? The rumors of her being difficult are indeed true. What does this even mean? At the previous grand red carpet event, she completely disregarded her seniors, taking center stage for herself. This time, she didn't even elbow past Wanwan to claim the spotlight. Has she finally learned to behave? Fans drawn in by her looks were left astounded. Has she always been this audacious and domineering? To the commenter above, she's undeserving. Don't support her. Su Qianyan is a trifecta of lies, arrogance, and drama, a true internet pariah. Su Qianyan harbored no interest in the chaotic entertainment industry. Her sole desire was to fulfill her contractual obligations and successfully complete this live streaming event, after which she would retreat to a comfortable, leisurely life, free from the pressures of fame. Consequently, she remained indifferent to the perceptions of the guests and the audience alike. Survival Live was a reality show focused on wilderness survival, featuring 2 permanent guests who were both experts in the field, Captain Lin Hu and Vice Captain A Jin. While these 2 regulars maintained a serious demeanor, the production team was notorious for its mischievous and unruly director, ensuring that Survival Live was rife with topics of discussion and conflict, thus captivating countless gossip-hungry viewers. For instance, the invitation of flying guests had already sparked fervent discussions online even before the show commenced. The 2 female celebrities, Su Qianyan and Su Wanwan, shared the same surname, yet had a notoriously adversarial relationship. Their frequent exchanges of barbs drew considerable attention from onlookers. Su Wanwan, who debuted under the moniker Xiao Qingxue, had since risen to prominence, eclipsing even Song Qingxue, her former rival. The fans of both stars were embroiled in a fierce online feud. Song Qingxue, the acclaimed actress, and Oh Chen, the prince of love songs, had once been romantically linked, now reduced to strangers, while Oh Chen had recently been rumored to be involved with Su Wanwan. Meanwhile, the champion trainee Xu Fan, who shared a close bond with Song Qingxue as fellow disciples, had a highly popular online shipping community. The rising star Tang Yu, featured in a trending campus drama alongside Xu Fan, also had her own fanbase, leading to a chaotic web of relationships that could easily be woven into a gripping, multifaceted romantic drama. Thus, upon the premiere of Survival Live, the viewership skyrocketed to 6 million. Despite appearing absorbed in her phone, Su Qianyan's keen instincts were already attuned to the unfolding gossip. Su Wanwan, Song Qingxue, and Oh Chen occupied the center stage, all smiles, yet their lack of eye contact betrayed the tension in their relationships, suggesting that the rumors between Su Wanwan and Oh Chen were largely fabricated. In the midst of the love triangle, Tang Yu occasionally cast glances not at her designated leading man, Xu Fan, but rather at the prince of love songs, Oh Chen. Xu Fan, on the other hand, frequently turn to engage with Song Qingxue, their interactions laden with an ambiguous undertone, and for every laugh that escaped Song Qingxue's lips, Oh Chen's expression darkened a notch. Su Qianyan relished the unfolding drama, eagerly anticipating this annual emotional spectacle without spending a dime. Chapter 7. Evil begets evil. Where are the captain and vice-captain? As the flying guests gathered, the absence of the two permanent guests raised an ominous feeling among them, while the viewers sensed the director's propensity for mischief, igniting their excitement. At that moment, the chief director, Zhou Jiang, stepped forward to announce the rules of this season's survival challenge. The theme of our survival live broadcast is Castaway Survival. The 7 flying guests will be divided into 2 groups, each sent to a different deserted island for a 3-day, 2-night survival competition. The 2 captains will judge the performances, and the group demonstrating the greatest survival prowess will have the privilege to choose one of the captains to join their survival team.
Indeed.
When it comes to stirring up trouble, Zhou Jiang is an absolute professional. Without the captains, does that mean our goddess will have to endure hunger? Though I hate to see Chen Chen suffer, I must commend Zhou Jiang for his audacity. Dressed in a fresh beach dress, the newcomer Tang Yu turned pale with shock. Tell me this isn't true. Without the captains, we're bound to starve. Xu Fan echoed her disbelief. Isn't that right? The flying guests were always led by the captains during survival challenges. Director Zhou, how can you treat us differently? Coming from a prestigious family and raised in opulence. Oh Chen frowned, aware that without seasoned survival experts, the upcoming 3 days and nights would be exceedingly challenging. He had joined this live broadcast to win back Xiao Shui, not to endure the rigors of outdoor survival. Damn it, Zhou Jiang truly has no regard for human life. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan, who had received the survival plan in advance, feigned shock and concern, secretly reveling in her advantage. To showcase her prowess and charm during the survival broadcast, her manager, Sister Ping, had arranged for a survival expert to train her in advance, leaving her unfazed by the challenge. Song Qingxue, though also frowning, maintained her composure. Having once lived in a desolate village to prepare for a role as a farmer's daughter, she possessed some experience in enduring harsh conditions. Amidst the worried expressions of the flying guests, Su Qianyan, exuding calmness, and Jin Fuchang, radiating confidence, stood out distinctly. Ignoring the glaring looks directed at him, Zhou Jiang grinned, adopting an earnest demeanor. Our production team is not heartless. How could we let you starve? Look at Su Qianyan and Senior Jin, they obviously have it all figured out. With them leading you, there's no need for concern. Under Zhou Jiang's manipulative influence, the flying guests eyed Su Qianyan and Jin Fuchang with skepticism. Jin Fuchang, a middle-aged man often cast as a supporting character in dramas over a decade ago, had retreated from the industry following a scandal but had recently returned to capitalize on the short memories of the entertainment world, appearing as a flying guest on various shows. His invitation to Survival Live was due, in part, to his good sense of humor, low guest fees, and willingness to take risks, as well as his reputation as a prominent sea fishing enthusiast, demonstrating a practical skill in wilderness survival. Pointed out by the director and aware of the millions of viewers watching, Jin Fuchang beamed with pride, confidently declaring, "There's no fish I cannot catch in this world." At this proclamation, Su Qianyan, who had initially intended to keep a low profile, looked up in curiosity, only to find that this overly confident, poorly managed man hardly resembled a fishing champion. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Really? What about crocodiles? Or whales?" Su Qianyan's inquiry was not meant to provoke Jin Fuchang. Rather, she was genuinely intrigued, having been reborn in a bygone era of Earth and wishing to partake in the leisurely pursuits of early humanity, thus her interest in fishing. However, to those around her, her questions seemed like a sarcastic jab, causing Jin Fuchang's expression to sour as he retorted, "I meant normal fish." Su Qianyan feigned surprise, replying, "Apologies. I forgot that crocodiles are reptiles and whales are mammals. But what about sharks? They are indeed fish. Can you catch one? Haha, the sheer absurdity of sharks being real fish. Jin, you clearly specified normal fish, yet through Su Qianyan's peculiar logic, it became a debate about reptiles and mammals. I'm laughing so hard, my mouth could split like a sunflower." That description of laughter is a bit terrifying. However, it is quite understandable for Jin Fuchang to be infuriated. After all, who would willingly risk their life to fish for sharks? The narrow-mindedness of the individual upstairs is laughable. There are indeed plenty of fools abroad who, having nothing better to do, embark on shark fishing expeditions. Not long ago, there was even a report about a certain warrior nation individual who sought to rear sharks and set out to sea alone, only to nearly become shark bait. Grass, a mere plant. I had thought that after enduring the harsh realities of society, the little diva would at least gain some wisdom. Alas, I was evidently overestimating her. Here she comes again, the little diva, ready to showcase her waterlogged intellect. Sharks are perilous and inedible. Why on earth would one fish for them? Su Qianyan, are you intentionally mocking me? Detecting the frustration in Jin Fuchong's voice, Su Qianyan quickly grasped the situation and, somewhat disappointed, replied, so you truly cannot fish for sharks? I had hoped to learn from you, although I find the little diva rather insufferable. I must confess that witnessing Jean Yuli's face turn green from her sarcastic remarks brings me a peculiar sense of satisfaction. To be honest, I feel the same. Jean Yuli often assumes an air of superiority, strutting around with the belief that his seniority grants him the right to demand respect, which is utterly irksome. Is there truly no one who thinks the little diva has grown wiser? The fact that she can gain the upper hand over Jean Yuli is indeed remarkable.
What is so surprising about that?
As the saying goes, the barefoot need not fear the one in shoes. The little diva has always acted rather recklessly. And now that she is free from corporate constraints, she has little regard for Jean Yuli's seniority.
Ha!
Could this be what they refer to as the wicked facing their match? The description from upstairs is absurdly apt. Jin Fuchong was on the verge of exploding from Su Qianyan's sarcastic comments. But recalling that she is merely a madwoman who dares to confront even the likes of the renowned Su Wanwan, he recognized that engaging with her would only grant her free publicity. Thus, with a disdainful snort, he turned his back on Su Qianyan, publicly displaying his contempt for her, believing that his dismissal would portray him as a genuine man of integrity. However, the audience's reaction was starkly different from what Jin Fuchong had anticipated. Oh dear. My eyes have been tainted. What should I do? Goodness. I nearly lost my sight from Jean Yuli's haughty huff. It was truly an assault on the senses. I would rather witness the little diva's exaggerated antics than watch 200 pounds of Jean Yuli sulking in disdain. At least the little diva's beauty is undeniable. Indeed. Without comparison, there is no harm. I would much prefer to observe Jin Fuchong's obliviousness than endure the little diva's dramatic flair. Unfazed by Jin Fuchong's disdainful gaze,
Su Qianyan remained composed.
In the realm of interstellar politics, she had encountered numerous adversaries who could encircle a military camp with their disdain. Jin Fuchong's Mirai role was of no consequence to her. Most of her political rivals were elderly and, unable to suppress her with force, resorted to impotent rage, attempting to undermine her psychologically, only to find themselves repeatedly humiliated. Yet, they failed to learn their lesson, constantly provoking her and forcing her to waste time educating them on the harshness of society. With this in mind, a faint smile crept onto Su Qianyan's lips. Their futile attempts to undermine her, coupled with their inability to eliminate her, was indeed a source of great amusement. Chapter 8. Zhou Bapi, well done. Ignoring the tense atmosphere between Jin Fuchong and the little diva, Zhou Jiang boldly fabricated words. Seeing the harmony in your relationship puts me at ease. I trust you will collaborate seamlessly and joyfully conquer this survival livestream challenge. Good luck. As soon as Zhou Jiang uttered these words, the livestream room fell silent for a brief moment before erupting in chaos. What does Zhou Bapi mean by that?
Ha!
Could it be what I think it is? Given Zhou Bapi's penchant for chaos, it must indeed be that. In disbelief, Jin Fuchong turned to Zhou Jiang, his expression one of outright rejection. Director Zhou, what do you mean by collaboration? Surely you don't intend for me to team up with this little diva? I refuse. I acknowledge my outdoor survival skills are commendable, but you cannot subject me to this. What can this little diva do besides cause trouble? This group division has been unanimously agreed upon by the production team. Your refusal is futile. Ahem, with little Qianyan's knack for enlivening the atmosphere, you need not worry about boredom, right? Well, from a certain perspective, Zhou Bapi does have a point. There will never be a lack of topics with the little diva around.
Ha!
Pairing Jin Yuli and the little diva together for mutual torment. Well done, Zhou Bapi. Am I the only one concerned about who will be unfortunate enough to team up with these two? Thank you for the reminder. Regardless of which guest teams up with them, they will be utterly pitiful. I hope it isn't my beloved ice goddess. May misfortune be averted. I implore protection for my snow goddess. I was so frightened that I immediately forwarded dozens of good luck messages to my goddess, Wanwan. Could you please share the links upstairs? I want to send some good fortune to my little rice ball as well. When Zhou Jiang announced that Jin Fuchong and Su Qianyan would be in the same group, the remaining guest stars, except for Su Wanwan, immediately grew vigilant and anxious. although being grouped with Su Qianyan guaranteed lively discussions and the potential for trending topics. The issue lay in Su Qianyan's apparent disregard for Su Wanwan and the prestigious Dingxing group. It was likely she would extend the same lack of respect to them. Teaming up with such an unpredictable troublemaker could jeopardize their popularity. As for Jin Fuchang, his constant reliance on his seniority and boastful demeanor, coupled with his tendency to play dirty, made teaming up with him a source of frustration. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Su Wanwan casting her a casual glance, and a wave of ominous premonition washed over Song Qingxue. Surely Su Ludia wouldn't be setting a trap for her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Zhou Jiang coldly and ruthlessly call out her name. Senior Jin is a renowned master of sea fishing, and Song Yingho possesses exceptional culinary skills. With such perfect teammates, little Qianyan, you ought to express your gratitude. Feigning indifference, Su Qianyan promptly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she directed her gaze towards Song Qingxue. Her phoenix eyes shimmered like amber, and her cherry lips were truly enchanting, a beauty not only skilled in acting but also in the culinary arts. She was indeed a remarkable woman. Su Qianyan's ambitions are few, primarily revolving around exquisite food and captivating beauty, and with Song Qingxue embodying both, she would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Thus, in front of the assembled audience, she swiftly maneuvered between Su Wanwan and Song Qingxue, pushing aside the obtrusive Su Wanwan, and extended her right hand towards Song Qingxue with a bright smile. "Hello, Sister Qingxue. I am Su Qianyan, and I am delighted to be your teammate. Thank you for your future guidance." Song Qingxue had yet to recover from the devastating news when she found herself face to face with the so-called little drama queen, who was staring at her with sparkling eyes and speaking with apparent sincerity. Under the earnest gaze of Su Qianyan's clear and beautiful eyes, Song Qingxue suddenly realized that it was quite difficult to utter words of refusal. To be honest, Song Qingxue had previously struggled to comprehend why some fans remained unwaveringly devoted to someone merely for their looks, even in the face of scandalous revelations. However, after gazing closely at Su Qianyan's stunning beauty, she began to grasp why such admirers existed. Damn it, I must send a letter opener to Zhou Poppy. How could he bear to push the ice and snow goddess into the fire pit? I cried out loud, wanting to take two utterly useless trash companions with me. My ice and snow goddess has suffered. This little drama queen is truly shameless. The survival live stream hasn't even begun, and she's already plotting to rely on Song Qingxue for sustenance. As the first marshal of the Interstellar Federation, and under the powerful marketing of the Federation's publicity department, Su Qianyan was perceived as flawless in the eyes of countless interstellar citizens. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, possessing a refined aesthetic, and ranked first in combat prowess across the galaxy, but she also effortlessly mastered a plethora of other skills, from crafting top-tier mechs to tearing apart fearsome interstellar beasts. However, Su Qianyan had her fair share of shortcomings in private. For instance, her luck was dismally poor, and her culinary skills were akin to a black hole. Ahem. The reason she inadvertently burned down the Federation's advanced training grounds was due to her attempt to replicate an ancient human hot pot cooking method. In a moment of carelessness, she neglected to check the temperature tolerance of the pot she had procured from the black market, leading to the pot being melted into molten iron by the mech's flamethrower, which subsequently ignited the wild grass nearby, culminating in a wildfire that shocked the entire galaxy. Naturally, a person tends to yearn for the skills they lack, and Su Qianyan was no exception. Thus, she genuinely admired the culinary prowess of the beautiful Song Qingxue. Noticing Song Qingxue's astonished expression, Su Qianyan took her delicate hand in her own and shook it playfully, earnestly promising, "Beautiful sister, I shall take on the rough tasks of gathering firewood and foraging for ingredients, while you gracefully prepare the dishes. Let us agree on this delightful arrangement." Once Su Qianyan grasped her hands, Song Qingxue's astonishment deepened, her eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, her hands were so warm and soft.
Oh.
How she wished to possess hands as tender as those. She wondered what hand cream she used. Ah, the way the goddess stares is so adorable. Little drama queen. Release my goddess. TSK Piske. Clearly a spoiled brat who can do nothing, yet dares to boast about handling the ingredients. Surely, Song Qingxue must be shocked by Su Qianyan's shamelessness. This little drama queen used to unabashedly set lofty goals on variety shows, pretending to be impressive, only to face swift humiliation. I suddenly feel so sympathetic towards Song Qingxue. This grouping is utterly bizarre. Why would Zhou Poppy place my goddess with two notoriously unreliable artists? What is he scheming? Isn't it true? Pairing Song Qingxue with Oh Chun would spark much more conversation. If that doesn't work, putting the infusion CP together would suffice. The pairing of the elegant Song and the youthful bookish boy would be delightful. I can only say that sharing the luck of the koi truly works. Thankfully, it isn't my goddess Wanwan teamed up with Su Qianyan. Otherwise, who knows how badly my goddess would be bullied. Although Song Qingxue's fans unleashed a barrage of curses against the production team in the live stream comments, the team remained unfazed, while Zhou Poppy continued with his insufferable commentary on the group assignments. In summary, Zhou Poppy's ramblings concluded that Jin Fuchang was a king of sea fishing, and Song Qingxue was a culinary expert. To balance the two formidable personalities, he had no choice but to assign the youngest and least capable survivalist, Su Qianyan,
to their team.
Meanwhile, the group consisting of Su Wanwan, Oh Chun, Tang Yu, and Xu Fan, although larger and seemingly robust, lacked outdoor survival experience and thus did not hold an advantage in the survival live streams competition. Despite Zhou Poppy's analysis being logical and well-substantiated, Song Qingxue's fans dismissed him. For Jin Fuchang and Su Qianyan's tarnished reputations were well known, due to Zhou Poppy's absurd groupings, before the survival live stream even began. The public had already lost faith in the team Song Qingxue was part of, even declaring the production team to be out of ideas. It wasn't until Zhou Jiang showcased the vastly different survival gear assigned to the two groups that viewers realized they had severely underestimated Zhou Poppy's audacity. Chapter 9. Champion. Our final destination. With an iron lunchbox, boiling water and cooking fish will be splendid. With a fire stick, at least there's no need to worry about warmth at night, and it can drive away snakes, insects, and pests. With a fishing rod, food is guaranteed. And the versatile sharp axe is a must for survival on a deserted island. It seems like Song Qingxue's group is secure. Upon witnessing Zhou Jiang unveil the survival gear, Song Qingxue, who had been pursing her lips, finally let out a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't starve to death due to their incompetence. Seeing Zhou Jiang showcase the survival gear first, Su Qianyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The notoriously frugal Zhou Poppy would hardly part with such excellent equipment for them. TSK. It seemed that the deserted island they were about to venture to was fraught with issues. As the director of a popular variety show, Zhou Jiang was undoubtedly skilled. He knew that the highly controversial groupings would lead viewers to easily predict the winner, which would detract from the show's appeal. Therefore, to enhance the program's watchability and excitement, to increase the chances of success for Song Qingxue's team, and to prevent her fans from haranguing the production team, Zhou Jiang decided to allocate the best survival gear to Song Qingxue's group. However, when Zhou Jiang presented the gear for Su Wanwan's group, the fans of that group felt their fists clenching in indignation. I must send a letter opener to Zhou Poppy. Song Qingxue's group received all the best survival gear. But for Wanwan, what on earth are these pathetic items? This is incredibly unfair. How is this unfair? Besides the goddess herself, the rest of Song Qingxue's team consists of the frail and incompetent, while Su Wanwan's group is filled with robust young individuals, even if their survival gear is poor. They can turn trash into treasure with their strength. The person above must be blind. Zhou Poppy only provided Wanwan's team with 2 sticks, under the guise of a fire-starting kit. Is he joking? Isn't that right? Fan, and the others aren't outdoor experts like Hugo. How could they possibly start a fire by drilling wood? Even Hugo, with his expertise, doesn't he succeed every time? Zhou Poppy is simply inhumane. How could he shamelessly claim that a palm-sized broken onion net is a fishing net? Is he trying to starve my Chun-Chun? Upon seeing the so-called utensils given to Su Wanwan's group, even the composed Su Qianyan couldn't help but twitch her lips. When it comes to absurdity, nothing beats the antics of the ancient earthlings. Her curiosity was piqued. How could Zhou Jiang, with such earnestness, point to that worn stone slab and claim it was a high-priced premium iron plate purchased by their production team for teppanyaki? One couldn't help but chuckle when Xu Fan, the ever-smiling young heartthrob, witnessed Zhou's absurdity as he pointed to a 1 yuan fruit knife from Taobao, declaring it an essential machete for survival on a deserted island. Goodness! If he had a 40-meter machete, he might allow Zhou a head start of 1 meter out of respect for his directorial role. As she surveyed the ragtag assortment of so-called survival gear, Su Wanwan's gentle and beautiful smile faltered. The planning document Zhou provided privately had scarcely mentioned such matters. And if their group managed to endure even a single day with these pitiful items, she would commend herself for it, wouldn't she? Indeed. She must have been duped by director Zhou. Truly, there is no one in the entertainment industry to be trusted. The newly rising star, Tang Yu, was in tears, lamenting the promise of a beautiful getaway to the island, which had evolved into a life-or-death survival horror show. Her treacherous agent must have discovered her inflated weight and deliberately forced her into this absurd survival livestream for weight loss. If it weren't for the ongoing broadcast, Chen would have relished the opportunity to give Zhou Jiang a good thrashing. He had explicitly instructed his agent to inform the production team that his sole purpose was to reconcile with Song Qingxue. How had it suddenly morphed into a genuine survival scenario? In summary, Su Qianyan's group possessed high-quality ignition sticks, premium fishing rods, essential outdoor iron lunchboxes, and versatile little axes. While Su Wanwan's group was equipped with 2 small sticks for friction fire, a supermarket onion net, a thin stone slab scavenged from the roadside, and a taobao fruit knife. Amidst such a stark contrast, Song Qingxue couldn't help but cast a somewhat apologetic yet secretly gleeful glance at the astonished Su Wanwan. Ahem, although her teammates might appear unreliable, what difference does it make if Su Wanwan has dependable members? They would still fall victim to the merciless director's schemes. Despite the grim prospects of the upcoming days, the thought of the detestable Su Wanwan and her incessant ex-boyfriend suffering even more than herself brought a sense of balance to Song Qingxue. The vast audience online was curious. Did Zhou Jiang not feel a pang of conscience for treating them so disparately? My apologies. I just remembered that Zhou Jiang lacks any semblance of a conscience. While many netizens bombarded the livestream with comments threatening to send him razor blades and devilishly spicy peppers, Zhou Jiang had weathered far worse storms. His inbox was nearly overflowing with threats from netizens, yet he had never yielded. What a principled director he was. Zhou Jiang chose to disregard the fiery gazes of the flying guests and fans sending him off and announced the next segment. Each group was to select a resounding name. Bolstered by superior survival equipment, Song Qingxue felt a newfound tolerance towards her teammates. After all, the reason director Zhou had favored their group so was entirely due to the utter incompetence of her teammates. Ahem, perhaps having inept teammates wasn't entirely a disadvantage. Jin Qianbei, Little Qianyan, what do you think our group should be named? How about Victory? Despite having a king dragging 2 bronzes, with such excellent survival gear, Song Qingxue was brimming with ambition to claim victory in the PK competition. Victory sounded a tad cliched. Why not keep it simple and just call ourselves Jin Fuchang? After all, I'll be leading you for the next few days. Upon hearing the rather self-serving suggestion from Jin Fuchang, Song Qingxue's expression stiffened, and she silently turned her gaze towards Su Qianyan, hoping she might propose a better name. With a confident smile, Su Qianyan replied, "Champion, our ultimate destination." At this, Song Qingxue's eyes lit up. After all, champion sounded far more imposing than victory. Ahem, it seems we each have our own ideas. Let us vote. Those in favor of Little Qianyan's suggestion, raise your hands. Consequently, with a vote tally of 2-1, Song Qingxue disregarded Jin Fuchang's sullen face and promptly settled on the succinct yet powerful name champion for their group. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan's group also reached a seemingly amicable consensus during their discussions, settling on the name Counterattack. Though their counterattack group began with rather shoddy gear, they firmly believed that with their strength and wisdom, they could indeed pull off a reversal and ultimately seize the championship. Although neither group spared harsh words towards the other after their formation, the moment their group names were established, the exchanges and glances between the 2 groups crackled with an undercurrent of tension. One group aimed for the championship, while the other aspired to execute a counterattack through sheer prowess, igniting a fervor among viewers who flooded the live stream with supportive comments for their respective idols. However, due to the presence of 2 lagging online black holes in the champion group, their support in the comments was evidently overshadowed by that of the counterattack group. Just when the audience thought the division was complete and it was time to head to the deserted island, Zhou Jiang suddenly revealed a large poster from behind, alongside director Cui, and unveiled the eye-catching words "Deserted Island Material Mall," given the harsh conditions of the island, to ensure the guests' comfort. The production team had invested heavily in 7 essential survival items, including a 1 yuan premium lighter, a compact flashlight, a retractable harpoon, snorkeling essentials, plastic raincoats, a gourmet seasoning gift pack, and versatile ropes. When a group's daily likes exceeded 10 million, they could select 1 item from the above list. Additionally, for every incredible task completed on the deserted island, they could also choose 1 item. First come, first served. Once the mall supplies were sold out, there would be no restocking, so act swiftly. Thinking of plastic raincoats, I immediately envision the female guests tugging at each other's floral headpieces. This description paints quite a vivid picture. Haha, the comment above is killing me. Do you wish to inherit my Huabei? The gourmet seasoning gift pack sounds rather upscale. Yet why does the packaging resemble the shoddy goods sold by small vendors in the market? Dear brothers and sisters, hurry, and like the counterattack group. Lighters are the essential items for survival on a deserted island. Am I the only one who noticed the 10 incredible tasks on the deserted island? Given the production team's track record, these tasks are bound to be quite entertaining. I can't wait. Song Qingxue fixed her gaze intently on the seasoning gift pack. In outdoor survival, flavorful seasonings were indispensable. However, given their champion group's current popularity, it was virtually impossible to garner 10 million likes. So she could only admire it in silence. Casting a glance at the so-called survival materials, Su Qianyan subtly averted her gaze. After all, their champion group had already secured the best survival gear. Yet, upon noticing Song Qingshue's focus on the seasoning pack, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was the beauty enamored with the seasoning? Since she desired it, Su Qianyan resolved to make an effort. Chapter 10, he must have been seeing things just now. This little girl is truly delightful. Listening to the laughter echoing from the living room, the remarkably handsome young man paused, softening his footsteps. However, he could not escape the affectionate attention from his family. And Zai, you're back from your morning jog? Perfect timing. Your brother's survival livestream has already begun. This is the hottest and most popular variety show recently. Old Wu's recommendation was spot on. Gu Junin naturally retracted his steps towards the staircase, turning instead to stride into the spacious and opulent living room. As he walked, he grasped the white towel draped over his shoulder and wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. His indifferent gaze briefly swept across the large LCD screen in the living room, where a group of men and women appeared. Although Gu Junin had no interest whatsoever in the so-called survival live broadcast, he nonetheless seated himself beside the elderly gentleman who bore a resemblance to him. The old man watched the screen with keen interest, casually inquiring, "And Zai? Your brother specifically sent me a WeChat message insisting we must watch his participation in the survival live broadcast. Did he not send you a message?"
He did.
Gu Junin replied with a calm nod, as if the one who had blacklisted his overly talkative elder brother a few days prior was someone else entirely. Gu Junin often pondered why his disposition was so aloof and taciturn, while his family members were exuberantly sociable, as if afflicted with social exuberance. The old gentleman's eyes remained fixated on the enormous screen, and he casually remarked, "It's good that he did." "So, which group do you think your brother should join?" Glancing at the screen, Gu Junin casually pointed to a group, yet his thoughts were preoccupied with the preparations for the latest live broadcast content. The splendid carpentry culture of the ancient Huaxia kingdom offered a plethora of exemplary woodworking techniques, making his decision quite challenging. Noticing Gu Junin's gaze glued to the screen, the old gentleman's lips subtly twitched, his tone laced with a hint of probing. "And Zai, why do you think your brother would join the champion group?" "Because he's a superficial person." Though Gu Junin was sparing with words, he incisively identified his elder brother's penchant for beauty. The old gentleman couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of his eldest grandson's weakness for attractive women, casually adding, "That girl named Su Qianyan is indeed quite lovely. She only pales slightly in comparison to our Zai. If your brother Fizai truly participates in this program, given his fondness for beautiful things, he would undoubtedly select this group." If Gu Junin's expression momentarily faltered as his striking eyes silently regarded his grandfather. He observed the old man smile. Yet his gaze held a sharpness that seemed to question why he would deceive this poor old man, implying that his elder brother had not participated in the so-called survival live broadcast at all, and that his grandfather had been setting a trap for him. Recalling his family's tendency to be petty, Gu Junin promptly acknowledged his oversight. "Grandfather, I was wrong." Seeing Gu Junin utter an apology, yet his demeanor remaining utterly indifferent, the old gentleman snorted softly. How could he continue to hold this over him when he had so quickly conceded? TSK, lacking in sweet words was one thing, but to be so devoid of charm, any girl with functioning eyes would likely overlook him. Perhaps, as Fizai suggested, he should arrange for him to participate in some matchmaking programs. With that handsome face, perhaps he could charm a few unfortunate girls blinded by love? The old gentleman contemplated how to coax his unfilial grandson into dating, while his face revealed none of his scheming. He pointed at the much-discussed live flying thief in the broadcast, stating, "Although your brother did not participate in this survival live broadcast, the products from his company will make their debut in this variety show." He specifically sent a message for me to remind you, the busy one, to watch. Look. It's that fist-sized live flying thief, which not only hovers autonomously but also follows the guests, adjusting itself to find the optimal filming angles. Quite miraculous.
And Zai.
While your brother may be a bit nagging and somewhat infuriating, he is still your own brother. Do not hold it against him too much. By the way, he asked me to tell you that if you're no longer upset, remember to remove him from your WeChat blacklist. Gu Junin nodded with an air of indifference. And under the sharp gaze of his grandfather, he reluctantly unblocked the troublesome individual from his blacklist. After all, that man was already in his 30s yet still had the audacity to report to his elders. Did he have any shred of dignity left? However, despite his disdain for Gu Junfei's shameless antics, Gu Junin began to attentively watch the live broadcast. The live flying thief was a product he had invested in developing, with its core patents resting in his hands. Were it not for Gu Junfei's reliability, he would not have been willing to grant the company a share of the profits by licensing the patents. Though the core concept of the flying thief was his own, he had not been involved in the specific research and development process. He had merely invested in a well-known research team at B University. Furthermore, he had been preoccupied with discussions with master carpenters in the industry, so he had not yet encountered the final product of the live flying thief. The flying thief boasted an exquisite jade-like appearance, roughly the size of a pet Pokemon ball, with wing-like structures on either side. Inside were patented low-power chips and high-efficiency charging devices. The entire body of the flying thief, along with its wings, could serve as solar panels, harnessing solar energy to charge the product, and with the advanced charging apparatus, the flying thief offered impressive battery life, capable of operating for a full day, even while following guests on the move. This time, the production team had remarkably invited numerous prominent guests. Yet instead of booking first-class tickets, they opted for the cheapest economy class at midnight, denying the guests' agents from accompanying them to save on airfare. Thus, when it was revealed that the camera crew had not accompanied the guests to the island, but instead deployed 7 Pokemon ball-like drones to film, the online audience was left astonished and incredulous, as the production team was notorious for being frugal, with the chief director renowned for his penny-pinching ways. Only when the live broadcast introduced the live flying thief as a product generously sponsored by Goose Technology Company did the audience realize it was a sponsor's product. They thought to themselves, of course, the parsimonious Zhou would never willingly spend money on such a high-end gadget. Initially, viewers assumed that the live flying thief was merely a cooler-looking drone requiring manual operation. It wasn't until they discovered that no one was controlling it that they realized this live flying thief hovered autonomously above the guests, capturing footage without the need for manual adjustments. The audience was profoundly shocked. Such high-tech wonders, which seemed fit for a futuristic sci-fi film, had boldly materialized before them. Was their current technology truly this advanced and astonishing? Even as the guests deliberately moved about, evading the live flying thief, the broadcast remained remarkably clear and stable, devoid of any shakiness. A fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Gu Junin's eyes. The research team at B University was indeed professional, double the bonus. Having personally observed the reliability and practicality of his investment, Gu Junin cast aside his previous concerns, rising to return to his room to search for relevant professional materials to confirm the latest live broadcast on carpentry techniques. Just then, as he was about to divert his gaze from the broadcast, Gu Junin froze in place, his striking eyes widening in disbelief. He must have been seeing things. Chapter 11. From Rags to Riches?
Puffed.
Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Jiangkai sprayed the goji berry and red date water he had just sipped, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stared incredulously at the live broadcast from Moon Crescent Island, thinking that if he weren't the chief director of the production team, he would suspect that what had just unfolded was a pre-edited video. Although not accompanying the guests to the deserted island, the production team, driven by concern for their well-being, established a rudimentary live broadcast control center on a nearby island. Director Zhou, how did your thermos fall? Is that the main point? Xiao Cui. Quickly edit the video from Su Qianyan's livestream from a minute ago, and insert a pop-up window in all the live streams to loop the entire process of Su Qianyan swinging the axe to chop coconuts 3 times. No, 5 times.
Haha.
I have a premonition that our show is about to become a sensation. No, it's going to explode in popularity. I thought the interactions between Tang Yu and Ochan would be the highlight, but it turns out Su Qianyan is the true dark horse that has emerged. Seeing Zhou Jiang laugh uncontrollably, akin to a recently released lunatic, Cui Lai, who had momentarily been distracted and not focused on the live stream, wore a bewildered expression.
Yet.
He quickly sprang into action to edit the video Zhou Jiang requested. After watching the edited footage, Cui Lai finally understood Zhou Jiang's excitement. The mediocre bronze guest had suddenly transformed into a super champion guest, a tremendous surprise for the production team. Reflecting on his earlier disdainful attitude when he had met Su Qianyan, Cui Lai's expression stiffened, and an ominous premonition arose within him. If Su Qianyan continued to maintain such formidable prowess, had he not offended a star destined for meteoric fame? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. There was no way Su Qianyan could be that extraordinary. Otherwise, how could she be struggling so much? Thus, it must have been mere coincidence.
And Zai.
Did you see what just happened? Hearing the old gentleman Gu's question, Gu Junin snapped back to reality, but the shock lingered in his heart. Was that truly something a human could accomplish? That pretty young girl had casually tossed the axe, launching it into the air and perfectly chopping down a cluster of coconuts over 20 meters high, right? And Zai, you saw it too, didn't you? Not only was old Master Gu astonished by Su Qianyan's incredible display in the livestream, but countless viewers who had been glued to their screens were equally dumbfounded, questioning their own perceptions. My rationality tells me that I must have misseen, but the images in my mind insist I did not. So did I truly see it wrong? I was indeed naive. How could there be genuine live broadcasting in this world? These so-called live streams are clearly pre-recorded and edited footage with added special effects, all to prop up that little diva Su Qianyan. The production team has deceived the audience. It's utterly disgusting. There's no need for conspiracy theories. Although that little diva's strength and precision are astonishing, I can guarantee with my integrity that the production team did not pre-record anything. Haha, the production team's hired commenters are truly everywhere. By the way, do these hired commenters charge 5 cents a comment? Who are the hired commenters? The previous comment is excessively sarcastic. I am a diehard fan of the ice goddess. Just yesterday, I personally went to the airport to see her off. The hair tie on her head was handmade by one of us fans. So the scene in the live stream could not possibly be pre-recorded. I am a fan of Chin Chen, and I also saw her off yesterday. I can attest to that. Ahem. Because the pimple at the corner of Chen Chen's eye has finally disappeared today, his previously sealed handsomeness is finally beginning to shine. While the viewers in the live stream could still deceive themselves into thinking that the scene of Su Qianyan chopping coconuts was pre-recorded, those who were physically present with Su Qianyan, Song Qingxue and Jin Fuchang had no such luxury of doubt, as 3 falling coconuts landed right in front of them. Jin Fuchang was rendered speechless by this surreal spectacle, frozen in place. Su Qianyan appeared petite, yet how could she swing an axe with such ferocity? Recalling how he had arrogantly relied on his seniority to ask Su Qianyan to carry his backpack, and after being dismissively rejected, he had foolishly mocked her for lacking respect for her elders, Jin Fuchang turned pale, instinctively inching away from Su Qianyan, fearful that she might suddenly take a swing at him. Song Qingshue's elongated phoenix eyes widened in disbelief, and after several seconds, she snapped back to reality. Taking deep breaths to muster her courage before pointing at the 3 coconuts on the ground and asking in a dazed tone, "Xiao Qian, did you chop these coconuts?" A delicate girl effortlessly swings an axe and manages to hit 3 coconuts over 20 meters high. Surely, this must be some sort of special effects film? Seeing Song Qingshue's incredulous expression, Su Qianyan bent down to pick up the fallen axe, deciding to respond with action rather than words. Before the astonished eyes of all present, Su Qianyan tossed the axe once more, and it soared through the air, striking 4 coconuts growing atop a tree over 10 meters high.
Bang!
A cluster of 4 coconuts, and the axe crashed down onto the fine, silvery beach, sending up a cloud of dust. But that was not the end. Su Qianyan advanced, bent down to retrieve the axe, her demeanor as indifferent as a formidable assassin. And with a swift motion, another cluster of coconuts fell to the ground with a resounding thud. One cluster after another continued to descend, and the previously bustling live stream, rife with disputes, quickly fell into an eerie silence. Most viewers were so stunned that they lost track of their thoughts and had no desire to comment, repeatedly murmuring a single word: grass. At this point, no viewer could still harbor doubts that this was a pre-edited video, as Su Qianyan's actions were utterly natural and fluid, revealing no signs of editing. Watching the graceful and elegant Su Qianyan, who bore no resemblance to someone with such formidable strength, Song Qingxue unconsciously swallowed hard, her heart filled with a mix of shock and complexity. Initially, she had thought her island adventure would involve enduring hardships with 2 inept bronze members, but now it seemed the future was quite promising. Moreover, in comparison to Su Qianyan, she evidently was the one who was inept. Seeing that both Song Qingxue and Jin Fuchang were profoundly impressed, Su Qianyan felt a sense of satisfaction. She had intended to be a mere spectator, enjoying a leisurely vacation on the island under Song Qingxue's arrangement. However, upon stepping onto the island, Jin Fuchang began to stir trouble. Not only demanding she carry his backpack due to his seniority, but also openly mocking them for being women with long hair and short sight. He even stated that if their group wanted to rightfully become the true champion group, they must obey his directives. Su Qianyan's fists clenched in frustration. Although Song Qingxue also found Jin Fuchang's behavior distasteful, she hesitated to confront him because he was a senior in the industry. Thus, Song Qingxue was unable to suppress Jin Fuchang. Consequently, to prevent their enjoyable island trip from being ruined by Jin Fuchang, Su Qianyan felt compelled to take action to firmly intimidate him. Ignoring Jin Fuchang's pallid face, Su Qianyan amiably proposed, "Now that we have a water source, let us vote for a group leader. I recommend Sister Mei as our leader. We will all listen to her. Jin, you have no objections, right?" Upon hearing Su Qianyan's calm gaze sweep over him, Jin Fuchang hastily shook his head. Given the question posed, how could he, being so weak and pitiful, dare to object? Chapter 12. Discussing double standards, Su Dalao is also a professional.
Yanyang Island.
Upon their arrival on the deserted island, Su Wanwan and her companions set aside their rudimentary survival gear and engaged in fervent discussions. Tang Yu, clad in a refreshing beach dress, swatted at the omnipresent mosquitoes and lamented, "Our immediate priority is to ignite a fire. Does anyone here know how to start one by friction?" Observing the awkward and guilty expressions on their faces, it was evident that none were adept at such primitive skills. Su Wanwan stepped forward, her tone calm and self-assured. "As long as our group receives over 10 million likes daily, we may select one item from the island supply store. Starting a fire is rather challenging. I propose we take turns showcasing our talents, allowing our viewers to like our performances in exchange for supplies. This approach seems more reliable, performing for countless online viewers. If their acts are sufficiently captivating, not only might they leave a lasting impression but also convert casual observers into devoted fans, an opportunity no one would foolishly decline." Furthermore, the reversal group comprised renowned idols, and their combined fanbase undoubtedly exceeded millions. Hence, Su Wanwan's suggestion appeared quite feasible, leading everyone to ultimately concur. Tang Yu and Xu Fan recreated an electrifying dance battle from a popular idol drama on the island. However, lacking a properly lit stage, synchronized backup dancers, and rhythmic sound effects, their movements appeared somewhat stiff and hollow on the uneven ground. Meanwhile, Oh Chun, preoccupied with the rocky path to reconciliation with Song Qingxue, seemed burdened by thoughts. Although his singing voice was commendable, a lively love song was rendered somewhat awkwardly. Among them, Su Wanwan displayed remarkable wit, narrating a humorous tale of survival on the island, eliciting genuine laughter from Oh Chun and the others. Following Su Wanwan's amusing anecdote, the atmosphere among them lightened considerably. Yet, the online viewership of the Survival Live show hovered at a mere 6 to 7 million, and despite their substantial fanbase, achieving 10 million likes proved to be a formidable challenge. Consequently, after their artistic endeavors, the reversal group not only failed to acquire any supplies but also depleted their energy and hydration. Thus, they promptly considered harvesting coconuts, as coconut water could quench their thirst, and the flesh would replenish their energy. The reversal group then endeavored earnestly to obtain coconuts through various methods, climbing trees, using stones to crack them, or forming human pyramids to reach them. Truthfully, the comical struggle of the four to procure 3 coconuts was quite entertaining, particularly if not for the sudden emergence of Su Qianyan, whose remarkable axe-wielding skills left them in awe. With Su Qianyan's prowess now in the spotlight, the group's desperate survival attempts appeared rather lackluster and inept. Aside from their fans' fervent support, bystanders found the dynamics among the individuals on Crescent Moon Island far more intriguing. Su Qianyan emerged as a formidable and aloof academic, unafraid to confront others directly. Jin Fuchang, on the other hand, was depicted as a cowardly underachiever, perpetually eager to provoke the intellectual. Meanwhile, Song Qingxue resembled a concerned teacher striving to foster harmony between the aloof scholar and the slacker. Haha, little Qian is indeed amusing. She's a natural at the triathlon. Gu Junin, sitting nearby, cleared his throat and couldn't help but chime in with her physical capabilities. She would undoubtedly excel in the national basketball team. Old Master Gu nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. By the way, Anzi, why are you still here? Shouldn't you be at the studio by now? Gu Junin nonchalantly fabricated. I just received word that the electrical work near the studio will result in a power outage for a day, so I need not go today. As anticipated by Zhou Jiang, the viral video of Su Qianyan's impressive coconut harvesting led to a swift surge in the online audience of Survival Live, surpassing 10 million viewers. Initially, onlookers speculated that the program had deliberately edited the footage to exaggerate its effects. Given that the production team had a penchant for embellishment aimed at enticing viewers into the live broadcast to bolster ratings. Although aware of the program's unreliability, they couldn't resist the allure of the live stream, only to discover the star of the viral video, now wearing a reluctant expression, monotonously reciting gratitude to the production team. Haha, Su's forced smile is just like my expression when coerced into singing and dancing at the annual meeting. How dare Zhou Baopi make Su recite such embarrassing lines? Isn't he afraid of her fury? Isn't he calling her Su Dalao a bit excessive? Su Qianyan merely possesses strength. If she lacks intellect, what use is her might? Passing through, I heard a survival expert just appeared. But is Su Qianyan truly that expert? I'm also curious. Is the person in the viral video genuinely Su Qianyan? Was that footage truly unedited? Absolutely unedited. The live stream of Song Ingho also recorded everything clearly. Moreover, how could Su Dalao be a mere prima donna? It's evident her management company forced her into this persona. Who would have thought Su Qianyan is the real dark horse? Grateful to the production team for investing heavily in creating the island's supply store. They vowed to express their heartfelt gratitude while sincerely utilizing the extravagant supplies provided, such as the gourmet spice package. After reciting the designated cringe-worthy gratitude script, Su Qianyan finally acquired the coveted spice package that Song Maran had longed for. The reason behind her harvesting 30 coconuts was twofold: to intimidate the restless Jin Fuchang and to accomplish one of the island's 10 astonishing tasks, gathering 30 coconuts within an hour. Su Qianyan completed this feat in under 3 minutes, rendering the stipulated hour for the task utterly trivial. However, witnessing Su Dalao's impressive display solely to exchange for a spice package left viewers somewhat perplexed. Is that it? All those coconuts just for a spice package? Su Dalao seems rather unambitious. Isn't a retractable harpoon or snorkeling gear more appealing? With snorkeling gear, they could hunt near the shore. Using a retractable harpoon to catch fish would be splendid. If all else fails, a flashlight would suffice. Crescent Moon Island is devoid of power. It will be pitch black at night, and having a flashlight would provide some peace of mind. Or a plastic poncho would work. The island's weather is unpredictable. At least, a poncho would shield them from rain, wouldn't it? I feel the previous commenters are overthinking it, with Su Dalao's astounding strength. Do you truly think she needs such external aids? The previous commenter is naive. Even the cleverest cook struggles without rice. Although Jin Fuchang felt cowardly, he couldn't help but voice, in survival on a deserted island, one shouldn't be too picky. Having something to eat is sufficient. Is a spice package really necessary? Ahem. I think a flashlight would be quite nice. Hearing this, Su Qianyan cast him a nonchalant glance and remarked, Jin Qianbei, you're not afraid of the dark, are you? Jin Fuchang's face flushed with anger. How could that be? I am a man. How could I fear the dark? You must not slander me. Good that you're not afraid of the dark. If you truly fear the dark, then alas, I am utterly powerless to assist. Jin Fuchang's complexion grew increasingly ashen. Cursing under his breath, these young people today possess no respect for their elders. Their lack of decorum is simply intolerable. Haha, how utterly ridiculous. Su, the Great One, is genuinely amusing. I half expected her to suggest that if Jin Fuchang feared the dark, she would choose a flashlight instead. Confronting the greasy Jin, Su is undoubtedly a professional. While Su maintains a cool demeanor toward Jin, she is remarkably gentle when addressing Song, the film queen. When it comes to double standards, Su is also an expert. To the commenter above, could you possibly maintain a stoic face in front of a beauty like the snow goddess? Ahem, well, I cannot. When Su Qianyan handed over the seasonings, Song Qingxue appeared utterly taken aback, after all her arduous efforts in chopping down coconuts. It turns out it was all for the sake of exchanging for seasonings for her. Previously, after witnessing Su Qianyan's extraordinary physical capabilities, Song Qingxue had assumed she was vying for the position of team leader. Little did she know, Su was so unconcerned that she relinquished the leadership role and even subdued Jin Fuchang for her.
Now,
She was even willing to sacrifice other vital survival supplies just to procure the seasonings that Song desired. Song Qingxue felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Not only was Su Qianyan breathtakingly beautiful, but she was also remarkably charming and considerate. What a divine teammate indeed. Chapter 13. Is she even human? Hunting for food and replenishing energy is absolutely essential for survival in the wild, so let us embark on a fishing expedition. Jin Fuchong participated in this survival livestream to redeem himself and cultivate a rapport with the audience. Thus, despite feeling somewhat intimidated by Su Qianyan, he bravely spoke up. If given a choice, Jin Fuchong would prefer not to be in Su Qianyan's company, yet he was not oblivious. With his current reputation, his livestream would hardly attract many viewers. Therefore, in order to draw more attention to himself, he had no choice but to tether his fate to the more popular Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue. Su Qianyan lifted her gaze to the vast azure sky, her mental acuity detecting an imminent increase in humidity. With a slight furrow of her brow, she shook her head and remarked, "No. It would be prudent for us to construct a shelter capable of withstanding rain. I estimate we have less than 2 hours before the downpour begins." Jin Fuchong scoffed dismissively. "The sun is shining so brilliantly. How could it possibly rain? I concede that you are adept at chopping coconuts, but when it comes to predicting maritime weather, I am the true expert. My title of king of sea fishing is not one to be taken lightly." Song Qingxue glanced at the clear skies, her heart echoing the skepticism of countless viewers in the livestream regarding Su Qianyan's words. However, she wisely chose not to express her doubts and instead suggested, "Constructing a shelter and procuring food are both of utmost importance. Shall we split up? Jean, you can focus on food procurement while Qianyan and I handle the shelter. After all, there's only one fishing rod. Our presence would be of little use and may even scare away the fish." Song Qingxue was reluctant to work alongside the often arrogant Jin Fuchong, so she decisively opted to build the shelter and stay with the stunningly beautiful Su Qianyan. The visual pleasure alone was undeniably top-notch. Unable to secure the company of 2 popular stars, Jin Fuchong wore a disgruntled expression but ultimately reasoned that constructing the shelter was genuinely laborious work, while fishing was far more comfortable. After much consideration, he begrudgingly acquiesced.
Ansi.
"Do you think what Qianyan said is true? Is it really going to rain?"
Yes. Why?
Intuition. Gu Juan's intuition told him that she was a woman who held no disdain for honesty. Noticing his grandson, who typically exuded an aura of solitude, was now attentively watching a girl, the elder Gu felt a slight smirk tug at the corners of his lips. Previously, Anzi had criticized others for being superficial in their admiration of beauty, yet here he was, fixated on a pretty girl himself. TSK men. On the screen, a woman with an ethereal presence and striking features efficiently felled a multitude of trees, expertly removing excess branches. In no time, she constructed a wooden foundation elevated 20 centimeters above the ground, sheltered from the wind and far from the shoreline. She swiftly fashioned ropes from the bark to secure the wood, even employing mortise and tenon techniques to ensure the stability of the wood's interlocking structure. Gu Juan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She clearly possessed an extraordinary talent for carpentry. "Ahem, Qianyan, is there anything else I can do?" Watching Su Qianyan calmly hoist one heavy log after another, Song Qingxue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Sighing, she lamented, compared to Qianyan, "I truly feel like a mere waste." Su Qianyan instinctively glanced at Song's delicate frame, recalling how she struggled to lift logs, failed to split coconuts, and even choked on smoke while attempting to start a fire. After a brief silence, she gently suggested, "Sister Beauty, perhaps you should take a break? But I'm not tired." Seeing Song's pitiful expression directed at her, Su Qianyan's heart softened. After a moment's contemplation, she pointed to the fallen leaves on the island, saying, "Laying soft leaves on the wooden planks can reduce heat loss and provide warmth, making it more comfortable to sleep." Upon hearing this, the previously despondent Song Qingxue perked up, eagerly gathering various leaves as if reliving the sacred pride of helping her teacher water plants in kindergarten. Witnessing this, the livestream audience erupted in laughter. Song, the film queen, was undeniably adorable. Though time was of the essence, Su Qianyan persisted in constructing a slightly elevated wooden foundation, selecting sturdy trees to build the frame of the wooden house. Layer by layer, she covered the structure with branches adorned with leaves, securing them with bark ropes. Finally, she harvested broad coconut fronds to create a 2-layered roof, ensuring warmth and protection from wind and rain. As Song Qingxue gazed at the wooden shelter, which comfortably accommodated 3 adults, she was left in awe. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such a secure sanctuary could be constructed by Su Qianyan alone in less than 2 hours. Was she some sort of superhuman?
Ah.
I'm going crazy. She actually built a wooden house in under 2 hours. Is she even human? If it weren't for Song almost being knocked down by the wood, I would have thought the logs Su was carrying were made of foam. Goodness. She carried so many logs yet maintained such steady breathing. Her physical prowess is simply terrifying. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream.
Su.
I was wrong. I should not have doubted that video of you chopping coconuts. Before participating in survival livestream, Song Qingxue had prepared extensively. She not only watched the edited versions of previous seasons, but also practiced essential survival skills, such as starting a fire with a magnesium rod. However, upon arriving on the desolate island, she realized that she had underestimated the challenges of survival in the wild. For instance, although she had successfully started a fire at home with a magnesium rod, igniting one on the island proved to be exceedingly difficult. The howling sea winds extinguished the fleeting sparks faster than shooting stars. As Su Qianyan vigorously rubbed the magnesium rod, igniting a fire in under 10 seconds. Song Qingxue couldn't help but voice the burning curiosity shared by many viewers. Qianyan, please confess. You're not actually human, are you? You're an alien, right? Su Qianyan's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Song Qingxue. Could it be? Are you also? At this, Song Qingxue froze momentarily. Did this mean she was indeed confirming it? Was she truly not human? Only when she saw a fleeting smile flash across Su Qianyan's eyes did she realize that she had been deceived.
Qianyan.
Sister Beauty, I wish to confide a secret with you. A week ago, a meteor fell from the heavens, and its resplendent starlight surged into my consciousness, transforming me from an ordinary individual into a superhuman. It is said that such superhumans are not rare, yet they typically reside in extraordinary realms, seldom venturing into the mundane world. This is my secret as a superhuman, and I entrust it solely to you. Please do not share it with others. Gazing at the hovering live-streaming rogue above Su Qianyan's head, Song Qingxue's lips twitched vehemently. How could she claim to tell her alone? Was this some kind of jest? Chapter 14. So, do you understand? Haha. What a ridiculous notion of aliens. It's truly amusing that Song Ingho actually believed it. Indeed, Su Dalao is no ordinary person. Now, the question arises, how can one acquire superpowers? I do not wish to remain a mundane human. I now comprehend the secret that only Song Ingho can know. Could it be that Su Dalao will come after me with an axe? Xiaoqian, what are you doing? I'm gathering stones to encircle the campfire. Firstly, it prevents the fire from spreading, and secondly, if it rains, we can cover the fire with leaves to keep it alight. What kind of stones do you need? I shall assist. Xiaoqian, you are simply remarkable. How do you know such things? I watched some survival videos a few days ago and discovered that wilderness survival is quite simple. Song Qingxue fell silent, feeling somewhat disheartened. She too had watched numerous survival videos, yet viewing them does not equate to mastering the skills, does it? Well, as an ordinary person, perhaps it is best not to humiliate herself by competing with an extraterrestrial. Haha. Song Qingxue's expression of gloom mirrors that of a struggling student being outperformed by a top scholar. Having watched the same survival videos, it is evident that while Su Dalao can grasp them instantly, I struggle to learn anything. Is anyone watching the live stream from the adjacent room? The comeback team has fortuitously discovered an abandoned cave. I just came from there. How shall I put it? I would rather endure the elements than reside in that foul-smelling cave. Me too. Who knows what creatures inhabited that cave before? The piles of excrement were utterly revolting. Those in the upper room are far too sensitive. To find shelter in the wilderness without effort is indeed a stroke of luck, especially since not everyone can team up with someone as gifted as Su Dalao. After helping Su Qianyan build a 30-centimeter high stone wall, Song Qingxue observed her tirelessly chopping coconuts, like an indefatigable little motor. Feeling embarrassed to admit her fatigue, she quickly assisted in pouring the coconut juice into the metal lunchbox. Xiaoqian, what are you doing now? Why are you discarding so much coconut flesh beneath the coconut tree? And why cover it with all those messy leaves and branches? It seems such a waste. Senior Jean has yet to return. I wonder if he has caught any seafood. If he hasn't, these coconuts may be our only food. So we should avoid unnecessary waste. Su Qianyan paused slightly, seeing the worried expression on Song Qingxue's face, and she felt reluctant to divulge that she was correct. The so-called king of sea fishing had been struggling by the shore for nearly 2 hours without a single catch, now lamenting the harsh conditions of the deserted island and the absence of prey. While continuously crafting traps from withered branches and leaves, Su Qianyan raised an eyebrow and said, "Who says there is no prey on land?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingshue's eyes brightened as she inquired, "Xiao Qian, are you implying that there are also creatures on this deserted island? What kind of creatures? Can they be eaten? Have you heard of coconut crabs?" Are you referring to the largest land crabs that love coconuts and can open them? Is that true? Are there really coconut crabs on this deserted island? It is said that the meat of coconut crabs is tender and that they are so large they cannot fit in a single pot.
Oh my.
Coconut crabs are my dream delicacy. I am filled with anticipation and excitement. Yet, there is no need to be overly excited. Coconut crabs are sensitive to bright light, so they will only remain in their burrows during the day and venture out to forage at night. Thus, to feast on coconut crabs, we must at least wait until tomorrow morning. Does that mean we must wait for a considerable time before we can enjoy coconut crabs? Song Qingshue's face instantly fell with disappointment, but as for whether they could catch coconut crabs tomorrow, with the omnipotent Su Dalao present, the answer was undoubtedly assured. "Xiao Qian, how did you know there are coconut crabs here?" "I discovered numerous coconut shells that had been violently opened and consumed nearby. Since there are no humans on this deserted island, those coconuts were not eaten by people but must have been by animals. And the only creatures capable of breaking open coconuts seem to be coconut crabs. From merely the shattered coconut shells, one can deduce that the largest land crabs exist on this deserted island. Your observational skills are simply remarkable." Song Qingxue expressed admiration. She too had noticed the broken coconut shells but had not pondered the reason behind them. Is this the distinction between an ordinary person and a master? "Xiao Qian, are you crafting a spear?" Seeing Su Qianyan finally sit down and begin to sharpen a wooden stick with her small axe, Song Qingxue felt a surge of emotion. The sheer prowess combined with such diligence. Indeed, a master is beyond what they, as ordinary individuals, can compare to.
Yes.
Su Qianyan nodded with an air of indifference. Jean Fuchong was utterly inept. She had come to this island for a vacation, to indulge in seafood feasts, not to subsist on coconuts. Unable to rely on others, she had to take matters into her own hands. Witnessing Su Qianyan swiftly fashion a sharp wooden spear, Song Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, "Xiao Qian, you are undoubtedly impressive, yet why do you appear so, unremarkable on other variety shows?" Song Mingho truly understands me. I too have longed to inquire why. I too am curious. Previously, Su Qianyan seemed to be a mere lackluster presence on variety shows, yet now, she is the embodiment of capability. I feel as though she is a different person. By the way, could it be that Su Han has been possessed? Those above should refrain from indulging in too many fantasy novels. Clearly, they have lost their wits. Does anyone remember Su Dalao's latest Weibo post? Su Dalao stated that after the contract termination, she would no longer be used by that wretched company to elevate Sultai. If I recall correctly, every time Su Qianyan appeared on a variety show, she would encounter Su someone, resulting in a myriad of scandals. Goodness, the implications are chilling. I have a reasonable suspicion. So do I. Could it be that Su Dalao was sacrificed by that wretched Ding Sheng to elevate Su someone? That possibility is quite substantial. Considering everyone knows Ding Sheng's CEO is a sycophant to Su someone, those above should cease their baseless accusations. Su Qianyan's poor reputation is entirely her own doing, and it has nothing to do with my goddess Wanwan. Goddess Wanwan is continually enhancing herself, often engaging in good deeds. She is so diligent and kind. Why do you still attempt to tarnish her image? Kindness?
Ha.
Was she not the one who relentlessly targeted our ice goddess? Only you foolish fans would believe the facade crafted by her agency. A sparrow, ever preoccupied with marrying into wealth, dares to claim she is a goddess. How utterly laughable. Before the protagonist could respond, the live stream had already erupted into chaos. Following Su Qianyan's reply, the barrage of comments surged explosively. And it wasn't long before her response swiftly ascended to the trending topics on Weibo. Su Qianyan reflected on the original owner's past. Although some of her actions had indeed been somewhat extreme, she was undeniably capable, having been raised in a prominent family where socialites were well-versed in various arts. However, every time she appeared on a variety show and encountered Su Wanwan, the latter would invariably provoke her behind the scenes. While the former manager not only turned a blind eye, but exacerbated the situation, leading the original owner to impulsively commit actions that were often laughable. Much of what the original owner did stemmed from mere mistakes, yet through the malicious editing and slander of certain individuals, these blunders morphed into unfounded scandals, gradually tarnishing her reputation. Su Lucha was the beloved confidant of my former company's president, and my previous manager sought to ingratiate himself with the boss. Do you understand now? Got it. Su Daolao's despicable former manager is truly a wretched character. As expected, I knew Su Daolao was too formidable to be just a worthless brat. In fact, I have seen Su Qianyan on a variety show, and although her performance wasn't breathtaking, she certainly wasn't incompetent. But for some reason after each show, numerous scandals would emerge about her. Now it finally makes sense. The entertainment industry is indeed shrouded in darkness. They would forsake a treasure like Su Qianyan. Is Dingsheng Group blind? Upon hearing such candid revelations, Song Qingshue's lips twitched in disbelief. Was it really acceptable to speak so bluntly? Suddenly, Su Qianyan recalled something, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she took it upon herself to clarify the relationship between Su Wanwan and President Li. Although Su Lucha and President Li were both engaged to others, their connection was genuinely one of platonic confidence. Song Qingxue stared in astonishment, bewildered by Su Qianyan's words. Chapter 15. She also had to get Su Lucha trending. Noting Song Qingshue's dazed expression, Su Qianyan smiled enigmatically, understanding that they relished tarnishing her reputation and thrusting her into the limelight. It was only fair to reciprocate, so she resolved to send Su Lucha trending as well, allowing her to experience the fervent concern of netizens, was it not? Since Su Qianyan had consistently presented herself as reliable and trustworthy during the survival livestream, many netizens believed her words, causing the entire chat room to erupt. What does having engagements mean? Oh my, could it be that Su Wanwan and President Li are already married? The person above is overthinking. Su Daolao mentioned engagements, not marriage. So, I surmise Su Daolao means that Su Wanwan and President Li each have a fiancé or fiancée. Even without marriage, being engaged is a relationship closer than mere dating. Since they both have engagements, for President Li to pursue Su Wanwan is outright infidelity. How disgusting. I can't believe I once supported him, it makes me want to vomit. Since Su Wanwan already has a fiancé, why does she still frequently accept gifts from President Li? Clearly, she's just a gold digger. The willingness to be each other's third party is indeed a touching tale of platonic confidence. For heaven's sake, let's not tarnish the term platonic confidence. I fear I won't be able to face that phrase again. The Su pair CP is officially over. As a former fan, I now feel nauseated. Naturally, Su Wanwan's fans, who detest Su Qianyan, contributed no traffic to her livestream, instead remaining loyal to Su Wanwan's channel. After Su Qianyan revealed that Su Wanwan had a fiancé, they were oblivious until a viewer inquired whether Su Wanwan was indeed a third party. Only then did Su Wanwan's fans realize, and their immediate reaction was that their goddess had once again been slandered by the detested little troublemaker, Su Qianyan. In the past, they had tolerated Su Qianyan's veiled jabs and sarcasm. After all, they couldn't bite back at a dog that had bitten them, could they? Yet this time, they simply could not endure it, for certain taboos must never be crossed in a star's career, such as infidelity or being a mistress. Su Qianyan's insinuation clearly implied that their goddess had not only been unfaithful, but had also played the role of a mistress. They were furious beyond measure at Su Qianyan's malicious words. Thus, the enraged fans of Su Wanwan stormed into Su Qianyan's live stream, unleashing a torrent of insults and condemnation against her and those who believed her words. That little troublemaker is shamelessly slandering our goddess, Wanwan again. Riding on her coattails for clout. It's truly enough. If she wants to beg for attention, at least she should have the right attitude, right? Who doesn't know that Su Qianyan is a hater of our goddess Wanwan? How can you possibly believe anything she says? Are you sure your brains aren't muddled? To call such a disgusting woman a big shot, have your eyes been smeared with mud? Truly, one can see the reflection of the master in their dogs. But a selfish and despicable woman like Su Qianyan likely looks down on you pathetic sycophants. Su Qianyan's livestream was utterly inundated by the vitriol of Su Wanwan's fans. The sheer number of derogatory comments was staggering, with many descending into gibberish. Clearly a result of the streaming platform's rules turning foul language into jumbled text. In reality, under the deliberate guidance of the company, Su Wanwan's fans were generally quite rational. But whenever Su Qianyan was involved, they could not help but unleash their inner malice and resort to verbal attacks. Given that Su Qianyan was already vilified online, the vitriol from Su Wanwan's fans went largely unnoticed, as most netizens harbored disdain for her. However, after Su Qianyan showcased her formidable survival skills, many neutral viewers began to regard her with newfound respect, and rather than the customary animosity, some even became her fans. It could be said that the majority of viewers in Su Qianyan's live stream were there out of admiration or curiosity. In light of this, the incessant barrage of insults from Su Wanwan's fans only stirred anger and disdain among the other viewers, who were appalled by the lack of decorum displayed by Su Wanwan's supporters. Although numerous, Su Wanwan's fans could not overshadow the sheer volume of viewers in Su Qianyan's stream, which boasted several million online, at least 3 times the number in Su Wanwan's. Consequently, the viewers in Su Qianyan's live stream rallied to defend themselves. Haha. I initially had my doubts, but seeing Su Wanwan's fans so flustered, I suddenly believe it. After all, fans reflect their idols. Isn't that right? If the fans are this repugnant, surely the main star, Su Wanwan, cannot be any better. Look at me. I once attended the same school as Su Qianyan and Su Wanwan. I can confirm that Su Qianyan's words are true. Su Wanwan indeed has a fiancé. Search for the trending posts on the forum of Minglan International School, and you'll be in for a surprise. The fierce exchange of insults among millions of netizens swiftly drew the attention of even more passers-by, and before long, the sensational drama between a popular actress and a well-known CEO captured the top trending spots on Weibo. Upon learning of this incident, Su Wanwan's agent, Sister Ping, nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Damn it! Why is it again that pests Su Qianyan? Didn't T Wanwan say she had already resolved this matter? Why has it resurfaced? Sister Ping barely managed to placate the company as higher-ups and immediately contacted CEO Li of the Ding Sheng Group before she could utter a word. CEO Li's calm voice assured her that he would handle the situation, prompting her to breathe a sigh of relief. She then hastened to engage online public relations to clear Su Wanwan's name. As more and more people began to spill the beans, numerous netizens finally stumbled upon the keyword Minglan International School Forum. Armed with their investigative skills, some netizens actually managed to locate the forum. These meticulous users rented an internal student ID to log into the school forum, and, after perusing the trending posts, they were utterly shocked. They quickly screenshot the hot topics and shared them to inform others about the complex history between Su Qianyan and Su Wanwan. The thread's title was sensational, shocking. The true and false daughters of the Su family, who is the real deal? The school heartthrob Qi Xiao's favorite turns out to be her. The netizens were left dumbfounded, wondering why the gossip shifted from juicy entertainment news to the tangled web of the Su family's true and false daughters. In Chapter 16, the excellence of the values presented was almost blinding. Watching her own artist once again trending on Weibo, Wu Yan was left in tears. How could her little ancestor have stirred up such trouble again? Surely, there wasn't a deep-seated rivalry between her and Su Wanwan? After witnessing Su Qianyan showcase her impressive survival skills in the wild, Wu Yan felt a genuine sense of relief. Believing her artist was finally on the brink of shedding her tarnished reputation and achieving stardom. She even received several inquiries from advertisers for outdoor survival gear and coconut juice. Elated beyond measure since Su Qianyan had severed ties with Ding Sheng Group. With no middleman to take a cut, it meant that after taxes, all the profits would go directly to her. However, just when the situation seemed to be turning for the better, her little ancestor stirred the pot again. Not only targeting Su Wanwan, who had tens of millions of fans, but also CEO Li, who held a significant position in the entertainment industry. Wu Yan truly wished for Su Qianyan not to be blacklisted from the industry. As it turned out, Su Qianyan was the illegitimate daughter raised in a wealthy family, while Su Wanwan was the true daughter who had been deliberately swapped. Rumors suggested that Su Wanwan had long been the academic powerhouse at Minglan International School, overshadowing the struggling Su Qianyan, while the childhood sweetheart Su Qianyan adored had become Su Wanwan's fiancé, which led to the ongoing animosity. Wu Yan glanced at the screenshot of Su Wanwan's alleged fiancé, Ji Hanfei, and couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Surely, Su Qianyan was not so blind as to fall for such a brash young man. Nonetheless, Su Qianyan truly embodied the aura of someone raised in high society. Her recent boldness, quite intimidating. Su Wanwan's father, Su Rong, the CEO of Su Group and the wealthiest man in City C, had ensured that the family's daily use products were household staples, boasting astonishing sales figures. Thus, Su Wanwan was indeed a bona fide heiress. To prevent the Su family from becoming a laughingstock, Su Rong had invested considerable resources to keep the truth of the swapped daughters under wraps. The original owner of the narrative wished to avoid exploiting a sordid past for attention and was keen to shield her biological parents and brother from media scrutiny. Hence, she had kept her secret closely guarded. Meanwhile, Su Qianyan was intent on avoiding being labeled as a lowly girl from a humble background, wanting to maintain her elevated status while not inciting her affluent parents' ire. Given her natural prominence, she had never disclosed the truth about the swapped daughters either. Had it not been for someone's disdain for Su Qianyan, the truth might never have come to light so swiftly. According to netizen revelations, while Su Qianyan's biological parents were not wealthy, they lived comfortably. And the swap incident was not due to their greed, but rather a consequence of the Su family having offended someone, leading to their daughter's deliberate exchange. It wasn't until 16 years later, due to an unexpected blood transfusion incident, that the truth about the swapped daughters came to light. Although Su Qianyan had developed a spoiled princess demeanor due to her privileged upbringing, upon discovering she was not the biological daughter of the Su family, she felt deep sorrow for her foster parents. However, upon sensing their resentment towards her, she resolutely chose to leave, despite her discomfort with the frugal lifestyle and the mockery from her wealthy peers. Nevertheless, the genuine affection from her biological parents and brother helped her maintain her resolve to remain low-key. Subsequently, Su Qianyan's brother was injured while trying to save her, resulting in their family falling into poverty. To provide for her brother's medical needs and escape a life of financial caution, Su Qianyan decided to enter the entertainment industry. Just like Su Qianyan. However, misfortune struck when she encountered the unscrupulous agent Sister Chiu, compounded by Su Qianyan's deliberate sabotage, leading her to become a stepping stone for Su Qianyan, ultimately earning herself a bad reputation online. As the elderly Gu elder watched the live stream while scrolling through Weibo's trending topics, he couldn't help but reflect, goodness, poor Qianyan. However, he was taken aback to discover that the troublemaker Ji family boy was indeed Qianyan's fiancé. Recalling the boy's infuriatingly arrogant demeanor, Gu Junin's expression turned icy as he corrected himself, former fiancé. The Gu elder feigned ignorance to Gu Junin's displeasure and continued to gossip, former fiancé, childhood sweetheart. I wonder if that Ji boy and Qianyan will rekindle their romance? Absolutely not.
Why?
Instinct. The corner of the Gu elder's mouth twitched imperceptibly with his vague instincts. One would wonder how thick-skinned one must be to maintain such a confident facade. As netizens unearthed the tangled history between Su Qianyan and Su Qianyan, many were left astounded, acknowledging the deep-seated entanglement between the two. Honestly, Su Qianyan is truly remarkable. Even having grown up in a modest household, she managed to enter a prestigious institution like Minglan International through her academic excellence. Isn't that right? Even knowing the swap wasn't her fault, she still chose to forgive Su Qianyan despite the latter's relentless and vicious taunts. The previous poster is mistaken. Su Qianyan's actions are clearly influenced by her third-party lover abusing his power to bully Su Qianyan. I admit Su Qianyan is indeed impressive. Despite being engaged, she still flirts with someone else's fiancé. Such exemplary morals are almost blinding to behold. Although Su Qianyan's agent spent a fortune hiring PR teams to salvage her image, Su Qianyan's adversaries were not to be underestimated. Seizing the rare opportunity to expose Su Qianyan's flaws, they certainly aimed to stir the waters. After all, what did it matter that Su Qianyan was the daughter of the wealthiest man in City C? In today's entertainment industry, even rising stars have connections to the affluent. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, they could easily shift the blame onto the agency, claiming innocence. As Su Qianyan was gathering her strength, eager to make a significant impact, the president of Dingxing Group, Li Han, decisively stepped forward and convened a press conference. At the conference, President Li sternly condemned Su Qianyan's malicious act of spreading rumors, clarifying that Dingxing Group had never utilized Su Qianyan to elevate Su Qianyan's status. Subsequently, Li Han addressed the matter of the engagement, declaring that prior to pursuing Su Qianyan, he had already annulled his engagement with his fiancée. Moreover, Su Qianyan had explicitly informed him of her own engagement, indicating that she had always regarded him as a friend. However, despite knowing it was inappropriate, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Su Qianyan, asserting that all blame lay solely with him, rendering Su Qianyan innocent. In conclusion, Li Han firmly stated that Dingxing Group's legal team had issued a letter of intent to Su Qianyan. Many netizens expressed their trust in President Li, acknowledging that matters of the heart are seldom governed by reason, and Su Qianyan has always been perceived as pure and kind-hearted, leading them to believe she would not engage in deceitful actions. Conversely, a number of netizens scoffed at the situation, noting that Su Qianyan had never shied away from accepting gifts from President Li, and the two often made plans to hike and dine together. Upon hearing the shocking news of both Su Qianyan and President Li having engagements, Song Qingxue was utterly astonished, taken aback not only by their audaciousness, but also by Su Qianyan's forthrightness. It was said that Su Qianyan hailed from a prestigious family, and President Li also had a notable background. Did she not fear retaliation from the Su family and Dingxing group? Regardless of the tumultuous reactions to her revelations, Su Qianyan on Crescent Moon Island remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm. After swiftly crafting 2 sharp harpoons, she began weaving a fish trap with coconut leaves. Although Song Qingxue was somewhat clumsy with her hands, her curiosity compelled her to join in the weaving. As they completed the fish trap, Su Qianyan's eyes sparkled with delight. For waiting patiently for fish was indeed a delightful endeavor. In Chapter 17, it seemed that the bamboo shoots on the island were nearly all claimed by little Qian. Ha! It appears that Song Ingho has woven something that resembles nothing but not a fish trap. In contrast to Su's exquisite craftsmanship, Song Ingho dares to sing praises of her own creation. One must admit, her psychological resilience is quite formidable. By the way, if we toss shredded coconut meat into the fish trap and then weigh it down with stones to hide it among the rocks, will we truly catch seafood? Honestly, I wanted to ask, but since it's Su who is doing it, I hesitated to voice my doubts. Like the netizens, Song Qingxue harbored similar queries and couldn't help but ask, "Little Qian, I've noticed that captain who usually places seafood entrails in the fish trap. Can we use shredded coconut meat instead? But we don't have seafood, so let's make do for now." Su Qianyan casually explained that along the rocky shore, with some effort, she could indeed find a few crabs to use as bait, but since she was on vacation, she preferred not to exert herself too much. Hence her use of coconut meat as a makeshift substitute. Senior Jean hasn't returned in quite a while. Do you think something has happened to him? Should we go look for him? No need, it's about to rain. He will return on his own. Due to the prohibition on phones and watches, Song Qingxue had lost track of time and was just about to curiously inquire why Su Qianyan believed rain was imminent when suddenly, a fierce sea wind swept across the shore. Seeing Song Qingxue struggling against the gusts, Su Qianyan was somewhat surprised. It seemed the storm was rather intense. After a moment's thought, she urged Song Qingxue to hurry back to the wooden cabin to take shelter, while she braved the wind to swiftly gather broad coconut leaves to shield the cabin's entrance from the impending downpour. When the large raindrops began to fall with ferocity, Song Qingxue was left speechless, exclaiming, "Wow, it really is raining." Recalling Su Qianyan's earlier confident prediction, she couldn't help but murmur, "Has it been 2 hours already?"
Su Qianyan,
maintaining her composure, cast a glance her way and replied, 1 hour and 57 minutes.
Wow.
I just checked, and indeed, only 1 hour and 57 minutes have passed since Su's prediction of rain. Could she be a witch? How could she predict so accurately? Even more astonishing is how Su knew that only 1 hour and 57 minutes had elapsed. Wow, if I hadn't been glued to the live stream, I might have thought the production team was giving Su a helping hand. The previous comment is overthinking. Weather at sea is notoriously unpredictable, and even meteorological stations find it challenging to forecast rain on Crescent Moon Island with such accuracy. Really? Aren't we prohibited from wearing watches? How do you know? Noticing Song Qingxue's incredulous expression, Su Qianyan subtly pointed to the small drone that had accompanied them into the wooden cabin, explaining with a hint of exasperation, "The drone has been displaying the time all along." Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue's curiosity piqued, and she stood up on tiptoe to peer at the drone, squinting for quite some time before finally spotting a faint display of time. "Little Qian, do you possess superhuman vision of 60? Haha. The notion of superhuman 60 vision is utterly hilarious. Song Ingho, you're truly amusing." Honestly, even with Su's confirmation, I still can't see the time display. Am I going blind? I can't see it either. So it's not that we're blind, but rather that we mere mortals cannot perceive the ultra-high-definition world that superhumans see. XSWL, is the superhuman joke really that hard to get past? At that moment, noticing Su Qianyan gazing with a slightly bemused expression in a particular direction, Song Qingxue turned her curiosity towards it. When she spotted Jin Fucheng, shielding his bald head with one hand while cradling his bulging belly with the other, panting heavily as he rushed towards the cabin through the storm, she couldn't help but grimace at his disheveled appearance. Suddenly, Her expression changed slightly as she scrutinized his hands and realized he was not carrying the fishing rod provided by the production team. Her expression cooled a few degrees. The fishing rod was a vital piece of survival equipment, and she hoped he had merely set it down somewhere safe rather than losing it entirely. Heavens, this is hilarious. Jin Fuchang was wearing a wig, and it blew off in the wind. Speaking of which, Jin Fuchang's belly looks like it's at least 6 or 7 months along. As an artist, even if he can't rely on his looks, he should still manage his health properly. Hey, didn't Jin Fuchang go fishing? Where's his fish? What about the fishing rod? Yes, where's the fish? I wasn't following Jin Fuchang's livestream, so I'm not sure. Does anyone know? I know the answer. Jin Yuli is a total waste. It took him half an hour just to choose a fishing spot but yielded no results. In a fit of frustration, he accidentally threw the fishing rod under some rocks several meters high. Then, when the fierce wind arose, terrified, he didn't even attempt to retrieve the rod and hurriedly ran back to the island. What on earth? How could such essential survival gear be lost? Jin Fuchang is truly incompetent. So, the theme of Crescent Moon Island revolves around talented and beautiful daughters and their utterly useless old father? Observing that Jin Fuchang showed no sign of pausing, dashing forward, Su Qianyan furrowed her brows, pulling Song Qingxue to sit at the edge, avoiding any potential mishaps. After rushing into the wooden cabin, Jin Fuchang hastily retrieved a towel from his backpack and vigorously wiped his face and head until they felt cool. Only then did he belatedly realize that his wig had been blown away by the sea breeze, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Nonetheless, he feigned strength, pretending that nothing had happened. Xiao Song, why is there a wooden cabin here? I see. It must be a setup by the production team in advance, right? They even prepared a bonfire pit beforehand. The team certainly upholds the tradition of respecting the elders quite well. Song Qingxue's expression turned icy. Clearly, the production team had stated that there was nothing on the deserted island, and everything was to be achieved through their own efforts. Yet, Jin Fuchang boldly lied, claiming that the cabin was constructed by the production team. His audacity was staggering. Jin, you are overthinking it. This wooden cabin was built by me and the beauty sister, with our own hands. We have already constructed the shelter as promised. Jin, what about the seafood feast you promised? I understand now. It must be that Jin has caught too much seafood, so with his old arms and legs, he couldn't carry it all back and came running to us for help, right? I knew it. The legendary fishing master Jin would never disappoint us, eager juniors.
Hey.
Jin, why are you so silent? Beauty sister, quickly let Jin have some of the coconut juice we painstakingly extracted. He must be exhausted from catching too much seafood. Oh my, Jin, why does your face look so dreadful? Seeing Jin Fuchang's complexion dark enough to drip water, Song Qingxue struggled to suppress a smile, fearing she might burst into laughter. Haha. The bamboo shoots on the island must be nearly depleted by Xiao Qian. Facing such an incompetent individual who couldn't even protect a fishing rod, Su Qianyan maintained her composure, as if the sarcastic remarks had not come from her at all. With unreliable team members, it seemed that the dream of enjoying a seafood feast ultimately depended on their own efforts.
Su Qianyan sighed softly. Truly.
It was challenging to wish to be a lazy fish. Chapter 18. ISNT having hand enough? The rain fell incessantly, creating numerous small pits on the beach. And through the curtain of rain, one could hear the furious roar of the waves crashing. Leaning against the wooden cabin, Su Qianyan lifted a coconut shell and took a sip of the warm coconut juice. The magnificent 3's spiritual energy had already been unleashed, and the mesmerizing scene of vividly colorful marine creatures swaying with the sea water unfolded before her eyes, truly a feast for the senses. A slight smile graced Su Qianyan's lips. During work hours, leisurely sipping coconut juice while brazenly slacking off felt like striking gold. As the sea breeze tousled her hair, one could not help but admire Su Qianyan's profile, ethereal and graceful. Song Qingxue, instinctively lost in thought, realized that such breathtaking beauty truly existed.
Oh.
How she wished to possess such divine looks. Coming to terms with the fact that the wooden cabin and bonfire had been managed by the 2 female contestants, Jin Fuchang pondered heavily, contemplating how he might redeem himself and prove to the viewers that he was indeed a capable man, even without a fishing rod. While the champion team savored the pure, natural coconut juice and enjoyed the spectacular rain scenery of the island, the underdog team huddled in a cave, looking grim. Not wanting to subject the delicate female contestants to the task of cleaning animal droppings from the cave, the 2 men, Chun, and Shu Fan held their breaths and continuously used sticks to clear away the hardened waste. Su Qianyan and Tang Yu, unwilling to clean the cave and not wanting to be criticized by the audience for being lazy, struggled with a fruit knife bought for a mere $1 from Taobao, trying to chop through the thick coconut husk outside. However, the husk was both thick and hard, and despite their efforts, they were unable to break through, leaving them exhausted and thirsty. Just as they had barely cleaned half of the cave, the sky suddenly darkened, and a fierce wind began to blow various dried branches and leaves into the cave. Realizing that rain was imminent, Su Qianyan and Tang Yu reluctantly abandoned their unproductive coconuts and picked up sticks to help clean the cave. After finally managing to tidy up the cave, torrential rain poured down, and the wind occasionally whipped the rainwater into the cramped space, forcing them to huddle against the cave wall, anxious about getting their clothes wet. The mingling sense of salty sea air, the cave's mustiness, and the earthy smell unique to rainy weather made the contestants instinctively hold their breath, their faces turning a shade of gray. Gazing at the relentless rain, Tang Yu wiped her slightly dusty face with the back of her hand, attempting to lighten the mood. Although we started with pathetic equipment, not comparable to the champion group, at least we have numbers on our side. And we've been fortunate to find a cave. Even if the champion group has fishing rods and small axes, I estimate they would first choose to fish to address their food needs and wouldn't think about building a shelter at all. Even if they did consider it, they are either delicate ladies with no strength or middle-aged men who rarely exercise, and even if they tried to chop wood, they wouldn't be able to build a shelter anytime soon. In essence, if they lacked our luck and could not find a shelter from the rain, they would likely have no choice but to brave the downpour, as one cannot seek refuge from a thunderstorm beneath a tree. Listening to the occasional rumble of thunder, thinking of Su Qianyan and Song Qingshua's current predicament, Su Qianyan felt a surge of satisfaction. Though her face remained sympathetic as she nodded, I hope they learn from their misfortunes and understand that fate can be unpredictable. Noticing the gloom on everyone's faces, a gust of wind swept through, causing Su Qianyan to shiver slightly, yet she remained optimistic and began to uplift their spirits. Luck is also a form of strength. Our fortunate discovery of a shelter proves that our capabilities are commendable. Hearing the conversation between Tang Yu and Su Qianyan, the viewers watching the live stream felt a mix of emotions. Those who had chosen to stay with the underdog team, abandoning the high-profile and popular Su Qianyan, were likely true fans. If they were unaware of Su Qianyan's situation, they might have happily chimed in with the two. And Su Qianyan fans might have even mocked Su Qianyan. Yet, passers-by dutifully described how leisurely and comfortable the champion team was living, leaving their spirits utterly crushed. The underdog team struggled to crack open the coconuts they finally found, feeling utterly miserable compared to the success of Su Daolao. Perhaps they should feel a bit sorry for themselves. Goddess, Qianyan effortlessly found a shelter, indicating that their luck was still quite good. I believe they will eventually turn the tide. Doesn't the above sound like they're setting a flag? As Song Qingxue was a senior admired by Shu Fan and the ex-girlfriend that Chun wished to reconcile with. Neither of the two male contestants wanted to join in the conversation of sympathy and mockery. Thus, they silently picked up coconuts, attempting to open them with a fruit knife. With the combined efforts of the two men, they finally managed to conquer one coconut, bringing a hint of levity to the previously heavy atmosphere of the underdog team. Due to their inability to communicate with the outside world, the underdog team remained blissfully unaware of the dark horse, Su Qianyan, emerging from the champion team. After replenishing their hydration with coconut juice, the two female guests began to express sympathy for the champion team next door.
Tang Yu sighed deeply, lamenting.
The coconut trees are exceedingly tall. We owe our success to the resourceful goddess Qianyan, who reminded us to secure the fruit knife with a stick, construct a human wall, and use the stick to chop down the coconuts. Otherwise, we would have truly ended up with nothing. If the coconut trees on Crescent Moon Island are similarly lofty, even with a small axe, given their height, it seems unlikely they could reach the coconuts. Without the coconuts for hydration, wouldn't they be reduced to collecting rainwater for drinking? Su Qianyan furrowed her brow, her tone laced with concern. With the current levels of air pollution, the rainwater they collect is likely to be contaminated with dust and bacteria. It would need to be boiled before consumption. Even if they have a fire starter, they would probably have to wait for the rain to cease before they can ignite a flame. Tang Yu struggled to suppress a smirk of schadenfreude and feigned sympathy as she remarked, "Oh dear, with such torrential downpours, the dry leaves and firewood must be soaked. It would be quite difficult for them to light a fire." At that moment, Su Daolao and his team were basking in the warmth of their bonfire, sipping on warm coconut juice and enjoying the hazy rain scenery. Their lives were quite delightful, rendering the underdog team's sardonic comments unnecessary. Is the upstairs blind? Our beautiful and kind-hearted goddess Wanwan and the lovely Tang Yu are clearly expressing concern for the champion team, someone remarked. I simply cannot fathom how the underdog team, who can't even start a fire, finds the audacity to mock the champion team, who are comfortably residing in a wooden cabin, enjoying a vacation. Humph. The champion team may appear leisurely now, but once the rain stops, without fishing rods, let us see how they capture their prey. The underdog team is different. Goddess, Wanwan holds a diving certificate. Another chimed in. Oh, and what of the diving certificate? Without the necessary gear, she's just a novice. The champion team, with Su Qianyan among them, will effortlessly capture their prey. Came another retort. If that little show-off manages to catch anything, I'll livestream myself eating a coconut shell. Someone declared. Be sure to remember my username. Don't play dead when the time comes. Thus, as the rain continued to pour, discussions about which team would capture more prey ignited fervently in the live stream. Little Qianyan, the rain has finally ceased. Let us check the fish trap. What fish trap? Did the production team send us one because we accidentally lost our fishing rod? Song Qingxue internally rolled her eyes, forcing a polite smile as she explained. Little Qianyan taught me how to weave a fish trap, and I placed it in the crevices of the rocks before the rain began. Jin Fuchong scoffed dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. After that storm, the fish trap has surely been swept away by the waves. Senior Jin, our fishing rods are made of high-quality materials. I believe they won't be easily blown away by the waves. You should hurry and retrieve the fishing rod. Otherwise, the viewers might suspect that your title as the king of sea fishing is merely bragging, and that would be unfortunate, wouldn't it? Su Qianyan said, her expression unyielding as she fixed her gaze on Jin Fuchong. Unlike Song Qingxue, she was not inclined to tolerate his remarks and retorted sharply, decisively countering his mockery. Upon hearing what sounded like a well-intentioned yet sarcastic comment from Su Qianyan, Jin Fuchong was infuriated, yet the coldness of her gaze, coupled with the sharp little axe she held, left him regrettably silent. An exasperating situation indeed. Concerned that Jin Fuchong might be driven to hypertension by Su Qianyan's barbs, Song Qingxue quickly suppressed her smile and urged her toward the seaside, turning back to wave encouragingly at Jin Fuchong. Senior Jin, remember to retrieve the fishing rod. We're eagerly anticipating your seafood feast. Once they were at a distance, Song Qingxue whispered, Little Qianyan, do you think he can retrieve the fishing rod? Is it truly not swept away? He can, but it won't be easy.
Why? Instinct.
Little Qianyan, do you think our fish trap will yield any bounty? Even without the fish trap, we can still have a bountiful harvest. Look, what is that?
Ah.
Oh my gosh, so many crabs. But their pincers are so big.
How are we supposed to catch them?
Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Chapter 19. Oh my, is this within the capabilities of humanity?
Huh?
Just having hands is absurd. The most hilarious part is that Su Qianyan's confusion is genuine. Without properly secured crabs, I truly wouldn't dare to catch them. I feel as though I would be pinched by those massive claws. Ouch, just thinking about it is painful. I wouldn't dare either. Even my dad, an adept in the kitchen, wears thick gloves to take on crabs in battle. As the viewers fervently debated the safest methods to catch crabs barehanded,
Su Qianyan approached wielding a
2-meter-long stick, tapping each crab she encountered. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The crabs struck by the stick all fell into a stupor, remaining intact. Oh my gosh, Little Qianyan, how did you do that? Are these crabs dead? Of course not. Fresh crabs are the tastiest. Then what happened to them? Why aren't they moving? I knocked them out. Hurry and collect them. See, I told you, catching crabs is easy. Just have hands. Alright, you're the expert. Whatever you say goes. Oh my, is this within the capabilities of humanity? However, it's clearly not just having hands, it's about having a stick. Regardless of whether it's hands or sticks, I couldn't do it. I suspect Su Qianyan utilized a supercharged shockwave upon impact, stunning the crabs. Only someone with precise control over their strength could achieve this. There's no need to exaggerate Su Qianyan. Those who gather at the shore know that with the right technique, catching crabs barehanded is quite simple. Su Qianyan just catching crabs barehanded, you know? The person upstairs seems like the type who claims they can do anything, but when it comes down to it, they're all talk. Watch as Su Qianyan showcases her incredible skills live. Despite her fear of the crabs awakening suddenly, Song Qingxue, filled with trust in Su Qianyan, muster her courage and quickly tossed one of the allegedly unconscious crabs into Su Qianyan's woven fish trap. Before long, the fish trap, about the size of a small bucket, was filled to the brim. After satisfying her crab-collecting urge, Song Qingshua's attention turned to the mysterious stick in Su Qianyan's hand. Ahem. May I give it a try? Of course. Thud. Watching the crab she struck splinter into pieces, Song Qingxue widened her eyes in disbelief. She had been carefully observing for quite some time. How could the outcome be so disastrous? Unwilling to accept defeat, she began adjusting her strength. Yet the results were either the crab was smashed beyond recognition or startled and scuttled away. Seeing Song Qingxue enjoying herself, Su Qianyan bent down and lightly slapped a crab attempting to escape, rendering it unconscious. She swiftly picked it up and tossed it. The dazed crab arced gracefully through the air, landing squarely in the nearby fish trap. Mom asks me why I'm kneeling to watch my phone. I just want to shout, Su Daolao forever. Though Su Daolao's promises may come late, here it is. This is what you wanted, catching crabs with just hands. It must be said that if Su Daolao were to take up basketball, with such precision in her shooting, she would undoubtedly be the MVP of the entire game. Just as a multitude of netizens gazed in astonishment, Su Qianyan suddenly halted, her gaze fixated on a bubbling hole. With remarkable swiftness and precision, she deftly extracted an octopus from the depths of the sand, its size rivaling that of a basketball. What on earth is that? A monster? Little Qianyan. Release it at once. The enormous octopus quickly ensnared her wrist, yet Su Qianyan remained unperturbed. With a rapid shake, the seemingly terrifying creature was rendered unconscious. Song Qingxue stared, bewildered at the unfolding scene, attempting to comprehend it with her limited knowledge, yet finding it utterly incomprehensible. The netizens echoed her disbelief, exclaiming, "This defies logic. This is truly unscientific." If I hadn't witnessed the octopus swiftly wrapping around Su Daolao's arm, I might have thought it was merely a staged prop planted by the production team. By the way, did you notice? When Su Daolao shook off the octopus, she even created an afterimage. My goodness, how fast is she? Song Qingxue, still in a daze, took the unconscious octopus and forcefully stuffed it into a fish cage, then followed Su Qianyan as they made their way to the rocky outcrop. Upon discovering not only exquisite unicorn fish that melted in the mouth but also 2 palm-sized lobsters in the cage they had set down, she felt immense joy. Yet no surprise. It seemed anything that transpired around Su Daolao was hardly extraordinary. Noticing that Song Qingxue was evidently still lost in thought, Su Qianyan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Sister Beauty, don't you want to know what treasures your fish cage holds?
Huh.
What did you say? Are you implying that there are indeed treasures in my fish cage? Really? I am no longer a useless little snack, but have transformed into a formidable presence like you.
Huh.
Useless little snack? Su Qianyan couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes crinkling with mirth. Oh, dear. Sister Beauty's self-perception is far too humble. The viewers in the livestream were also laughing heartily. Even Song Qingshue's diehard fans were roaring with laughter, filling the screen with ha-ha-ha. It was only after speaking that Song Qingxue realized what she had said, her face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly covered it, taking a deep breath to feign nonchalance. Ahem. Who would have thought that, even without relying on the fishing king, we could secure our own catch? Sister Beauty, the seafood feast is in your capable hands. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. I wonder if Senior Jean has retrieved his fishing rod? Not yet, so you focus on the seafood feast. When he gets hungry, he will surely return. As Song Qingxue busied herself cleaning the delicious seafood, Su Qianyan was equally industrious, wielding a spear at the shoreline, occasionally prodding and effortlessly catching a few seafood morsels, thus reaping a bountiful harvest. Witnessing Su Daolao's undeniable success, her fans flocked to Su Wanwan's livestream to boast, summarizing that Su Daolao had already indulged in a seafood feast. Had the useless group ignited their comeback yet? After enduring the rain, the comeback team attempted to fashion harpoons, only to discover that the Taobao special, a 1 yuan fruit knife, was utterly impractical, breaking with the slightest mishap. It must be said, the comeback team on Yanyang Island was truly unfortunate. Chapter 20. Su Qianyan, this woman is intoxicating. As Song Qingxue, who had illuminated both acting and culinary skills, perceived it, cooking was a profoundly healing endeavor for the soul. After swiftly preparing the massive lobster, the enormous octopus, and a variety of other fresh seafood, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, eager to showcase her culinary prowess and transform these rare ingredients into delectable dishes. Due to the limited cooking tools at her disposal, she had to make do with her surroundings. She first placed the large crab and lobster into an iron lunchbox filled halfway with coconut juice, setting it on the fire to boil, and then meticulously marinated the unicorn fish and other seafood with spices, skewering them with slender sticks before grilling them above the flames. Lastly, she sliced the octopus into segments, grilling them on a flat stone slab, creating an authentic stone grill experience. Su Qianyan, wielding a small axe with impressive speed, fashioned a four-legged dining table, draping it with fresh coconut leaves as a tablecloth, and then approached Song Qingxue. Listening to the sizzling sound of the spicy octopus on the grill, watching the oil drip from the grilled fish, and inhaling the aromatic fragrance of the coconut-infused lobster and crab, Su Qianyan's eyes gleamed with a verdant glow as she unconsciously licked her lips, exclaiming, "Heavens, it smells divine." It seemed she had misjudged. Compared to Sister Song, Wu Yan's culinary skills had ample room for improvement. She resolved that Sister Song would henceforth be her good friend, the kind with whom she could occasionally share meals. Noticing Su Qianyan's beautiful, clear eyes fixed intently on the grilling unicorn fish, as if she feared it might accidentally fall into the flames, Song Qingxue couldn't help but smile, recalling her earlier demeanor as a merciless crab slayer. Who would have thought she was, at heart, a food-loving cutie? "Little Qianyan, it will be ready in about 5 minutes. Hurry and call Senior Jean." "No need. He is on his way back." Song Qingxue glanced around, observing the desolate beach and lush forest, seeing no sign of Jean Fuchong's rotund figure. She cast a helpless look at Su Qianyan, assuming she was avoiding him out of dislike. TSK, why is it so difficult to sneak a bite? I see I've been seen through by little Qian. Very well, I promise, I will not sneak a taste until everyone arrives, so you should hurry and find Senior Jean. No meal until everyone is here. Through their time together, Song Qingxue had come to realize that rumors were often misleading. Su Qianyan was genuinely a wonderful young woman, and she harbored a sincere affection for her, not wishing for little Qianyan to be unjustly criticized for showing disrespect to her senior. Thus, she intentionally framed little Qianyan's reluctance to seek out Jean Fuchong as concern over her sneaking a taste. Perceiving Song Qingxue's goodwill, Su Qianyan's lips curled into a smile. Realizing her designated dining companion was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted, Su Qianyan pointed to the figure approaching unsteadily from afar, chuckling, "Sister Beauty, look, isn't that person arriving?" Upon seeing the distant silhouette, Song Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that really Senior Jean? How did you know he was coming back?" "I have keen hearing."
Puffed.
Little Qianyan possesses the extraordinary ability of acute hearing. You guessed it. Sister Beauty is as astute as ever. As the enticing aroma of the seafood feast wafted through the air, Su Qianyan silently summoned the sharp-toothed, aggressive eel lurking in the crevices of the rocks, successfully startling the timid Jean Fuchong back in a panic. Is she a ghost? The wind and waves are so loud. How could she possibly hear Senior Jin's return? If I recall correctly, Su Daolao mentioned that the fishing rod hadn't been swept away. Jean Fuchong could retrieve it, and indeed, she was right. And Su Daolao also predicted it would rain within 2 hours, and look, it truly did. It seems as though the esteemed Su is being portrayed as a prophetic sorceress. With such expansive imaginations, one ought to adhere to a more scientific perspective. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of luck that she has guessed correctly time and again. My goodness, could it be that Su has installed surveillance on Jean Fuchong? Otherwise, how could she consistently predict his actions with such precision? Surely, Su's eyesight is not impaired. How could she possibly have placed monitoring devices on Jean Yuni? Although she harbors disdain for Jean Fuchong, he is nonetheless a member of her team. And his lack of competence coupled with his penchant for self-promotion renders the likelihood of mishaps quite high. Thus, Su Qianyan must keep a vigilant mental watch over him to prevent any incidents that might mar her holiday. One must admit, her predictions have proven remarkably accurate. Had she not been attentively monitoring him with her mental prowess, he would have likely tumbled into the rocky depths long ago, alongside the high-end fishing rod. Upon observing that Jean Fuchong had finally remembered to bring back the fishing rod, Su Qianyan refrained from chastising him and instead urged him to take a seat promptly, so as not to delay the commencement of their seafood feast. As the iron lunchbox was opened, revealing a bounty of large, orange crabs alongside 2 steaming lobsters, and a table laden with grilled fish, Jean Fuchong could scarcely believe his eyes. "Did you all catch these?" Su Qianyan calmly nodded and swiftly used her twig chopsticks to place a large, golden crab onto Song Kingsno's coconut shell bowl, in such adverse conditions. To produce so many delectable dishes, you have truly worked hard, beautiful sister. While Song Qing thought the first crab should be given to the most senior member, Jin Fuchang, she could not suppress a smile upon seeing the crab in her own bowl, as her efforts and culinary skills received their due recognition, bringing her joy. Though delighted, Song Qing was fully aware of who the true hero was. She gazed sincerely at Su Qianyan, her voice filled with gratitude. The one who has truly worked the hardest is still little Qianyan. From our wooden cabin, the bonfire, to these coconut seafood delicacies, it is all thanks to her immense efforts. Seeing the two women praising each other while completely overlooking his presence, Jin Fuchang's expression soured. However, reflecting on his contributions, he found none and could only cough heartily a few times to signal them to cease their idle chatter and commence the meal. For that was the matter of utmost importance. Although he had accomplished nothing, after all the back and forth, he was indeed famished. And the seafood feast appeared to be a feast for the senses. I hereby declare the inaugural seafood feast of Crescent Island officially commenced. With Song Qing's ceremonious proclamation, Su Qianyan wasted no time in indulging herself. The stone-simmered octopus was imbued with a spicy flavor, crisp and tender, while the crab legs, soaked in sweet coconut juice, were exquisitely delicate. The golden crab roe was rich and delectable, and the grilled unicorn fish, bursting with flavor, melted in her mouth. Su Qianyan was profoundly moved. Heavens! What exquisite earthly delights are these? After savoring the sweet coconut seafood soup, Su Qianyan's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, humans of this era are truly fortunate. Although she devoured her meal with fervor, her unabashed satisfaction resonated deeply, causing viewers online to salivate, yearning to transcend the screen and partake in the rare culinary treasures alongside her. Please tell me that I am watching a survival live stream and not a culinary broadcast. Damn it, this woman Su Qianyan is intoxicating. I was determined to diet, yet I can't help but open my takeout app.
Me too.
Sob, if I gain weight. It will not be my fault. I blame Su for making everything look so incredibly appetizing. Did I just see correctly? Su Qianyan devoured 8 large blue crabs, 1 lobster, 3 grilled fish, and half an octopus in 10 minutes, and she is still eating? Is her stomach a bottomless pit? Heh. She consumed 3/5 of the seafood all by herself, while Jin Fuchang, as a man, couldn't match her appetite. Such a little diva is truly selfish. Is someone upstairs lacking in common sense? 90% of the seafood was caught by Su Qianyan. What is wrong with her eating a few extra bites? I also think some commenters are being ridiculous. Clearly, it was Song Qing and Jin Yuni who could no longer eat to avoid food waste. Su Qianyan reluctantly took on the task of finishing the remaining seafood. Does the commenter above have 100 times the filter for Su Qianyan? She was relishing every bite. Where is the reluctance? As Shufan gazed at the severed fruit knife, her face fell in disbelief as she felt the weight of the universe's malice. Su Wanwan gently consoled her. Shufan, do not blame yourself. Look on the bright side. The broken fruit knife is still usable, meaning we now possess 2 fruit knives. Shufan was not comforted, for even a complete fruit knife was hard-pressed to carve a fish spear, let alone a broken one. Just as the counterattack team was engulfed in a gloomy atmosphere of despair, a live broadcast thief above Su Wanwan's head suddenly appeared with the lewd and snide remarks of Zhou Paopi. Congratulations to the counterattack team for surpassing 10 million daily likes. Master, young master, what would you like for lunch? A seafood feast. Whatever little Qianyan eats, we shall all partake. It feels like enjoying the same seafood as little Qianyan would enhance its flavor. Anzi, you traditionally dislike seafood. Let the butler arrange some other dishes for you. That would be wasteful. We shall eat together. Under the meaningful gaze of Elder Gu Junin maintained a calm demeanor. Wastefulness is shameful. Frugality is honorable.
Ah.
I am grateful to all the lovely souls who have liked our posts. Finally, the counterattack group has turned the tide. Wah. My brother has had such a tough time. He merely wanted to create a fish spear, yet the quality of the fruit knife provided by the production team is worse than even a 1 yuan fruit knife from Taobao. Having barely eaten a morsel of coconut meat all day, my goddess, Wanwan is being starved thin. My esteemed Prince Chun has been toiling away at heavy labor. It is both heartbreaking and distressing to witness. Am I the only one curious about what the counterattack group will choose? Do we even need to ask? Of course. It will be a lighter. Naturally, they will opt for a retractable fish spear. While fire is essential, sustenance is paramount, is it not? The counterattack group could exchange any expensive supplies from the deserted island marketplace, and they had 1 minute to make their selection. or else the marketplace would enact a random exchange. Upon hearing the 1-minute warning, the faces of the 4 members of the counterattack group turned pale. But with time pressing upon them, they could not afford to critique the production team's lack of humanity. Instead, they quickly recalled the supplies available in the marketplace: lighters, flashlights, fish spears, snorkeling gear, plastic raincoats, seasonings, and ropes. Su Qianyan swiftly recited the items from memory. Although they desired each item, the 4 members of Su Qianyan prudently suppressed their greed and ultimately selected the cheapest 1 yuan premium lighter. After all, they possessed fruit knives, and crafting a fish spear was only a matter of time. Thus, a lighter that could provide cooking fire and warmth became their optimal choice. As they observed the live broadcast thief dangling the cheap, plastic-feeling green lighter they had exchanged, the counterattack group could not help but twitch their lips. Their fans had exerted tremendous effort to garner them 10 million likes, only to exchange for such a trivial item. It was rather disheartening. After a customary round of complaints about the production team's stinginess, the counterattack group decided to split into 2 teams for activities. The illustrious heir, Prince of Love Songs Su Qianyan, and the emerging idol drama starlet Tang Yu found themselves in a cave, gathering firewood and tidying up their surroundings. Meanwhile, the talented Su Qianyan and the champion trainee Xu Fan busied themselves crafting harpoons, preparing to venture to the seashore in search of seafood sustenance. With a lighter in hand, they scoured the area for dry wood, and at long last, Su Qianyan and Tang Yu managed to ignite a fire. Su Qianyan, possessing an impressive memory, drew inspiration from a previous contestant's approach, carbonizing the harpoons meticulously sharpened by Xu Fan over the fire, enhancing their sharpness through careful polishing. It must be noted that Su Qianyan's method garnered significant admiration from netizens, as such techniques are typically known only to those with extensive survival experience. Su Qianyan frequently offered gentle and considerate comfort to her teammates, occasionally displaying moments of sagacity. With the assistance of online supporters, her reputation, which had previously waned due to rumors involving Li Han, began to rise once more. After a torrential downpour had ceased for some time, the tide receded along the shore, allowing various seafood to emerge. Xu Fan, hesitant to catch crabs with his bare hands, resorted to using the harpoon to strike several crabs down. Su Qianyan harbored an understandable fear of crabs, squealing whenever one scuttled toward her. After managing to catch a crab each, Xu Fan could no longer endure Su Qianyan's intermittent shrieks and shifted his focus to catching fish instead. Armed with the harpoon, Xu Fan, whose physical prowess was remarkable, successfully captured several fish, while Su Qianyan collected numerous small sea snails from the rocky shore. Although lacking a metal lunchbox, they cleaned the seafood they had caught and placed it on a stone slab provided by the production team, ultimately succeeding in cooking it. Tang Yu gathered an abundance of coconut leaves, laying them within the cave. After considerable effort, the humble cave finally appeared somewhat more inviting. Consequently, after satiating their hunger, the underdog team, seated upon the coconut leaves, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the champion team on Crescent Moon Island. It was undeniable that as they listened to Tang Yu and Su Qianyan's seemingly meaningful expressions of sympathy, the online fans experienced a complex and awkward mix of emotions, particularly when comparing the champions, who were leisurely napping in a comfortable wooden cabin, to the underdog team, who truly faced a more arduous and disheveled existence. Observing Zhou Zhang's serious demeanor as he gazed at the live stream of Su Qianyan and Su Qianyan, Cui Lai felt perplexed. Director Zhou, haven't we secretly adjusted the likes data? Isn't the underdog team back on track? Why do you still appear so troubled? The underdog team's return to form was inconsequential. They still lived the challenging life of castaways, while the champion team enjoyed a luxurious vacation. With Su Qianyan as an extraordinary asset, netizens could easily predict the PK match's victor, rendering the competition meaningless. No, we must change the rules tomorrow and diminish the champion team's advantage. But we already announced the survival rules on the deserted island. If we alter them now, won't netizens suspect us of foul play? Humph, and if they do? What of it? Do they have any evidence? If not, they should keep quiet and refrain from bothering me. Why is Jean Yuni up at this hour? Wielding a small axe? I don't know, nor do I wish to. I merely want to embrace the stunning Su Daolao and drift into a peaceful nap. Get lost, you. Su Daolao is currently in my arms. Anyone who dares to covet my wife is asking for trouble. Have you forgotten the warning about the small axe? Could Jin Fuchang be attempting to emulate Su Daolao? Goodness, does he possess no self-awareness? Ah, cursed be. The small axe is stuck in the coconut tree. This is the champion team's most vital survival tool. First, he almost lost the fishing rod. And now the small axe is lodged high in a coconut tree. Why doesn't Jin Fuchang simply change his name to Jin Waste? Staring incredulously at the small axe firmly wedged in the coconut tree, Jin Fuchang could hardly believe it. Su Qianyan had effortlessly chopped down coconuts. So, why was the axe stuck when it came to him? This was utterly illogical. Jin Fuchang felt disheartened. He merely wished to showcase his abilities. Yet everything seemed so difficult. Upon waking from a nap, learning that the small axe was stuck high in a coconut tree made Song Qianxue feel as though she could strangle Jin Fuchang. He was utterly useless, dragging everyone down. Yet he still held the top position. Su Qianyan, what do we do? Our small axe is gone. Can't we just retrieve it? But the small axe is stuck in a coconut tree over 10 meters high. How do we get it down? Seeing Song Qianxue's face filled with anxiety, Su Qianyan glanced at the position of the small axe, a hint of bewilderment crossing her features. The coconut tree was so low. Couldn't she simply climb up to retrieve the axe? Su Qianyan, having scaled sheer cliffs thousands of meters high in her past life, found it hard to comprehend why Song Marin thought the small axe was out of reach, considering it was merely a coconut tree. Su Qianyan was never one to indulge in unnecessary chatter. As soon as she spoke, she wrapped her arms around the coconut tree and began to climb up the trunk. Song Qianxue intended to explain that climbing a coconut tree over 10 meters high without any safety measures was nearly impossible and extremely dangerous. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, she stood frozen in shock as she watched Su Qianyan swiftly ascend 5 or 6 meters, moving faster than a monkey. Song Qianxue opened her mouth, wishing to convey the inherent dangers of such actions, but no words emerged. She was utterly astonished. Jin Fuchang was equally dumbfounded. As if witnessing an extraterrestrial being, this wasn't a wirework action film. The online viewers in the live stream were so stunned that they forgot to comment, their eyes glued to Su Qianyan's audacious antics, hearts racing at the thought that a careless fall could be fatal. The staff at the live broadcast control center were equally astounded. Was such climbing speed achievable by a human? Didn't she fear for her life? As this shocking scene unfolded, Zhou Jiang was not contemplating the potential surge in viewership. He struggled to find his voice, eventually bellowing, "Quickly, notify the security team to head to the island. If she falls from that coconut tree, our entire production team will be in jeopardy.
Hurry.
Assistants in the live stream immediately issue a statement clarifying that this was not orchestrated by the production team, but rather a dangerous decision made by the guest, urging viewers not to attempt to imitate her actions. As the shock settled, Su Qianyan had already reached the height of the small axe. With one hand free, she extracted the axe and looked upward, spotting clusters of coconuts just above her. Her eyes lit up. Coconut-infused seafood was indeed delectable, and she yearned for more. Holy moly! Su Daolao actually retrieved the small axe. Is she even human? Just looking at that height makes my heart race. Has she consumed the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? She gazed at the coconuts above her and suddenly chuckled. Oh dear. I have a foreboding feeling. So, do I. My goodness, could she be audacious enough to attempt to chop down a coconut? No way. Those coconuts must be at least 20 meters off the ground. Isn't she afraid of death? If she falls, it would surely be fatal. I don't know why, but no matter what happens with Su Daolao, I never find it surprising. She is so extraordinarily strong that she hardly seems human. Suspected of being an extraterrestrial, Su Qianyan brandished a small axe and, with nimble movements, ascended to the treetop, joyfully wrapping her legs around the trunk while wielding the axe in one hand, deftly cutting down cluster after cluster of coconuts. Realizing she had procured enough, Su Qianyan tossed the axe down and nimbly descended the 20-meter-high coconut tree. Sister Beauty, Senior Jean, let us together carry these coconuts back. Tonight we shall indulge in a sumptuous seafood feast with coconut water. Upon hearing her mention food, Song Qianxue's eyes sparkled, and she clenched her fist, thumping her chest vigorously, finally feeling her heart settle back into her chest. She opened her mouth, intending to admonish Su Qianyan for her dangerously reckless behavior. But recalling her fluid ascent, she found it difficult to voice her concerns. For someone not of this world, climbing a 20-meter coconut tree must be as simple and routine as drinking water or eating. When Su Qianyan's indifferent gaze swept over him, Jin Fuchang instinctively averted his eyes, shrinking back in trepidation, and then begrudgingly assisted in carrying the coconuts back. Phew, I was just scared out of my wits by Xiao Qian. My blood pressure shot up. Old Master Gu exhaled slowly, yet felt his heart still racing. Remembering he had been so tense he could hardly breathe, Gu Junin neglected the live broadcast. Hastily summoned the butler to bring a blood pressure monitor. "Grandfather, come and check your blood pressure." Old Master Gu waved his hand in disdain. "No need. I was merely exaggerating. Can't you understand?" However, Gu Junin, with his frosty demeanor and the remote control in hand, adopted a threatening stance that suggested he would turn off the television if blood pressure wasn't checked. Though displeased, old Master Gu complied and measured his blood pressure. Once assured that the old gentleman's hypertension had not flared, Gu Junin resumed watching the live broadcast with him, though his sharp gaze reflected a cold light, as the safety measures of the production team seemed utterly inadequate. After transporting all the verdant coconuts back to the wooden cabin, the trio's live broadcast was abruptly interrupted by Show Pipey's grave warning. Warning: during survival live broadcasts, guests are prohibited from climbing trees, rocks, or buildings exceeding 2 meters in height. Any violators will bear full responsibility for any accidents and will be immediately eliminated. To ensure that someone took the warning to heart, the serious admonition looped 3 times, clearly indicating that the production team was genuinely alarmed by Su Qianyan's audacity. Ahem, Su Qianyan, did you hear the production team's warning? What are your thoughts? We have enough coconut water. I want to climb any more trees. It's simply too exhausting. Observing Su Qianyan, who had just climbed a tree and was now carrying a dozen coconuts back to the cabin without even breaking a sweat, Song Qingxue couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. To claim exhaustion without even perspiring, she must have lost her mind. Who would believe her otherwise? Glancing up at the blazing sun hanging in the azure sky, Song Qingxue wiped her brow, feeling somewhat reluctant to move, yet she suggested, "The temperature difference between day and night on the island is significant. We must prepare enough firewood in advance. The fire at night can not only ward off insects but also serve as illumination and provide warmth. While seafood is delightful, consuming it exclusively might overwhelm our digestive systems. So, it would be prudent to search the island for other food sources." Aware that both Sister Mei and Jean Fuchong lacked her physical resilience, Su Qianyan nodded. "Sister Beauty and I will be responsible for foraging for food on the island, while Senior Jean can gather firewood." "No way. The island's dense jungle could harbor dangerous animals. I cannot allow 2 delicate women to venture forth alone." Jean Fuchong immediately opposed. For who would want to see a middle-aged man collecting firewood? Thus, for the sake of the live broadcast viewership, he felt compelled to accompany the 2 of them. With someone eager to play the role of cannon fodder, Su Qianyan made no objections and directly handed the small axe to Jean Fuchong, stating, "Indeed, Sister Beauty and I are quite defenseless. Should we encounter danger, it would be troublesome. Senior Jean, please clear the path for us." The viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter, some even bursting into fits of giggles. What a ridiculous notion of being defenseless. If Su Dalao were truly defenseless, then all these ordinary individuals would be utterly useless. Casting a glance at Jean Fuchong, who was huffing and puffing as he struggled to chop through obstructive branches, and then at Su Qianyan, who seemed to be leisurely enjoying her time, Song Qingxue's expression grew complex. It felt as if Jean Fuchong were a hard-working laborer, while she and Su Qianyan resembled heartless capitalists. The sea breeze wafted gently, and Su Qianyan sauntered along, lazily chewing on a blade of grass, relishing the idyllic island life alongside Sister Beauty. Fortunately, she had brought Jean Fuchong, otherwise, she would feel guilty asking Sister Beauty to dig for cassava or pick limes from the trees. Jean Fuchong, drenched in sweat, was still somewhat at a loss. Although he was now striving to showcase his masculinity to countless viewers, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 23. Su Dalao is truly extraordinary. The same warning declaration echoed throughout Yanyang Island. Su Wanwan and the others wore perplexed expressions, as they were currently resting inside a cave, not climbing trees at all. Could it be that a guest from Wanyu Island had recklessly attempted to climb a tree and accidentally gotten injured, prompting the production team to issue such a warning? Tang Yu immediately thought of the notorious troublemaker. Could it be that Su Qianyan has done something again? Su Wanwan and the others also thought of Su Qianyan, as her reckless nature was well known. Although they knew that Sister Qingxue was rational and capable, and unlikely to be the one injured, what if something were to happen? With that thought, Xu Fan couldn't help but inquire worriedly, "Director Zhou, no one got hurt on Wanyu Island, right?" "Humph, they're living the good life. You should focus on yourselves." Zhou Jiang's curt response concluded the matter, and he fell silent. In truth, according to the rules, The production team was not allowed to communicate with the guests, but the champion team's advantage was so overwhelming that he could only offer a hint through his response, hoping the underdog team would rise to the challenge and not fall too far behind. Tang Yu looked skeptical. Living the good life? Is that for real? Are they really that capable?
Su Qianyan furovet herbrov, e quali un vinjet.
For director Zhou had previously revealed that Wenyu Island's environment was far harsher than Yangyang Island. There were no caves, the coconut trees were tall, and finding food and shelter was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, with Su Qianyan and Jin Fuchang dragging them down, it seemed improbable that the champion team could live comfortably. Yet, Zhou Jiang's words didn't sound like mere fabrications. Could it be that she had underestimated Song Qingshua's capabilities? Xu Fan's handsome face lit up with joy. Sister Qingxue has previously lived in remote rural areas while shooting a movie. So, she must be the one providing for the champion team. Oh Chun had also wanted to compliment Song Qingxue, setting the stage for a potential reconciliation. But before he could organize his thoughts, that detestable pretty boy beat him to it. Damn it, that pretty boy must be harboring ulterior motives towards his dear Qingxue. With a sullen expression, Ochun cast a glance at Xu Fan and, with unwavering determination, extolled, Shue's culinary skills are extraordinary. She has even obtained a certificate. Moreover, she is remarkably astute. When we play games together, I often find myself on the losing end. Thus, with her presence, I have never harbored any concerns regarding the champion team's performance. As soon as Oh Chen's words echoed through the live stream, the entire chat room erupted in excitement. Didn't Song Ying-ho and the Prince of Love songs break up ages ago? When did they ever play games together? Wasn't Song Ying-ho's culinary certification a recent event? Could it be that they dined together recently? Oh my, are Song Ying-ho and Oh Chen, this golden couple, getting back together? This is truly a cause for celebration. I too wish for their reunion. Their breakup left me with unresolved feelings. The commenters above are overthinking. Our Chun hails from a prestigious family, while Song Qingxue is merely a country girl aspiring to marry into wealth. Isn't that just a daydream? Haha, some fans are shameless. The ice goddess has no intention of returning to the past, alright? Isn't it sweeter to be with a cute puppy?
Xu Fan's en somme visage instantly darkened.
As a fellow disciple, he was acutely aware of the dynamics between Song Qingxue and Oh Chen. He understood that Oh Chen was clearly attempting to spread rumors of their reconciliation while Qingxue was absent. It had been many years since Oh Chen and Qingxue had parted ways, and they had no interactions whatsoever. It would be prudent to refrain from overly intimate references, lest it mislead your fans and family. Xu Fan's expression turned icy. A man who could not even protect his own woman dared to entertain the notion of returning to her? Such delusions were truly laughable. The banter between Oh Chen and Xu Fan ignited fervent interest among countless onlookers, with some even encouraging a brawl in the comments. Considering that the champion team was enjoying a comfortable existence under Song Qingxue's leadership, it infuriated Su Qianyan to see her own team's two male members creating discord over Qingxue. Damn it! She had joined this survival reality show to advance her own career, not to witness Song Qingxue's resurgence to fame. Glancing at the live stream, Su Qianyan resolved that she must shine even brighter and overshadow Song Qingxue.
Who knows when the sun will set?
Let us hasten to prepare tonight's meal. Xu Fan and I will search for food by the sea. Could you all scout around the island? Oh Chun, unwilling to remain with the pretentious Su Qianyan, who thrived on others' fame, and even less inclined to be around the loathed pretty boy, consented with a cold demeanor to team up with Tang Yu. As Su Qianyan and Xu Fan ventured into the shallow waters with their spears, the land exploration on Moon Bay yielded promising discoveries. My goodness, are those cassava leaves? In a previous survival livestream, Captain who mentioned that cassava leaves look like this. Indeed, it is cassava. Our lovely sister has discovered new food. Her observational skills are truly commendable. We consume the roots of cassava, much like sweet potatoes. Let us dig and see. Alright, since Senior Jean has already done enough leading, let us take on the labor of digging for food, something that will surely earn us the viewer's admiration. Hearing that digging for food would garner viewer appreciation, Jin Fuchang, who was resting nearby, wholeheartedly agreed, stating with righteous fervor, digging for food is laborious work. How can we allow delicate young ladies to undertake it? I shall handle it. I am not tired. Su Qianyan feigned ignorance of his ulterior motives, her expression tinged with hesitance. But Senior Jean, one tea that tire you out too much? Perhaps we should do it. Fearing that the inhuman Su Qianyan might seize his chance to shine, Jin Fuchang hurriedly approached the cassava, digging with a sharp stone while persuading. I am not tired. I can manage. You two have been walking for so long. You must be exhausted. Do take a break. Then we shall leave it to you. Senior Jean. Our lovely sister. Senior Jean is diligent and kind. He is truly a wonderful person. Observing Su Qianyan's words of gratitude lacking sincerity and witnessing Jean Fuchang, seemingly invigorated by her superficial praise, digging with renewed vigor, Song Qingxue coughed lightly, joining in the praise before decisively excusing herself. Jean Fuchang's enthusiasm is simply too amusing. Su Daolao is indeed remarkable. Then we must rely on Senior Jean. His role as a tool has been solidified. Being summoned repeatedly, Jean Fuchang appears quite pleased with his role as a tool. He is indeed quite useful. By the way, Jean Fuchang is a senior in the industry. Isn't Su Qianyan being a bit disrespectful in how she commands him? Are the commoners upstairs blind? Who picked the coconuts? Who built the wooden hut? Who caught the seafood? Who prepared lunch? Prior to this, the Jean Fuchang you speak of contributed nothing, alright? Isn't that right? With Su Daolao's abilities, digging cassava is as easy as play. She only pretended to be idle to give Jean Fuchang a chance to shine. Oh, is that a lemon? Let us pick it and find out.
Su Qianyan, stop.
Did you forget that Director Zhou forbade climbing trees? Su Qianyan paused, feeling as though she had been targeted. Glancing at the 2-meter-tall lime tree, she crouched down and then sprang up like a spring, snatching a branch laden with limes. Song Qingxue was once again astonished. That cluster of branches was at least as high as her ceiling. How did she manage to pull it down? Little Qianyan, go participate in the Olympics and bring glory to the nation.
Huh.
Chapter 24. How infuriating. I've been tricked. Mom asked me why I'm gaping like a fool. I too am stunned. I thought that without climbing trees, Su Daolao would take the normal route and use a stick to knock the lemons down. Who knew I underestimated her prowess? Me too. Su Daolao's astonishing leap left me dumbfounded. Is that a height attainable by humans? Song Ingho truly understands me. I wish Su Daolao could participate in the Olympics. With her incredible athletic ability, winning a medal would surely be effortless. It's just a high jump. Is it necessary to boast so much? The Olympics? That's just laughable. Does anyone upstairs lack common sense? At such a height, even professional athletes might not be able to reach it, alright? Noticing the sparkle in Song Qingxue's eyes, which did not seem feigned, Su Qianyan swiftly peeled a few lime wedges and stuffed them into her mouth to prevent her from uttering anything more outrageous. She was far too lackadaisical, existing in a realm entirely separate from athletes. Trusting Su Qianyan, Song Qingxue instinctively opened her mouth, only to be struck by the sourness of the lime, twisting her features in response. So sour. However, this isn't a lemon. It's a lime. Although it's not a lemon, it can still be used as a seasoning to eliminate the fishy taste of seafood and provide vitamin C. Really? Should we pick more? No need. A dozen will suffice. After Jean Fuchang dug up enough cassava for several meals, Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue replanted the cassava sprouts before the three of them returned to the shelter, carrying the cassava stems and limes. Upon witnessing Jean Fuchang utterly exhausted within the wooden cabin, Su Qianyan, for once, felt a flicker of conscience and refrained from further imposing tasks upon him. Instead, she instructed him to tend to the fire, ensuring it did not extinguish, while she and Song Qingxue ventured towards the seaside in hopes of discovering some seafood. The two first inspected the fish trap, but fortune did not smile upon them this time, as it yielded no bounty. Let us search by the rocks. Perhaps we might uncover some oysters, conchs, and clams. Being an uninhabited isle, the shoreline indeed rewarded them with a plethora of oysters and conchs, along with several clams, with a fish trap brimming with their finds. Song Qingxue felt a wave of satisfaction. However, turning to Su Qianyan, she noted the latter's brow furrowed, as though she were contemplating a matter of grave significance. Xiao Qianyan, what troubles you? These seafood, once shucked, would scarcely suffice to fill my gaps. Recalling Su Qianyan's astonishing appetite at midday, which resembled an insatiable abyss, Song Qingxue couldn't help but twitch her lips, reminding her, but we still have the staple cassava. Yet subsisting solely on vegetarian fare would leave me quite famished. Su Qianyan had been diligently employing her mental prowess to refine her physique, a process that demanded immense energy, thus necessitating her considerable intake of sustenance in recent days. Noticing Su Qianyan's gaze drifting towards the azure, enigmatic waters, Song Qingxue firmly shook her head in opposition. Xiao Qianyan, we lack diving certificates and snorkeling equipment. Entering the waters recklessly is exceedingly perilous. Diving equipment?
Su Qianyan questioned, bewildered.
But I typically venture into the sea without such gear. Song Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, but maintained her resolute and serious refusal. She regretted not having dissuaded Su Qianyan from climbing the coconut tree earlier. Despite recognizing her abilities, she couldn't shake the anxiety of potential mishaps. Should anything happen due to her indulgence, she would forever bear the weight of regret. Seeing Song Qingshue's rare serious demeanor, Su Qianyan sighed and opted for a less ambitious pursuit: fishing. A similar scenario unfolded on Yanyang Island, where Su Wanwan and Shu Fan scavenged the shallow waters for a few conchs and seaweed, yet failed to spot any fish. Desiring to prove herself, Su Wanwan expressed her wish to dive into the sea, but Shu Fan, citing the absence of snorkeling essentials, declined her proposal. Disheartened, Su Wanwan acquiesced and suggested they split up to enhance efficiency. Trusting Su Wanwan's reliability, Shu Fan agreed and turned to head in the opposite direction. Unexpectedly, once Shu Fan's figure vanished, Su Wanwan boldly submerged herself into the sea, pinching her nose. While the viewers of the live stream were concerned, they placed blind trust in Su Wanwan, believing she held a diving certificate. What they did not realize was that her certification was obtained from a simulated training aquarium, rendering it dubious, and the conditions of the waters surrounding the uninhabited island were far from the simplistic environment of the aquarium. Consequently, barely 2 meters beneath the surface, Su Wanwan was violently tossed by the currents, causing her to lose her footing and painfully waterlogged her eyes, leading to a struggle for breath. Fortunately, the production team, wary of a repeat of Su Qianyan's reckless behavior, had stationed a security team at the island's periphery. The adept lifeguards promptly recognized the situation and rushed to rescue the drowning Su Wanwan. Even so, the incident left both the production team and the online viewers shaken. Su Wanwan's reckless behavior is truly disconcerting. She promised not to take risks, yet swiftly disregarded that and plunged into the sea. If something were to happen to her, wouldn't her dear Fanzi bear a lifetime of guilt? I have always been a casual fan of Su Wanwan, and even when rumors surfaced about her having a fiancé while being flirtatious with Mr. Li, I never doubted her. However, after today's incident, I cannot tolerate it any longer. I hereby declare my withdrawal from fandom. If it weren't for the other members of the counterattack group being so inept, she wouldn't have dared to venture into the sea alone. Wanwan acted out of goodwill, intending for everyone to be well fed. Her only flaw lies in her excessive kindness. Spare me the talk of kindness. Without the means, one ought not to undertake risky endeavors. One must act within their capabilities. Though Su Wanwan was ultimately rescued, the actions she took incited aversion among many casual observers. From their perspective, being untrustworthy was secondary. Her inability to gauge her limits and the trouble she caused others was truly disconcerting. Upon receiving notification from the production team, Shu Fan rushed back, panting and visibly shaken. His expression darkened upon seeing Su Wanwan's tear-filled eyes, her fragile demeanor resembling that of a character from a tragic tale. He found it difficult to reprimand her for her betrayal of trust, yet within, he felt a burgeoning distrust. Due to the drowning incident, Shu Fan lost all desire to fish. Once the crew's medic confirmed Su Wanwan was unharmed, he solemnly assisted her back to the cave to rest. Subsequently, without the diving security team or snorkeling essentials, a warning echoed across both islands. Entering the sea was strictly prohibited, or face elimination. Near the wooden cabin, Song Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. With the production team's south warning in place, she finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, Su Qianyan, patiently fishing, wore an expression of discontent. Was she once again being singled out by the production team? Must one require snorkeling gear for a mere dive? To whom was this condescension directed? Though she deemed it unnecessary, to avoid elimination, Su Qianyan recalled the existence of snorkeling gear within the island's marketplace. Given her current tarnished reputation, she prudently dismissed the requirement of an average daily like count of 10 million for redemption and contemplated the 10 astonishing tasks presented by the production team. Regrettably, each task could only be completed once. Otherwise, she could have easily repeated the task of collecting 30 coconuts within an hour. Task 2. Capture 3 types of seafood weighing over 10 pounds each within a day. Task 3. Construct a boat within a day, row 1 kilometer away from the island, and successfully return as proof of completion. Task 6. Erect a beautifully crafted sandcastle covering an area of 10 square meters within a day. Task 9. Run a lap around the island's perimeter within a day. After some contemplation, Su Qianyan identified 4 tasks that appeared manageable. dismissing others as too ludicrous to entertain, such as a task requiring one to don a self-made grass skirt and perform a dance while singing Little Apple. After further consideration, Su Qianyan reluctantly excluded Task 2, for without snorkeling gear, Song Qingxue would undoubtedly prevent her from entering the sea. Running a lap around the island seemed simple but was time-consuming, and constructing a sandcastle was similarly time-intensive. Thus, Su Qianyan ultimately resolved to build a boat and venture into the sea. Glancing at the setting sun, which began to tilt towards the west, she yawned languidly, deciding it was too late for today and that she would postpone her endeavors until tomorrow. However, subsisting solely on cassava felt excessively bland, so she resolved to make an effort to catch a few fish. Su Qianyan, you're back. Did you catch anything? Oh, don't even mention it. I've had the most wretched luck. I sat for so long, yet I didn't catch a single fish. Fortunately, I chanced upon a few abalones and 2 lobsters by the shore. Otherwise, I would surely go to bed hungry tonight. Song Qingxue looked utterly bewildered. What did you say you casually picked up? Were abalone the size of a man's palm and lobsters as thick as an arm truly so easily found? Jin Fuchang felt a pang of annoyance. How infuriating it was to have been outsmarted by her. Chapter 25. It is undeniably true that Su Dalao is a glutton. As Song Qingxue deftly handled the abalone and lobster, her expression radiated satisfaction. For a chef, nothing is more delightful than the use of exquisite, wild ingredients. With an abundance of seasonings at her disposal and a discerning diner, Su Qianyan, who embraced every flavor, Song Qingxue prepared the ingredients entirely to her own vision. The cassava, thoroughly cleansed, was chopped and placed directly into coconut water for boiling, while the abalone and lobsters were bound with lemongrass and wrapped in coconut leaves for steaming. Thanks to the pristine waters in which these ingredients thrived, Song Qingxue not only crafted delectable cooked dishes, but also ventured to create sweet and tender abalone sashimi and crisp, refreshing lobster sashimi, accompanied by lime and mustard, delivering an exquisite palate experience. Furthermore, she prepared a tangy and spicy seaweed salad, paired with the cool sweetness of coconut water, culminating in a sumptuous island feast. One might argue that even the heavenly banquet of the Queen Mother of the West pales in comparison to this lavish seafood spread. Goodness! Is this truly a delicacy of the mortal realm? Ahem, dear Qianyan, your words are rather exaggerated. In truth, my skills are merely mediocre. The essence lies in the freshness and quality of the ingredients. Beautiful sister, such modesty is best kept between us. Do not utter it in public, lest you be criticized for your excessive humility. Su Qianyan was both touched and satisfied as she ate, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sister, let us become friends. I will strive to earn money and bring fresh ingredients to your home for a visit, and you can share your delicious creations with me. Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall await your arrival with your ingredients. Provided, of course, that you can evade my agent. Fear not, beautiful sister, I trust in the 36 stratagems. Surely one will suffice to deal with your agent. Ha, this is hilarious. Bringing ingredients to your door, Su Dalao is undoubtedly a true gourmand. Every time mealtime arrives, Su Dalao transforms from an aloof figure to a starry-eyed fan, all for a morsel to savor. It's quite a feat. If I were presented with a lobster the size of my arm and pristine 3-headed abalone sashimi, I could compose a 10,000-word essay of praise in a single night. Me too. My goodness, the translucent abalone and lobster sashimi makes my mouth water. Even the cassava in coconut juice exudes an irresistible aroma. Observing Su Qianyan as she indulged, her eyes gleaming with delight, viewers couldn't help but salivate, urging the production team to rename the show from Survival Live to Survival Eating Broadcast. Many viewers, currently on a weight loss journey, experienced immense agony. With just a click of the exit button, they could escape the torment, yet they found themselves unable to turn away, yearning for one last glimpse. After witnessing Su Qianyan devour 3 abalones, a lobster, and a plethora of conch and oysters, as well as the remnants of a large pot of cassava, Song Qingxue finally understood the source of her earlier distress. Given Su Qianyan's astonishing appetite, a mere basket of shellfish was scarcely sufficient to satiate her. Casting a glance at Su Qianyan's slender, enchanting waist, Song Qingxue could not suppress a surge of envy. Oh, how she longed for such a physique that could indulge without gaining weight. After relishing the soft, sweet coconut cassava and the delectable seafood feast of steamed lobster and abalone, Su Qianyan simply washed up using the rainwater she had collected in coconut shells during the day. While gathering firewood, Song Qingxue stumbled upon some lemongrass, which not only emitted a subtle lemon fragrance suitable for seasoning seafood, but also served as a mosquito repellent. Thus, before retiring for the night, she specially placed the lemongrass and lime peels by the fire, the delicate citrus aroma greatly contributing to the trio's restful slumber. In truth, even without the lemongrass and lime peels, Su Qianyan had no concern for pests, as she exuded an aura of dominance that deterred any small creatures from approaching. To ensure a comfortable rest, Su Qianyan had also partitioned their wooden shelter into 2 compartments of varying sizes, a larger one for herself and the beautiful Song, while the smaller one was designated for Jin Fucheng. Upon hearing the loud snores from next door and noticing that Song was visibly weary yet unable to sleep, Su Qianyan quietly enveloped Jin Fucheng with her mental energy, effectively muffling the snoring. Listening to the soothing sounds of the wind and waves, Su Qianyan and Song, warmed by the crackling fire, nestled under the starlit sky and drifted into slumber. While the guests on Crescent Moon Island enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, the island of Rising Sun was bustling, finally settling down for a meal. Although lacking seasoning, the food was at least sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Although Su Wanwan and Shu Fan's group had brought back insufficient seafood to fill their bellies, fortunately, Tang Yu and Oh Chun had fortuitously discovered a bountiful wild yam on the deserted island. Having grown up in the countryside, Tang Yu recognized the heart-shaped leaves as yam immediately. In stark contrast to the luxurious seafood feast of the champion group, the underdog group's fare resembled a bland, low-salt, low-fat diet. Fans of the underdog group felt a pang of sympathy, resolutely promising to gather 1 million likes for their idols by the next day. To this end, they disseminated the like link across various fan groups and rallied their friends and family to support the beleaguered underdog group. They were determined to ensure their beloved idols could enjoy a lavish lifestyle of abundant food, just as the champion group did. Though their bellies were filled, the underdog group found themselves restless, not just because of the damp, musty cave, but also due to the pervasive odor of sweat and the incessant mosquitoes. After much tossing and turning, they finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. As both groups of guests drifted into slumber, the number of online viewers in the live stream dwindled, apart from a handful of diehard fans and those with a penchant for late-night viewing. Most opted to turn off the stream and retire for the night, as they had work or studies awaiting them in the morning. After washing up, Gu Junin climbed into bed as per his routine, yet unusually, he found himself wide awake. His keen eyes instinctively wandered to the dimly lit live stream. In the flickering shadows of the campfire, he beheld a familiar slender figure, the rustling sounds emanating from the live stream indicating that it had been activated in flight mode. Observing her purposeful stride toward a particular direction, a flicker of curiosity crossed Gu Junin's mind. Where could she possibly be heading at this hour? Chapter 26. They were clearly here to face tribulations. In the dead of night, on Rising Sun Island, since returning to her affluent life, Su Wanwan has been accustomed to a life of luxury and comfort. Yet now, she finds herself sleeping in a cave filled with unpleasant odors and dampness, making her slumber far from restful. Suddenly, a series of rustling noises pierces the silence, prompting Su Wanwan to laboriously open her swollen eyes. Upon encountering a pair of small eyes glowing faintly, she is momentarily taken aback. However, upon realizing what it is, a piercing scream erupts, reverberating across the entire island. Su Wanwan leaps over a meter into the air, shrieking in desperation, "Help! There's a rat! A rat!"
Ah!
To bolster their idol's viewer count, several diehard fans of the reversal team keep their live streams running even in the late hours. Consequently, the cacophony of her scream, reaching a staggering 70 decibels, jolts waves of slumbering netizens awake, even rousing the production team members, including director Zhou. What on earth is happening? Is there an earthquake? A rat?
Ah!
Where is it? Phew. Turns out it's not in my house. Goodness, Su Wanwan's high-pitched scream is such a waste. It nearly scared my soul out of me. I almost fell to my knees in fright. Can you believe it? My mom burst into my room, wielding a kitchen knife, thinking I forgot to turn off the sound while watching videos. I suspect I might not even be her biological child, though the situation upstairs is dire. I can't help but laugh out loud. My dear mother, brandishing a knife, is quite the sight.
Ah!
I've died of embarrassment. The girl next door barged in out of concern, but I'm used to sleeping naked.
Ah!
Upstairs, a friend of mine wants to know the aftermath. And another friend upstairs wants to know too, you know what I mean? Naturally, the first to react are the other 3 guests also sleeping in the cave. As a female guest, Tang Yu shares the same aversion and fear of rodents, and though she has yet to comprehend the situation, the mere mention of rats sends her nerves into overdrive, adding her own shrill scream to the chorus. A rat? Where?
Ah.
How frightening. I want to go home, whoa. The two female guests' screams frighten the rat, which scurries about the cave in a panic, triggering yet another round of terrifying shrieks.
Wu Shen.
Hailing from a distinguished family and having never encountered a live rat before, nonetheless feels an aversion to the creature. He instinctively shrinks back against the cave wall, his face paling, embodying the essence of cowardice. The production team watches the scene unfold in the cave with complex expressions, sensing that the reversal team's cowardice is bound to lead to disaster. Director Zhou quickly splashes cold water on his face, forcing himself to awaken from his drowsiness, and immediately instructs the team doctor to head to the island with rabies vaccines and other medical supplies. Though the regulations prohibit direct contact with the guests, it is permissible for the doctor to conduct health checks. Among them, only Xu Fan appears somewhat reliable. Despite his strong dislike for rats, he swiftly grabs a nearby harpoon and successfully drives the panicked rodent out of the cave. Although the rat has been expelled, Su Qianyan and the others, despite their exhaustion, dare not lie down again. Tang Yu, in a state of despair, cries out, "Woo-woo, how can there still be rats here? How can one possibly sleep?
Ah.
I feel so uncomfortable, hungry, and unable to sleep. I want to quit." Though Su Qianyan remains silent, her expression is one of rare neutrality. This dreadful environment is wholly unsuitable for rest. Without a proper night's sleep, she will undoubtedly wake up with swollen features the next day. No matter how effective her foundation cream may be, it cannot conceal her puffy cheeks. Oh Chen's face is equally drawn, cursing the production team. Initially, they promised a vacation on the island, yet this harsh environment feels more like a trial. Taking a deep breath, Xu Fan forcefully pats his face to awaken himself. After some contemplation, he suggests, "The rats appeared because our fire has gone out, and we failed to clean up the remnants of our dinner. If we rekindle the fire and incinerate the food scraps, we should no longer have issues with rats." Though they harbor doubts about the efficacy of this plan, the group has no better alternative and reluctantly drags their weary bodies to reignite the fire and dispose of the food remnants into the flames. Just as they finish incinerating the scraps, the team doctor arrives at the desolate island, accompanied by security personnel. After examining the guests, he finds no signs of bites or scratches from the rat, which brings a sigh of relief. After giving a few admonishments, he departs with his medical kit. Once the doctor and his team leave, Su Qianyan and her companions exchange glances and, with an unspoken understanding, turn their backs to the live stream and lie down. They discreetly sprinkle the pest-repelling powder the doctor had surreptitiously provided around them, finally feeling a semblance of security, before once again succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into a restless sleep. Yet even in their dreams, they remain uneasy, their brows instinctively furrowed. Seeing that their beloved siblings seem to have fallen asleep, their fans exhale in relief and quietly mute the live stream, returning to their beds, feeling a twinge of sympathy for their idols who lack even a proper bed. Tomorrow, they must rally even more support to vote for them. In contrast to the chaotic scene on Yanyan Island, Wanyu Island exudes tranquility and beauty. I merely got up in the middle of the night for a drink, and I stumbled upon a surprise. As a struggling editor, I thought I was hallucinating due to fatigue. Turns out, Su Daolao really is awake. What is Su Daolao doing up at this hour? Surely, she is not planning to sneak into the superpower space while everyone else sleeps? Hey, why is she picking up a harpoon? Does she intend to sneak into the sea to fish like Su Qianyan? That seems rather perilous. Is the person upstairs foolish? Clearly, Su Daolao is heading inland, not toward the beach. I just want to know how Su Daolao can see so clearly in such dim light. Does she truly possess night vision superpowers? Even in the dim light, the live stream captures Su Qianyan's exquisite features and her silent movements with clarity. As she approaches a coconut tree, Gu Junin suddenly recalls her earlier mention of the nocturnal coconut crab, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he sends his first ever comment. Yanyan is going to catch a coconut crab. The name Yanyan is a bit too soft, right? It diminishes Su Daolao's formidable aura. But what on earth is a coconut crab? Could it be that Su Daolao is catching a dream crab for my goddess? Coconut crabs possess two strong pincers capable of cracking even the hardest coconut shell. They are undoubtedly the kings of the island. Is Su Daolao really planning to catch one with just a wooden harpoon? That seems to underestimate the coconut crab. The flesh of the coconut is the ultimate bait for the coconut crab. Su Qianyan had already set her traps during the day. intending to collect the unsuspecting coconut crabs at dawn. However, upon realizing that the most robust and succulent crab might attempt an escape, she found herself unable to sleep. Hastily, she rose to capture the coconut crab. From her observation, this particular specimen weighed at least 10 pounds. This meant that if she caught 2 more seafood items exceeding 10 pounds during the day, she would not need to venture out to sea to acquire the treasures of snorkeling. As a resourceful individual, Su Qianyan had no desire to go through the arduous task of building a boat. Thus, her plan was to first capture the plump coconut crab, and then diligently seek 2 other seafood items over 10 pounds, allowing her to glide through this PK competition with ease. When the live stream showcased the imposing figure of the giant coconut crab, the online viewers erupted with exclamations of awe and astonishment, clearly taken aback by the crab's colossal size. Am I the only one who finds this coconut crab, well, rather whimsically unattractive? There's no need for subtlety. Just say it's ugly. We can comprehend that. Honestly, if I hadn't searched it up, I would never have associated it with a crab, as it resembles a monstrous spider. The description of a monstrous spider is truly vivid. With its dark purple hue and tiny hairs, it indeed bears a striking resemblance to a spider. That said, can something so grotesque actually be delicious? Su Qianyan furrowed her brows as she scrutinized the coconut crab, promptly offering a high appraisal. Its hideous appearance must equate to exquisite taste. Chapter 27. The fearsome yet benevolent Su Dala. Why does Su Dala believe that the uglier the coconut crab, the tastier it must be? Do you not think that among seafood, the more unappealing it looks, the more delectable it is? That does seem to hold some truth. Take the octopus. For instance, it looks like a monster but is quite delicious. Oysters too. They appear as rough stones yet are tender and delectable inside. In fact, abalone is not particularly attractive either, nor is sea urchin, yet these are rare marine delicacies. Hearing you all, I suddenly find myself curious about the taste of coconut crab. It sounds delicious. Everyone, please be quiet. Your comments are distracting me. I wish to see Su Dalao dominate the coconut crab. Even in the face of the fearsome island tyrant threatening her, Su Qianyan remained composed, striking the crab repeatedly with her spear. Realizing it took her 3 strikes to render the coconut crab unconscious, a chill coursed through her exquisite features. Her control over strength evidently required improvement. Otherwise, perhaps she should construct a boat tomorrow to enhance her strength control? Yet, building a boat was such a tiresome task.
Well,
she decided to leave it for another day. When viewers witnessed Su Qianyan knock out the imposing coconut crab with just 3 strikes, they were once again astonished by her astonishingly efficient and straightforward methods. It seems that no matter how fierce or tyrannical a creature is, it cannot endure more than 3 strikes from Su Dalao. Such a formidable and majestic Su Dalao is truly my type. I wonder if she would appreciate a gentle boy like me, who excels in mathematics and keeps her warm at night.
no.
Because you are too weak. Strong individuals only admire other strong individuals. Why resort to personal attacks? Being weak isn't a crime. Perhaps Su Dalao would prefer a soft and adorable little pup like me. After rendering the most succulent coconut crab unconscious, Su Qianyan glanced at the 2 diminutive coconut crabs remaining in the trap, her lips pursing in disdain. They were too small to even fill a gap between her teeth. So, why waste firewood on them? Consequently, she used her spear to dismantle the trap beneath the coconut tree, allowing the 2 little crabs to scuttle away. Watching the small crabs hastily distance themselves, Su Qianyan silently hoped they would consume plenty of coconuts and grow rapidly. That way, if they were to meet again, there would be no need for separation. The little coconut crabs thought, capturing our elder is not enough. She is also contemplating our demise. How rude. Su Qianyan tore coconut leaves into thin strips, twisting them into a rope, and then securely bound the crab's pincers together. Subsequently, she hung the unconscious crab upside down from a branch, adjusting the angle to ensure that Song Marin would see her longed-for dream crab upon waking the next day. Gazing at the crab suspended in midair, Su Qianyan smiled. She would enjoy a delicious coconut crab feast the following morning without any labor. What a splendid arrangement. Noticing the fire's dwindling flames, Su Qianyan yawned and added more firewood, also placing a handful of lemongrass beside the fire to roast. She then tiptoed back to the wooden cabin to sleep, making sure not to disturb anyone. Yan indeed spared those 2 little coconut crabs. She is truly kind and adorable. Is the person above blind? I can tolerate the term Yan, but how is the formidable Su Dalao in any way kind or adorable? After harvesting cassava, Yen insisted on replanting it, and whenever she captures small seafood, she releases them back into the sea. ISNT her commitment to sustainable development a sign of kindness and cuteness. I hadn't noticed those details. I thought Su Dalao merely found the small seafood insufficient to fill her teeth. Me too. But replanting the cassava is commendable. If someone unfortunate were to drift to this deserted island, they would at least have cassava to sustain them for a while. I must say, compared to Su Qianyan's disruptive late-night screams, Su Dalao's quiet hunting and gentle fire tending are truly considerate and heartwarming. Why was Su Lucha screaming and disturbing the peace in the middle of the night? The incident involving Su Qianyan's screams occurred in the dead of night, when her manager was fast asleep, let alone the hired online commenters. Thus, without anyone to control the comments, a video of the rival team being thrown into chaos by a mouse quietly ascended the Weibo trending list. Some Panda Party content creators maliciously edited the footage of Su Qianyan and her companion's horrified faces upon encountering the mouse and juxtaposed it with Su Qianyan calmly striking the giant coconut crab, an apt comparison to public execution. While few maintain their composure in everyday encounters with mice, in the context of survival on a deserted island, Su Qianyan could face the coconut crab, comparable to a monstrous spider, with poise, while Su Qianyan and her companions succumbed to screams and tears. In such a stark contrast, Su Qianyan's image elevated significantly, while Su Qianyan, Tang Yu, and O Chen's images suffered a decline, though Shu Fan's reputation remained intact. The following morning, a gentle sea breeze caressed the air. Song Qingxue awoke with sleepy eyes, only to be startled by the sight of a giant creature hanging from a tree nearby. Once she discerned what it was, she covered her mouth and squealed with excitement. Ah, what is this? Oh my, am I dreaming? How else could I see my dream crab? Upon encountering the colossal claws of the coconut crab, each adorned with a cluster of exquisite island wildflowers, it felt as though the creature was offering her a cheerful good morning. In that moment, Song Qingxue experienced a sudden epiphany, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. To awaken and find her dream crab welcoming her with wildflowers was simply delightful. Thank you, Su Dalao. It's my first time witnessing my goddess's adorable excitement as she stamps her feet in joy. The sight of the coconut crab, suddenly transformed from a monstrous arachnid into an endearing creature with 2 clusters of wildflowers, is utterly amusing. Initially, I was perplexed as to why Su Dalao was picking flowers so early in the morning, but it turns out he was doing it to delight our beautiful sister. The atmosphere seems to have suddenly turned quite cheerful. Ah, Su Dalao is truly remarkable. Even I, a mere girl, am moved to the point of tears. Honestly, if Su Dalao's criteria for a partner were not limited by gender, I believe I could be a contender. To the person above, same here. Compared to someone who merely trembles against the wall at the sight of a mouse, Su Dalao's thoughtfulness and commanding presence radiate girlfriend energy to the max. Goodness, this coconut crab is enormous. How did you manage to catch it? Did I not set a trap for coconut crabs yesterday? It practically walked into my hands. Beautiful sister. Let us feast on it this morning. After all, coconut crabs caught overnight won't remain fresh for long. Observing the spirited movements of the coconut crab's claws, Song Qingxue found herself both bemused and amused. This crab was full of life. How could it possibly be stale?
All right.
But Xiaoqian, what were you doing just now?
Oh.
I was merely biding my time, intending to construct a boat. Chapter 28. Su Dalao possesses an enviable sense of security. Gazing at the makeshift raft comprised of round logs bound together with tattered fishing nets in the distance, Song Qingxue was left speechless. When did she manage to craft a raft? Casting a wary glance at the still wriggling coconut crab, she swallowed hard, her voice laced with skepticism. Xiaoqian, between catching coconut crabs and building rafts, did you even sleep last night? Speaking of sleep, Su Qianyan couldn't help but let out a wistful sigh. She had intended to enjoy a leisurely slumber under the stars, only to find herself waking naturally at 5 in the morning. She attempted to return to sleep, but alas, she could not. She had unwittingly carried over her biological clock from her previous life. In her past existence, she had spent years stationed on a barren, desolate war planet, dutifully patrolling dangerous areas with her elite squad before the sun rose, ensuring the safety of precious rookie recruits during daytime training. Hence, she had developed the habit of waking at 5 o'clock. Although others perceived that she had worked hard all day yesterday, the truth was that the exertion had merely warmed her up. To truly exhaust her would require far more effort, especially since she had gone to bed early, around 10. This meant she had enjoyed a full 6 hours of sleep, even after factoring in the hours spent waking to catch the coconut crab. It is worth noting that in her previous life, as the foremost marshal of the galaxy, her physical endurance was unrivaled. She only needed 2 to 3 hours of sleep to remain invigorated throughout the day. In times of intense battle, it was not uncommon for her to fight against formidable insectoids for 7 days and nights without rest. Were it not for her current physical condition, which fell short of her former self and required more sleep for recovery, she likely would have awakened around 1 in the morning. Had she woken up in her own home, she could have lazily lounged about, watching vintage Earth television shows or films filled with peculiar humor, an experience that would have been delightful for her. But now, awakening upon a deserted island, devoid of mobile devices, computers, or captivating ancient texts, she faced an hour before sunrise. Thus, in her boredom, she began to wander aimlessly, stretching her limbs. Since breakfast was already set to feature succulent coconut crab, she couldn't be bothered to catch the scuttling blue crabs on the beach. As she strolled, she stumbled upon a discarded, tattered fishing net at the water's edge. Despite its numerous rips, the main line remained remarkably sturdy, and suddenly, the idea of constructing a boat resurfaced in her mind. Recalling that boat building would require her to twist tree bark into ropes for binding the hull, she initially felt disinclined, as the thought of rope making seemed dreary. However, with the discovery of a more robust rope, her enthusiasm for boat making reignited. Seeing a glimmer of light on the distant sea, with sunrise still far off, Su Qianyan resolutely sprang into action. Seizing the moment before the sun's heat became unbearable, she hurried to complete the wooden vessel, thus avoiding sunburn. It must be noted that those who could open live streams at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning were typically beleaguered workers, whether rushing to catch early flights or the first buses and subways. Therefore, witnessing Su Dalao diligently working early in the morning was undeniably inspiring. Initially, I intended to watch a humorous variety show about fruit nets to shake off the drowsiness of an early flight, as the title suggested something amusing. Without a second thought, I clicked on it, only to be invigorated by the content. Me too. Famous actress leaves her nest late at night. Is it a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? At first, I thought it was about some actress being caught with her lover at night, but upon clicking, I found it was Su Dalao's live stream about surviving on a deserted island. It was utterly hilarious. Unlike you who were lured in by clickbait, I never closed my stream. I had merely wanted to get up for a drink, but was startled awake by Su Dalao chopping wood at a speed that seemed inhuman, and I was left in awe of her dedication. As a fellow who had to rise early to catch the first subway, I share the same waking time as Su Dalao. While rushing to catch the early bus, I saw that after washing up with rainwater, Su Dalao wandered around the island for several minutes, occasionally glancing back to check if Song Ingho had risen, her demeanor exuding sheer boredom. It wasn't until she enthusiastically began chopping wood that her spirits visibly lifted. I completely failed to grasp what the person above is trying to convey. Has my reading comprehension deteriorated? What I mean to say is that while chopping wood is a laborious task for Su Dalao, it's merely an amusing pastime to alleviate her boredom. Wow. I am astonished by the analysis from the person above. Although I find the notion of chopping wood to build a boat as an entertaining distraction rather unsettling, considering Su Dalao's extraordinary physique. I must admit that this reasoning does seem quite plausible. The early risers among the viewers were few, and their comments were easily visible, resulting in a lively discussion in the live chat, with several users enthusiastically typing lengthy messages. While many viewers felt inspired by Su Dalao, some were filled with resentment towards her excessive industriousness, particularly the staff members at the live broadcast control center, especially for Cui Lai, who had initially applied to oversee the recording of Su Qianyan. He nearly wished to knock her out and return her to the cabin to allow him to enjoy his rare moments of sleep in peace. Although the production team provided tents, and as the assistant director, his treatment was relatively good, the tent could never compare to the comfort of his warm, plush bed at home. Consequently, he found himself unable to rest soundly. Later, a sudden shriek from Su Qianyan jolted the entire production team awake, and he was no exception. Just as he managed to drift back into slumber, director Zhou heartlessly ordered his assistant to rouse him once more, insisting he swiftly edit the video of Su Qianyan dominating the coconut crab, so that Fruit Network could entice new viewers with a humorous and lively clip during the promotion of the program Survival Live. After consuming 2 bottles of bitter black coffee that made him question his very existence, Cui Lai finally produced a video that met director Zhou's approval. However, no sooner had he settled down again than Zhou, like a relentless taskmaster, summoned him once more, demanding that he create a more engaging promotional video based on Su Qianyan's process of chopping wood and crafting a boat. Were it not for Zhou being the fearsome judge of his year-end performance, Cui Lai might have been tempted to hurl a brick at him. With barely 2 hours of sleep, Cui Lai stared blankly as Su Qianyan skillfully bound a dozen round logs together with a frayed fishing net. He must have been out of his mind to volunteer as the head of Su Qianyan's streaming room. Listening to her innocently explain that she had built a raft simply out of boredom, Song Qingxue was left utterly bewildered. In this day and age, even the ways to pass the time seemed impossibly extravagant. Ahem, Qian, aren't you tired? Su Qianyan's astounding abilities repeatedly shattered her expectations, filling Song Qingxue with a nervous sense of inadequacy, making her hesitate to call her little Qian and instead resort to addressing her as Qian. If it weren't for the embarrassment of appearing incompetent in front of a powerhouse like her, and if they weren't currently live streaming, she might have succumbed to the urge to call her big shot. In such a harsh environment of survival on a deserted island, having the formidable Su Qianyan around truly provided a sense of security. I'm alright, just warming up a bit, though I am quite hungry. Qian, take a breather. Wait for me for half an hour, and I promise to deliver a luxurious seafood feast. She paused momentarily. I just called the production team to bring over the electronic scale. Why does the production team need to bring over a scale? I want to weigh the coconut crab.
Huh, why?
Task 2 of the 10 incredible challenges. Capture 3 types of seafood weighing over 10 pounds each within a day. Although the boat isn't finished yet. Once it is, we can set sail for fishing. The coconut crab looks like it should easily surpass 10 pounds. With a little effort, we might just complete task 2 today. Indeed, one must have dreams. Our Qian can find 7-headed abalone. Surely, she can catch a mere 10-pound seafood. But Qian, isn't the boat already finished? Of course not. It lacks seats and a sunshade, so how could it be considered complete? Song Qingshue's lips twitched. The way Su Qianyan lived her life was indeed quite exquisite. Chapter 29. The exquisite Su Qianyan? Well, a proper boat should have seats and a sunshade. Su Qianyan's standards are impeccable. Haha. Who would have thought that Su Qianyan, who seems so rough and tough, is actually quite particular about her living conditions?
Hey, what do you mean by that?
Our Su Qianyan may wield an axe like a fierce woman, but she has always lived quite exquisitely. Thank you very much. The 2 clusters of vibrant island wildflowers tucked into the claws of the coconut crab were personally picked by Su Qianyan, showcasing her refined taste. I don't know why, but watching you all strive to prove that Su Qianyan is an exquisite girl is just too funny. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I agree. It feels like the term exquisite doesn't quite fit her powerful aura. Qianyan is caring and adorable and stunningly beautiful. How can she not be considered an exquisite girl? Oh my, not you again. Can we agree not to call Su Qianyan Qianyan? That name just doesn't suit her at all. How can you say Qianyan is a big shot? She's clearly just adorable. The electronic scale delivered revealed the coconut crab weighed an astonishing 11.5 pounds, a rarity even among many survival live broadcasts. Online viewers flooded Su Qianyan's stream with likes while shamelessly spamming requests for her to send them the coconut crab. As Song Qingxue prepared to roast cassava and steam the coconut crab with coconut juice, Su Qianyan busied herself crafting chairs from wood. Utilizing mortise and tenon techniques, she constructed a chair that could be both sat upon and reclined in without a drop of glue or a single nail, even polishing the chair with certain leaves to prevent splinters. Witnessing the remarkable process of the lounge chair's creation, viewers in the live chat began kneeling in admiration, and more passers-by unwittingly became fans of Su Qianyan's craftsmanship. Gu Junin, usually monotone while reading the morning news, surprisingly joined his grandfather in watching the live stream during breakfast. As he observed Su Qianyan skillfully engage in intricate woodworking, his eyes sparkled with increasing excitement, and he unknowingly consumed half a bowl of porridge, something that would have been unthinkable under normal circumstances. Gu Junin's daily routine was meticulously structured. Even the calories he consumed were precisely calculated. Thus, his brother Gu Junfei often teased him, claiming he resembled an emotionless robot, with smiles that were measured to a perfect arc, making life seem unbearably dull. Were it not for his fondness for woodworking, Gu Junfei would have suspected his brother had somehow been stripped of his emotions.
Snap.
The genuine smile on Gu Junin's face froze as he suddenly looked up to see his grandfather feigning nonchalance while stowing away his phone after taking a clandestine photo. Noticing his grandson's expressionless gaze, the elder Gu remained unfazed and confidently explained, "And your brother constantly complains that you are like a programmed, cold-hearted robot." Such remarks are utterly unfair. Therefore, to prove that you are not a robot, I took evidence of you eating half a bowl of porridge today to send to your brother, demonstrating that you are not unchanging like a machine. Isn't Grandpa good to you? Gu Junan nodded in silence. If it weren't for the fact that his brother Gu Junfei had previously shared a screenshot of their grandfather agreeing with him about the robot comment, he might have actually believed it. Why did his family always seem to wear two different faces? Just as Song Qingxue finished preparing breakfast, Jin Fuchong emerged, looking pale and unwell. Before Song Qingxue could boast about the exquisite wooden raft Su Qianyan had crafted, Jin Fuchong's complexion changed abruptly, and he stumbled into the woods, clutching his stomach. When he finally emerged, the production team's medic summoned by Su Qianyan was already waiting for him. Upon hearing the medic explain that he had overindulged in seafood the previous day, leading to acute gastroenteritis symptoms due to his weak stomach being unable to handle such a binge, Jin Fuchong's face turned a shade of dark green. It was utterly unfair. After all, Su Qianyan had eaten several times more than he had. Why was he the only one afflicted with acute gastroenteritis? The silver lining is that he is merely suffering from mild acute gastroenteritis and does not require hospitalization. A regimen of Western medicine and a bland diet should suffice for his recovery within a week, meaning he can continue recording the show. However, Jin Fuchong does not feel particularly relieved. In fact, he cannot help but wish that he were hospitalized, for then perhaps the audience in his live stream might increase. Most importantly, such a scenario would spare him the sight of those two heartless women indulging in sumptuous feasts before him while he is relegated to a pitifully bland patient-s meal. Under the watchful gaze of millions of online viewers, Zhou Jiang cannot afford to appear too miserly. So, he announces that the champion group can exchange food with the production team for rice to make congee. If they opt for vegetarian fare, they can exchange rice at a ratio of 5-1. However, if they choose meat, the exchange rate is 1-5. With both lobster and abalone, it seems Jin Fuchong is ill-equipped to handle such indulgence. The seafood Jin Fuchong consumed yesterday was hardly a fraction of what Su Dalao had. He is truly in a weak state. Alas, today's breakfast includes the fragrant coconut water stewed crab, and he is missing out on such delights. Ha ha ha. While Su Dalao relishes the tender and luscious coconut crab, Jin Yoli can only sip on his bland rice congee. It is truly tragic. With the 5-1 and 1-5 exchange rates, am I the only one who perceives the production team's sinister intentions coveting Su Dalao's colossal coconut crab? To the one above, do you really think Su Dalao would allow the production team to take advantage of him so easily? Upon witnessing Su Qianyan unhesitatingly exchange all her roasted cassava for the production team while resolutely shielding the coconut crab with her slender frame, the team doctor and security personnel displayed palpable disappointment. Oh, how they longed to taste the flavor of that 10-pound giant coconut crab. Since the coconut crab was captured by Su Dalao and given her assertion that vegetarian options cannot fill the belly, Song Qingxue harbored no objections to her actions. Even under the pitiful gazes of the team doctor and others, Song Qingxue remained unwavering, standing beside Su Qianyan to help guard her coveted crab. Given Su Dalao's appetite, the amount of meat she could claim for herself was already precarious. How could she afford to concern herself with the sentiments of the production team members? Although the production team provided rice, preparing the rice congee would take at least 30 minutes, so Su Qianyan, with a face full of apology, smiled at Jin Fuchong before delightfully devouring the robust crab claws. Jin Fuchong's expression was one of despair and indignation. How could they treat a poor patient with such callousness? Chapter 30. The production team's unethical conduct. Every bite is filled with meat. I wish I could eat too. Woe is me, just looking at it makes my mouth water. The hand-pulled pancake in my hand suddenly seems unappetizing. As I gaze at the giant coconut crab turning golden red in the live stream, my mother's white congee and pickles taste like a tragic patient-s meal. The woman who can transform a survival live stream into a culinary showcase is indeed beyond my reach. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Su Dalao and Song Ingho exchange glances, signaling each other to tone it down, lest they appear too brazen before the patient, potentially affecting his mental health. It's utterly amusing. Seeing Jin Fuchong's despondent expression, I suddenly empathize with his plight, for I, too, suffer from acute gastroenteritis and can only consume rice congee. After finishing the succulent coconut crab feast, Song Qingxue busied herself with washing the dishes, while Su Dalao began crafting a sunshade. Just as the sunshade took shape, a notification from director Zhou echoed through the live stream, announcing a change in rules. Su Qianyan summarized that groups achieving an average of over 10 million likes per day could not only redeem premium goods from the island's marketplace, but also seize one piece of survival equipment from competing groups. Song Qingxue looked puzzled. Why had the production team suddenly altered the rules? Su Qianyan raised an eyebrow, unabashedly dissecting the situation, given the popularity of their group. Amassing 10 million likes would not be an easy feat. The rival group, however, comprised individuals with fan bases exceeding 10 million. With a bit of effort, they could easily achieve this. Thus, the revised rules evidently favored the rival group. I suspect the rival group is currently struggling. So much so that the online audience can discern that their group is already assured a victory. Hence, to enhance the rival group's chances, the production team was compelled to amend the rules. Haha, Su Qianyan's candor is too refreshing. Does the production team have no shame? They probably never anticipated that Su Qianyan would emerge as the dark horse. Zhou Baipi. Knowing is one thing, why vocalize it? ISN, he shameless? Upon hearing Su Qianyan's reason analysis in the livestream, coupled with the barrage of comments lampooning the production team's lack of foresight and mismanagement, Zhou Jiang's expression darkened. However, he quickly regained composure. As long as their production team did not formally acknowledge it, Su Qianyan's statements were merely conjecture and could not be taken as fact. The rival group, robust and youthful, struggling so pathetically. How weak they must be. Song Qingxue could not contain her laughter. Back when she was grouped with the notorious Jin Fuchang and Su Qianyan, Su Qianyan had given her several sympathetic glances, the provocation in her eyes infuriating her. She had anticipated a few days of hardship, yet the reality was entirely different. Unexpectedly, their group had been graced with fortune, elevating their quality of life to a vacation level. Conversely, the once haughty rival group was now faring the worst. Thus, one must not be overly boastful, for one may find themselves swiftly humbled. To prevent the potentially fierce sea winds from dislodging the sunshade, Su Qianyan abandoned the idea of using coconut leaves and instead circumnavigated the island's edge, ultimately discovering tattered waterproof canvas suitable for her sunshade. Though the canvas bore 3 sizable holes, it did not deter Su Qianyan. She skillfully fashioned thin ropes from tree bark to serve as thread, using fish bones as needles to stitch the torn canvas together. To ensure the canvas would not easily tear, she meticulously sewed it twice, the stitching fine and orderly, prompting admiration from viewers who marveled at Su Qianyan's adeptness even in needlework. Truly a refined individual. Under her influence, Song Qingxue also embraced a newfound sense of refinement. She gathered an array of wildflowers and grasses, adorning the perimeter of their wooden raft with vibrant flora, infusing the vessel with a delightful island charm. Su Qianyan even retrieved 2 fish traps from the beach, attaching them around the raft in hopes of capturing some seafood from the open sea. To entice more prey, she discarded the coconut meat scraps from the traps and crushed 2 large blue crabs, placing the pungent crab remnants into the traps. Just as Su Qianyan completed her preparations for setting sail, Zhou Baipi's familiar voice once again echoed through the live stream. Warmest congratulations to the Reversal Group for reaching an astounding 10 million likes today. The Reversal Group is requested to select their desired supplies from the deserted island shop and the survival gear to be taken from the champion group within the next 3 minutes. Song Qingxue's expression immediately soured, her tone laced with skepticism. It's not even noon yet. How could the Reversal Group's likes have reached 10 million already? Su Qianyan remained remarkably composed, even offering words of comfort to Song Qingxue. Sister Beauty, our survival supplies consist of only 4 items: a fire starter, a fishing rod, a metal lunchbox, and a small axe. Since they exchanged for a lighter yesterday, they will not opt for the fire starter. Among the remaining 3, I suspect they are likely to choose the small axe. We currently have no pressing need to build a wooden house or a boat, so if they want it, let them have it. As formidable individuals, we ought to extend compassion and care towards the less fortunate, understand? Witnessing Su Qianyan's nonchalance about the matter, and recalling Su's extraordinary capabilities, Song Qingxue's indignation dissipated considerably. With the presence of Su, a veritable powerhouse, even if the Reversal Group were to seize all survival supplies, their champion group would remain assured of victory. Thus, she found no reason to be upset. As predicted by Su Qianyan, the Reversal Group not only chose to redeem the 3 essential snorkeling items, but also took their small axe. While Su Qianyan was indifferent to the small axe, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anger upon hearing that the Reversal Group had exchanged for the snorkeling items she desired. However, her ire was directed not at the Reversal Group, but at the deceitful production team. Her quest to construct a boat for venturing into the sea was originally to acquire the snorkeling items. Yet now her goal had been thwarted by the fabricated data of the production team, leading to someone else seizing the opportunity. How could she not be incensed? Gazing at the broadcast control center of the production team, Su Qianyan revealed a cryptic smile, since the production team repeatedly disregarded fairness. They should not be surprised when she returned the favor in kind. Chapter 31. Of course, it was about exploring new culinary territories. Observing Jin Fuchong lying in the wooden cabin, begrudgingly recuperating after consuming rice porridge, Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue finally felt at ease to embark on their maritime journey aboard the makeshift raft. However, as they stepped onto the beach, Song Qingxue was taken aback, staring at the bulky wooden raft bound together. Suddenly recalling a rather serious question, how were two delicate women like herself and Su Qianyan to push such a heavy raft from the shore into the sea? Before Song Qingxue could even furrow her brow, she watched in disbelief as Su Qianyan effortlessly tugged the rope at the front of the raft, propelling it into the water with sheer determination. Song Qingxue's expression of astonishment mirrored my own. I initially thought I had comprehended Su's extraordinary abilities, yet I clearly underestimated her. Is such terrifying strength truly possessed by a human? I am beginning to question whether Su Qianyan is even from Earth. I must proclaim 100 times here, Su Qianyan is amazing. Previously, I mocked Song Qingxue's suggestion for Su Qianyan to compete in the Olympics as fanciful, but now I wholeheartedly support her proposal. Noticing Song Qingxue's exaggeratedly dazed expression, Su Qianyan realized her own display had been overly conspicuous. She discreetly released the rope, wiped away non-existent sweat from her brow, and remarked with a feigned sense of exhaustion, "Goodness, this raft is incredibly heavy. It nearly wore me out." Song Qingxue's lips twitched. Did she honestly believe her foolishness? Qian, are all you extraterrestrials this formidable? I am purely human, thank you. Is your planet far from Earth? Our planet lies 8,000 light-years away. Quite a distance indeed. One must traverse through black holes for 18 years to reach Earth. That is indeed quite far. Sister Beauty, enough with the banter. With favorable winds, let us set sail. Qian, one must have a sense of ceremony. Let us name the raft. How about little Qian? Since it carries two beautiful women, why not simply call it Beauty? Beauty? Haha, that sounds delightful. Let our raft be named the Beauty. Oh, why is the raft moving on its own? Because we are sailing with the wind. Really? Does that mean we one need to paddle? With such a smooth start, I am confident our journey will be remarkably successful. As they sat under the shade of an umbrella, enjoying coconut water on their raft, Jin Fuchong was utterly bewildered. Unable to fathom why things had turned out this way. He, the king of sea fishing, should have been the one standing at the center, protecting the two female guests and providing them with ample food. Reflecting on the changes brought about by Su Qianyan, the otherworldly woman, Jin Fuchong was incensed. Why did she have to alter the dynamics? Couldn't she continue to play the role of the inconsequential supporting character to accentuate his presence? No. He could not concede defeat. He must rally himself. Though he could no longer enjoy the sea breeze while fishing, he could venture onto the island in search of other food, thereby showcasing his indomitable spirit. Noting that Jin Fuchong was not resting as he should, but rather dragging his ailing body into the jungle to explore, Su Qianyan sighed softly. Was this what they termed no rest for the wicked? Observing that a member of the production team's security detail was discreetly following Jin Fuchong to prevent unforeseen incidents, Su Qianyan chose to disregard him and comfortably reclined on her lounge chair, lazily reveling in the breathtaking vista of the azure sea meeting the horizon. Meanwhile, Song Qingxue was intently focused on the fishing rod, her nerves heightened at the slightest rustle, anxious not to miss the moment a fish took the bait. Su Qianyan's beauty is truly mesmerizing, utterly breathtaking. Such a visage must be what they mean by an exquisite beauty of the age. Indeed, Su Qianyan is strikingly beautiful. Yet I must correct myself, the true beauty is Enshun. Enshun's beauty is simply unparalleled, without a doubt, the pinnacle of attractiveness. Su Qianyan thrives in the entertainment industry, while Enshun reigns in the streaming realm. Their circles differ, no? It seems so. Hence, I have two favorites who are each the epitome of beauty in their respective realms. My taste is impeccable. If they could stand together, it would undoubtedly be a visual feast for the beauty aficionados. No, I prefer my beloveds to remain in their respective realms. I cannot bear the thought of a harrowing double heartbreak. I've caught a fish. This is a red snapper, succulent and rich in flavor, packed with nutrients. The first catch is such a vibrant and auspicious red snapper. Sister Beauty, you're amazing. Haha, this is my first time fishing. I never expected to catch one so quickly. Perhaps I am a fishing prodigy. Sister Beauty, you must seize the title of Sea Fishing Queen from Jean Fuchang. Cough. That might not be appropriate. Jean is still a patient. Song Queen sounds magnificent, don't you think? It does sound splendid. I will not disappoint your expectations. Ah Qian. Seeing Song Qingxue animatedly fixated on the fishing rod, Su Qianyan narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Once the raft returned with fish, lunch would surely be secured. In just an hour, Song Qingxue has caught 3 large fish. She is quite skilled at this fishing business. At the very least, this individual, who claims to be the king of sea fishing yet has never caught a single prize, pales in comparison to our esteemed Su. An hour has passed, and Su's languid repose remains unchanged. Ahem. Do you not find that Su now resembles a salted fish? I had anticipated that Su would showcase his prowess and casually snatch deep-sea lobsters or outsmart a gigantic octopus. I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed. While Su is efficient and diligent when at work, he certainly embodies the essence of a salted fish during leisure. One might as well rename him Su Salted Fish, without any sense of incongruity. Observing the bountiful catch filling the fish basket, Song Qingxue wore a satisfied expression. Qian. We are surely more than a kilometer away from Crescent Moon Island now. Should we not consider returning? If we drift too far, it will be quite difficult to row back. Su Qianyan lazily yawned and shook her head. No, let us continue to sail with the wind. Has the wind changed? As long as we go with the flow, the beauty can find her way back to Crescent Moon Island on her own. No, if we sail with the wind, we shall soon arrive at Sunfire Island. But why are we heading to Sunfire Island? Of course, to explore a new culinary landscape. Exploring a new culinary landscape, haha. You've made me laugh out loud. Is Crescent Moon Island no longer sufficient for Su's indulgences? For the sake of a meal, one would rise in the dead of night, laboriously chop wood to construct a boat. Now that is the true essence of a foodie. Sunfire Island seems rather barren as well. Su Wanwan and the others appear to have lost weight, suggesting that Su may be disappointed. Those upstairs underestimate Yan Yan too much. Just because the underdog group cannot find food does not mean Yan Yan cannot. Those who underestimate Su invariably end up with egg on their faces. I firmly believe that Su would never act without purpose. Qian. How do you know which direction Sunfire Island lies? Gazing at the expansive ocean, without a trace of an island in sight, Song Qingxue was utterly perplexed. How could she ascertain the direction amidst such vastness? Su Qianyan sipped her coconut water leisurely and replied, I saw it when we arrived on the program team's boat. Song Qingxue, filled with curiosity, inquired, but we were so far from Sunfire Island at that time. How did you know there would be delicious food there? I do not know. Su Qianyan certainly had her reasons. She was aware that the program team, in an effort to enhance the underdog group's chances, had even resorted to cheating by secretly releasing several wild chickens they had purchased at a high price onto Sunfire Island. After several consecutive meals of seafood, Su Qianyan was not tired of it, but catching a few wild chickens for a change of taste would be quite delightful, wouldn't it? Coconut water stewed chicken sounds both delicious and nourishing. Song Qingxue suddenly expressed concern. What if we cannot find anything delicious? Wouldn't that mean our trip was futile? But we still have the Sea Fishing King, right? Sister May, would you let me go hungry? Of course not. Chapter 32. Who would have known that Su Qianyan was so extraordinary? Sunfire Island. Due to a restless night, the members of the underdog group rose late today. Even with the late start, their faces bore visible signs of fatigue and puffiness, evidently tortured by the harsh conditions of the deserted island. Observing her own puffy cheeks from eating too much barbecue, Tang Yu felt utterly disheartened. Even with a sunshade mask on, she looked as though she might burst into tears. Despite secretly applying some tinted moisturizer, Su Wanwan was still tormented by her swollen face and silently donned a fisherman's hat, covering most of her face before daring to face the live-streaming camera. Looking at his own disheveled, middle-aged appearance, and then glancing at the youthful Shu Fan, who despite dark circles still appeared vibrant, Oh Chen's expression darkened slightly. However, while watching the live stream, he forced a smile. He was a prince of ballads renowned for his talent, unlike those who relied solely on their looks. As a popular idol, Shu Fan maintained excellent physical condition. And despite the dark circles, he did not appear aged, and his spirit was quite commendable. They had already consumed nearly all the food they had found yesterday, leaving only a few coconuts. Although they were reluctant to eat coconut meat for breakfast, their stomachs growled with hunger, compelling them to force down a few bites. Just as the atmosphere among the underdog group was exceedingly dismal, they received the uplifting news that their daily likes had surpassed 10 million, and one by one, their spirits were lifted. Su Qianyan earnestly analyzed. The supplies in the deserted island shop include flashlights, harpoons, snorkeling gear, raincoats, and ropes. We already have a harpoon, and we can use a fire pit for light at night, so there's no need for flashlights. As for raincoats, most of our jackets are waterproof, so they are unnecessary. Ropes are even less needed. We can easily collect some discarded fishing nets along the beach to use as ropes. Therefore, let us choose the snorkeling gear. Remembering her near-drowning experience yesterday, Su Qianyan was determined to redeem herself, so she tirelessly persuaded the group to select the snorkeling gear. Meanwhile, when it came to choosing the champion group's existing supplies, the group faced significant disagreements. Aside from the fire starter, each had their own ideas. Chen wanted a fishing rod, as he was actually quite skilled at sea fishing, though he rarely boasted about it, so few knew. Yu desired a metal lunchbox, since her current skin condition was unsuitable for consuming barbecued foods, and having a metal lunchbox would allow her to eat more lightly. Xu Fan, on the other hand, sought a small axe, without a proper tool at hand. Many practical tools would take a long time to fashion from a cheap fruit knife. Su Qianyan, however, was indifferent, as long as she had the snorkeling gear. She was content. Yet, not wanting the champion group to have it easy, she carefully considered and decisively chose what she deemed the most practical survival equipment, the small axe. Thus, the underdog group ultimately decided to take the champion group as small axe. The program team, of course, did not possess only one small axe. So, after retrieving the champion group's axe, they promptly sent a brand new one to the underdog group via the live streaming crew. Although they had eaten coconut meat, everyone still felt quite hungry, prompting the underdog group to divide into two teams to search for food. Due to nearly being sabotaged by Su Qianyan the day before, Xu Fan was reluctant to team up with her again, while Chen was also weary of Yu's occasional flirtations. Yu, feeling self-conscious about her current appearance, also preferred to avoid being near Chen. Consequently, the final team division resulted in Su Qianyan and Chen pairing up, equipped with snorkeling gear and a harpoon to search for food by the sea, while Xu Fan and Yu teamed up, armed with a small axe and an onion net to forage in the island's jungle. Although Su Qianyan was determined to redeem herself, her lack of extensive diving experience meant that even when she entered the water, she could not maintain her composure. After much effort, she managed to collect only 2 large sea snails. Observing Su Qianyan's clumsy and awkward diving technique, Chen could hardly bear to watch. He took the snorkeling gear from her and decisively dove into the water himself, unwilling to endure another hunger pang at noon. Coming from a prestigious family, he also held a diving certification, and his was earned in genuinely complex marine environments, far surpassing the value of Su Qianyan's certification obtained in a diving school. While Su Qianyan struggled for half a day to collect 2 large sea snails, Chen merely dove for half an hour and emerged with 3 large sea snails, 2 abalones, and even caught a fish with the harpoon. It turns out that hunting while snorkeling requires considerable experience and skill. Is it true that Su Qianyan actually possesses a diving certificate? Could it be that she is merely fabricating tales? In an instant, so many seafood were caught. Chen is truly remarkable. He is indeed the versatile prince hailing from a prestigious family. But is there no one who wishes to critique Su Qianyan's face, which seems to fluctuate in attractiveness? Just before diving, it was barely acceptable, yet after emerging from the water, it resembled a bloated bun. Surely, she must have applied makeup? I wanted to mention this as well, but I fear that certain fans might turn rabid and hound me relentlessly.
Impossible.
Wasn't it stated that all makeup and skincare products were confiscated by the production team? She must simply be experiencing water retention. Some individuals should speak plainly instead of constantly insinuating and casting shadows. R11 has endured prolonged exposure to seawater for her teammates. If you lack sympathy, at least refrain from accusing her of clandestine makeup use. Such baseless claims are truly disheartening. Let's not get sidetracked. Some people simply lack ability. Upon witnessing Chen's impressive haul of seafood, Su Qianyan, although joyfully applauding and congratulating him, felt a deep-seated resentment.
Darn it.
She had painstakingly convinced the team to select snorkeling as their activity, only to end up as a mere supporting character for Chen. How utterly frustrating. Had she grown up in the affluent Su family, she too would have effortlessly indulged in such aristocratic pursuits as diving. Ultimately, it was all Su Qianyan's fault. If she hadn't usurped her family's lineage and noble background, she would not have been reduced to the daughter of a commoner. However, Su Qianyan wouldn't be able to revel in her triumph for long. When a survival life concludes, it would likely mark her exit from the limelight. While Oh Chun was engaged in his underwater hunting, Xu Fan and Tang Yu, having ventured into the jungle, made a remarkable discovery. Heavens! It's astonishing that wild pears could grow on this deserted island. Tang Yu exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Pears are wonderful. They alleviate heat and detoxify. Just what I need. But this tree is exceedingly tall. Xu Fan, you're the tallest among us. Why not climb up and pick some? Guests are prohibited from climbing trees, rocks, or structures exceeding 2 meters in height, with immediate disqualification for violators. What shall we do? That pear tree is clearly over 2 meters high. Don't fret. I'll fetch a branch and hook the pears down. Though the pears retrieved from the lofty tree were slightly bruised, Xu Fan and Tang Yu showed no reluctance. They wiped them on their clothes and eagerly devoured them. Xu Fan, these pears are sweet and tangy, far more delicious than I had anticipated. The flavor is delightful. Let us gather more. Wait, do you hear that sound? What sound? I'm rather timid. Please don't startle me. It sounds like birds. Do you think there might be wild chickens or ducks on Yanyan Island? Unlikely. This is a deserted island. If wild pears can grow here, it's entirely plausible that wild fowl exists too. As Xu Fan and Tang Yu debated the possibility of searching for the elusive wild chickens, Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue were aboard their wooden raft, steadily approaching Yanyan Island. How could Su Qianyan possibly know the location of Yanyan Island? Surely, one among them must have leaked information. As Zhou Jiang furiously yelled and glared at him, Cui Lai anxiously protested. Before the show began, I had never even met Su Qianyan. How could I have disclosed anything to her? Even if someone had leaked information, without a local guide familiar with the waters, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate Yanyan Island, even with its coordinates. Zhou Jiang's fury only intensified. Difficult to find Yanyan Island? Yet Su Qianyan managed to do so effortlessly. Who could have known that she possesses such extraordinary abilities? She merely glanced at a map once and memorized the island's location. Cui Lai felt a wave of grievance wash over him, convinced that Su Qianyan was somehow hexing him. As Su Qianyan's raft drew ever closer to Yanyan Island, the production team fell into a state of disarray. Chapter 33. Why is Su Daolao so exceptionally talented? Su Qianyan's prowess had long been acknowledged. If she were to set foot on Yanyan Island, the counterattack team would undoubtedly stand no chance. The supplies meticulously prepared by the production team for the counterattack team would likely fall into Su Qianyan's hands, directly contradicting the initial intent behind their distribution. Moreover, this situation represented a profound humiliation for the production team. Historically, it had always been the guests who found themselves ensnared in the production team's machinations. Never before had the team been compelled to repeatedly amend the rules due to guest actions. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Lai proposed a devious strategy. Director Zhou, why not immediately issue a live broadcast alert prohibiting entry onto the rival team's island? Zhou Jiang was somewhat tempted by the suggestion. While this would undeniably cast the production team in a passive and incompetent light, given that they could only adapt or supplement new rules in response to unforeseen events, it was preferable to the terrifying prospect of Su Qianyan pillaging Yanyan Island. At that moment, an assistant cautiously tugged at Zhou Jiang's sleeve, signaling him to glance towards Su Qianyan's live stream. Ah Qian, I see an island in the distance. Is that Yanyan Island? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to simply enter the counterattack team's territory? Cough, beautiful sister. I honestly cannot determine whether that is indeed Yanyan Island, as I lack a far-sighted vision. All I know is that we are being forced to approach this new island, completely beyond our control, due to the unmanageable wooden raft. The uncontrollable raft had rendered them helpless, carried along by the wind towards an unfamiliar island, and they lamented their unfortunate fate. Upon noticing Su Qianyan signaling her, Song Qingxue instantly grasped the situation, her expression clouded with worry. Oh dear, we are incredibly unlucky. What if there are dangerous large animals on this strange island? In order to reach Yanyan Island, Su Daolao had no choice but to concoct a serious lie as an excuse. How pitiable. If the new island they arrive at is truly Yanyan Island, then how unfortunate for Su Wanwan and the others. What if there are large animals on this new island? With Su Daolao present, wouldn't they be in grave danger? Song Qingxue's acting is truly commendable. Look at those eyes filled with concern. One would think she genuinely fears for their safety. All creatures on Yanyan Island. Terrifying extraterrestrials are drawing near. Danger looms.
Ha ha ha.
You guys are killing me. It seems the bamboo shoots on the island are nearly all taken. Zhou Jiang listened in stunned silence to Su Qianyan and Song Qingshua's spinning tales, fully aware that the situation was beyond repair. Cui Lai's suggestion was no longer viable. For both Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue had made it abundantly clear that they were not intentionally entering Yanyan Island. They were merely following the course dictated by circumstance. Indeed, Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue had not rowed their boat at all. Their arrival at Yanyan Island was entirely accidental, driven by the current of the raft. Even if Su Qianyan had previously claimed that the raft would reach Yanyan Island with the breeze, she could easily argue that it was merely casual banter. Who could have predicted that the raft would truly carry them to the rival's island? After all, the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim without any external force applied. Thus, the production team could only watch with a sense of despair as Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue confidently stepped onto the sun-drenched Yanyan Island. Yanyan Island is a circular isle, and the place where Su Qianyan disembarked was quite distant from the reversal team, suggesting that the likelihood of an encounter between the two parties was minimal. With this thought, Zhou Jiang silently exhaled, relieved that he did not want the reversal team to cross paths with Su Qianyan, an extraordinary being. After all, if they were to realize that their rival possessed abilities akin to those of a superhuman, it would surely deal a significant blow to their morale. The production team of the Survival Live broadcast was now pinning their hopes on the reversal team to rise to the occasion and teach the arrogant Su Qianyan a lesson, reminding her not to provoke the dignity of the show. Were they not being shameless themselves? Su Qianyan secured the wooden raft to a massive rock, ensuring it would not be swept away by the waves, before hauling a large catch of sea fish ashore. When she suggested having lunch first to satisfy their hunger before exploring the island, Song Qingxue felt somewhat helpless. "Ah, Qian, I thought we would return to Crescent Moon Island soon, so I didn't bring any fire starters. Besides, our little axe has also been taken away, without tools. How can we prepare the seafood? Perhaps we should seek out the reversal team and barter some food for fire and tools?" Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan pursed her lips, her tone laced with evident reluctance. "But we only have this little fish. Just enough for us." After glancing at the hefty catch of at least several dozen pounds in Su Qianyan's grasp, Song Qingxue fell silent for a moment, her expression one of resignation. "But we lack fire and tools." Su Qianyan was quite unwilling to share their food with outsiders, so, after a moment's contemplation, she decisively replied, "It's merely fire and tools. This is simple. Leave it to me." Surveying the beach, Su Qianyan quickly spotted the materials she needed. As she picked up two relatively smooth large shells and began to swiftly grind them with a stone, Song Qingshue's eyes lit up. Su Qianyan intended to sharpen the edges of the shells to use as cutting tools. Watching the once dull and thick edges of the shells transform into sharp blades under Su Qianyan's remarkable grinding speed, Song Qingxue couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, Su Qianyan was truly an extraordinary being from another world. Su Qianyan handed the shell knife to Song Qingxue, instructing her to clean the 6 sea fish. While she began crafting a fire-starting tool, she collected a clear plastic bag from the beach, filled it with seawater, and suspended it from a wooden stick, adjusting several angles until she was satisfied with its position. The blazing sunlight filtering through the water-filled plastic bag focused at a single point, evidently aiming to use the convex lens effect to ignite a fire. To hasten the process, she gathered dry leaves and crushed them, placing them at the focal point of the light. It must be said that the power of science is indeed formidable. Within 5 minutes, the dry leaves began to smoke and ignite. The online viewers in the live stream erupted into cheers, acknowledging Su Qianyan's scientific method of fire starting. Although they understood the principles behind it, they would never have thought to implement such a technique. Witnessing the entire process of Su Qianyan's scientific fire starting, Song Qingxue was left utterly dumbfounded. Both being human, why was Su Qianyan so incredibly exceptional? How mistaken she was. Su Qianyan was, without a doubt, an extraterrestrial being, and as a pure-blooded human, how could she ever compare? "Ah, Qian, when will I ever become as remarkable as you?" she pondered. Perhaps I should trade my brain for an alien one? Did Su Qianyan suspect that she was once again doubting her extraterrestrial origins? Chapter 34. Director Zhou. Have you heard of tranquility? Sister Beauty, how do you plan to cook these exquisite sea fish? Although we didn't bring any seasonings, fortunately, the sea fish have their own unique flavors. I plan to simply grill the fish. The freshest ingredients only require the simplest cooking methods. This statement holds considerable truth. Recalling the diverse flavors of the seafood from the previous day, Su Qianyan felt a twinge of disappointment. Is it only grilled fish? Noticing Su Qianyan sighing with longing in her eyes, Song Qingshue's heart softened at her gaze, which seemed to be filled with twinkling stars. She relented. If we can find an iron container, I could make a nutritious and delicious fish head seaweed soup. And if Qian can find a suitable iron plate, I could also prepare grilled fish. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan's eyes sparkled with delight, her hands clasped together as she cheerfully declared, "This is simple. Leave it to me." With that, she dashed down the beach, simultaneously searching for debris washed ashore by the waves. Fortune smiled upon her as she discovered an abandoned iron canister, square in shape, with its lid long gone. Thanks to years of erosion from the sea, the canister was surprisingly clean. Although the exterior was somewhat rusted, the interior remained intact, with a capacity of approximately 2 liters. Before long, she stumbled upon a large rectangular piece of iron, likely discarded from a fishing vessel and washed ashore. Looking at the iron canister Su Qianyan had found, Song Qingxue was filled with excitement. This is a biscuit tin from the S family abroad. Since it is meant for snacks, it is made of harmless material, making it perfect for use as a cooking pot. Observing the massive iron sheet, comparable to a world map, Song Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. This iron sheet could certainly be used for grilling, but it's just too enormous. Su Qianyan shared her sentiment, glancing down to see the flames of the fire pit flickering wildly in the sea breeze. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She quickly measured the length of the iron sheet with her hand, and with a swift motion, folded it twice, shaping it into a C form. As Su Qianyan positioned the folded iron sheet over the fire, effectively shielding it from the tempestuous winds while eliminating the need for supports, Song Qingxue was filled with admiration. Qian, I often wonder how your mind works to be so brilliant. Reflecting on her past life and her biological parents, whom she had never met, and recalling the seemingly indifferent, yet deeply remorseful and caring parents of her original self, Su Qianyan smiled faintly. This truly has nothing to do with me. It's merely a result of my parents' good genes. Song Qingxue couldn't help but express her envy. Qian, your parents must be incredibly good-looking to have given birth to such a stunning daughter like you. Although she had not interacted with the original's parents since her arrival, the cautious and considerate messages they occasionally sent left Su Qianyan with a favorable impression of them. Of course, when Su Qianyan mentioned her biological parents, she smiled, suggesting they must treat her well. If I had such a beautiful, capable, and successful daughter, I would surely treat her well too. Why do I sense some sarcasm in the comments? Just because Su Qianyan is successful, her biological parents must treat her well? That thought is rather dark. Even after growing up in a wealthy family and discovering she was not biologically related, Su Qianyan decisively returned to her true parents, demonstrating her admirable character of not valuing wealth over kinship. Since returning to her affluent family, Su Qianyan has not visited her adoptive parents, and it is rumored that she has severed all ties with them. TSK, she truly embodies the essence of a thankless wolf. What audacity upstairs! Is she not afraid of attracting the attention of some obsessive fans? They are far more ferocious than rabid dogs. In an old residential complex in City D, a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Su Qianyan discreetly observed his parents from the corner of his eye. Noticing their eyes glued to the live broadcast, completely absorbed and oblivious to the rapidly scrolling comments above, he let out a silent sigh of relief. He wiped the dust off his laptop and casually closed the annoying comments. Watching Su Qianyan speak of her parents with such composure, a flicker of complexity crossed Su Qing's eyes. It seemed she had come to terms with her past. He recalled how, upon discovering her true lineage, Su Qianyan had chosen to return to her biological parents but spent most of her time sequestered in her room, unwilling to engage or connect with them. Clearly, she found it impossible to accept such a drastic upheaval in her life. Her initial decision to pursue a career in stardom was not solely to earn medical expenses for her brother. Rather, it was largely an escape from the impoverished home that she could not adapt to. However, she never voiced her true feelings to avoid embarrassing her parents, instead claiming her motivation was to earn money for her brother's medical bills. Thus, her biological parents felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as they had never raised her. Yet she chose to step into the chaotic entertainment industry for her brother's sake. Old Su, did you see that? Our Yen says we have good genes, which is why we have such a brilliant daughter. I saw it. Yen smiled when she mentioned us. Here I was, thinking she didn't tea like us. Clearly, I was overthinking. Su's father, donning his reading glasses, felt a hint of moisture in his eyes. They had indeed wronged her. What nonsense are you spouting? What child would ever hate their biological parents? Su's mother wiped her reddened eyes, her tone tinged with sorrow, but the Su family truly raised Yan Yan well. I had no idea our Yan Yan was so remarkable. I have always excelled in physics, so she must have inherited that from me. And I was quite the beauty in my youth, so her looks are undoubtedly from me. But Yan Yan is so strong. Do we have any ancestors known for their strength? Who says we don't? My uncle is a renowned blacksmith in the region, famed for his strength. I've heard he can easily lift a hefty water buffalo. Strength is a blessing. At least we need not worry about any ill-mannered boys daring to bully our Yan Yan. Watching his parents speak endlessly of Yan Yan, seemingly forgetting they once had another daughter, a shadow crossed Su Qing's eyes. Forgetting is preferable. There is no need to remember a thankless wolf who repays kindness with enmity. As Su Qianyan mentioned her parents, her lips instinctively curved upward, a stark contrast to her recollection of her own eccentric parents who only hindered her progress. Song Qingshue's eyes briefly dimmed, but she quickly regained her composure. Ah Qian, I need some seaweed, 3 fresh coconuts, and a few plants suitable for spices. Su Qianyan gestured an okay with her hand and promptly began searching the vicinity. Before long, she found fresh water plants and kelp near the shallow reefs. As for the coconuts, it was even simpler. Without an axe in hand, she effortlessly brought down 3 fresh green coconuts, using merely a stone. She then ventured into the forest and soon returned with a handful of lemongrass, perilla leaves, and wild chili peppers. Seeing that Su Qianyan had not ventured deep into the jungle but had returned promptly with spices, Zhou Jiang and the crew breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not stumbled upon any wild chickens, or else the counterattack team would have no hope of retaliating. Director Zhou, we have a situation. A significant one. What are you shouting about? Unless the sky is falling, what could be so serious? It is said that team leader Lin, who has been urgently conscripted, and the PK match ends tomorrow. Where can we find a reliable survival expert on such short notice? What? Lin, who cannot come tomorrow? Why am I only being informed of this now? Zhou Zhang's brow furrowed. Lin, who was a retired Special Forces elite with extensive outdoor survival experience. He had been counting on him to help quell Su Qianyan's rising fame. However, Lin, who had stipulated potential conscription in his contract, leaving Zhou Jiang unable to vent his frustrations on Lin, whose agent. He could only hastily seek out acquaintances in the industry, hoping to find a dependable survival expert. Director, have you heard of Inshin and Mujuan? The pinnacle of beauty in the live streaming industry? Nonsense. I need a survival expert, not a pretty vase. And Mujuan is quite close with team leader Lin Hu, and Lin Hu holds him in high regard. However, I've heard he has strict principles and has declined all invitations from the entertainment industry. As long as the price is right, principles can be bent. I will go ask Lin Hu. Chapter 35. The expression of Su Daolao is that of a true foodie. Heavens! Who would have thought there were wild chili peppers on Yanyang Island? Looking at the abundance of ingredients, Song Qingxue confidently declared, Ah Qian. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a master chef. With deft movements, she cut off the fish head and tossed it into a pot to fry until golden brown on both sides, then added coconut water and the water plants and kelp, simmering it over low heat. Next, she sliced the tender, bone-free fish belly and mixed it with shredded chili peppers and perilla leaves for seasoning, placing it on a heated iron plate to grill. Finally, she placed the fish bones and tail, still adorned with a bit of fish meat, over the fire for a direct char. Su Qianyan watched with her cheeks cradled in her hands, her gaze unwavering, occasionally licking her lips. As the rich aroma of the food nearly transported her soul elsewhere, she mused about where Song Beauty resided. Perhaps she could rent a place next to hers? Not even the fish bones are spared. They are specially roasted to be crunchy snacks. Song Ingho truly knows how to live. Song Ingho's culinary skills are exceptional. Through the screen, I can almost smell the aroma of the grilled fish fillets, making my mouth water profusely. Seeing Yan Yan patiently waiting for food is so adorable. I just want to reach into the live stream and feed her. The expression on Su Daolao's face is that of a true foodie. It's identical to how I look when watching my roommate cook. To share the same expression as a big shot like her is pure bliss. After indulging in a visually and aromatically delightful lunch, Su Qianyan's lips involuntarily curled into a satisfied smile, clearly impressed by Song Beauty's culinary prowess. While Song Qingxue showcased her skills, the counterattack team scrambled to prepare their lunch. although the ingredients were far more plentiful than the previous day. Only Su Wanwan and Xu Fan had any cooking experience. Oh Chun, hailing from a prestigious family, had never cooked for himself, while Tang Yu, though less privileged than Oh Chun, was the pampered youngest daughter, entirely unaccustomed to domestic tasks. Interestingly, Su Wanwan had also been the most cherished daughter in her family, having never set foot in the kitchen until returning to the affluent Su family, where Madame Su had hoped she would marry into an even better family and thus had hired chefs to teach her the art of gourmet cooking. Xu Fan, on the other hand, came from an ordinary family and was the eldest sibling, learning to cook from a young age to care for his younger siblings. Noticing that Su Wanwan had merely cut small pieces from the center of the fish to prepare a so-called sashimi dish, Xu Fan's lips twitched slightly. Surely, she could not be serious? That tiny portion wouldn't even suffice for a single person. Su Wanwan, being a seasoned veteran in the industry, found herself in a predicament where Xu Fan, feeling too embarrassed to confront her, silently set aside the leftover fish from the sea, salvaging them alongside the sea snails to roast on the stone slab. Observing Su Wanwan slicing 2 precious abalones into sashimi, Xu Fan couldn't help but furrow her brows. Lacking any condiments such as wasabi or soy sauce, the abalone sashimi was utterly devoid of flavor. Why must she indulge in such pretentiousness? Xu Fan reminisced about Song Qingxue, realizing that her senior was truly the best, never one to waste food. I can only lament that sashimi without dipping sauce lacks soul. Over at Song Ingho's side, they were feasting on a meal that was a feast for the senses. Why, despite having quality ingredients, did the fare from our group appear so mundane? The sashimi Su Wanwan prepared was far too thick. It simply could not compare to Song Ingho's delicate, almost gossamer slices. Although Oh Chun and Tang Yu praised Su Wanwan's culinary skills, they opted to indulge in the grilled fish and sea snails prepared by Xu Fan. Hilarious, isn't it? R11 has made such an effort to provide her team with delectable sashimi, yet they fail to appreciate it. How outrageous. In their dissatisfaction with the other guests for disregarding Su Wanwan's goodwill and culinary prowess, fans of Xu Fan grew irate in the live chat, tearing into the fans of the other guests, resulting in a swift turn of public opinion against Su Wanwan. As the saying goes, fans follow their idols. Discontented with the disdain shown towards her exquisite sashimi, Su Wanwan was understandably vexed. She recognized that the sashimi lacked flavor, but it wasn't entirely her fault. In her view, the blame lay squarely on Xu Fan and Tang Yu for being so inept, failing to procure essential spices like wasabi after scouring the jungle for what felt like an eternity, only to return with a bunch of rotten, unsightly wild pears. Who in their right mind would crave such sour, wretched pears? After tidying up the meal remnants, Su Qianyan suggested, "Sister May, I've noticed there are quite a few spices on this island. Why don't we go search for some? It could be a nice post-meal stroll." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiang, who was consuming a tasteless cup noodle, felt a jolt of interest. He hastily discarded his cup noodle and fixated on the path Su Qianyan and her companion were taking. Noticing that their route led unerringly towards the release point for wild chickens, Zhou Jiang cursed his luck. Struggling for a moment before succumbing to the urge to discreetly message Su Wanwan from the makeshift restroom, "Director Jiang, there are wild chickens to the east." Although Su Wanwan's phone had been confiscated, she had cleverly concealed a sports bracelet that allowed for minimal communication with the outside world. Having performed poorly in the underwater hunt and merely served as a backdrop for Oh Chun, and with even her once confident sashimi receiving criticism from her teammates, Su Wanwan was filled with resentment. Thus, Zhou Jiang's private message was a timely lifeline. If she could capture a wild chicken, she would undoubtedly secure her position as the group's focal point, potentially winning over the audience's favor. Wary of becoming a mere background character for Oh Chun or Xu Fan once again, Su Wanwan astutely chose to partner with Tang Yu, intending to highlight her own bravery and ingenuity by leveraging Tang Yu's lack of skills. Thus, she feigned a desire for a stroll, specifically requesting Tang Yu to accompany her. Despite having just eaten, Tang Yu was reluctant to move, but considering her status as an artist, she knew she had to prioritize her physical management. Otherwise, her overbearing manager would certainly find ways to cut down on her snacks and gaming time. However, as they walked, Tang Yu couldn't help but frown. "Sister Wanwan, why must we stroll through the jungle? There are swarms of mosquitoes and insects here. What's the appeal?" Swatting away the buzzing mosquitoes near her ears, Su Wanwan replied with a smile, "The grilled fish and sashimi we had for lunch were too pungent. I thought, since we're walking anyway, we might as well meander through the jungle while searching for some useful spices." Thinking of the large welts that the mosquitoes often left on her skin, Tang Yu's expression soured. It turned out this was merely a ruse to put her to work. Despite having received the tip from Director Zhou, Su Wanwan wandered for quite some time before finally catching a glimpse of the wild chickens.
Just as Su Qianyan,
Dragging a reluctant Tang Yu, began to chase after the chickens, Su Qianyan was happily foraging for wild pears with Song Qingxue. Using a shell knife, Su Qianyan hollowed out one side of a plastic bottle and inserted a long stick into the opening to create a rudimentary picking tool. She raised the makeshift tool, deftly scooping a wild pear into the bottle with a swift motion, ensuring it wouldn't fall and break. Song Qingxue looked at Su Qianyan with stars in her eyes, her voice brimming with admiration. "Ah Qian, you're incredibly clever." "Hush, I think I hear the call of the wild chickens."
Ah.
Does that mean both coconut chicken and mud chicken are waiting for us? Absolutely. Chapter 36. Su Daolao is undeniably charming. Su Qianyan removed her jacket, wrapping it to create a simple bundle. Song Qingxue, carrying a bundle of wild pears, walked joyfully alongside Su Qianyan, chatting excitedly as they anticipated the unique flavor of the wild chickens. In their homeland, wild chickens are a protected species, but in foreign lands they are not. And since the deserted island is abroad, they could indeed feast on wild chickens. In previous seasons of Survival Live, guests had enjoyed wild chicken. I never imagined pears could thrive on a deserted island. Pear trees exhibit remarkable adaptability to soil conditions, flourishing in mountainous, hilly, sandy, and saline alkaline terrains.
Wow.
Qian's knowledge is so extensive. I only know that pears help clear heat, soothe the heart, and alleviate coughs. We've mostly been eating barbecued food lately, so having some pears is perfect to cool down and cleanse the palate. By the way, the seasoning gift pack contains 3 pieces of rock candy. When we return to Crescent Moon Island, I'll make you a refreshing and beautifying rock candy pear soup. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, her tone filled with excitement. All right, Sister May is the best. Watching the wild chickens perched high on the branches, preening their feathers while cackling mockingly at her, Su Wanwan's face turned a shade of green with frustration. She bent down to pick up a handful of stones, hurling them at the wild chickens in an attempt to drive them from their perch. After all, they couldn't climb trees, and even if they could, she certainly wouldn't. Unfortunately, having grown up in a perilous jungle, the wild chickens were exceptionally wary of danger. Before the stones could reach them, they spread their wings and deftly flew to higher branches, evading yet another futile attack from Su Wanwan. Seeing the wild chickens take flight again, Su Wanwan gritted her teeth in anger. She had never realized that wild chickens could fly. Director Zhou must have lost his mind to think she could catch such agile creatures. At that moment, Director Zhou, who was also questioning Su Wanwan's sanity, couldn't help but doubt her intelligence. With her abysmal combat skills, where did she find the confidence to believe she could capture a nimble wild chicken alongside a partner as incompetent as Tang Yu? His reason for contacting Su Wanwan was to have her unite the team before the formidable Su Qianyan arrived, hoping they could catch 1 or 2 wild chickens ahead of time to prevent Su Qianyan from ostentatiously capturing all the wild chickens, thus sparing the team from ridicule by netizens. Who would have thought that Su Wanwan could be so selfish, yearning to claim all the credit for herself, and so blindly confident that she would dare to venture out alone with the inept Tang Yu to catch wild chickens? It is truly a shame to squander the good intentions of the production team. Having been forcibly dragged by Su Wanwan to pursue wild chickens, Tang Yu was already panting heavily, collapsed beneath a large tree, looking as disheveled as a stray dog. Gazing at the scratches on her limbs inflicted by thorny vines, Tang Yu's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. If she were to bear scars on her hands and feet, she would undoubtedly make Su Wanwan pay dearly. Humph. Even if her agent tried to stop her, she would still secretly create an account to criticize her. Seeing Su Wanwan stubbornly attacking the wild chickens with unwavering determination, Tang Yu could not help but curl her lip in disdain. One must possess self-awareness. If one lacks ability, one should acknowledge it. If only Su Wanwan had heeded her advice and hurried back to find Oh Chun and Shu Fan, those 2 long-legged companions, to catch the wild chickens, they would likely be enjoying roasted chicken by now. As the wild chickens were relentlessly pursued by those wretched humans, they, too, grew furious. With a sudden flutter of their wings, they deliberately flew over Su Wanwan's head, dropping yellow-green droppings upon her. Though Su Wanwan saw it coming, her reflexes were not swift enough, and she was struck by the warm excrement on her arm, causing her to instantly break down in a fit of despair. How dirty! Witnessing the scene, Tang Yu could not suppress her laughter. But when she saw Su Wanwan abruptly turn her head, her face dark with fury, she quickly composed herself. Remembering that they were still live streaming, Tang Yu felt compelled to maintain appearances, so she feigned a worried expression and looked back at Sister Wanwan, saying, "The production team provided us with a spare set of clothes. You should hurry back and change to clean yourself up. Otherwise, you'll have nothing to wear tomorrow." Seeing Su Wanwan leave in a disheveled state, Tang Yu walked far away, while the online viewers erupted in laughter, each mocking the failure of the reversal team for not even being able to catch a single wild chicken. "Ha, this is killing me." If Su Wanwan hadn't turned her head, that fresh and steaming poultry droppings would have surely splattered all over her face. The comment above is truly pungent. If Su Daolao were here, that wild chicken wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, it would have flown off in fright. Su Daolao is approaching. That wild chicken can't last much longer. Ha. Am I the only one curious about how Su Wanwan and the others will react when they discover their base has already been stealthily infiltrated by the enemy? To be honest, I'm not saying it, but everyone present is a rookie, except for Su Daolao. With Su Qianyan leading the way with a stick, Song Qingxue felt both secure and at ease. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow in confusion. Qian, do you hear any strange sounds? Is someone screaming? Su Qianyan blinked her innocent large eyes. Is there? Perhaps it's just the odd noises made by the wild chickens. Casting a glance at Su Qianyan, who was leisurely walking ahead with a mischievous smile, Song Qingxue felt something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she finally realized what was wrong. Are we really going to catch wild chickens empty-handed? I've watched the previous seasons of Survival Live broadcasts, and wild chickens are not as docile as domestic chickens. They can peck and even fly. Wild chickens are so lively and adorable. They must taste delicious and have a delightful texture. That was not the point, was it? Seeing Su Qianyan's nonchalant demeanor and recalling her capabilities, Song Qingxue silently swallowed her doubts. How could she ever question Su Daolao? I bet 100 wild chickens that Su Daolao definitely heard Su Green Tea's screams, or else she wouldn't be smiling so wickedly. That wicked smile on Su Daolao's lips is simply irresistible. Truly, a bad woman is more alluring, isn't it? Ha. Although Song Ingho clearly asked if it was possible to catch chickens empty-handed, Su Daolao thought of how wild chickens must be chewy, an undeniable foodie. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue finally encountered the cocky wild chicken. Observing the two foolish humans, the wild chicken on the branch leisurely shook its wings and disdainfully clucked. In response, Su Qianyan raised an eyebrow, casually tossing a small round stone in her hand. She rather liked this wild chicken. Judging by its tactics against Su Wanwan, it was undoubtedly clever and resourceful. I wonder if a clever wild chicken would taste even better? At that moment, the wild chicken flapped its wings and took to the air, attempting to use the same tactic against Su Qianyan, who had threatened it with a stone. Seeing this, Su Qianyan swiftly flicked her wrist, sending the stone flying.
Crack. Bang.
Chapter 37. This woman is simply extraordinary. Song Qingxue quietly set down the wild pear bundle in her hands, turning to consult with Su Qianyan about whether they should encircle the wild chicken. Yet, before she could utter a word, she witnessed the wild chicken in midair suddenly seem to be struck by something, abruptly halting in place and letting out a sharp cluck, before plummeting to the ground with a loud thud. Song Qingxue silently closed her gaping mouth. With Su Daolao around, such extraordinary and inhuman scenes always occurred. And she should have been accustomed to it by now, shouldn't she? Watching as Su Qianyan leisurely approached, casually grabbing a vine to hoist the seemingly unconscious wild chicken, Song Qingxue pondered aloud, why does this wild chicken differ from those in the previous videos? Instead of fleeing upon seeing humans, it foolishly flits around. I understand. This wild chicken must have never encountered humans before, unaware of their terrifying nature, which is why it remains so calm, right?
Indeed.
Those who have not seen the world are easily taken advantage of. I want to shout 100 times Su Daolao is the best.
Ha. This is killing me.
If I weren't aware that Song Ingho had no idea that wild chickens had previously posed a threat to Su Green Tea, I would think she was being sarcastic. Su Green Tea spent a full hour catching wild chickens, ultimately ending up with a handful of warm chicken droppings, while Su Daolao, despite claiming she would catch wild chickens, accomplished the feat in mere seconds. This exemplifies the insurmountable gap between rookies and the elite. Just a moment ago, The wild chicken held its head high, belittling weak humans, and the next instant, it was struck down by the very humans it looked down upon. Thus, experience can indeed be fatal for chickens. The scene of Su Qianyan dispatching the wild chicken like a cold-blooded assassin was transformed into a dynamic meme by humorous netizens, accompanied by captions such as "You can't afford to provoke this powerhouse. This is your fate," as Survivalive has recently gained immense popularity. Many netizens have taken to using the memes produced by the show's guests in their WeChat conversations. As the most popular guest, Su Qianyan's memes are naturally the most numerous, often showcasing her elegance or striking beauty. Su Wanwan's previous memes, mostly produced by the company, featured positive images like Little Fairy, but as netizens began creating their own, things spiraled out of control, resulting in memes of Su Wanwan primarily featuring the notably vivid and warm chicken droppings. After receiving a call from a high-end skincare brand in Country M, Su Wanwan's manager, Sister Ping, wore a grim expression. This endorsement had been all but secured, merely awaiting Su Wanwan's return from the variety show to sign the contract. To everyone's astonishment, the drastic transformation in Su Wanwan's appearance before and after her diving escapades has led numerous netizens to question whether she has undergone cosmetic surgery. Coupled with the insidious whispers of her competitors, rumors about Su Wanwan's lack of beauty and inadequate image management have proliferated. Furthermore, the widely circulated animated expressions of her clumsiness while capturing wild chickens have culminated in her losing the endorsement for a prestigious high-end skincare brand in Country M. Ever since her participation in the reality show Survivalive, Su Wanwan has been embroiled in a torrent of scandalous rumors. Her reputation among the public has diminished, and she has even lost several advertising endorsements. Sister Ping's expression turned serious. It seems this show is indeed detrimental to Su Wanwan. Perhaps it would be best for Su Wanwan to feign illness and withdraw from this disastrous program? Qian, please ensure your safety. Upon hearing Su Qianyan mention her intention to catch a few more wild chickens, Song Qingxue felt no concern, merely offering a casual reminder before resolutely returning to their temporary camp with her haul of wild chickens and wild pears. Once Song Qingxue departed, Su Qianyan's speed surged exponentially, moving through the jungle with the agility of a monkey. The live-streaming thief could barely keep pace with her inhuman velocity. Yet her swift and precise method of hunting wild chickens was so effective that at times, viewers only caught a fleeting shadow of her movements, igniting a fervor in the chat room as they hailed her prowess. In less than an hour, she had successfully captured 3 wild chickens, effectively eliminating the 4 that the production team had secretly released. Throughout her hunting, Su Qianyan also took the liberty of collecting fragrant herbs such as lemongrass and wild pepper, even gathering a generous handful of tender fern shoots. Observing Su Qianyan return triumphantly, Song Qingxue, though somewhat prepared for the outcome, was nonetheless rendered speechless by the sheer volume of her catch. Had she truly captured all the wild chickens on this deserted island? With gentle tact, Song Qingxue suggested, "Ahem. Having hunted all the wild chickens on this unfamiliar island, do you think that might be a bit excessive?" In truth, Song Qingxue harbored no qualms about this behavior. After all, Su Qianyan's insatiable appetite was well known. However, she worried that the fans of the opposing team might seize upon this opportunity to criticize Su Qianyan for lacking ethics, claiming she had squandered a rare source of food for the rival team. To this, Su Qianyan blinked her enchanting eyes and replied with a hint of indignation. "How could I possibly be so ruthless? I am a staunch advocate for sustainable practices. These wild chickens, with their glossy and ample plumage, clearly indicate they've thrived on this island for quite some time, as they're a species that reproduces swiftly. I am certain there are hens with chicks hiding away in some corners of this island." Song Qingxue reflected on this. After all, domesticated chickens lay eggs daily. And while wild chickens may not breed as prolifically, it was evident that the island could not possibly host only 4. The online audience was similarly swayed by Su Qianyan's reasoning, and the fans of the opposing team hesitated to condemn her for annihilating the wild chickens, instead urging their own team to strive harder in their own pursuit of the feathery fowl, encouraging them to display a fighting spirit, even in defeat. As the viewers fervently called for the opposing team's guests to put in more effort to capture wild chickens, Oh Chun and Shu Fan, upon learning of the wild chickens in the jungle, became intrigued. They equipped themselves and ventured into the woods with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiang's expression darkened. All the wild chickens had been snatched up by the formidable Su Qianyan. What use was it for them to enter the fray now? Merely to collect feathers? Zhou Jiang squinted at Su Qianyan's live stream, musing to himself. She had caught 4 wild chickens, and then promptly ceased her efforts, as if she were aware that only 4 existed. Could it be that someone had leaked information? Yet even if someone did, not even the team leader Lin who could manage to capture all the scattered wild chickens within an hour. Damn it, this woman is simply too extraordinary. With the realization that the agent team leader he had invited would arrive the next day, Zhou Zhang's brow unfurled. HMPF, he refused to believe he could not outmaneuver her. Chapter 38. Congratulations to Su Qianyan for achieving the provocation accomplishment. Glancing at the bounty of ingredients scattered about, Song Qingxue radiated joy. Qian, shall we head back to the camp now? Su Qianyan nodded, then suddenly smirked, her lips curling into a meaningful arc. But before we leave, let us pay a little visit to our temporary neighbors on this island. Hearing this, Song Qingxue's eyes sparkled. Were they really going to greet Su Wanwan with the entire wooden raft of ingredients? How delightful! If Su Wanwan were to discover that these provisions were acquired from Yanyan Island, she would surely be incensed. While the idea was tempting, Song Qingxue recognized that such an act might be seen as rather cheeky. That might not be the best idea. Su Qianyan shot her a disapproving glance, her tone grave. Passing by the island of unfamiliar friends without offering a greeting would surely be perceived as impolite by our viewers. We wouldn't want to set a poor example for the children watching our live stream, would we? Haha, Yanyan's mischievous demeanor is absolutely adorable. Indeed. We should definitely provoke, no, greet them before we leave. Yes, one must be polite. We cannot set a bad example for our young at-heart friends. I am so eager to see the expressions on Su Wanwan and the others when they encounter the great Su Qianyan. I am eagerly awaiting the dynamic emoticons from the talented ladies. Feigning reluctance for a moment, Song Qingxue then decisively loaded the ingredients onto the wooden raft, her expression brimming with anticipation as they paddled towards the direction of the opposing team. During their rowing, Song Qingxue suddenly recalled something and suggested, Qian, we seem a bit disheveled right now. It would be best to tidy up our appearance before we greet them, lest they think we look down upon them. Casting a glance at the radiant and striking Song Qingxue, Su Qianyan appeared puzzled. Her hair was in order, and she was clean and tidy. Where was the disarray? Noting that the ever-canny Su Qianyan had failed to grasp her intent to outshine Su Wanwan and the others, Song Qingxue glanced again at the enchanting beauty illuminated by the sun, whose features could grace a poster with just a casual snapshot. She suppressed a smile. Indeed, with Su Qianyan's stunning beauty, it was only natural that she would not think of overshadowing others, as such an endeavor required no effort whatsoever. Although Su Qianyan did not comprehend her intent, Song Qingxue still took great care to release Su Qianyan's ponytail, transforming it into an artistic braid and adorning her ear with a delicate yellow wildflower. The once cold and ethereal Su Qianyan instantly radiated an enchanting, pure aura. Song Qingxue also let her own ponytail down, allowing her hair to cascade into flowing waves, and adorned her ear with a large red flower, instantly transforming from a capable woman into a captivating beauty. This looks just right. Qian, as we are about to reunite with old friends, we must pay attention to our appearance. It is a sign of respect towards them. Do you understand? Beautiful sister, I understand. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, Su Qianyan feigned understanding and nodded in agreement. As a seasoned general who had long been stationed on the front lines, engaged in fierce battles against the advanced insectoids, she had never been overly concerned with her public persona. Goodness, is that enchanting little fairy with bright eyes and pearly teeth truly my esteemed Su? The elegant beauty, Song, with her flowing hair, is simply captivating. Suddenly, I find myself yearning for romance. Oh my! It's remarkable how a mere change of hairstyle has transformed the essence of these two individuals. Song Mingho has truly outdone herself. If only those insipid ancient costume idol dramas had Song Ingho as their image consultant, they wouldn't be subjected to ridicule for resembling something that fell from a sewing machine. Whether as a breathtaking ethereal fairy or a strikingly beautiful lady, both are to my liking. How am I to choose? To the person above, I suggest you immerse your head in a toilet for a moment of clarity. This way, you can return to reality and cease your worries. After paddling through the shallow coastal waters for less than half an hour, Su Qianyan spotted Su Wanwan at the water's edge, visibly annoyed as she washed clothes, while Tangyu sat nearby on the beach. Thoroughly entertained by Su Wanwan's reluctant task, realizing that Su Wanwan had been washing a single piece of clothing for over half an hour, Su Qianyan felt a sense of disbelief. Was she truly so idle? If this were a genuine survival scenario on a deserted island, with her overly delicate nature, she would undoubtedly struggle to last even half an episode. Even now, I find it utterly fascinating how Su manages to navigate through the vast ocean. Honestly, if it weren't for Su's constant attire of fitted sportswear, I might have suspected she was secretly harboring a GPS device. Every time I catch a glimpse of Su Qianyan, I can't help but burst into laughter. Her expression of utter despair after being struck by a chicken is simply too comical. Her features are completely misaligned, and her expression management is a resounding failure. Su has brought a boatload of ingredients. I can't wait for this spectacle. Despite the blazing sun overhead, Tang Yu was in high spirits. Reveling in the thought of the hypocritical Su Balian being taught a lesson by a wild chicken, the mere idea brought her joy. Suddenly, she spotted a wooden boat in the distance and thought she might be hallucinating from exhaustion. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she saw that the wooden raft was not vanishing but rather approaching them rapidly. In disbelief, Tang Yu exclaimed, "Su Wanwan, look. Is that a wooden boat over there?" Hearing Tang Yu's panic shout, Su Wanwan instinctively frowned. It was quite normal for boats to appear along the coast, was it not?
No, wait.
Su Wanwan's movements halted abruptly as she gazed upward in disbelief. This was a deserted island. How could there possibly be a wooden boat? Most of the vessels rented by the production team were small cruise ships, and they would certainly not utilize a wooden boat. Seeing Su Wanwan standing in the shallow water, disheveled and exuding an air of distress, Song Qingxue felt an uncontainable delight and couldn't resist waving cheerfully at the astonished duo. Hello there. Even when encountering someone she disliked, Su Qianyan did not maintain an aloof demeanor. Instead, she smiled warmly and waved. Hi. It's been a while. I'm rolling on the floor laughing. What a ridiculous long time no see. XSWL, is Su really waving cheerfully at Song Ingho? Though I had anticipated this, witnessing Su Qianyan and the others' utterly dumbfounded expressions is still immensely satisfying. Su Qianyan and the others' naive expressions are utterly hilarious. It's so gratifying to see. Congratulations to Su for achieving the provocation milestone. Oh no, I mean the friendly greeting milestone. Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. Su Wanwan, surely I must be seeing things. How could I possibly see Song Ingho waving at me from a wooden raft? Encountering Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue, both exuding a fresh and comfortable aura, Su Wanwan was equally astonished and incredulous. She sincerely wished she were indeed imagining this. She simply could not accept that while she was enduring such hardship, the individuals she loathed were living in such carefree comfort. Chapter 39. Blame it on Su for being too inhuman. On Yenyang Island, noticing Su Wanwan's tense jaw clenching in excitement, Su Qianyan turned to Song Qingxue and remarked with a smile, Sister Beauty, look, they're so overwhelmed they can hardly speak. They must be absolutely thrilled. I told you. We simply had to greet them, to let them know we're doing splendidly, indulging in delightful feasts, so they need not worry about our group suffering from hunger. Ha ha ha. It just so? Look at Su Qianyan. She is so ecstatic, she can hardly articulate a word. Su's talent for mockery is truly exceptional. I dare say the bamboo shoots on the island have all been claimed by her. The underdog team, who previously fretted over the champion team's well-being, now that they see the champions thriving, their faces have turned as dark as coal. How hypocritical. Haha, I relish witnessing such gratifying moments of poetic justice. I want to ask Su Qianyan, is your face swollen? Casting a glance at the visibly distressed Su Wanwan and Tang Yu, whose expressions hinted at smoke emanating from their heads, Song Qingxue couldn't help but steal a glance at Su, who wore a serious expression. She couldn't help but marvel at Su's exceptional ability to speak with such conviction. However, as the team leader, Song Qingxue naturally stood by her own members, nodding in agreement and stating earnestly, Friends, while our champion team may be small in number, we are nonetheless formidable. We eat well, sleep well, and savor every meal. There's no need for you to worry about us. Observing Su Qianyan with her rosy lips, radiant smile, and an air of lively grace, and Song Qingxue, who exuded elegance and charm, Su Wanwan instinctively tightened her grip on the clothes in her hands. How could the two women she despised most appear so resplendent and poised during her most humiliating moment? Hearing them repeatedly mention how well they were doing, Su Wanwan took a deep breath, reminding herself that they were still live streaming. She could not afford to lose composure. Forcing herself to regain her composure, Su Wanwan soon realized something was amiss and could not help but question sharply, How did you get your boat? I know it must have been provided by the production team, right? Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan's brows furrowed slightly, her expression one of disapproval. How disheartening it would be for the production team to hear Su Wanwan suggest such a thing. After all, they had gone to great lengths to assist the underdog team in achieving a genuine turnaround. Who could have anticipated that the underdog team would prove so inept? Their own shortcomings had rendered a reversal of fortunes impossible. Could the production team be held responsible for that? Certainly not. The production team had always operated with fairness and integrity. How could they be questioned? If it weren't the production team, could the wooden boat have been crafted by your own hands? Well, you guessed it right. I did indeed build this boat all by myself. Su Qianyan. Do you find such a fib amusing? Do you truly believe the audience in the live stream would buy your story? I speak the truth. Why wouldn't they believe me? Unlike you, they are rational and astute. Su Qianyan, I have no desire to engage in this nonsensical banter. I simply wish to understand why the production team provided you with a wooden raft while neglecting us. Is it simply because our group has one more member? This is utterly unfair. Tang Yu exclaimed, her voice sharp with indignation. Indeed, it is unjust. Why do you indulge in luxury while we endure this wretched existence of insufficient food and sleepless nights? How can the production team be so biased? Upon hearing Su Wanwan and her companion repeatedly lament the unfairness of the show, Su Qianyan innocently blinked her shimmering eyes. After all, it was the upsurge group that had cast this blame upon the production team. She had said nothing. The production team's reputation is taking a hit. It's truly delightful to witness. The production team, what have I done? Why is it deemed unfair? I am more wrong than Do-e. Honestly, had I not personally witnessed the entire boat-building process by Su, I would hardly believe her words. Me too.
So,
It's not entirely Su Luine's lack of foresight to blame, but rather Su, who is simply extraordinary. The production team was utterly disheartened. Although they recognized their bias, it had consistently favored the champion team, while the upsurge group had always been the recipient of their preferential treatment. Ironically, the champion team, whom they targeted, continued to speak well of them, while those favored expressed grievances regarding their perceived unfairness, leaving the production crew feeling as though they were caught in a web of contradictions, stung by the ingratitude of those they had supported. Even the iron-willed Zhou Poppy found himself harboring a modicum of disdain for the upsurge group, who, despite their evident lack of ability, dared to accuse the production team of unfairness. Truly, a group unworthy of sympathy. Observing Su Wanwan and Tang Yu brimming with righteous indignation, Su Qianyan sighed softly and turned to the ever-composed Song Marin, reminding her, Sister Marin, while they may not seem friendly now, we should still express our gratitude. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue became animated, decisively addressing Su Wanwan and Tang Yu with words that appeared gracious, yet served to stoke the flames. Friends, Yenyang Island is indeed abundant in resources. In just an hour, we have gathered so many ingredients from the island. Thank you. Indeed. 4 wild chickens. Enough for several hearty meals. Su Qianyan chimed in, her expression innocent. If you have the means, you are welcome to visit us at Crescent Moon Island, provided you can manage to build a boat. Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue could not help but chuckle. Qian is truly witty. Even if the upsurge group manages to construct a raft, they would still be unable to locate Crescent Moon Island. Tang Yu stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with a mixture of anger and urgency. Su Qianyan,
what do you mean by that?
you haven't captured all the wild chickens from our island, have you? Oh heavens! The chickens hanging from your boat aren't from our island, are they? Su Wanwan was equally furious, gritting her teeth. How could you come to our island to hunt? This is clearly a violation of the rules. After exchanging pleasantries and expressing gratitude, Su Qianyan chose to disregard the furious inquiries of Su Wanwan and Tang Yu, leisurely paddling the raft on their journey back. Qian, if the upsurge group were to visit our island, what grand feast should we prepare for them? Coconut chicken, fragrant braised mud chicken, or island-style roasted chicken would all be delightful. After all, Sister Marin is an excellent cook. Anything she makes is delicious.
Oh.
And we could also prepare a sweet pear soup. The ingredients you just mentioned are all gathered from Yenyang Island. It truly is a treasure trove of resources. Listening to their banter, Su Wanwan and Tang Yu felt a surge of rage, their heads nearly smoking with frustration. Chapter 40. Perhaps we should just let this sea monster go? In an effort to maintain the facade of normalcy, Su Qianyan occasionally dipped her paddle into the water on the return journey. signaling that she was indeed making an effort to row back to the deserted island rather than allowing the raft to mysteriously glide back. As she paddled, Su Qianyan would steal glances at the fishing rod, ever watchful for any sign of fish biting. To relish the thrill of fishing, she deliberately steered clear of the fishing grounds, enhancing the anticipation of the catch. Meanwhile, Song Qingxue, exhausted from her earlier endeavors, dozed off shortly after boarding the raft. She had been tense and alert, monitoring the fishing rod, and upon arriving at Yanyang Island, she had busied herself with cooking fish, foraging for wild pears, and even rowing the boat to provoke Su Wanwan. A whirlwind of activity had left her thoroughly fatigued. Ah, the sleeping ice goddess is so beautiful. This must be the legendary Sleeping Beauty. If I were in her position, spinning like a top, I too would be as worn out as Goddess Song. Su Qianyan is indeed remarkable. Even after building a boat alone in the morning and foraging in the afternoon, she remains full of energy. Such stamina is enviable. With both of them being extraordinarily beautiful and talented, is there truly no one shipping the all-capable Su Qianyan and gentle Song Qingxue as a romantic couple? The way Su Qianyan occasionally adjusts the sunshade for Song Qingxue is simply wonderful. She is not only breathtakingly beautiful and capable, but also so considerate. Her boyfriend material is truly max. Suddenly, the fishing line tightened dramatically. Su Qianyan quietly set aside her paddle, cautiously manipulating the fishing line, making the hooked fish believe the bait was escaping, compelling it to bite down harder on the hook. Sensing the moment was right, she swiftly tightened the line, attempting to reel in the fish, only to find that the catch was anything but ordinary, putting up a formidable fight. The audience in the live stream grew tense, each offering advice and strategies. Unfortunately, Su Qianyan could not see their suggestions, which only heightened the viewer's anxiety.
Ah,
That commotion sounds like a big one. I'm so nervous. Su Qianyan, you must maintain control. Don't use brute force, you can't just yank the line. You must play it cool, let out a little line. Then reel in longer sections, otherwise, the fish might sense danger and break free. What kind of fish could it be? It's pulling the raft along. Its strength is incredible. Oh my. Su Qianyan remains unfazed while the raft is being dragged. She is so composed. Song Qingxue, awakened by the unusual commotion, felt a mix of shock and fear as she saw the raft being pulled. Oh no, Su Qianyan must have hooked some terrifying sea creature. As she noticed the water churning with a small whirlpool, her heart raced, yet she dared not stand, fearing her movement might upset the balance of the raft. Tentatively peering over the edge, she glimpsed a massive shadow swiftly darting beneath the surface, occasionally thrashing violently. She swallowed hard, cautiously asking, "Qian, what kind of fish is that? It looks enormous. It can't be a sea monster, can it?" In response, Su Qianyan turned her gaze to Song Qingxue, her curiosity piqued. What sea monster?
can it be eaten?
Is it delicious? What on earth does Su Qianyan mean by can it be eaten? How obsessed is she with food?
Ha ha, I'm utterly amused.
Why does Sue always have such a straightforward yet humorous way of thinking? Now that's a true foodie. When ordinary people encounter terrifying, unknown creatures, their first instinct is fear and trepidation, whereas a foodie's first thought is always, can it be eaten? Is it delicious? Song Marin's expression of bewilderment and despair mirrors my own. The crux of the matter is far from this, you know.
Qian.
Don't lose focus. Quickly tighten the fishing line. We mustn't allow the sea monster to overturn the boat. It won't succeed. It cannot outmatch me. But it is currently dragging the boat away. No rush. It will tire and eventually cease its struggle. Upon hearing that sea monsters tire, Song Qingxue felt even more anxious. What if the sea monster opened its gaping maw and swallowed both them and the wooden raft whole? Of course, one would simply have to slice open its belly and walk out. Hey, Qian, what are you talking about? Didn't you just ask what we would do if the sea monster swallowed us? She couldn't have accidentally revealed her thoughts in a moment of panic, could she? If so, then she. Sister Marin, what does E mean? Su Qianyan feigned ignorance, yet a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. Song Marin's mortified and exasperated expression was simply hilarious. Don't ask her. She just wants to die. Boo-hoo. Facing the imminent peril of a sea monster while simultaneously experiencing a live broadcast embarrassment is simply too unfortunate. 222. Sue and Song Marin must be trying to make me laugh to inherit my credit limit. Haha, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Who would have thought that the gentle and elegant song de Marin harbors a monster within her heart? Su is equally amusing. She even deliberately asked what "ee" means, teasing her own people, truly mischievous. Song Marin's expression, as if she wished to disappear from this social embarrassment, is indeed the source of my joy today. Please don't all shout at once. Your noise is blinding my eyes. I just want to know what the sea monster truly looks like. Just as Su Qianyan was teasing Song Marin, the great fish had already dragged their wooden boat over 100 meters, finally abandoning the struggle to pull the fishing line. Instead, occasionally flipping about in an attempt to dislodge the hook in its mouth. Enormous splashes erupted, creating whirlpools that stirred the wooden boat as well. Drenched in water, Song Qingxue gripped the armrests of her chair tightly, her complexion pale with shock, fearing the next moment would see them capsized. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Su Qianyan maintaining her calm demeanor, nonchalantly pulling the fishing line, seemingly unfazed by the tumultuous spectacle, while Song Qingxue was on the verge of tears. Unable to refrain from meekly suggesting, "Su, perhaps we should just let the sea monster go? Couldn't they reconcile with the sea monster?" Letting it go would also mean letting themselves off the hook.
Su Qianyan looked perplexed. Eh? Why?
It's so strong. It must be quite chewy.
Plus.
Look at its massive body. It's too big for just one pot. We could definitely have several hearty meals. Just the thought of lounging about for the next 2 days without the need to hunt lifted Su Qianyan's spirits. A life of leisure filled with delicious food was truly delightful. Song Qingxue, however, wore a dazed expression while she was still concerned about life and death. Su Qianyan was already contemplating a feast? Truly, the heights of her thoughts were beyond what a mere mortal like her could fathom. And just as they spoke, Su Qianyan exerted herself, finally yanking the unidentified sea monster from the depths of the water. Upon seeing the true form of the creature, Song Qingxue, who had been feigning calm, could no longer hold back her scream. It's a great white shark. Oh, so, is it delicious? Chapter 41. Is a Qian truly an extraterrestrial disguised in human form? As the sea monster was pulled from the water, the entire live stream erupted in a frenzy. Viewers, believing themselves seasoned from their time in Su Qianyan's live stream, were nonetheless profoundly shocked. Holy cow, even through the screen, I almost wet myself. Those rows of sharp, terrifying teeth of the great white shark are absolutely horrifying. Wow, is Su's live stream always this high energy? I regret staying in the counterattack team's stream out of prejudice. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. I was secretly hoping it would be a giant king tuna. Instead, I nearly had a heart attack. I had previously mocked Su for her lack of skill and her rebuke of Jin Fuchong for never having caught a shark. I was wrong. Su is undeniably impressive. Is it even worthwhile to discuss trivial matters here? The priority should be rescuing the guests. There's no need for alarm upstairs. With Su around,
Who knows who the real danger is?
the great white shark is the most ferocious and dangerous shark in the world, and is the only one audacious enough to attack fishing boats and humans. Hence the general avoidance by people. The fact that Su Qianyan was audacious enough to catch the world's most dangerous great white shark surpassed all expectations, causing her trending tag to rocket to the forefront of the hot search list at breakneck speed. Numerous celebrities who had bought their way into the trending topics were seething with frustration. Why was she everywhere? Is the trending topic her home? Why doesn't she just live on the trending list? Had they not known that Su Qianyan had long since severed ties with the Pinnacle Entertainment Group and was now as poor as a church mouse, they might have suspected her of manipulating the trending topics. Meanwhile, the production team members in the live broadcast control center were equally thrown into chaos by the sudden appearance of the great white shark. Damn it! Didn't we instruct you to find an absolutely safe deserted island? Why is there a dangerous great white shark in these waters? Were the people who conducted the field survey just slacking off? I assure you, if anything happens to the guests, I will make you all pay dearly. Zhou Jiang gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, furiously shouting for the security team to rush over for a rescue. After all, it was a man-eating great white shark. If someone were to perish, as the head of the production team, he would undoubtedly be implicated. Director Zhou, our vessel is too large. If we approach, the waves it generates could overturn their wooden raft. Damn it, we can't move closer. Can't you just jump into the water to rescue the guests? Director, but that's a great white shark. We could die. Are we just going to let the guests be devoured by the shark? Without the resolve to sacrifice. What are you doing as security personnel? Director, I believe that with Su around, they won TV in danger. At this, Zhou Jiang was momentarily taken aback, recalling that the appearance of the great white shark was due to Su's own fishing prowess. Hence, who was truly in danger remained uncertain. Even through the live stream, viewers were startled, while Song Qingxue, face-to-face with the great white shark, was so terrified her legs felt weak, her hands trembling, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. "Be boss, hurry and let it go. Otherwise, it will really eat us."
How could that be?
Right now, we've captured it. If anyone is to be eaten, it shall be us eating it. Seeing Su Daolao's unwavering determination as he tightly gripped the fishing line, attempting to haul the colossal great white shark onto the pitiful wooden raft, Song Qingxue was nearly brought to tears. She hastily implored, "The great white shark can grow up to 6 meters in length, and this one is evidently still a juvenile. Its parents and relatives may be lurking nearby. Great whites are known for their pack behavior, and we are no match for them. Therefore, we should release it immediately and vacate this perilous marine territory." Contemplating the towering, grotesque, and ferocious advanced insectoids, Su Qianyan felt no trepidation towards the great white shark. Instead, she found its rounded form somewhat endearing. A 6-meter-long great white shark isn't so frightening, is it? At worst, we could invite it and its family to join us in our grand iron pot. Ha ha ha. The thought of the great white shark and its family joining our iron pot is simply hilarious. The oceanic ruler. The great white shark. We were utterly terrified at that moment. Why am I simultaneously frightened and amused right now? Su Daolao is truly remarkable. I suddenly burst into loud laughter, and my mother shot me a disdainful look, questioning my sanity, even though she was also laughing so hard she held her stomach. What a double standard. Though I pity the trembling beauty, Song, I couldn't help but unleash a hearty laugh. Witnessing Su Daolao's resolute desire to consume the great white shark, the frail and helpless Song Qingxue took a deep breath, forcibly calming herself. Finally, her mind engaged, and she cleverly devised a rationale. Sharks excrete through their skin, and their flesh is imbued with urea, reeking of ammonia. It's hardly appetizing. Therefore, we should let it go. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan visibly wilted, her expression turning pitiful as she asked, "Oh, really not tasty?" Observing Su Daolao's exquisitely ethereal face fall into visible dejection, Song Qingxue felt an involuntary pang of guilt.
Yet,
casting a glance at the ferocious great white shark that was still desperately thrashing about, occasionally splashing massive amounts of water, her qualms dissipated instantly. She nodded fervently, thinking that if the livestream audience were not present, she might even dare to deceive him into believing that the great white shark was poisonous. How much is conscience worth compared to her own life? Woe is me, is recording a variety show really that dangerous now? No, the production team must increase the budget. Upon learning that the great white shark was unpalatable, Su Qianyan's gaze towards it shifted from warmth to disdain. How could something so large and rotund be inedible? What a waste of her efforts. Casting her eyes around the environment, Su Qianyan's anger flared further. It was all due to this creature that their wooden raft had drifted off course from the current heading towards Crescent Moon Island, meaning she would have to exert herself to paddle back. Suddenly locking eyes with the great white shark's fierce, cold gaze, Su Qianyan felt a spark of realization. This shark seemed rather intelligent and was aware enough to threaten her. She wondered if it could understand human speech. Reaching out, she patted the struggling great white shark, each time forcing it underwater before pulling it back up. After several rounds of this, the shark finally ceased its thrashing, displaying a look of helpless indignation. Pleased, Su Qianyan nodded, pointing towards Crescent Moon Island, proposing, "It's your fault for wandering off, causing us to stray from our camp. If you escort us to the island, I shall grant you your freedom. What do you say?" As a highly intelligent marine creature, the great white shark, though unable to comprehend the words of this seemingly frail yet extraordinarily powerful human, grasped her intent. Seeing that the shark offered no protest, Su Qianyan took this as consent. But she still brandished her spear as a warning. "However, let me make this clear. If you dare to escape or cause trouble along the way, I might just take a few bites out of you, understand?" Noticing that the great white shark had become more obedient, Su Qianyan happily secured the main rope of the raft around its body and removed the fishing hook from its mouth. In less than 5 minutes, the compliant shark swiftly towed the raft back to the waters near Crescent Moon Island. Once Su Qianyan untied the main rope, the great white shark immediately turned and fled in a panic, akin to a defeated army in disarray. Seeing this, Su Qianyan smirked. She wasn't a man-eating demon. So, why the hasty retreat? Didn't he even say goodbye before swimming off? Such rudeness. Turning back, she noticed Song, who wore a dubious expression, and cleared her throat, feigning innocence. I told you it wasn't necessary, but this great white shark insisted on bringing us back. Such enthusiasm. The sight of such a large and docile great white shark escorting the raft back to the island left countless viewers in the live stream utterly dumbfounded, their worldviews irrevocably challenged by a woman named Su Qianyan. Song Qingxue felt her own perceptions teetering on the brink. Was Qian truly human? Was she not an alien cloaked in human guise? Chapter 42. Su Daolao, the Prophet. A woman whom even the great white shark fears. One to be reckoned with. Can a mere human truly achieve such extraordinary feats? Goodness, Su Daolao has tamed the formidable oceanic ruler, the great white shark. Is there anything she cannot accomplish? Ha. The great white shark's escape was nothing short of a comedic spectacle. Does it perceive Su Daolao as a devil?
Buffeld.
The evidence of Su Daolao being an extraterrestrial is right before our eyes, yet some still insist she is human. Observing the live stream comments echoing his own thoughts, Cui Lai cautiously glanced at the grim-faced Zhou Jiang beside him, gulping nervously as he inquired, Director Zhou, how formidable is the acting team leader? If he lacks superpowers, I doubt he can balance Su Qianyan, this great demon. Great demon? Zhou Jiang cast a cold glance at Cui Lai, his tone sharp. Su Qianyan is your guest to manage. She has repeatedly generated such unforeseen scenarios. Are you truly incapable of devising a strategy to cope? At this, Cui Lai's expression stiffened. If even Zhou Poppy could not contend with the great demon, how could he, such a feeble human, possibly rein her in? In truth, Cui Lai harbored no desire to counterbalance Su Qianyan. After all, the traffic generated by her live stream was his performance metric, and her viewership had already surpassed the combined totals of all others, indicating that his achievements were indeed unparalleled. Cui Lai astutely noted, Director Zhou, ISN T Su Qianyan's presence boon. Her extraordinary emergence has propelled our program onto trending lists multiple times, and our ratings are far ahead of all other variety shows. In this era, where short videos dominate people's leisure time, even traditional television stations with decades of viewership history have not produced any phenomenally popular variety shows in quite some time. However, given the current trajectory, as long as our program avoids any mishaps, with Su Qianyan, this non-human, on board, we stand a great chance of becoming a phenomenal hit. Don't you look forward to that? Cui Lai's analysis was not lost on Zhou Jiang, an experienced director with decades of insight. He, too, harbored ambition and yearned for the success of his brainchild, Survival Live, to achieve phenomenal acclaim. However, he was equally aware of the inherent risks involved. Do you think I don't anticipate it? However, can you guarantee with absolute certainty that no unexpected incidents will arise during the program? Do not be deceived by Su Qianyan's seemingly calm and dependable demeanor. In truth, she is quite the lunatic. She dares to take on even the great white shark and is unafraid to venture out to sea aboard a rickety wooden raft. Who knows what further outrageous acts she might commit? With her current capabilities, should she decide to engage in any reckless behavior, we would be utterly powerless to stop her. If her indiscretion leads to accidents involving herself or other guests, our production team would face ruin. Do you understand? The distinction between an incident and an accident is but a single word. Cui Lai has also contemplated Zhou Jiang's concerns and suggested, our program has already achieved a dark horse and a sensational highlight. From here on, all we need is stability. Is that not so? I observe that Su Qianyan tends to adhere to rules, and as long as we refine the regulations and close any loopholes she might exploit, I refuse to believe she can orchestrate any unforeseen calamities. Zhou Jiang pondered this carefully and concluded that it must be so. He promptly summoned the planning team and decisively scrapped the final 2 days' itinerary, eliminating activities such as deep-sea fishing and diving, instead devising a safer program flow. Zhou Jiang fixed his gaze intently on Su Qianyan's live streaming room, convinced that a simple arrangement of beach volleyball and relay races around the island could hardly lead to any mishaps. Little did he know, he had unwittingly set a personal flag for himself. As Song Qingxue laboriously dragged the wooden raft, she asked in confusion, Qian, wouldn't it be better to secure the raft to the coastal rocks? Why are we exerting ourselves to drag it ashore? To avoid revealing her extraordinary strength, Su Qianyan had not pulled the raft alone this time. Instead, she enlisted Song Qingxue's assistance, which was, of course, rather negligible. While hauling the raft, She cast her gaze towards the distant horizon, now ominously clouded, and with an uncharacteristically grave tone explained, because rain is imminent. And it is likely to be a torrential downpour. This impending storm threatened to unleash ferocious waves capable of sweeping their raft away. Which is precisely why she wished to drag it ashore, to prevent the need to rebuild it should she desire to venture out to sea the following day. Not having detected the gravity in Su Qianyan's voice, Song Qingshua's expression brightened as she excitedly inquired, "Really? How long until it rains?" "We've nearly exhausted the rainwater we collected in coconut shells. If it rains, we can store more." Noting Song Qingshua's enthusiasm, Su Qianyan pursed her lips and softly replied, "Probably about an hour." "That soon? Then we must hurry." The two women exerted themselves to drag the wooden raft ashore and, after exchanging greetings with Jin Fuchang, who was lounging in the wooden cabin, quickly set about their tasks. Su Qianyan dismantled the wooden deck chairs and umbrellas from the raft, while Song Qingxue hastily plucked feathers and cleaned the innards of 4 wild chickens by the shore. Su Qianyan firmly planted the umbrella beside the bonfire, securing it with stones to withstand the forthcoming wind and rain. She then positioned the raft at an angle against the wooden cabin, creating a triangular space between the raft and the cabin, perfect for sheltering dry firewood and food, including coconut, wild pear, and spices from the rain. She scoured the coastline for a good while, collecting plastic sheets, which she draped over the cabin and the food beneath the raft, weighing them down with heavy stones to prevent them from being blown away by the storm.
Come, come.
Everyone guess whether Su Dalao is still playing the role of the prophet this time. Though I feel that predicting the weather on a capricious island is rather unreliable. I bet Su Dalao is indeed a prophet. Given how fiercely it rained yesterday, Su Dalao wasn't he this cautious? Could it be an even greater storm? While Su Dalao diligently prepares for the impending downpour, the neighboring live broadcast is still foolishly catching wild chickens. You don't actually believe that the little diva can predict the weather, do you? Huh, it's blazing hot now. How could it possibly rain? The one above must be a hater. You may doubt your own sanity, but Su Dalao is never wrong. Worried that the downpour might persist for quite some time, and considering Su Dalao's propensity to get hungry, Song Qingxue, after finishing with the wild chickens, immediately began cooking. She coated one wild chicken in spices, wrapped it in large, non-toxic leaves, encased it in wet mud, and placed it into the bonfire to roast, creating a mud chicken, also known as flour chicken. Additionally, she seasoned another wild chicken and placed it above the fire to smoke, preparing a smoked chicken with island flavors. Lastly, she placed the remaining 2 wild chickens, along with sizable chunks of coconut meat and 3 coconuts filled with water, into an iron lunchbox for steaming, crafting a nourishing coconut chicken stew. This stew, made with purely natural ingredients and minimal spices, was suitable even for the ailing Jin Fuchang, although he would have to forego the chicken meat for the time being. While Song Qingxue busied herself, Su Qianyan did not remain idle. She continually gathered large stones to pile around the foundation of the cabin, preventing the impending winds from toppling it. Observing the usually composed Su Qianyan laboring tirelessly, Song Qingxue furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping in. "Ah Qian, is this storm truly severe?" Recalling the meteorological report received moments ago by the live broadcast control center and Zhou Zhang's unyielding decisions, Su Qianyan's expression turned icy, and her tone bore a weighty seriousness as she replied, "We are likely facing a severe tropical storm." Song Qingxue appeared momentarily bewildered. What is a severe tropical storm? I am from the inland. I have no concept of such things. It's just a notch below a typhoon, but it can uproot trees, Su Qianyan explained. What? Chapter 43. Are we being abandoned? On Yanyan Island, after being provoked by the champion team, Su Wanwan and Tang Yu were seething with rage. Yet they found themselves powerless to rush over and reclaim the wild chickens, forced to watch helplessly as they departed. Even as they incessantly demanded a reasonable explanation from the production team as to why the champion team was permitted to possess a wooden boat and enter their island, the disheartened team remained resolutely silent in the face of their unreasonable inquiries. After expending considerable effort in vain, Su Wanwan and Tang Yu, now more infuriated than ever, decisively entered the jungle and, after a taxing search, finally located Oh Chun and Shu Fan. Breathless from exhaustion, Su Wanwan panted, while Tang Yu, though fatigued, still managed to catch her breath and elaborately recounted the arrogance of the champion team and the disparity in treatment from the production crew. Upon hearing that the champion team had hunted 4 wild chickens on Yanyan Island, Oh Chun immediately furrowed his brow, No wonder we have searched for so long without finding any trace of wild chickens. They must have taken them all. What? You didn't catch a single wild chicken? What are we going to eat tonight? Tang Yu exclaimed instinctively, only to fall silent upon noticing Oh Chen's darkening expression. In contrast to Oh Chen and the others' indignation, Xu Fan felt a sense of relief, with both a wooden boat and wild chickens. It seemed his senior sister was faring quite well. Xu Fan, ever the rational thinker, seized upon the key point in Tang Yu's words. Su Qianyan claimed the wooden boat was her own construction. Is it possible that she truly made it? Although Su Qianyan was besieged by scandal, Xu Fan, being a member of the industry, was not easily swayed by such rumors. The power of capital within the entertainment circle was formidable, and tarnishing the reputation of an innocent individual was alarmingly simple. Therefore, he had never been quick to believe in these so-called black materials. Upon hearing such absurd conjectures, Su Wanwan immediately refuted them. How could that be possible? Xu Fan, wearing a puzzled expression, questioned, why is it impossible? Su Wanwan's demeanor darkened slightly, her tone resolute. I have known Xiao Qian for quite some time. She has been pampered since childhood and cannot even perform household chores. How could she possibly build a boat? Seeing her unwavering conviction, Xu Fan also found it rather implausible for a woman to construct a boat alone. Thus, he quickly proposed another possibility, but we are currently live streaming, and the production team would not engage in biased or unfair practices. The wooden boat might not have been provided by the crew. Perhaps they found it themselves? At this, Su Wanwan calmed down. The fans of the contestants in the counterattack group were all watching the live stream. If the production team dared to show favoritism, those fans would likely have torn them apart by now. So, it was indeed possible that the wooden boat was truly found by Su Qianyan and her companions. What an extraordinarily fortunate stroke of luck they had. Even if the boat was theirs, did that mean they had also found a wild chicken? My senior sister had once learned archery from our master for a period drama, and her skills were quite impressive. I suspect they might have crafted bows and arrows.
Now,
We also possess a small axe, which means we can create bows and arrows as well. Yes, with our small axe and snorkeling gear, our survival preparations are remarkably comprehensive. We can undoubtedly outperform them. Just as the counterattack group was deliberating on how to utilize their survival tools for a true comeback, an urgent voice from the production crew echoed through the live stream, demanding that they convene at the shoreline within 10 minutes, or face elimination. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the counterattack group darkened. Suddenly, they were being ordered to gather, or they would be disqualified. This production team was becoming increasingly unreasonable. What nonsense! 10 minutes to reach the coast? Are they trying to run us to death? Enough talking, let us run, they urged, or else they would be eliminated. This production team was out of control. The production crew, however, was also in a bind. Just 2 minutes earlier, the assistant had rushed in, panic-stricken. Director Zhou. This is bad. Seeing his assistant's alarmed face as he ran, Zhou Jiang, who was discussing the final 2 days of programming with the planning team and the deputy director, immediately furrowed his brow. Speak plainly. What's the matter with all this commotion? The assistant's face was ashen as he stammered. We have just received a notification from the Maritime Meteorological Station of Country D, stating that a tropical cyclone suddenly formed in the nearby waters an hour and a half ago, likely to develop into a severe tropical storm with wind speeds reaching up to level 11. According to the meteorological station, it is expected to reach the vicinity within half an hour. Winds at level 10 can uproot trees, and level 11 could blow houses away. The station has advised immediate evacuation to a nearby large island, where there are secure shelters constructed for typhoon protection. What should we do now? Zhou Jiang erupted in fury. What? It's arriving in half an hour. Why are we just now being informed? The planning team and deputy director wore expressions of rage, berating the meteorological station for their negligence, while also beginning to panic. After all, this was a storm capable of demolishing houses. The assistant, on the verge of tears, explained, the meteorological station said they did not remember our existence since we are not citizens of Country D. They notified us as soon as they realized. Zhou Zhang's face darkened. Those damned people from Country D are indeed unreliable. No wonder they have never developed properly. Half an hour? That's hardly enough time to evacuate. The assistant quickly reassured him. It said that if we move swiftly, we can reach the large island in just 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiang urgently declared, then what are we waiting for? Hurry and get the production crew on board, and immediately send a helicopter to retrieve the contestants. As soon as they arrive, we set sail for the safe island. The assistant appeared troubled. Therein lies the issue. If we dispatch the helicopter to fetch the champion group, by the time they are brought back, we won't be able to reach the safe island before the storm hits. Even if we brave the storm to reach the island, we will need time to dock, and even if we land, it will take us more than 10 minutes to reach the safety shelter. With winds that fierce, we could easily encounter accidents. The only piece of good news was that the large island was located to the east of Qianyan Island, and our ship would pass by it. So we could at least pick up the counterattack group. What does that even mean? There are 3 contestants in the champion group. If anything happens to them, our production team might as well prepare to shut down. Should we wait for the champion group to arrive before heading to the safe island? Zhou Jiang took a deep breath, struggled for 10 seconds, and ultimately made the harsh decision. You first arrange for the crew to board the ship immediately, and notify the counterattack group to hurry to the coast to wait for us. What about the champion group? What will happen to them?
Quilai su cold summiting.
Her expression laden with worry. Wait, our security team is also near Wanyur Island.
Quilai.
I remember the leader of Security Team A is also an expert in wilderness survival. Immediately inform them to come ashore and prepare the champion group for the impending storm. Hearing that Zhou Jiang was willing to abandon their own security team, Cui Lai and the others wanted to protest, but found themselves at a loss for words. In a life-or-death situation, people tend to be selfish, and they could not muster the courage to suggest waiting for the security team before departing. The members of Security Team A, taken aback by the sudden orders, wore grim expressions, but with no other choice. They immediately made their way ashore to stand alongside the 3 members of the champion group. Jin Fuchan's expression was one of shock. Have we been abandoned? Yes. The group helplessly turned to Su Qianyan, who remained unflinchingly honest. Chapter 44. Her hacking skills are undoubtedly top-notch. Due to the urgency of the situation, the production team had no time to evacuate large communication control equipment and could only leave them behind temporarily on the island. Zhou Jiang was acutely aware that abandoning the champion group was a heartless and selfish act that would certainly incite considerable controversy. Therefore, he steeled his resolve and directly instructed the information team to cut the live broadcast signals from the contestants' equipment, attempting to create the illusion for the online audience that the sudden severe tropical storm had caused a signal loss. In this way, even if anything unfortunate occurred to the champion group or the security team, he could evade responsibility by citing the disconnection. Of course, although the live signals were severed, the production team could still monitor the situation of the champion group and the security team through their equipment. After all, having access to first-hand information was essential for crafting excuses to shift blame. While the counterattack group was strategizing on how to utilize their survival tools for a comeback, the production team had already disconnected their live signals, meaning that the outside world could not receive their broadcast. Only the management app on the production team's side could access it. The reason for demanding the counterattack group to reach the coast within 10 minutes without revealing the truth was to prevent them from discovering that the champion group had been abandoned by the production team, thus avoiding any potential uproar. The live broadcast room suddenly went dark, displaying a message indicating that the signal could not be connected, leaving viewers utterly bewildered as they speculated about the unfolding situation. Subsequently, the program's developers faced an avalanche of inquiries from countless online viewers, enduring yet another day of blame. However, today's burden felt inexplicably heavier, as it involved the potential peril of lives, which made it impossible for them to remain composed. Su Qianyan, who had been unceremoniously abandoned by the production team, would not tolerate such abhorrent behavior. Therefore, as the crew boarded a ship heading to Sunny Island, she swiftly employed her mental prowess to commandeer the island's communication control devices, forcibly re-establishing the live broadcast's connection with the outside world. In her previous life, she had been the foremost marshal of the galaxy, piloting the most advanced mecha in the cosmos. To gain a deeper understanding of her family's Qianhuan mecha, she had diligently studied communication engineering, which meant that her hacking skills were indeed exceptional. Seizing control of the live broadcast was a task of little difficulty for her. Thus, millions of online viewers heard the security team leader Lin Mu explain to the champion group. In summary, the production team had chosen to travel by boat to a safe island for their own survival, planning to pick up the reversal group en route. However, due to the champion group being too far away, they had been callously abandoned alongside the security team. What does it mean that the champion group was abandoned by the production team? Surely it cannot be as I suspect? Leader Lin Mu of the security team has officially confirmed it. Could there be any doubt? The production team is truly despicable. Although I always knew the production team was untrustworthy, to abandon their own invited guests and security personnel is utterly vile. The production team has already informed the reversal group to wait on the shore, presumably planning to take them to the safe island to evade the severe tropical storm. What about the champion group? Why not take them along? It's a severe tropical storm. Although it's one level below a typhoon, it's still a terrifying natural disaster that humans cannot withstand. I must report this idiotic production team. With a severe tropical storm approaching, why were they not notified in advance, instead coldly abandoning their guests? Leaving the champion group stranded on a desolate island to face the dreadful storm alone is nothing short of outright murder. The live audience erupted in outrage, collectively cursing the despicable and malicious production team. It must be said that the act of abandoning their own invited guests and security personnel to flee alone to safety before a natural disaster was profoundly immoral, prompting the disgusted viewers to elevate the production team to trending status on social media. Director Zhou, we have a serious situation. Zhou Jiang, who was frowning and smoking aboard the ship, instinctively jolted, nearly burning himself with a cigarette. Damn it, if this keeps up, he would be scared into PTSD by his own assistant. If the assistant weren't a relative of a higher-up, he would have been fired long ago. What now? Get to the point. Ashamed to face the champion group and the abandoned security team, Zhou Jiang was too anxious to watch the internal live stream from Crescent Island, completely unaware that the public had already learned of the production team's misdeeds. Seeing Zhou Jiang's disheveled and agitated demeanor, the assistant swallowed hard but steeled himself to deliver the news. Director, I don't know how to explain this, but the live signal from Crescent Island has suddenly resumed. The entire world is now aware that the production team abandoned the champion group, and we have been trending on Weibo for being accused of murder. The PR team at Fruits Network is already demanding an explanation. What should we do? Upon hearing that the situation had escalated to trending status and that Fruits Network was informed, Zhou Jiang's expression shifted to one of alarm, incredulity fueling his furious shout. How is that possible? Wasn't the information team supposed to have severed all connections from the live feed to the outside world? Yes. The information team confirmed that, but the live feeds from both the champion and reversal groups are still transmitting signals. What? The live feed from the reversal group is operational too? How could they mess up something so crucial? Are they completely incompetent? Tell them to cut the signal immediately. They tried, but it's impossible to sever the connection. They suspect the production team has been hacked. That hacker possesses top-tier skills. We are utterly unable to take control of the broadcast. At this, Zhou Jiang could no longer contain his rage and panic, violently smashing the ashtray onto the deck while cursing. Incompetent fools. All of them. When we return, I'll have every last one of them fired. The assistant, pale with fear, was unable to turn away, forced to continue with a mournful expression. Also, the agents of the 3 members of the champion group and the families of the security team are incessantly calling, demanding answers, and their tone is quite hostile. The agent for Song Yingho and Su Qianyan stated that if we do not return immediately to rescue the champion group, they will sue us for disregarding the spirit of the contract and treating the guests' lives as trifles. How should we respond? Zhou Jiang's face darkened further, a storm of frustration causing him to lash out at nearby objects before taking a moment to splash cold water on his face, forcing himself to regain composure and devise a solution to avert further escalation. After exhausting all options, the production team finally conveyed what appeared to be a heartfelt message through the live feed to the champion group. Esteemed guests of the champion group, we sincerely apologize for the sudden onset of the severe tropical storm. The production team and the reversal group will be taking a boat to the safe island for refuge. However, due to the considerable distance from Crescent Island to the safe island, it is impossible to arrive before the storm strikes. Therefore, prioritizing the safety of the guests on Crescent Island, we have no choice but to leave you on the island for emergency shelter. We have chosen to leave the experienced security team behind to ensure the safety of the guests on Crescent Island. Nature is merciless, but we care deeply. Our survival experts will continue to provide the champion group with the most suitable survival advice through the live feed. Upon hearing the production team's shameless attempt to absolve themselves, Su Qianyan couldn't help but laugh in anger, her lips curling slightly, though her eyes held no trace of amusement. Just right, I would like to ask, dear survival experts of the production team, do you truly believe that a wooden hut constructed merely from branches could withstand an 11th level hurricane capable of uprooting trees? Very well, I already know your answer. Since the production team chose this deserted island for the show, they must have thoroughly surveyed the area. I want to know, is there a safe cave on this island where we can take refuge? These questions were too piercingly sharp, leaving the production team utterly incapable of responding. Would they dare? in front of millions of online viewers, to admit that the hut was mere decoration and that there were no safe caves on the deserted island, leaving them with nowhere to hide but to await their fate. The production team's cold indifference was truly unbearable. Chapter 45, The Celestial Su Dalao.
What?
An 11th level wind, is that powerful? Those living along the coast will tell you that an 11th level wind can easily rip off rooftops. The wooden hut constructed by Su Dalao might withstand an ordinary storm, but against a severe tropical storm, they might as well prepare for the merciless hurricane to topple it. Damn it, does that mean the champions can only sit and await their doom? Not quite. The winds along the island's coast are the fiercest. The champions can choose to venture towards the island center, where the winds will diminish. Is the person upstairs an idiot? Crescent Moon Island is no larger than a palm. Even if they reach the island center, the winds will hardly lessen. Moreover, the center is dense with forests, and in such a terrifying storm, staying among trees that could be uprooted at any moment would be akin to hastening their demise. This won't do. That won't do. Are the champions truly left with no choice but to await their demise?
No.
I have finally found a stunning and capable young lady who meets my expectations. I cannot bear to see her come to harm. Well, I believe that with Su Da's abilities, she won't easily encounter trouble. The fate of the others is another story. After finishing her tirade at the production team, Su Qianyan disregarded their silence and turned her attention to Song Qingxue and the security team. Jin Fucheng, still in a daze, was completely ignored by her. Su Qianyan initially thought they were merely facing a storm that was a few times more violent than usual until her mental probe detected the meteorological reports received by the production team, leading her to realize she had underestimated the natural disasters of this ancient earth. The impending storm exceeded all predictions, and Su Qianyan had to alter her strategy on the fly. With time running short, less than half an hour remaining, Su Qianyan decisively claimed leadership for herself, knowing that this would allow her to guide them more swiftly and efficiently in response. Her gaze turned sharp and icy as she fixed it on Lin Mu, the leader of the security team. From now on, everyone will heed my commands. Do any of you have objections? Upon meeting her gaze, Lin Mu felt a chill run down his spine, as though he were being scrutinized by a colossal, abyssal creature. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he thought, what on earth is Su Da? How can her presence feel more formidable than that of Captain Lin Hu?
No objections.
Lin Mu shook his head vigorously, overwhelmed by pressure. Su Da, what should we do now? The security team had always followed the champions closely and held great trust in Su Qianyan's abilities. After all, they could not intimidate a great white shark into obediently returning their wooden boat to the island. Furthermore, she not only crafted wooden houses and boats with her bare hands, but could also predict the arrival of storms. Lin Mu was utterly convinced that she was a master of wilderness survival. Thus, he chose to relinquish leadership to Su Da, the strongest among them. First, bring all the supplies from the speedboat over. No, let us drag the entire speedboat here.
Why?
It will be useful.
All right.
Seeing Su Qianyan's calm demeanor, even upon hearing that a level 11 storm could uproot wooden houses, the three members of the security team, who were initially anxious, gradually regained their composure. They nodded decisively and hurried to drag the speedboat from the shoreline. Gazing at the once reassuring yet now flimsy wooden house, and recalling how the production team had been too afraid to respond to Su Qianyan's inquiries, Song Qingxue's face turned pale, and she trembled as she spoke. Qian, can our wooden house really withstand a level 11 wind? Casting a glance at the structure, which was merely framed with coarse timber and had branches tied for walls and roof, Su Qianyan shook her head. It cannot withstand it. What? What should we do then? Song Qingxue's eyes reddened. She could not fathom that she had merely come to participate in a variety show, yet now faced a life-and-death crisis. In response, Su Qianyan maintained her composure and raised an eyebrow. It's quite simple. We need to make it sturdier. Song Qingxue was momentarily stunned. Incredulous as she asked, Is it really that simple? Su Qianyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course. Beautiful sister, do you not trust my words? Upon witnessing Su Qianyan's unwavering confidence and recalling her calmness even when aware of the impending tropical storm, as well as the miracles she had wrought over the past few days, Song Qingxue's frantic heart suddenly settled. With the omnipotent Su Da by her side, there was truly no need for panic, was there? No, I naturally believe in Qian. Qian, is there anything I can do now? Beautiful sister. I need you to untie all the ropes from the wooden raft. Is that all right? All right. The 3 members of the security team, selected by a renowned production team, were in peak physical condition and managed to drag the speedboat ashore in just 3 minutes, albeit panting heavily. Upon seeing that the speedboat contained not only sharp axes of various sizes, but also essential survival tools like sturdy ropes, hammers, and nails, along with a whole box of instant noodles and canned food, Su Qianyan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed they would have chicken soup noodles for dinner tonight. How delightful.
Suda.
What shall we do now? You two will chop the several logs from the wooden raft in half. Lin Mu and I will dismantle the roof and walls of the wooden house, then use the logs from the raft as the walls of the wooden house. Beautiful sister will assist us, and before the storm hits, we need to renovate and reinforce the house. Can you all manage that? Yes. Upon hearing Su Qianyan's reliable plan, Song Qingxue and the others' eyes brightened with renewed hope. In such a critical moment, she had indeed devised a feasible solution, proving once again her prowess. The audience watching the live broadcast, who had been anxiously following their plight, breathed a collective sigh of relief, praising Su Da's wit and composure. The production team also felt a sense of relief. After all, if the champions could survive this calamity, it would allow their show to continue. As time slipped away, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, the hurricane began to roar, and waves surged several feet high, painting a terrifying picture of an impending apocalypse. When the flimsy walls of the wooden house were finally replaced with rounded logs, firmly secured with nails, the expressions of Song Qingxue and the security team members did not lighten. Instead, they grew heavier, for rain had begun to splatter down, yet their roof remained bare, and the logs from the raft had been exhausted. Seeing their despondent faces, Su Qianyan subtly twitched her lips and helplessly approached the steel speedboat. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and help put the roof on. This is the roof?
What?
Do you have objections?
No.
Of course not.
Suda.
Only someone as extraordinary as you could come up with such a brilliant idea of using a speedboat as a roof. Qian, you truly are exceptionally clever. Just praise my cleverness. The exceptionally clever part is unnecessary.
Ha ha ha.
Does Qian worry about going bald too? Do not worry. Of course. Together, they lifted the speedboat and placed it upside down on the wooden house, securing it tightly with ropes. It effectively shielded them from the majority of the wind and rain, with only a few small gaps allowing a trickle of rainwater to seep in, nothing too detrimental. Are we going to survive this? Absolutely.
Chapter 46. Suda.
Can you act like a person? The idea of using a speedboat as a roof is truly ingenious. Yan is exceptionally clever, even in the face of despair. Song Qingxue and the security team did not give up. Their determination to persevere is remarkable. In such a perilous emergency, the esteemed Su has managed, through his cunning, to lead his team members from the brink of despair to safety. I could shout 100 times, Su is truly a god. Suddenly, tears well up, and I find myself sobbing, oh, how wonderful. I sincerely hope they endure this ordeal. I pray fervently to all the deities above, vowing to abstain from meat for a month if my dear Qian can safely weather the storm. I echo, if my ice goddess can come through this unscathed, I shall willingly forgo meat for a month. Upon hearing Su's unwavering confidence that they would survive, both Song Qingxue and several members of the security team couldn't help but smile, except for one individual whose gloomy demeanor dampened the mood. Jin Fucheng, who had been lazily leaning against a coconut tree, cast a disparaging glance at the rudimentary wooden hut and scoffed in despair. You think this shabby structure can withstand a level 11 gale? You must be dreaming. Song Qingxue, suppressing her clenched fist, replied with a forced smile. If you find it so inadequate, why not build a sturdier hut yourself, Senior Jin? Su Qianyan did not indulge him either, arching an eyebrow and retorting. I find this hut a tad small. Should you refuse to reside here, I would be quite grateful. At her words, Jin Fucheng was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of anger and frustration, yet he could not muster a retort. Observing the live stream still in progress, Lin Mu sought to redirect the conversation, not wanting viewers to perceive Su as disrespectful to his elders. Su, what should we do now? Noticing that the leaky roof had been thoroughly covered with plastic sheeting and the walls reinforced with wooden stakes, Su Qianyan nodded in satisfaction, declaring, now that we have done everything we can, it is time to. The security team member, sure to, instinctively chimed in, pray, right? What on earth is praying? Su Qianyan thought, her lips twitching as she shot him an exasperated glance. Of course, it's time for dinner. If we delay any longer, the clay-baked chicken will cool. And that would be a shame.
Ah.
Beautiful sister, the coconut chicken soup is nearly gone. Let us quickly pour in more coconut water. After we enjoy the fragrant baked chicken and smoked chicken, we can savor a steaming bowl of coconut chicken soup noodles. Perfection.
Huh? What?
Aren't you all hungry? Of course we're hungry. In the grand scheme of things, eating is paramount. Su truly has a remarkable understanding. Witnessing Shirtu's enthusiastic praise and fervent applause, Lin Mu could not help but smirk. Yet, meeting Su's curious gaze, he nodded modestly, acknowledging that after a tense day, he was indeed famished. Even as a storm outside raged, Su's fervor for food remained unquenched, and for some reason, Song Qingxue felt a sudden release of tension, her lips curving into a smile. Yes, let us embrace our culinary spirits. As she retrieved the charred clay-baked chicken from the fire, she struck it with a stick, the hardened clay cracking open to reveal succulent, golden brown meat. The aroma wafted through the air, and Su Qianyan's eyes widened in delight, unable to tear her gaze away. While Lin Mu and Shirtu could not help but swallow hard at the sight. The chicken looked incredibly tender and delicious. Song Qingxue expertly divided the tender clay-baked chicken, placing the largest portion in Su Qianyan's bowl and sharing the remaining half among the 3 members of the security team, completely disregarding Jin Fuchang, the ailing patient. Noticing the empty bowls of the men, Su Qianyan shot them a sympathetic glance, tearing a chicken wing for the lovely Song Qingxue and proceeding to eat with gusto. Observing the half-chicken in Su's coconut bowl and the chicken wing in Song's, the security personnel, well aware of Su's prodigious appetite, remained silent, merely nibbling away.
Ah.
The culinary skills of the actress truly shone. This clay-baked chicken was divine. Beautiful sister, this clay-baked chicken is exquisite, the meat's so tender and flavorful. We must make it again, next time. Certainly. Beautiful sister, this smoked chicken is incredible, crispy and succulent. We must replicate it. Absolutely. The coconut chicken you stewed is superb. Every bite is a delight. Truly, it deserves a standing ovation. Really? If it's that delicious, eat more. Seeing Song Qingxue beaming as Su lavished chicken upon her, the security personnel felt a pang of urgency and hastened their eating. The coconut chicken was indeed delectable. As the group relished their meal, sharing hearty laughter and camaraderie, Jin Fuchang, huddled in a corner, frail and envious, could only seethe silently, consumed by jealousy as he longed to join them but found himself unable to approach. After finishing the coconut chicken, Song Qingxue finally began preparing instant noodles. With a large iron pot available on the security team's speedboat, she cooked the coconut chicken soup noodles in it, thoughtfully adding half a box of noodles and some warming chili powder for Su's enormous appetite. As they enjoyed the fragrant coconut chicken soup noodles, Su Qianyan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she could not help but give a thumbs up to Song Qingxue, praising her culinary prowess. You're simply amazing. Isn't this scene a bit incongruous? Wasn't it supposed to be a harrowing survival tale on a desolate island during a severe tropical storm?
Ah.
Does Su bear a grudge against me? I even vowed to abstain from meat for her safety, yet here she is indulging in a feast. How can I endure this? I too long for chicken. I heard there were guests abandoned by the production team, left alone on a deserted island to await their fate. Yet I log into the stream to find this lavish feast. Despair and helplessness, indeed? Me too. If I weren't glued to this live stream, I would have thought I accidentally switched to a food broadcast. Haha, seeing Jin's futile attempts to swallow his envy while gazing at the iron pot, it's utterly hilarious. Once everyone had feasted to their heart's content and found themselves with time to spare, someone suggested they take turns sharing stories to pass the time. Alright, I'll go first. Once upon a time, there was a man named Shirtu who accidentally washed up on a deserted island. That night, he was about to venture into the sea. As Su animatedly narrated the tale featuring Shirtu, at first, Song Qingxue and the others listened with rapt attention, but gradually their expressions shifted, turning pale. The protagonist, Shirtu, trembled in fear at the thought of a scary story being told at night. Su, could you please be a little more considerate? Chapter 47. The Truly Tragic Counterattack Group. Half an hour prior, on Yenyang Island, having received a sudden summons to assemble at the coast, though the counterattack group was filled with grievances, they trudged their weary bodies to the shore. They slumped on the sand like defeated dogs, barely catching their breath when the production team's boat arrived, and under their urging, reluctantly boarded the vessel. Tang Yu wore a displeased expression. As soon as we boarded, the production team locked us in this room, without saying a word. What on earth do they want? Casting a glance at the relentless live stream of the flying thief, Su Qianyan speculated. Perhaps the production team has altered the live broadcast schedule, prompting us to gather with a champion group ahead of time, with both teams engaging in competition to enhance viewership. Contemplating the taut and serious expressions of the staff she had just witnessed, Su Fan felt a twinge of unease. Their faces appeared quite grave. Could it be that something has gone awry? Ochin, languidly sprawled on the bed, muttered weakly, "Regardless of what transpires, let us first take a moment to rest." Su Wanwan and Tang Yu immediately raised their hands in agreement, having been on edge on the deserted island, perpetually fearing the sudden appearance of a rat. They had been unable to sleep well, and after all the running around, they were utterly exhausted. Observing Su Wanwan and Tang Yu sharing a bed while Ochin occupied another, snoring away, Su Fan quietly settled onto the narrow sofa in the room, yet found no solace in sleep. Who would have anticipated that merely minutes after they lay down, the entire room would be violently shaken? Su Fan jolted awake, sitting upright, as Su Wanwan and the others were abruptly roused from their slumber.
Thank you, eh?
Clutching her face in distress, exclaimed, "What on earth is the production team doing? I had barely closed my eyes when I was awakened again. My head is spinning." Ochin, equally perturbed, frowned. "Is it too much to ask for a decent sleep? The production team is going too far." Su Fan furrowed her brow and remarked, "It's likely that the turbulent sea is causing the ship to sway violently." No sooner had she spoken than another wave of severe rocking occurred, causing vases and other items in the room to tumble and crash to the floor, prompting Su Wanwan and Tang Yu to scream in terror as they clung to each other. Su Fan grasped the armrest of the sofa tightly to steady herself, her expression serious as she conjectured, "I suspect that extreme weather conditions have emerged in the nearby waters, prompting the production team to hastily embark us onto the ship." Ochin furrowed his brow, seizing the opportunity while the ship's rocking had lessened, and promptly opened the window. Outside, dark clouds loomed ominously. The sea was besieged by howling winds that whipped up monstrous waves, and the ship struggled to navigate the tumultuous waters, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse that was nothing short of shocking. As a towering wave surged toward them, Ochin swiftly shut the window, yet even with it closed, they could still hear the thunderous crash of the waves against the glass. "Ah, how terrifying!" Tang Yu gasped, her face paling. "Could we have the misfortune of encountering a typhoon?" Su Wanwan also appeared troubled, desperately trying to recall that although she had not participated in this season's survival broadcast in her previous life, she distinctly remembered that this season had not experienced such disastrous events and had become immensely popular. Could it be that her rebirth had altered the course of events? Noticing Su Fan, undeterred by the ship's swaying, striding toward the door, Su Wanwan frowned disapprovingly. "Su Fan, it's perilous right now. Where do you think you're going?" Since boarding the ship, he had not heard any staff mention the champion group, nor had he heard their voices. Su Fan gripped the doorknob tightly, his face clouded with concern. "I haven't seen Sister Song and the others. I'm worried. I want to check if they have boarded as well." Upon hearing Su Fan mention Song Qingxua, Ochin's expression darkened further, unable to suppress his sarcasm. "If we truly are facing such grave natural disasters, how could the production team not have brought the champion group along? I think you are simply being overly anxious and overthinking things." Su Fan dismissed him, persistently knocking on the wooden door. He would not give up until he had laid eyes on Sister Song. Su Fan is truly concerned about Sister Song. I suddenly find it a bit sweet. Woo-woo, I will never ship the golden boy and girl couple again. Ochin is cold-hearted, a quintessential scoundrel. To the upstairs audience, investing in this couple is definitely not a loss. The older sister and younger puppy dynamic is so sweet. I hope my ice goddess is doing well. While listening to Su Qianyan mock the production team's indifference, on the other side, Zhou Jiang was preoccupied with monitoring the situation of the comeback group, all the while receiving accountability calls from various fruit networks, leaving him utterly exhausted and wishing he could smash his phone. The assistant cautiously glanced at Zhou Jiang. "Director Zhou, how should we handle Su Fan's side? Should we tell him the truth or just placate him for now?" "Placate him? Nonsense. Once the ship docks, it will be evident whether the champion group boarded or not. Do you think Su Fan will appreciate the production team's lack of transparency? So, should we tell him the truth? What do we say? Sorry. The storm was too severe, so we just left your sister on the deserted island to fend for herself?" Being rebuked once more, the assistant felt despondent, lamenting how difficult it was to assist Zhou Jiang in his unpredictable moods. Zhou Jiang rubbed his nearly bald head, squinting. "Just tell him the champion group is currently safe." Upon hearing this, the assistant nodded silently, unable to suppress a thought of admiration. Those in leadership truly possess a certain cunning, crafting their words with such finesse. Indeed, Sister Song and the others were safe for the moment, though the impending storm's aftermath remained uncertain. Finally receiving a reassuring response from the production team, Su Fan exhaled in relief, returning to the sofa in an attempt to close his eyes and rest. However, the ship continued to rock violently, rendering any hope of slumber futile. Su Wanwan's complexion grew increasingly pale, and ultimately, she could no longer contain herself, bolting to the restroom to dry heave. Having never experienced seasickness before, but now thoroughly overwhelmed by the ship's tumult. Though Ochin and Tang Yu did not vomit, they too began to exhibit signs of seasickness. Many in the production team hailed from inland areas. Suddenly beset by such violent waves, they were equally affected, their faces ashen and succumbing to nausea. The team doctor was busily attending to the ailing, yet the meager supply of seasickness medication provided by the production team was insufficient, leaving many to endure the ordeal. Seasickness is not an illness, yet it can feel life-threatening. Only those who have experienced it can comprehend the horror of desperately wanting to expel everything from their stomachs. Logically, the champion group, left to fend for themselves on the deserted island, should be more pitiful, yet somehow, witnessing the comeback group's suffering makes them seem even more wretched. My Wanwan goddess is turning pale from vomiting, yet not a single staff member from the production team has come to check on her. How heartless they are. Didn't the production team provide them with seasickness medication? How much more concern do you expect? The live broadcast is shaking. The production team is likely suffering too. You know? After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the safety island, but the ship took considerable time to dock, leading to their disembarkation occurring under a relentless downpour. Large raindrops fell at an angle, and even clad in raincoats, the comeback group was battered, grimacing in pain as the raging winds made every step arduous. Nonetheless, they pressed on relentlessly, determined to reach the safety house alongside the production team. Seeing the comeback group and the production team braving the torrential storm, soaked to the skin despite their rain gear, their faces pale and bearing the marks of their ordeal. While the champion group had already fortified their wooden cabin and were savoring tender, sweet coconut chicken, the online audience was filled with a complex mix of emotions. The production team and the comeback group were indeed suffering greatly. Haha, this is hilarious. The abandoned ones are feasting and enjoying, while those heading to safety are being mercilessly whipped by the storm. Is this what they call karma? The remarks from the audience above are rather harsh. The champions were stranded due to their considerable distance from the safety island. The production team had no means to retrieve them, and it was certainly not a deliberate abandonment. Isn't that so? Such venomous words. Natural disasters are inherently unpredictable. The champion's misfortune is merely a stroke of bad luck. Wouldn't you agree? If it were your loved ones who had been forsaken, would you still utter such sentiments? After trudging through the tempestuous winds and torrential rain for nearly 20 minutes, the group finally stumbled upon the fabled safety island. As Su Wanwan and the production team took a moment to recuperate, the wooden cabin on Crescent Moon Island lay in eerie silence, primarily due to the chilling horror stories spun by one of the individuals present. Just then, a thunderous crash reverberated through the cabin, as if something had collided with it. Could it be a sea monster? What sea monster? At this remark, the group shot furious glares at Su Qianyan, undoubtedly referring to the terrifying creature from the story she had just recounted. Chapter 48. Su Daolao is undoubtedly a devil. Gazing at the robust safety shelter constructed of steel and concrete, the counterattack team and the production crew collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, subsequently succumbing to fatigue and plopping down onto the concrete floor. Though the safety shelter boasted only 2 minuscule windows and contained merely an old, dusty table along with several chairs, and the light bulb remained unlit due to outdated wiring, the group felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. After all, surviving such a harrowing natural disaster was indeed a blessing. At that moment, Shufan's sudden inquiry caused the production team to freeze in apprehension. Where are Director Zhou and Sister Song? Why haven't we seen them? Noticing Zhou Jiang instinctively avert his gaze, Shufan's heart sank, prompting him to press further. Upon learning that the champions had not made their way to the safety island, but had instead remained on the deserted island, Shufan's expression shifted dramatically.
Yushen,
Fearing for Song Qingshua's safety, erupted in anger. Tang Yu furrowed her brow, feeling deeply that the production team was utterly inconsiderate. Although she harbored disdain for the 2 women who had outperformed them, she still wished for their well-being when life and death were at stake.
Meanwhile,
Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure, revealing a worried expression. While secretly relishing the thought of her two most despised rivals being swept away by the storm, sparing her the sight of them in the production team. Listening to Yu Chen and Xu Fan's furious accusations, Zhou Zhang's expression darkened, yet he suppressed his fury and switched on the live stream featuring Su Qianyan and the others. Observing the cozy scene of Song Qingxue and her companions enjoying a lavish meal, juxtaposed with their own disheveled state, Xu Fan and Yu Chen found themselves rendered speechless. Conceding that the production team had indeed not deceived them, Sister Song and Shui were genuinely thriving. Tang Yu silently exhibited an envious gaze, regretting not having the audacity to join them from the beginning, as she mused that had she done so, she could now be savoring the same luxuries. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan's earlier delight morphed into disbelief. Why were those two insufferable women, clearly abandoned by the production team, still faring so well? Life truly was unfair. As the live stream displayed the group relishing their delectable instant noodles, many in the production team couldn't help but swallow hard. Cui Lai impulsively suggested, "Director Zhou, why don't we have some instant noodles too?" Upon seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, even the typically reserved Yu Chen shot him a few glances. Zhou Jiang pondered for a moment, then reluctantly nodded in agreement. Witnessing Zhou Zhang's honest performance, the assistant's lips twitched slightly. The production team had evacuated in a hurried frenzy. And given that most personnel had to prioritize taking expensive equipment, they had only managed to bring instant noodles. Even Song Qingxue, who typically viewed Su Qianyan through a favorable lens, had to admit that, in terms of cunning, Su Dalao truly was a mastermind. The protagonist, Tu, encountered 5 individuals on the deserted island: a Mu, a Gang, a Shui, a Qian, and a Jin. Together, they formed a survival group, yet bizarre occurrences plagued them. The 5 individuals Tu met either went missing while foraging in the jungle or disappeared while hunting at sea, leaving Tu to navigate the treacherous trials of life and death until he finally uncovered the mastermind, a sea monster. After much effort, Tu located the lair of the sea monster and was about to rescue the stranded individuals when he was suddenly knocked unconscious. Upon awakening, he was horrified to find himself and Shui tied up. The previously aloof and reliable Qian, now stroking the head of the gigantic sea monster, ominously declared, "My pet Ogwai simply wishes to play with you all, yet you have shown such ingratitude, screaming or resorting to violence upon seeing my pet. Such behavior is exceedingly rude. Since none of you wish to be Ogwai's playmates, you shall serve as its snacks instead. Ogwai, go ahead, but remember to dine delicately. We wouldn't want the place to become too messy, would we?" With the advent of the age of exploration, numerous humans began arriving on the deserted island. However, a Qian and her sea monster pet waited for hundreds, even thousands of years, yet never found their playmates. And so, my tale comes to a close. Thus concludes the narrative, indicating the protagonist's group met their demise, while the antagonists, a Qian and her sea monster, continued to thrive, having survived for centuries, with countless humans falling victim to them, yet remaining unscathed themselves. Wow, Su Dalao's horror story is absolutely remarkable. The protagonist's group is wiped out, yet the antagonists thrive. Could this be the epitome of the adage, good people do not live long, while calamities leave behind a legacy? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Did you all see how Tu and Jin Fuchang stealthily distanced themselves from Su Dalao? It seems she truly frightened them. The conclusion of the story is profoundly thought-provoking and terrifying. A Qian and her pet Ogwai have lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. Is a Qian human or a manifestation of the sea monster? Or perhaps an even more fearsome entity? Indeed, Su Dalao is a true villain, even using herself as a template for the antagonist. I must confess, I'm now too intimidated to look Su Dalao in the eye. What if she suddenly calls forth her pet sea monster? Me too. I'm even more frightened at the thought of her transforming into a devil with fangs. Anyone bold enough to keep a sea monster as a pet must surely be a devil. As they gazed at the grinning Su Dalao, the group, upon hearing the unsettling and eerie sounds reverberating outside the wooden cabin, felt utterly despondent. It seemed that Su Qian was even more terrifying than the possibility of a sea monster lurking outside the cabin. What to do? With no means of escape, they felt pitiful and helpless. Now it's your turn. If you have no stories to share, I can continue recounting mine. No, we'll handle this. We have a plethora of stories that will undoubtedly delight you, Dalao. Perhaps inspired by Su Qianyan's initiation of horror tales, the others instinctively began sharing their own spine-chilling stories, as they felt compelled to frighten one another in a bid to regain their composure. Just as Su Qianyan and her companions were engrossed in their storytelling, a piercing scream echoed from the safety shelter belonging to Su Wanwan. Due to Su Wanwan's profound disdain for Su Qianyan, she had no desire to join the others in watching Su Qianyan's live broadcast. Instead, she isolated herself in a corner, her eyes cast downward as she pondered how to outshine Song Qingxue and make her mark. Suddenly, she felt a cold sensation brush against her ankle. Lowering her gaze, she was met with the sight of a sleek black snake coiled around her ankle, its chilling eyes fixed intently upon her. In an instant, a wave of icy dread washed over Su Wanwan, as if the scythe of death hovered above her, and while her rational mind urged her to remain silent, her throat betrayed her, emitting a piercing shriek.
Ah!
There's a snake. If there existed a creature more terrifying than a rat, it was undoubtedly a snake. Humanity's fear of snakes is ingrained in our very genes. Their scaly, peculiar appearance and the potential for venomous fangs instill an innate terror. Thus, upon hearing of the snake, everyone's reactions were eerily similar. Some fled from the shrieking Su Wanwan, while others joined her in her cacophony of panic, resulting in utter chaos within the safety shelter. Silence. All of you, be quiet, do you understand? Zhou Jiang bellowed into a megaphone, his frustration mounting as the pandemonium gradually subsided. Everyone except Su Wanwan, get away from the corner. All security personnel, grab your flashlights and follow me. Instantly, a wide space cleared around Su Wanwan, with many timid individuals retreating to a safe distance. Only Zhou Jiang, the security team, and a few brave men approached the corner, flashlights in hand. Upon encountering the snake coiled around Su Wanwan's ankle, Zhou Jiang and the security team collectively sighed in relief. Zhou Jiang hastily reassured the pale-faced Su Wanwan, "Don't worry. This black water snake is non-venomous." However, when she noticed that they merely spoke of its harmlessness without taking action to remove it, Su Wanwan felt her sanity unraveling. With a furious glare, she exclaimed, "Are you an idiot? Why are you still talking? Hurry up and get rid of it." "Idiot?" Zhou Jiang's face darkened instantly. Since he had become the chief director of the program, no guest had ever dared to speak to him with such disrespect. Despite her father being the wealthiest man in Sea City, what gave this girl the audacity to act so arrogantly? Although his anger boiled within him, Zhou Jiang suppressed it, motioning for the security team to swiftly remove the snake and dispose of it. He also instructed the medical team to check on Su Wanwan, recognizing that allowing guests to enter without fully ensuring their safety was indeed a grave error on the part of the production team. As Zhou Jiang stormed away, Su Wanwan, realizing she had once again lost her composure in front of millions of online viewers, felt a surge of anger. Once the live broadcast ended, she vowed to lodge a complaint against this disastrous show for its lack of professionalism and disregard for safety. Meanwhile, Su Qianyan, sensing the delightful spectacle of chaos unfolding, wore a satisfied smile. Each day brought its share of entertainment, and her participation in this broadcast was proving to be quite rewarding. Chapter 49. The Reluctant Performer, Su Dalao. "Ah Qian, I'm a bit scared. What's there to fear about merely going to the restroom?" Casting a glance at the timid Song Marin, who clung tightly to her sleeve while hiding behind her, Su Qianyan sighed in exasperation. It was just a few fabricated horror stories they had heard, after all. In truth, the tales shared by Lin Mushitu and his companions were nothing novel, revolving around haunted schools and cursed villages, common tropes in ghost stories. Although Song Qingxue felt a slight chill upon hearing them, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing that she was neither in a school nor a haunted village. However, the thought of being stranded on a deserted island during a torrential downpour at midnight made her recall Su Dalao's ominous mention of a giant sea monster that favored appearing in the rain at such hours. Casting a wary glance at the dark, foreboding surroundings and hearing the occasional strange noises, Song Qingxue trembled in fear, her heart racing as she imagined the giant sea monster could emerge at any moment. "Perhaps I should just hold it in a little longer?"
I can't.
"I'm not really in a hurry. With this wind and rain, why don't we wait for it to stop?" Noticing Song Marin's hesitation, Su Qianyan's lips twitched as she resolutely grasped her hand, dragging her toward the pitch-black jungle. "We've finally waited for the storm to subside a bit. Let us just get it over with." Seeing the figure of Su Dalao ahead, clad in a black hooded raincoat and wielding a sharp little axe, exuding an air of menace, Song Qingxue involuntarily recalled the deranged killers from suspense films who thrived on rainy nights. "Oh no, I'm even more frightened now. What should I do?" Despite the fierce winds and torrential rain, the intrepid live broadcast crew remained steadfastly behind them. Clearly, it was Song Ming-ho who suggested going to the restroom, and now she wants to back out. She truly is quite timid. Can I just say that Song Ming-ho is living in an alternate universe? After watching horror films, I would rather hold it in than brave the restroom myself. Doesn't Su Qianyan, dressed in black and wielding that axe, resemble a psychotic murderer? To the person above, those who know too much often meet their demise first. You know? The restroom on Crescent Moon Island was merely a rudimentary wooden shed that Su Qianyan had hastily constructed, allowing only one person at a time. Upon glancing into the pitch-dark restroom, Song Qingxue instinctively thought of the terrifying giant sea monster. Seeing Su Qianyan, clad in a black raincoat with her back turned, she couldn't help but envision a rain-soaked butcher. With a despairing expression, Song Qingxue lamented, Qian, I'm scared. Could you sing me a song? Initially taken aback, Su Qianyan soon wore an expression of exasperation. Yet, upon hearing the tremor in Song Marin's voice, she sighed and relented. What song would you like? Something cheerful, preferably a nursery rhyme. Little conch, toot toot toot, the seagull hears and spreads its wings to fly. Little conch, toot toot toot. The waves hear and smile faintly.
Puffed.
Upon hearing Su Qianyan sing a nursery rhyme devoid of joy, filled instead with an air of reluctant obligation, Song Qingxue was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Annoyed at being interrupted in her half-hearted performance, Su Qianyan protested. Hey! Although she was aware that her singing was not particularly melodious, was it really necessary for Song Marin to laugh so openly? Was she really that shameless? Ahem.
Sorry, Qian.
Please continue. Your rendition of the nursery rhyme is truly enchanting, worthy of lingering in one's memory for 3 days. Inwardly rolling her eyes, Su Qianyan thought, don't think I can't tell you're mocking me.
Ha ha ha, dying.
Su Qianyan's rendition of a nursery rhyme is simply legendary. Anyone unfamiliar would think she was reciting poetry. Su Qianyan truly dotes on Song Marin. Even reluctantly, she still sang a nursery rhyme. So affectionate. This ship is definitely sailing. The reluctant performer, Su Qianyan, exudes an aura of existential despair, akin to someone forced to sing at a family gathering. Su Qianyan glanced at the live broadcast crew trailing closely behind them and calmly instructed, Xiao Fei, stop recording. Understood, master. The recording has been ceased. Should you wish to resume, simply say, Xiao Fei, start recording, and it shall be done. As the live broadcast of the flying drone abruptly ceased, Su Qianyan transformed into an emotionless singing automaton, prompting Song Qingxue to seize a flashlight and rush to the restroom to tend to her personal needs. With the live stream shrouded in darkness, the online viewers, feeling rather idle, commenced a chat amidst the black screen. Xiao Fei's voice is so adorable. It even calls out master, exuding an irresistible charm. Xiao Fei appears quite intelligent, capable not only of autonomously flying alongside the guests, but also adept at capturing subtle changes in their expressions. It seems Xiao Fei is quite practical. The delivery speed is exceptional, and even in the most inclement weather, the visuals remain clear and the audio is crisp with noise cancellation. I desperately want a cute drone like Xiao Fei. I'm heading to the official website to place an order right now. With the soaring popularity of Survival Live, the debut of Gu's latest flying drone product swiftly secured a spot on Weibo's trending list, resulting in a 2-day surge in the stock price of Gu Technology Company. The incessant vibrations of his phone prompted Gu Junin to furrow his brows before finally succumbing to impatience and answering a persistent call. Gu Junfei, rambling on, exclaimed, Xiaoan, I heard from Grandpa that you're going to participate in Survival Live. Have you lost your mind? That meager variety show fee hardly covers a day's worth of your patent royalties, for heaven's sake. Moreover, I've heard that the weather in Country D is quite dreadful. With a strong tropical storm wreaking havoc, destroying numerous coastal structures, and leaving many citizens missing. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider, to spare Grandpa from worry. Take care of him. Donning a black mask and striding with long legs, Gu Junin uttered a single remark before decisively hanging up, knowing full well that his brother's incessant chatter could easily stretch into the next year. Observing Su Qianyan clad in a black hooded raincoat, battling the tempest as she relentlessly wielded an axe to chop coconut fronds, Gu Junin's cold, handsome brows softened involuntarily. He yearned to see her soon. Why have you suddenly taken to chopping coconut fronds? A single coconut frond can weigh as much as 10 pounds, should they be dislodged by the fierce winds. They could pose a perilous threat. Most crucially, the incessant sound of them falling is disturbing my slumber. Ahem, those coconut fronds are truly a menace. Chapter 50. The Celestial Beauty, Su Qianyan. On Crescent Moon Island, the night was dark and the rain torrential. Su Qianyan diligently cleared the trees surrounding the wooden cabin with her small axe, ensuring that no branches or leaves would fall and destroy the structure before returning to the cabin for sleep. The cabin was barely a few square meters in size, cramped with 6 adults, leaving no room for anyone to lie down comfortably. Thus, they either sat leaning against the cabin or curled up with their knees drawn to their chests. Utilizing her 3S mental prowess, Su Qianyan enveloped the cabin in a protective barrier, shielding it from the cold winds and the cacophony of the raging waves outside, ensuring that despite the tempest, the cabin remained warm and tranquil, allowing the weary occupants to quickly drift into slumber. Song Qingxue initially believed she would be unable to sleep due to worry and fear. But as fatigue overcame her while nestled against the reassuring presence of Su Qianyan, she soon succumbed to dreams. Su Qianyan silently masked the snoring of Jin Fuchong for both herself and the enchanting song, following suit into the realm of dreams. Observing this serene and beautiful scene, many online viewers left a simple good night before praying for their safety and subsequently turned off the live stream to rest. In stark contrast to the tranquility of Crescent Moon Island, Safety Island was a chaotic mess. Despite Zhou Zhang having ordered the security team to scour the safe house thoroughly twice, the warm glow emanating from it occasionally attracted snakes, insects, and rodents, leading to shrieks of alarm. Sleeping against the cold, damp walls and being jolted awake by sporadic screams, the members of the counterattack team and the production crew were thoroughly tormented, unable to find restful sleep. As dawn broke, the ferocious tropical storm that had ravaged the area finally departed. Waking up, Su Qianyan calmly accepted the reality of her early rise, quietly slipping out of the wooden cabin to exercise along the dimly lit beach. Su Dalao and the others have indeed weathered the tropical storm safely. Good morning.
Su Dalao.
Rising at the same hour as her, I can round up my thoughts to claim that I slept alongside her last night. She is my wife. The one above is daydreaming. Su Dalao is clearly my wife. Good morning, dear. This morning's news reported that many houses in Country D, where the production team is located, were destroyed due to the tropical storm and numerous civilians are missing. It suddenly dawned on me how impressive Su Dalao's wooden cabin truly is. Haha, the expression of Su Dalao sighing while patting her belly is absolutely adorable. She must have gone to bed hungry last night, considering she wasn't up early with hunger. I suddenly feel a pang of sympathy for the starving Su Dalao. Although she did feast on 2 wild chickens and nearly a whole pot of instant noodles last night, Su Qianyan was indeed hungry. After all, the 4 wild chickens were merely her and Song Marin's dinner, and due to the tropical storm, she had to share a portion with the 3 members of the security team, leaving her unsatisfied. With the retractable spear and snorkeling gear brought by the security team in tow, she stealthily approached the shoreline, intending to hunt for breakfast before the production crew regained their senses to collect the tools. Observing the plump crabs scuttling by, she quickly dismissed them, reasoning that while they were delectable, their shells were too cumbersome and the meat too scant. Su Qianyan donned her fins, adjusted her mask and snorkel, and with a finger raised in a should gesture towards the live drone, signaled the audience to refrain from waking the production crew before she gracefully submerged into the water like a fish. Yet, despite the viewers' unwavering trust in Su Dalao's capabilities, a sense of apprehension lingered. Thus, they discreetly alerted the production team's management, urging them to promptly inform the security team to safeguard Su Dalao in the sea. At that moment, the hovering live drone twirled twice before abruptly retracting its vibrant wings, transforming into 2 fins and a bionic tail, diving into the water with a powerful splash, activating its underwater filming mode. Wow, Xiao Fei can actually enter the water. How impressive.
Xiao Fei, swim fasty.
Catch up to Su Dalao. I thought Gu Technology's stock price had peaked yesterday, and I didn't invest. Now I regret it. Ha ha ha, the poor brother above. I invested yesterday. Today I'm bound to profit. Stop talking, you're blinding my eyes.
Ise Su Dalao.
Wow, she swims so fast. Heavens! Not only does Su Dalao move like lightning in the water, but she also radiates beauty like a celestial being. Oh my, I want to fall in love. Are your eyes deceiving you? Isn't the highlight that Su Dalao has only been in the water for mere minutes, and yet her onion net is nearly full of fish? Not just fish, There are sea cucumbers, abalone, and clawing lobsters as well. Su Dalao is truly remarkable. Seeing that her onion net was nearly filled, Su Qianyan chose not to return to shore, instead continuing to swim freely beneath the waves. The resplendent coral reefs, the lively and agile fish, and the gracefully swaying seaweed, complemented by a myriad of peculiar and vividly colored marine creatures, together compose a vibrant and magnificent underwater world. Su Qianyan discreetly reached out to stroke a 1-meter-long sea turtle as it passed by. The turtle, noticing no threat, lazily turned its head to glance at her before continuing its leisurely swim. Filled with curiosity, Su Qianyan touched various bizarre marine organisms, and as she withdrew her hand, a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. The ocean floor of ancient Earth truly was a marvel. Just then, a familiar fish silhouette entered Su Qianyan's view. Wasn't he that the enthusiastic little fish, who had escorted her back to the island yesterday? Although she felt that lacked proper manners, Su Qianyan still waved cheerfully, saying, "Hi, long time no see. How have you been?" However, before she could finish her greeting, the robust great white shark abruptly halted its predatory movement, swiftly flicked its tail, and vanished from her sight. Su Qianyan thought, not even a word before fleeing? It's as if I'm the devil. Is that polite? The great white shark lamented, "Oh no, how unfortunate to encounter this devilish creature again." That great white shark truly vanished in an instant. It must have employed its speed for survival. Seeing the great white shark turn and flee, Su Qianyan's expression of indignation was utterly amusing. "I nearly laughed my head off. My stomach hurt from laughing. How could it not flee for its life when faced with the devil that would stew it and its family whole?" 222. I recall Su Qianyan's remark about the bizarre size being too much for a single pot. Sheer brilliance. Observing the comical scene of Su Qianyan scaring off the great white shark in the live stream, and hearing Zhou Zhang's roar urging them to quickly dive into the sea to ensure Su Qianyan's safe return to shore, Lin Mu wore a helpless expression. Given Su Qianyan's capabilities, their entry into the sea might hinder rather than help, wouldn't it? Noticing Lin Mu and the others' reluctance to dive, Zhou Zhang, upon seeing Su Qianyan swimming gracefully as if she were a fish in water, tugged at his nearly bald head in frustration and hung up the phone. Damn it. None of them were easy to manage. However, considering that the champion and security teams had safely weathered the perilous tropical storm, Zhou Zhang felt a sense of relief. As long as they were safe, he could continue his show. Watching Su Qianyan glide through the water like a beautiful mermaid on the live stream, Su Wanwan's lips curled in a forced smile, but she could not produce a genuinely warm expression. Damn it. How could Su Qianyan be so outstanding? By comparison, wouldn't she appear utterly incompetent? Su Wanwan couldn't help but recall her brother, who resembled a smiling tiger, constantly claiming she was inferior to Su Qianyan. If he watched the live stream, he would surely say she was less impressive than Su Qianyan, bringing shame to the Su family. Damn it. Why couldn't Su Qianyan perish in the tropical storm? After witnessing her daughter sneakily stroke the sea turtle and then smile uncontrollably, Su's mother beamed with joy and suggested, "Old Su, when Yan returns home, shall we all visit the ocean world together?" Su's father eagerly nodded. Great. Yan loves the underwater world. She should enjoy the ocean world, right? Su Qing's mouth twitched. If he were to speak, he would suggest that to make Su Qianyan happy, it would be better to take her to a seafood buffet directly. Chapter 51. Is this so biased? Song Qingxue had a good night's sleep last night and woke up early today, gazing in confusion at Lin Mu and the others, who looked troubled as they stared at the sea. Noticing that Song, the actress, was worried about Su Qianyan hunting alone underwater, Shirtu quickly showed her the live stream of Su Qianyan, exclaiming, "Look how amazing Su Qianyan is," through Lin Mu and the others' phones. Witnessing Su Qianyan diving and hunting in what resembled a marine documentary was both captivating and reassuring for Song Qingxue. She promptly grabbed Shirtu and began to start a fire, thinking, "A Qian has been active early. She must be starving when she comes ashore." Finally, having enjoyed enough, Su Qianyan emerged from the water, carrying a large bag filled with seafood and a spear adorned with skewered delicacies, wearing a satisfied smile. As Lin Mu began to say something, Su Qianyan quickly raised her bountiful harvest of seafood and innocently asked, "Brother Lin, would you like to join me for breakfast?" Catching a glimpse of the succulent lobster, an abalone larger than his palm, and seeing Shirtu and Xiaojiang exchanging desperate looks, Lin Mu silently swallowed the reproachful words Zhou Dao had instructed him to relay, ultimately agreeing to Su Qianyan's invitation. Ahem, this truly wasn't a matter of lacking principles. It was merely that Su Qianyan's generosity was overwhelming. As struggling workers, if it weren't for Su Qianyan's lavish sharing, they would have no idea when they could enjoy such fresh and exquisite seafood. Tang Yu watched Su Qianyan's live stream with longing, swallowing hard before proposing, Zhou Dao. Since our comeback group is bound to lose, why don't we just end the group PK now? If the PK contest were over, shouldn't we gather with the champion group then? Since Su Qianyan is so friendly, if she invites the security team for breakfast, she will surely extend the same courtesy to us. We should set off soon. By the time we reach Crescent Island, the seafood should be ready, and we can enjoy a warm and fragrant seafood feast. Those lobsters are thicker than our arms. They must be incredibly delicious and tender. Upon hearing this, Xu Fan nodded in agreement, noting that Song Shiji's culinary skills were exceptional and her seafood medley would surely be delightful. Not wanting to eat instant noodles any longer, Oh Chen also nodded with restraint, coughing slightly. Honestly, the seafood feast isn't that significant. I just want to see my dear A Shui. Only Su Wanwan maintained a stiff, forced smile, remaining silent, her heart seething with resentment at how lacking the other guests were. It was merely a seafood dish. Yet they were all acting as if they had never seen the world. Seeing the enormous, still wriggling sea cucumbers and abalone, Song Qingxue couldn't help but express her excitement. What fresh ingredients! A Qian, eating sashimi in the morning isn't kind to the stomach. Let us prepare a hot seafood medley instead, simple and quick. What do you think? Sure. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow right now. Song Qingxue gave an okay gesture, rinsed the large iron pot with ash, and began preparing the seafood medley. The essence of the seafood medley lies in its chaotic nature. After washing the seafood, Song Qingxue tossed the sea cucumbers, lobsters, abalone, and various fish into the large pot to cook. Once boiling, she added a variety of seasonings. With many hands around, her sprinkling of spices was remarkably professional, resembling falling snow, and Su Qianyan watched with gleaming eyes, her heart racing with excitement. The seafood medley appeared deceptively simple, making her feel that even her culinary skills might be worth a try, although it was Su Qianyan treating them to breakfast. Lin Mu and the others felt it inappropriate to truly eat for free, so they diligently caught a box full of large crabs by the sea. Upon noticing the seafood nearing readiness, Song Qingxue withdrew a few sticks of firewood, simmering gently to infuse the seafood with flavor, and once it was flavorful enough, they could serve it. Song Qingxue set aside the withdrawn firewood for Jin Fuchang to prepare a light porridge. As thoughts of indulging in a sumptuous seafood feast crossed her mind, the prospect of not having to endure the elongated visage of Jin Fuchang elevated Song Qingxue's spirits even further. Quietly, she sprinkled a modicum of salt into Jin Fuchang's bland rice porridge, sparing herself from his incessant complaints about its insipidness. Upon witnessing the enticing medley of golden crabs and vibrant red lobsters simmering in a pot before Su Qianyan and her companions, and glancing down at her own insipid bowl of porridge, Jin Fuchang's expression darkened to a shade of sullen green. Were it not for the live broadcast, he would have undoubtedly smashed the porridge bowl in frustration, questioning the injustice of their lavish seafood feast while he was relegated to such a bland meal. Feeling the weight of Jin Fuchang's sorrowful gaze upon her, Su Qianyan cast a fleeting look of sympathy before promptly redirecting her attention, eagerly awaiting Song Qingxue to distribute the delectable morsels. With a flourish, Song Qingxue lifted the lid off the cast-iron pot, revealing the alluring sight of golden crabs and crimson lobsters shrouded in mist. Without hesitation, she flipped the pot lid over, collecting the largest lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, and blue crab to place atop the lid, which she then presented to the eager Su Dalao. After feeding Su Dalao, Song Qingxue unhesitatingly took up her coconut bowl and deftly grabbed a tender abalone, relishing her meal. Observing the rather dazed expressions on Lin Mu and the others, Su Qianyan, after inhaling a whole lobster, curiously inquired, "Why aren't you eating? Are you not hungry?" Following her question, Su Dalao quickly seized a large abalone and popped it into her mouth, remembering Su Dalao's swift yet graceful eating pace. Lin Mu and his companions exchanged glances and nodded resolutely, diving into the feast with fervor, lest the cast-iron pot be emptied by Su Dalao. When Song Qingxue handed the seafood-laden pot lid to Su Dalao, I was utterly astonished by such blatant favoritism. Ha! Lin Mu and the others' bewildered expressions truly had me in stitches. Song Yingho's bias is as evident as ever. 222. Receiving the food from Song Qingxue. Su Dalao wore an expression of both gratitude and excitement. It was simply hilarious. Every time Su Dalao eats, I find myself uncontrollably inhaling food alongside her. In just 2 days, I've gained 3 pounds, and now all I want is to lose weight. But to lose weight means I must stop live streaming, which is simply impossible for me. The person above should just give up on dieting. I had my own issues with it. But after watching Su Dalao eat so blissfully these past 2 days, I could finally manage to eat a little. I'm grateful to Su Dalao for rescuing me from my loss of appetite. The expression on Su Dalao's face while eating is so blissful. If she were to do a food broadcast, she would undoubtedly become a sensation. Watching the cast iron pot in the live stream being emptied within less than half an hour, Tang Yu silently shed tears of envy, jealousy, and frustration. Why couldn't they keep pace even after departing at such speed? She felt like crying. It was unbearable. Observing Lin Mu and his companions with oil-slicked lips. The production team felt a complex mix of emotions, akin to having consumed 10 lemons. They had all previously shared instant noodles and canned food together. Why had Lin Mu and his group suddenly ascended to such heights? Sigh. They too long for a seafood feast. Due to the Resurgence Group's voluntary surrender. The production team, wishing to avoid any further complications during the live broadcast, ultimately acquiesced to Zhou Zhang's suggestion to allow the Resurgence Group to head to Crescent Moon Island to regroup with the other team, as the vice captain and acting captain of the survival broadcast were soon to arrive. Casting a glance at the radiant Su Qianyan on the screen, Zhou Zhang snorted in disbelief, refusing to believe that the Resurgence Group, led by Shun, could possibly lose. Chapter 52. Isn't she just seeking out punishment? Crescent Moon Island. Upon seeing the disheveled and exhausted members of the Resurgence Group, Song Qingxue cleared her throat, suppressing the smile that threatened to surface in her eyes. However, as she made no effort to hide her amusement, Su Wanwan and the others could clearly see the corners of her lips involuntarily rising, rendering their expressions rather unpleasant. After all, they were still in a live broadcast, and couldn't she show a bit of grace and rein in her joy? Reflecting on the initial team divisions, where their superior strength led them to dismiss the champions, the Resurgence Group found themselves wishing to return to the past to remind themselves to be more humble. After all, the champions were the ultimate victors, and the more ostentatiously they behaved, the more they would ultimately face humiliation. Su Qianyan, however, felt no such reservations. Upon noticing Su Wanwan's noticeably swollen, acne-ridden face, her lips curled into a smirk, unabashedly mocking her. As Su Wanwan's expression darkened further, Su Qianyan's smile blossomed even more brightly. In truth, the original character and Su Green Tea had little conflict, yet Su Green Tea relentlessly targeted her, repeatedly attempting to undermine her. Wasn't she just inviting torment upon herself? In contrast to the prideful and silent Su Wanwan and Oh Chen, Xu Fan and Tang Yu were far more candid, accepting their defeat with grace. Xu Fan quickly approached Song Qingxue, admiration evident on his handsome face as he remarked, "Senior sister, in just 2 days, you've constructed wooden houses and boats on the deserted island, and even caught wild chickens and lobsters. The champions are truly remarkable." Hearing Xu Fan's sincere admiration, Song Qingxue felt a twinge of bashfulness and replied candidly, "In truth, my skills and Jin Qianbei's are rather average. Our group's success is undoubtedly due to a Qian's exceptional abilities." Seeing Song Qingxue credit all the accolades to Su Qianyan, Jin Fuchong huffed in indignation. But no one paid him any mind. Senior sister's culinary skills are truly extraordinary. At this, Xu Fan sighed wistfully. Alas. I wonder when I might be able to savor such delectable delights? Song Qingxue shot him a playful glare and laughed. You rascal. Don't feign pity. If you wish to eat, just say so. No need to resort to tricks. Xu Fan's face lit up with a bright smile. Senior sister is truly amazing. Senior sister is the best. Witnessing the cheerful interaction between Song Qingxue and Xu Fan, Ochen felt a pang of jealousy, unable to suppress his derision. To curry favor for mere meal, how undignified. Truly a disgrace to us men. Xu Fan cast a sympathetic glance at the obviously jealous Ochen, then immediately switched to a pitiful expression. Senior sister, did you hear that? Someone not only said I'm embarrassing but that your culinary masterpieces are unworthy. Casting a dismissive glance at the haughty Ochen, Song Qingxue chose to ignore him, reaching out to ruffle Xu Fan's fluffy hair and reassured, don't mind him. After all, Grapes that cannot be reached are always sour. At her words, Xu Fan beamed, understanding that her implication was that she would cook for him, but not for that older man. Indeed, senior sister's affections lay with him. Seeing that Song Qingxue not only disregarded him but also comforted that pretentious pretty boy. Ochen's anger flared, yet he remained sensible enough to avoid escalating the situation with her. Instead, he chose to vent his frustration on Xu Fan. Kid, don't try to sow discord. I never said that Shue's food wasn't tea-worthy. Xu Fan smirked. Oh Chen, don't forget to eat more walnuts. They not only nourish the brain, but also enhance memory. You've just forgotten what you said. Haven to you? Clearly, you need to boost your brain power. Ha ha ha. Xu Fan's adorable expressions are simply too cute. On one side is the soft and charming little wolf dog, and on the other, the wealthy and talented handsome uncle. I am so curious about whom Song Yinghe will choose. The person above must be blind. The ice goddess has never acknowledged that scum ex-boyfriend, alright? In truth, Ochen has never treated Song Ying as a mere passing fancy. Their separation stemmed from familial pressures. Since Ochen is unable to provide Song a stable home, it would be wise for him to refrain from seeking her out again. Clearly, a considerate boyfriend is far more appealing. Indifferent to the melodrama surrounding Xu Fan and Ochen, swiftly made her way to Su Qianyan, exclaiming in admiration, Su, you are truly remarkable. Have you ever been injected with some fearsome serum by a clandestine organization?
No.
Su, have you ever been bitten by a peculiar spider?
No. Su.
Are you genuinely not an extraterrestrial?
No.
So, are you truly a marvelous superhuman from an extraordinary realm?
No.
Seeing Tang Yu's innocent curiosity, Su Qianyan, with a mix of exasperation and amusement, shook her head. Why did they always suspect her of being an alien? She was undoubtedly a bona fide human being.
Su.
Let us be friends. I adore befriending someone as beautiful and talented as you. Observing Tang Yu's cherubic visage, Su Qianyan felt a subtle urge to pinch her cheeks. Just 2 days prior, Tang Yu had been heavily made up, but now, devoid of makeup, she appeared utterly charming. Coincidentally, I too enjoy befriending capable beauties, so pray tell, what talents do you possess? Su, you didn't question my beauty, but rather inquired about my abilities. Does this imply that in your eyes, I am indeed a beauty? Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's eyes widened in delightful surprise, prompting Su Qianyan to chuckle, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, my friend. Wait.
Hold on.
You just asked me what skills I have, and I have yet to respond. How can you declare us friends already? Is it because of my beauty that you have made an exception? Yes.
Puffed.
Song Qingxue couldn't stifle her laughter. She had always perceived Tang Yu as an arrogant and headstrong celebrity, but it turned out she was genuinely amusing. It was likely that Su Qianyan agreed to be her friend because she was someone who could bring joy. Sister Song, your smile is truly captivating. Let us be friends as well. Tang Yu gazed at Song Qingxue with eager anticipation. Although she had previously harbored a certain aversion towards Song Qingxue due to her overt femininity, making Tang Yu feel like a mere child in comparison, witnessing her culinary prowess had completely won her over. On their journey to Crescent Moon Island, Tang Yu had already resolved that in order to savor the delectable dishes showcased in Su Qianyan's livestream, she must forge friendships with both Su and Song. Henceforth, they would form a trio dedicated to culinary delights within the entertainment industry, with Su diving into the sea for seafood and climbing mountains for game, while Song would transform various delicacies into mouth-watering feasts, and Tang Yu would merely cheer from the sidelines, relishing an abundance of gourmet treats. The prospect of the future brimmed with excitement. Noticing Su Qianyan's stiff demeanor as she observed them, Song Qingxue nodded with a smile. Having more friends in the entertainment industry was certainly preferable to having more enemies. While she was aware that Tang Yu's sudden enthusiasm might have ulterior motives, she remained unconcerned. Whether it was for publicity or otherwise, it was worth it just to irk Su Lucha. The fact that such a charming and affable individual as Su would disdain Su Qianyan indicated the latter's truly wretched character. As Tang Yu, Xu Fan, and the others brazenly approached the champion team, Su Qianyan seethed with rage, unable to express her frustration due to her carefully cultivated, gentle, and graceful persona. She could only force a smile while watching Su Qianyan and her teammates revel in jovial conversation. Dear guests, your efforts are greatly appreciated. I hereby declare the 3-day, 2-night survival livestream PK competition officially concluded, with the victor being our champion team. As champions, You have the privilege of selecting one member from the two team leaders to join your survival group. Allow me to briefly introduce our two team leaders. First, we have Vice Team Leader A. Jean, a renowned retired athlete, tall, strong, handsome, humorous, and possessing extensive wilderness survival experience. Affectionately known as the Mighty Bull. Although our team leader Lin, who cannot participate in this season due to unforeseen circumstances, we have procured a substitute team leader who, despite lacking wilderness survival experience, possesses unique skills of his own. Champion team, you now have 1 minute to deliberate. The countdown begins now. At the end of the minute, you must decide whether to choose Vice Team Leader A. Jean or the substitute team leader. Zhou Jiang wore a confident expression, certain that with Su Qianyan's laid-back demeanor, she would undoubtedly opt for the seemingly strongest Vice Team Leader A. Jean. Chapter 53. After all, I am a good person.
Ah.
It's truly disappointing that Hugo is absent. Could it be that a relationship-based newcomer has ousted him? Hugo genuinely had a last-minute engagement, which is why the production team was compelled to hastily find an inexperienced substitute team leader. I am simply curious about the champion team's choice. Were it me, I would certainly choose Vice Team Leader A. Jean, given his robust physique and extensive wilderness experience. Me too. The title of Mighty Bull is not given lightly. With a Jean on board, there's no labor he cannot handle, allowing Su to be a carefree overseer. With Su's abilities, it's likely that whoever they choose will not significantly impact the outcome. Am I the only one curious about who the uniquely skilled substitute team leader is? Why is Zhou Ba Pai being so secretive? I am curious too. With Zhou Ba Pai's penchant for chaos, it feels like there must be some deception afoot. The reversal team also found themselves drawn into a discussion regarding this matter. Naturally, from their perspective, they hoped the champion team would select the inexperienced substitute team leader, which would mean that the seasoned Jean would become their teammate. Even from afar, Song Qing-Shui still could not discern the identity of the substitute team leader hidden aboard the ship, so she could only analyze based on the available information. Ah Qian. Considering the substitute team leader lacks wilderness survival experience, shall we opt for Vice Team Leader A. Jean for safety? In response, Jean Fu Chong expressed a differing opinion. Little Su, I believe choosing the uniquely skilled substitute team leader might be more advantageous. After all, we are all capable individuals and do not lack for a mere wilderness survival expert, do we? In truth, Jean Fu Chong did not underestimate Vice Team Leader A. Jean. Rather, he considered A. Jean's prowess to be exceedingly formidable. Should Su Qianyan select a Jean, it would only serve to highlight his own shortcomings by comparison. Therefore, Jean Fu Chong preferred to have a less experienced team leader, even if they might be a liability, as it would allow him to shine through. However, would Su Qianyan, with her keen intellect, comply with his wishes? As Song Marin, Jean Fu Chong, and others fixed their gazes upon her, it was evident that they awaited her decision. Su Qianyan spoke with a voice imbued with sincerity and innocence. I believe your arguments hold substantial merit. If we must make a choice, then I shall serve as the acting leader. The thought of the reversal group enduring sleepless nights and unsatisfying meals over the past 2 days filled her with profound sorrow. While we may have prospered, we must not forget our companions, must we? In order for my friend, Tang Marin, to no longer endure hunger, I have resolved to choose the acting leader, allowing the seasoned vice captain, a Jean, to join the reversal group. No need for gratitude. After all, I am a good person. Noticing Zhou Jiang's unwavering stare, Su Qianyan turned to him and offered an innocent, pure smile. Was he surprised by her decision? Was it unexpected? Indeed, do you not find Su, the great leader at this moment, to be rather tea-like? What the hell, after all, I am a good person. Ha ha ha, it nearly makes my head spin with laughter. Great white shark. A good person? The devil who wishes to stew me and my family whole. Do you have any shame? Just a moment ago, the same Su, who was smiling and provoking Su Ludia, I cannot believe she could be a good person. Something is amiss with Su. Could it be that the acting leader she has chosen is actually a formidable figure? Although Song Qingxue did not comprehend why Su Qianyan opted for the position of acting leader, she resolved to support her choice. For she trusted that Su would never betray her own. Jean Fuchong regarded Su Qianyan with skepticism. Was the sun rising in the west? How could she possibly concur with his suggestion? Was she not the one who relished sparring with him? The members of the reversal group were equally flabbergasted, unable to fathom why Su Qianyan would make such a decision. Nevertheless, they could not suppress their secret delight, as it was thanks to Su Qianyan's unexpected choice that they could secure the formidable A. Jean. Zhou Jiang, however, was utterly astonished. He stared at Su Qianyan in disbelief. Surely, any rational individual would choose the more powerful and experienced vice captain Ajin, right? Why would the great demon Su opt for an unfamiliar acting leader? This defied logic. In response, Su Qianyan bestowed upon him another gentle smile. Do I appear to be a normal person? In truth, whether she chose the vice captain or the acting leader mattered little to her. Neither could surpass her prowess, could they? Yet Zhou Jiang was clearly laying a trap for her, and if she did not retaliate, how could she justify his elaborate scheming? Realizing this, Zhou Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that she had already deduced his intentions to keep her in check? Desperately, Zhou Jiang stammered, "Champion group. Might you reconsider?" Su Qianyan kindly reminded him, "Director Zhou, the minute is up." Under the watchful gaze of over 10 million online viewers, Zhou Jiang, despite the turmoil within,
Could only endure in silence.
cursed be it, if necessary. He would resort to the art of bribery with money to ensure the acting leader resembled a mere decorative vase with minimal combat abilities. To avoid becoming an inconsequential figure beneath the non-human brilliance of the acting leader, Vice Captain Ajin insisted on being the first to make an entrance. Dear, esteemed viewers, it has been a while. I am your Vice Captain Ajin. Please continue to support me. Ajin, once the national champion long-distance runner, retired due to injury and transitioned into the entertainment industry, leveraging his striking features and eloquence to become a permanent guest on the survival variety show Survival Live. After Ajin completed his self-introduction, the audience applauded with enthusiasm, then their collective gaze turned toward the direction of the ship dock. Clearly more curious about the identity of the invited acting leader than the already revealed Ajin. As Gu Junin stepped onto the beach, an eerie silence enveloped the venue, the live broadcast room quiet as never before. After a moment, the entire broadcast erupted in fervor. "Ah, it's Enshun, my idol. Oh heavens, I must be dreaming. A person as radiant as jade, unmatched among gentlemen. Does such divine beauty truly exist? Goodness, does this live stream not require payment? To behold such a celestial beauty without charge feels utterly undeserved. Cough, honestly, this man is merely slightly more handsome than average, ladies. Is it truly necessary to be this excited? Apologies, I am a man. Yet I am equally exhilarated. Isn't Shun not updating because he has come to survive alive?" As she beheld the exquisitely handsome and ethereal figure of the ice-cold gentleman approaching her, Su Qianyan's eyes widened in awe. Indeed, he was a remarkable gentleman, as precious as jade. Chapter 54. And Shun is a bit off. On Crescent Moon Island, as the foremost marshal of the stars, Su Qianyan was not one to indulge in literary references, for a fist holds more persuasion. Yet upon the first sight of Gu Junin, she involuntarily recalled the verses from the Book of Songs that describe a handsome man, a testament to Gu Junin's astonishing beauty. In truth, Su Qianyan had encountered countless beauties in her past life. Given that the cosmetic technology of the interstellar age had reached unparalleled heights, yet none could compare to Gu Junin. Perhaps there were others who matched his looks, but none possessed his ethereal, transcendent demeanor. Conversely, those with such a demeanor were often lacking in beauty to rival his. Some individuals are indeed so breathtaking that merely gazing upon them can bring joy. Su Qianyan blinked her enchanting eyes, realizing that this man's appearance and bearing were truly extraordinary. Upon witnessing Gu Junin emerge, Song Qingxue was taken aback. She had seen videos of him on short video platforms, with numerous comments praising him as the woodworking master of the live streaming world, the pinnacle of beauty in the industry. However, it is well known that the majority of streamers on major live streaming apps utilize beauty filters and other miraculous effects, such that even an ordinary figure could be transformed into a beauty. Thus, she had always assumed he was merely a hollow figure adorned with a pretty face. Song Qingxue and never anticipated that such a divine visage could truly exist in the realm of humanity. Woe is me. She felt envious. She too longed to possess a celestial beauty akin to Gu Junin and a Qian. Xu Fan felt an instant pang of envy, then instinctively glanced at Song Qingxue. Upon seeing her gaze fixed on Gu Junin for over 10 seconds, his heart sank. Indeed, women are captivated by appearances. He too was not lacking in looks. So, why had Sister Song never regarded him in such a manner? Meanwhile, Su Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the acting leader be this cold-hearted fellow? In her past life, the acting leader had been an obscure martial arts instructor, not him. Could it be that her rebirth had altered the course of events? In her previous life, Gu Junin was notorious for his cold and ruthless demeanor, a prominent investment mogul and chairman of the illustrious Gu Corporation. Anyone who had offended him met with a grim fate, and thus, none dared to provoke him. Remembering her futile attempts to approach Gu Junin in her past life, only to be met with his utter indifference, even as she fell before him in a flimsy outfit, he had simply walked past without a glance. What an utterly callous man. Reflecting on the humiliation she had suffered at his hands in her previous life, Su Qianyan felt a surge of hatred, her complexion oscillating between green and red and black. What was this detestable man doing here, abandoning his position of power within the Gu Corporation? Even though she had become powerful in her rebirth and was no longer the weak and helpless version of herself from her previous life, Su Qianyan still instinctively averted her gaze, unable to look directly at Gu Junin, fearful of encountering his indifferent, ant-like stare. Observing the crowd of guests staring blankly at Gu Junin, Zhou Jiang couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, with a guest as stunning as Gu Junin. The online viewership for the program was sure to surge. If only they could attract all of Gu Junin's fans, it would be even better. Zhou Jiang cleared his throat and, catching everyone's attention, introduced, "This is the renowned A-site streamer and Mu Jun, whose real name is Gu Junin. He has millions of followers and is known for his exceptional woodworking skills, earning the title of the pinnacle of beauty in the streaming world." In the following 2 days, the champion team led by Gu Junin and the underdog team led by Ah would engage in a series of intriguing game competitions. The group with the highest score would ultimately receive a donation of 1 million for educational materials to impoverished elementary schools in rural areas. Tang Yu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Director Zhou, what is a donation?" Zhou Jiang explained, "The donation refers to the total sum of 1 million in educational supplies that we will contribute in the name of the victorious team to schools in impoverished areas. You have 10 minutes to familiarize yourselves with your team leaders. The first fun game, a beach volleyball match, will commence in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan raised her eyebrows, surprised that the notoriously stingy production team could display such generosity. The production team, known for their frugality, is willing to part with 1 million for donations. Is the sun rising from the west today? Ah. Both the front and side profiles of Inshun are killing me. The production team has truly outdone themselves in inviting Inshun. Absolutely. This is Inshun's first appearance on a variety show in the entertainment industry. It is said that even during a certain goose company's annual meeting, they couldn't secure his attendance." As Zhou Jiang finished speaking, a certain individual, who had been lazily lounging in the corner, suddenly darted to Zhou Jiang's side, forcefully shoving him aside. Ignoring Zhou Jiang's suddenly grim expression, Su Qianyan smiled brightly, extending her hand. "Hello, team leader, I am Su Qianyan. It is a pleasure to meet you." Noticing this, Gu Junin paused momentarily, lightly touching her palm before withdrawing his hand, his tone cool. "Gu Junin. You may call me Mr. Gu, or simply Junin." "Hello, Mr. Gu."
You can call me Xiao Qian.
Not minding Gu Junin's aloof demeanor, Su Qianyan remained unfazed. After all, beauty could take many forms, like the charmingly willful Tang Yu or the gracefully gentle Song Qingxue, and there were also those like Gu Junin, who exuded a frigid elegance akin to a snow-capped mountain. Although Gu Junin said she could call him Junin, it was evident that someone with such a cool demeanor would not appreciate overly familiar interactions, so to avoid any displeasure, she opted for Mr. Gu. The stunning beauty was indeed a feast for the eyes. Gu Junin nodded slightly, acknowledging Xiao Qian. Jin Fuchang cast a jealous glance at Gu Junin's dazzling face, snorted coldly, and then raised his chin, speaking haughtily. "I am Jin Fuchang. You may call me Senior Jin." Gu Junin nodded again. "Senior Jin." After Gu Junin addressed him with only that cold acknowledgement, Jin Fuchang's face darkened, feeling that today's youth had no respect for their elders. Truly, each generation seemed worse than the last. Seeing Su Qianyan gaze at Gu Junin with starry eyes, Song Qingxue found it both amusing and exasperating. It appeared that Su Dalao genuinely had a soft spot for beauty. Could it be that she was to be eclipsed? Noticing Gu Junin's reluctance to shake hands, Song Qingxue refrained from extending hers, instead politely stating, "Team leader Gu, I have long admired your name. I am Song Qingxue. You may call me Xiao Shui." Gu Junin nodded once more. "Miss Song." Song Qingxue nodded back, about to speak when she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Wait. Why did team leader Gu call Su Dalao Xiao Qian while she was addressed as the more formal Miss Song? Was this what they referred to as double standards? Looking up at Gu Junin, who was gazing coolly and directly at the rapidly arranged game venue, Without glancing at Su Qianyan, she realized she was overthinking it. Perhaps it was because Xiao Qian was younger, and Gu Junin felt no need to observe formalities, prompting him to address her as such. Su Dalao is indeed a beauty aficionado. To greet Shen, she shoved Zhou Ba Pai aside, and Zhou Ba Pai's face turned black. Haha.
Ah.
I can't believe I willingly missed the chance to connect with a streamer of Shen's divine beauty 6 months ago. I must have been out of my mind. I was wrong. The streaming world is not just filled with face-sculpting oddities, but also hosts divine beauties like Shen.
Boo-hoo.
I feel like I've lost a fortune. To the one above, investing in Shen now is a wise choice. He is truly a talented and handsome man. His woodworking skills are exceptionally refined. Am I the only one who noticed that Shen referred to Su Dalao as Xiao Qian but called the film queen Misong? Something seems off about Shen. Su Qianyan fixed her gaze on the perpetually cold and aloof beauty, suddenly leaning close to him. Using the game rules sheet provided by the production team to shield their conversation, whispering, Gu Meiren, why don't you consider accepting Zhou Ba Pai's proposal? As long as you split the reward with me, I assure you won't have to do anything and will still emerge as the most handsome and cool MVP of the event. Isn't it true that I am already the most handsome and cool here?
Ha.
Chapter 55. The Divine Beauty CP officially begins. This is the first time I've seen Shen raise an eyebrow. That mischievous expression is absolutely captivating.
Ah.
I am dying to know what Su Dalao whispered to Shen. Me too. It's rare to see Su Dalao display such unexpected emotions. I am so curious about what Shen said to her. The live stream thief failed to record their conversation. This is unacceptable.
Ah.
I never imagined I would witness my dream goddess and my dream god together. No, in a photo together. This is a life without regrets. Heavens! Su Dalao and Shen standing together is truly a visual feast for beauty aficionados. I declare the Divine Beauty CP officially begins. Welcome all beauty enthusiasts to join in. In Su Qianyan's eyes, Gu Junin embodied the principles of a celestial beauty. After all, aren't celestial beings known for their coldness and detachment?
Yet.
She could hardly fathom that the seemingly aloof and taciturn Gu Junin would lower his voice to respond to her teasing, and that response felt somewhat out of character. When the vice captain, Jin, introduced himself, Zhou Jiang immediately sought out Gu Junin, even enticing him with a promise of doubled compensation to have him slack off in the champion team and, when necessary, impede her progress, thus reducing the likelihood of their victory. In Zhou Jiang's view, 2 teams of comparable strength would be far more entertaining, while 2 teams with a significant disparity in skill would likely lead to a loss of viewers in the live stream. For the sake of ratings, and to suppress Su Qianyan's arrogance, he was indeed spending a considerable sum. However, Gu Junin did not outright reject Zhou Jiang's proposal. Instead, he stated he would consider it. Yet, Su Qianyan could discern the icy disapproval in his tone, indicating he was far from supportive of Zhou Jiang's suggestion. His so-called consideration was merely a formality to appease Zhou Jiang. However, despite his apparent disinterest in Zhou Jiang's proposal, Su Qianyan felt compelled to issue a playful warning to him to mitigate the potential risk of the ethereal beauty being lured by the allure of generous rewards. She was acutely aware of the discordant conversation between him and Zhou Jiang. If he failed to diligently lead the team, she would certainly not let him off the hook. While the celestial beauty was undeniably a sight to behold, Su Qianyan merely appreciated his allure. Should his character be lacking and impede her leisurely pursuits, even the most exquisite visage would fail to captivate her, for she was a discerning admirer of virtue. Noticing Su Qianyan's wide-eyed gaze resembling that of a startled Scottish fold cat, Gu Junin's eyes briefly glimmered with amusement. Indeed, Yanyan was quite endearing. Little Qian, do you find anything amiss in my words? Upon hearing his remark and detecting the mirth in his eyes, Su Qianyan momentarily paused, then a smile graced her lips, revealing a hint of intrigue. Mr. Gu is even more fascinating than I had anticipated. Gu Junin raised an eyebrow. I am curious, what kind of Mr. Gu does little Qian envision? Su Qianyan replied with a smirk, principled, cold-hearted, and devoid of compassion. Gu Junin's lips twitched imperceptibly. Are you certain you are not describing the head of the discipline committee? Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. No wonder I find you so familiar. You resemble my bald and greasy high school discipline director. Your aura is strikingly similar. Gu Junin's divinely handsome face momentarily froze, and he took a deep breath, steeling himself before continuing. Then how do you perceive the Mr. Gu you see now? An absolute pest. Gu Junan's expression gradually faded. Yan's was truly sharp. Suddenly, he found himself reluctant to continue the conversation. After delivering a sharp retort to the ethereal beauty, Su Qianyan casually set aside the game rules that had obstructed their conversation and focused intently on the guidelines, paying no heed to the curious, gossip-laden glances cast her way. Ha ha, Gu Shen's final expression must be the legendary look of utter disillusionment. Whoa, I am dying to know what Su Daolao actually said. Can anyone translate? I am but a humble servant, possessing a modicum of lip-reading skills. Allow me to provide a brief translation. Su said, "You are truly handsome. Be my man." Gu replied, "Sure, but I must be on top." Su countered, "Why do you harbor such audacious thoughts? Being my man is already a privilege." Translation complete. Haha, I can't stop laughing. The so-called lip-reading skills are actually a knack for seeing through barriers. The translation is both amusing and profound. A round of applause for the esteemed translator. Please, do share more. Since Su Qianyan and Gu Junan had begun their whispered exchange, an inexplicable hush fell over the crowd, with everyone unconsciously turning their attention to the duo, including Tang Yu, even though she was not particularly enamored with looks. The sight of the two strikingly beautiful individuals standing together left her feeling a tad dizzy. Was this the fabled phenomenon of gorgeousness blinding the eyes? Despite straining her ears, she could not catch their conversation, and her curiosity got the better of her. She boldly approached. "Ahem, Qian, what were you just discussing?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's inquiry, Song Qingxue feigned seriousness as she scrutinized the game rules, but her ears instinctively perked up. She too was eager to know. "I was earnestly discussing the regulations of the beach volleyball match with the deputy team leader." Tang Yu shot her a look of disdain. Did she think she was a fool? 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the beach volleyball match commenced. 5 circles were erected along the sandy shore, with diameters of 1 meter, 0, 8 meters, 0, 6 meters, 0, 4 meters, and 0, 2 meters. Contestants stood 5 meters away to throw the volleyball. Hitting the circles would yield points, 2 points for the 1 meter circle, 4 for the 0, 8 meter circle, and so forth, with 10 points awarded for the smallest circle. The volleyball adhered to the International Volleyball Federation standards, with a diameter of 0, 21 meters. The team with the highest score would emerge victorious, receiving a luxurious survival kit, while the losers would receive a meager one. Although the program claimed it was a volleyball match, Su Qianyan felt the competition resembled a carnival game of tossing. The smallest circle offered the most points, yet it was only a centimeter larger than the volleyball itself, meaning that even a slight miscalculation would send the ball flying away, resulting in 0 points. To counterbalance Su Qianyan's extraordinary prowess, the production team stipulated that each participant could only throw once. Since the champion team had one less member than the underdog team, one individual from the underdog team was destined to sit out. Su Qianyan remained unfazed. After all, restrictions only affected the weak, and she was the strongest. To prevent the underdog team from being demoralized by Su Qianyan's extraordinary abilities, the production team wisely allowed them to throw first. However, they could not have anticipated that, despite sending their strongest 4-member team, excluding Tang Yu, they would face the capricious Wild Sea Winds. Su Wanwan, aiming for the 0, 4 meter iron circle, found her volleyball swept away to the 0, 6 meter circle by the howling winds. Meanwhile, Oh Chin fared even worse. Just as his ball was about to strike the 0, 4 meter circle, it was suddenly blown off course, leaving him utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, Xu Fan and Ajin, having learned from their teammates' misfortunes, seized the moment when the winds calmed, held their breath, and threw with all their might, achieving commendable scores. Thus, the underdog team scores were as follows: Su Wanwan 6 points, Oh Chin 0 points, Xu Fan 8 points, and Ajin 8 points, totaling 22 points. On the champion team's side, the first to throw was Song Qingxue, who wisely chose the 0,
6 meter circle.
If not for her pride, she would have preferred to aim for the 1 meter circle. However, fortune seemed to favor her lately, as the notorious shooting black hole managed to strike the 0,
6 meter circle,
earning 4 points. The second thrower, Jin Fuchang, wished he could throw last to create a dramatic impact, but, recalling Su Qianyan's terrifying accuracy when tossing axes to chop coconuts, he quietly requested to throw second to avoid being overshadowed by her brilliance. Though Jin Fuchang lacked skill, he possessed unwavering confidence, considering himself a formidable player. Thus, Under the bemused gazes of the crowd, he boldly hurled the volleyball toward the
2-meter circle.
Song Qingxue raised an eyebrow. She had seen foolishness before. But this level of ignorance was unprecedented. Did he not even know his own capabilities? Viewers in the live stream were quick to criticize Jin Fuchang for his lack of self-awareness, certain he would drag down Su Daolao's performance. Yet, to everyone's surprise, although Jin Fuchang missed the 2-meter circle, his volleyball inadvertently grazed the iron circle, ricocheted, and, propelled by a gust of wind, struck the nearby
4-meter circle.
Seeing this, Su Qianyan could not help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed Jin Fuchang had rather fortunate luck after all. Though he did not hit the 10-point circle, he could not resist basking in his moment of glory. Oh dear, how did I land on the 8-point circle? I clearly aimed for the 10-point one. My luck seems to be a tad off today. Oh Chun's face darkened. In the presence of someone scoring 0 points, you dare lament your misfortune? How impolite. I'm tempted to hit you. As the captain of the underdog team, Akin was the last to throw. The champion team decided to bestow the potential opportunity for glory upon the acting captain, Gu Junan. When Su Qianyan aimed for the 2-meter iron hoop, the online audience in the live stream and all those on the island instinctively held their breath, their attention riveted on the volleyball in her grasp. Everyone subconsciously believed that the formidable Su was incapable of error. Thus, in their eyes, her securing 10 points was a foregone conclusion. Thanks to Jin Fuchang's fortuitous luck, the champion team already boasted 12 points. If Su were to score 10 more by hitting the iron hoop, even if Gu Junan were to throw casually, their worst outcome would be a tie. Considering Lin Hu's admiration for Gu Junan, coupled with the latter's stature as a titan in the live streaming realm, it was evident that his strength and accuracy were also commendable. Zhou Zhang's expression darkened, realizing that the champion team was undoubtedly on the path to victory. However, sometimes fate intervenes unexpectedly. Just as Su Qianyan was about to strike, she suddenly sensed a subtle yet ominous presence. Instinctively, she altered her trajectory, and in the next instant, the struck volleyball shot forth like a rocket.
Bang!
The volleyball hurtled at astonishing speed, striking a coconut tree at the edge of the competition area. Crack! The coconut tree, struck with ferocity, emitted a resounding snap, and within moments, it shattered into 2 pieces, sending the production crew beneath it scurrying for safety.
Boom!
At that moment, the volleyball, having violently impacted the tree trunk, erupted with a deafening sound, causing it to splinter into fragments. Both the guests and the production crew were momentarily paralyzed, their eyes wide with disbelief. In an instant, the live stream and the island fell into a profound silence. The spectacle before them transcended the bounds of human comprehension. Thus, both the viewers online and the onlookers on the island wore expressions of utter bewilderment. How could a volleyball struck by a human being sever a robust coconut tree? Was this not the stuff of martial arts cinema? Witnessing the fallen coconut tree and the dismembered volleyball, Su Qianyan pursed her lips, her expression one of aloof indifference. While internally she lamented, oh no, her strength had inexplicably surged again today. She had inadvertently unleashed power beyond what a normal human should possess. What now? The realization that this was all occurring live, with hundreds of thousands of ordinary humans witnessing her inhuman display, only deepened her despair. They would undoubtedly regard her as an extraterrestrial. Alas, being a typical ancient human is proving to be exceedingly difficult. Wow, Su actually shattered a coconut tree with a volleyball. Is this truly a display of human strength? I hope we never again hear anyone ask the foolish question of whether Su is human. The evidence is irrefutable. She must be an alien. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. It's simply because standing would fail to convey my boundless admiration for Su, akin to the relentless flow of a river. It's an absolute loss for our Chinese sports community that someone with such superhuman strength like Su doesn't pursue a career as an athlete. I suddenly feel that even if Su were to move bricks, she would surely amass wealth. Since watching survival live streams, my mother no longer worries about my rigid worldview, for it is constantly being refreshed by Su. Though I am indeed astonished by Su's displayed strength, have you forgotten that this is a competition? That strike didn't even touch the iron hoop, meaning Su actually scored 0 points? Amidst reminders from some rational netizens, the stunned crowd finally recalled the existence of the competition, and belatedly came to the realization that the wayward volleyball had indeed been struck by Su. This defied the laws of science. The now stunned Su involuntarily wore a mocking expression, thinking, is this all? Unable to even hit the target, how dare she claim to be a survival expert? Her audacity is astounding. Song Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes. Filled with confusion, Su's skills could not possibly have declined so drastically. Gu Junin scrutinized the shattered coconut tree and suddenly enlightened. It dawned on him how utterly adorable Su was. Chapter 57. This move is absolutely brilliant. At that moment, not far from the coconut tree, the VJ cameraman instinctively redirected his camera to capture the severed tree. In the next instant, the tall cameraman's face turned ashen as he stumbled back, trembling in fear as he shouted, "There's a snake." Upon hearing this, the nearby production team members and guests instinctively screamed, some even hurriedly turning to flee, with the rotund Jin Fuchang running the fastest. Song Qingxue, too, instinctively hid behind Su Qianyan, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed in the direction of the cameraman. Thinking, why is there a snake? After a moment of fear, the burly cameraman finally mustered the courage to peer through the camera, letting out a sigh of relief as he added, "It's all right. The snake seems to have been crushed by the volleyball." Only upon hearing the cameraman's weak declaration that the snake had been killed did the crowd cease their flight and curiously turn to look. Jin Fuchan cautiously glanced back, and upon seeing the brown snake, squished yet still twitching its tail, he instinctively shuddered and sprinted several meters away, embodying the essence of cowardice. It was only then that the livestream audience and those on the island grasped why Su Qianyan's volleyball had veered so dramatically off course. So, Su didn't lose her strength? She aimed to kill that snake instead? Well, if the snake was harmlessly resting in the tree, why on earth would Su inexplicably choose to end its life? Cough. Perhaps Su just wanted to take a bite out of the snake, thinking it looked rather appealing. You're all mistaken. Su actually sacrificed an easy 10 points to save someone. The commenter above must be a die-hard fan of Su. It's clear that Su merely missed her shot and inadvertently killed the snake. The commenter above is clearly a hater. As a Billy Up master, I have been recording Su's live stream to gather material, and I just played it in reverse. Just before she struck, that snake suddenly fell from the tree, landing right near the crew member. So, if Su hadn't made that miraculous shot, the snake would have landed on that crew member? Goodness. That's terrifying to even contemplate. Setting aside whether that snake was venomous, even a bite from a non-venomous snake could have severe consequences, as one can never know what bizarre viruses it might carry. Thus, Su truly was saving a life. Su Qianyan's selfless decision to forego scoring in order to protect a crew member immediately garnered her a wave of admiration from online viewers, many of whom transformed from bystanders into fans. In this day and age, a talented artist who is not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possesses extraordinary strength and a kind heart is truly a treasure worth their devotion. The truth, evident to the viewers in the live stream, was also not lost on the production team, who had strategically placed numerous cameras around the competition venue. The staff member rescued by the esteemed Su Qianyan was a soft, adorable girl who blushed easily. Overcome with emotion, she embraced Su Qianyan tightly, her eyes glistening with gratitude, inciting envy and admiration among the audience, who wished they could also share such affectionate moments with the illustrious Su. Zhou Jiang, holding a loudspeaker, proclaimed loudly, "While our production team is immensely grateful for the benevolence of our guest, Su Qianyan, the competition remains a competition. Therefore, Su Qianyan's score for the pitch is 0. Next to pitch is our deputy team leader, Gu Junin. Let us observe how formidable his skills truly are." Upon hearing Zhou Jiang declare Su Qianyan's score as 0, a wave of indignation swept through the online viewers. After all, Su had missed the pitch solely in her attempt to save a member of the production team. Yet, the team stubbornly refused to grant her the chance to pitch again, proving to be quite unreasonable. Nevertheless, Su Qianyan remained unfazed. After all, a single loss held no significant weight. Even if the champion team ended up with only a rudimentary survival package, her prowess would surely allow her to transform survival into a luxurious retreat. Furthermore, Su Qianyan cast her gaze towards the seemingly aloof and ethereal beauty, Gu Junin, and she couldn't quite believe that he was the one whom Zhou had placed such high hopes upon. Perhaps he would bring a turning point for the champion team. Noticing Su Qianyan's gaze upon him, Gu Junin instinctively met her eyes, and for a brief moment, their gazes locked. Observing the shadowed depths of his eyes, which sparkled with an air of danger, Su Qianyan chose to ignore it and instead waved at him, smiling brightly. "Team leader Gu, whether we can indulge in delicious food and drink depends on you." In response, Gu Junin retained his characteristic indifference, nodding with restrained confidence. All right. Witnessing the cold demeanor but unwavering confidence in his tone, Su Qianyan couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed her instincts had not betrayed her. The champion team was indeed in safe hands. With a swift motion, Gu Junin tossed the volleyball high into the air and, in the next moment, struck it with tremendous force. The volleyball, spinning at high speed, soared directly into the 2-meter iron hoop, perfectly lodged within it, showcasing his impeccable control over both power and precision. A hush fell over the audience before, following Su Qianyan's enthusiastic applause. Everyone in attendance instinctively joined in, clearly captivated by Gu Junin's remarkable display of skill. The comments flooded in. What an incredible shot. Gu Junin is phenomenal. Oh my, I'm falling in love. Mom, this man has stolen my heart. Can I call the police to bring him home? How can there be so many exceptionally attractive and extraordinarily talented individuals nowadays? How are ordinary people like us supposed to survive? The divine couple both possess beauty and strength. They are indeed a match made in heaven. After striking the ball, Gu Junin instinctively looked at Su Qianyan. How sweet. Today is yet another day of shedding tears for a beautiful romance. Both the champion team and the comeback team currently have a total score of 22. So, who will ultimately emerge victorious? The production team had anticipated the possibility of a tie between the two groups, thus announcing an additional competition. With the overwhelming strength of both Su Qianyan and Gu Junin, the comeback team stood little chance, and the champion team rightfully claimed victory. Su Qianyan turned to the visibly displeased Zhou Jiang, offering a meaningful compliment. Team leader Gu truly lives up to the high expectations set by Director Zhou. His prowess is indeed remarkable. Thank you, Director Zhou, and the production team, for generously providing the luxurious survival package. Zhou Jiang, feeling disheartened by the predicament of his own invited team leader, was reluctant to engage with her. Clearly, those who were exceptionally good-looking were not necessarily benevolent. After the intense volleyball match concluded, it was time for the much-anticipated prize reveal. The luxurious package contains a jungle machete, a metal lunchbox, snorkeling essentials, a lighter, and a parachute? It seems something rather peculiar has crept in. The first 4 items are indeed essential for survival on a deserted island, but what on earth is this colorful parachute? Are we expected to engage in cliff diving on the island? Your thinking is quite narrow. Parachutes are incredibly practical. When unfurled, the waterproof canopy can serve as a roof. And the ropes are undeniably strong, perfect for various uses. Wait, doesn't Su Qianyan have a warm and cozy wooden cabin? Why would she need to use the waterproof fabric as a roof? Clearly, the individual above hasn't understood the new rules. From the moment the team leader joined the group, all previously acquired and crafted equipment from both teams is confiscated. In other words, the champion team has returned to square one. What the heck? The production team actually confiscated Su Qianyan's wooden cabin? That's just cruel. Well, one cannot entirely blame the production team. Without such measures, the comeback team would have no chance at all, though it seems they still don't. After witnessing the luxurious survival package, the viewers in the livestream developed a keen interest in the meager survival kit that would be awarded to the unfortunate comeback team.
Su Qianyan,
Equally curious about the production team's potential shortcomings, quietly observed the unboxing ceremony of the comeback team's package. As they unveiled the modest survival kit, the faces of the comeback team turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. What on earth was this? The kit contained a 1 yuan fruit knife from Taobao, a large iron basin, a plastic fish spear, a matchbox with only 3 matches, and a sheet of transparent plastic film measuring 3 to 4 square meters. Ochin picked up the plastic fish spear and weighed it in his hand, his expression immediately darkening. Indeed, this plastic fish spear was nothing but a child's toy, typically used for playing at the beach. He directly handed the plastic spear to Zhou Jiang, questioning him with barely concealed displeasure. Director Zhou, could you please explain what use this toy spear serves? In response, the thick-skinned Zhou Jiang naturally accepted the plastic spear, demonstrating it in the air with a serious demeanor. Look, when you find yourselves bored, you can play with a plastic spear like this. It's an excellent tool for passing the time. You might not believe it, but I have always held high expectations and confidence in your comeback team. I believe that even with this subpar equipment, you can turn the mundane into the miraculous and achieve great feats. Good luck. Hearing this, Su Qianyan was taken aback. She considered her own ability to speak nonsense with a straight face to be quite impressive, yet compared to Zhou Jiang, she fell short. Just look at how calm and unflustered he appeared. He must conduct himself in such a manner regularly. She felt she needed to learn from him. Such a ridiculous tool for passing time. Ha, that's absolutely hilarious. The production team truly knows no bounds when it comes to being cheap.
So,
They acknowledge that the equipment is subpar? Their official sarcasm is indeed the most cutting. Alright then, if the plastic sphere can be deemed a tool for passing time, what purpose does the transparent plastic film serve? It's so thin that using it as a roof would make one fear it would tear under the force of strong sea winds. It is likely intended to serve as a raincoat, given the frequent rainfall on the island. Just as the online audience pondered the purpose of the transparent plastic film, Oh Chun, with a grim expression, posed the same inquiry to Zhou Jiang. Noticing Oh Chen's increasingly dark demeanor, Zhou Jiang tempered his sharp remarks, gesturing towards the size of the plastic film, and explained, sleeping directly on the ground can easily soil your clothes and may invite insects to crawl upon you. However, if you spread the plastic film on the ground, those concerns would be alleviated, would they not? Observing that Oh Chun and the others grew even more sullen, their bodies radiating anger, Su Qianyan couldn't help but seriously defend Zhou Jiang, stating, "Actually, you have all misunderstood Director Zhou. Upon seeing this transparent plastic film, did it not remind you of something? Indeed, this carefully prepared plastic film is intended for you to construct a greenhouse on this deserted island, allowing you to cultivate various fruits and vegetables, thus embarking on a path of sustainable development. Would it not?" Upon seeing the transparent plastic film and associating it with a greenhouse, there is indeed no flaw in this logic. Su Dalao has evidently given this serious thought. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard I might fall apart. The notion of pursuing sustainable development on a deserted island is utterly hilarious. Su Dalao is truly amusing. When I heard Su Dalao say we misunderstood Zhou Papai, I, like the members of the counterattack group, genuinely believed it. Pondering the true intent behind Zhou Papai's preparation of that flimsy plastic film, even straining to hear Su Dalao's insights, only to realize we are indeed a bunch of simple-minded humans. If the counterattack group were to cultivate a greenhouse for bamboo shoots on the deserted island, they would undoubtedly yield nothing, for all the shoots would have been snatched away by Su Dalao. As the members of the counterattack group glared at Su Qianyan, Song Qingxue, suppressing her laughter, decisively whisked away the incendiary Su Dalao. While finding solace in the sight of Su Wanwan's darkened expression, she nonetheless felt the weight of Shufan's resentful gaze and pretended to gently advise Su Qianyan, "Ahem, Ah Qian, one must exhibit a semblance of kindness. Otherwise, one might easily find themselves in a bind." Su Qianyan nodded in understanding before expressing her confusion. "I understand the reasoning. But who would dare to put me in a sack?" Indeed, we all grasp the reasoning, but who would dare to ensnare Su Dalao? It is evident that those with prowess speak with an audacious confidence that is enviable. I cannot help but imagine that if the one being mocked by Su Dalao were me, I would truly not dare. Neither would I. I would not dare to act. Considering that Su Qianyan had only recently come of age and exhibited a hint of youthful bravado, Song Qingxue silently chose to overlook this matter and ponder the next question. "Ah Qian, what should we do now?" In response, Su Qianyan confidently tossed the question to the bystander. "The ethereal beauty, Captain, it is time to showcase your true abilities." Upon hearing this, Gu Junin raised an eyebrow. "Are you all certain you will heed my arrangements?" With a heart set on idleness, Su Qianyan nodded decisively. In this day and age, winning while lying flat is indeed a delightful prospect. Chapter 59. The divine couple is quite sweet. Seeing Su Dalao trust Gu Junin, Song Qingxue readily agreed as well. After all, both of them were more capable than she, and listening to them could only lead to positive outcomes. Although Jin Fuchang was reluctant to let Gu Junin take charge, he could not refute it, especially since Su Qianyan had nodded in agreement. After all, she was an extraterrestrial capable of breaking coconut trees. Despite Gu Junin's celestial visage, he possessed considerable experience in wilderness survival. He soon shed his previously reticent demeanor and, based on the strengths and characteristics of Su Qianyan and the others, delegated different tasks, ensuring that every aspect was accounted for. Though Jin Fuchang's stomach had yet to fully recover, he was still able to handle light tasks. So Gu Junin assigned him the responsibility of gathering firewood and starting a fire. In wilderness survival, fire is of paramount importance. If done well, it could garner considerable favor from the audience. Thus, despite his disdain for Gu Junin, Jin Fuchang had to admit that the task assigned to him was quite reasonable, neither overly difficult nor exhausting, and it would still afford him some screen time. Gu Junin turned to Song Qingxue and inquired, "Miss Song, I heard that prior to the show's launch, you specifically took the time to learn snorkeling?" Song Qingxue was somewhat taken aback. She had never disclosed her snorkeling experience to anyone. How did he know? Realizing that the snorkeling was arranged by her company, curiosity arose within her. Did Gu Junin know someone from her company? Though intrigued, she refrained from asking and merely nodded, candidly admitting, "Well, I did learn for a while. My skills are rather average." Gu Junin pointed to the snorkeling essentials and remarked, "I have heard that being able to personally catch and select fresh ingredients is a source of great happiness for an exceptional chef. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingshue's eyes sparkled with excitement. His words clearly implied that he wanted her to go into the sea to catch seafood. In truth, she had felt quite envious earlier that morning when she saw Su Qianyan swimming amid the vibrant underwater world. Given her typically packed schedule, it was hard to find time to escape to an island for a vacation, so now that she had this rare opportunity, she certainly wished to experience it for herself. Moreover, he was right. Being able to cook with seafood she caught herself would undoubtedly enhance her sense of happiness. Song Qingxue confidently assured him, "Captain Gu, rest assured. I will not let your expectations down." Seeing that the ethereal beauty had efficiently arranged tasks for Jin Fuchang and Song Qingxue, both of whom were thoroughly satisfied with their roles, Su Qianyan arched an eyebrow at Gu Junin, curious about what kind of task he would assign to her. In response, Gu Junin did not assign her an easy task simply because she was a girl. Instead, based on her capabilities, he instructed her to use a jungle machete and parachute to construct a small resting shelter for the group. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan nodded. For her, building a small house was merely a trifling matter. After agreeing to the task of house building, Su Qianyan waited patiently, yet Gu Junin remained silent. Lifting her gaze to him, she noticed he was intently watching her, clearly curious about why she had not yet begun her work. Unable to suppress a smirk, she candidly asked, "Captain, with Jin Qianbei responsible for the fire and beautiful sister in charge of food, I'm tasked with building the house. I'm quite curious. What do you plan to do?" Naturally, I will be responsible for what I excel at." "And what is it that you excel at?" "Being a visually pleasing vase." Su Qianyan stared at him in disbelief, utterly baffled. "Brother, are you serious?" Her previous assessment of him was not mistaken. He truly was quite flamboyant. With a machete in hand, she feigned nonchalance as she waved it, sincerely stating, "Apologies, I seem to have experienced a moment of ear ringing and did not quite catch what you just said. Would you mind repeating it?" Su Qianyan's implication was clear. She was giving him another chance to rephrase his words, and if he failed to respond appropriately this time, she would not hold back. Upon hearing this, a flicker of amusement danced in Gu Junin's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. "What? Am I not qualified to be a visually pleasing vase?" Casting a glance at his exquisitely handsome face, Su Qianyan found it difficult to deny his appearance. The title of the beauty standard in the streaming industry was not unfounded. Alas, the narcissistic man who claims he is qualified to be a vase is certainly not my aloof celestial being in Shen. He must have been possessed by someone. Heavens, the usually proud craftsman, who detests being judged by his appearance, has declared his desire to become a mere vase. Surely, I must have misheard, right? I never anticipated that the Inshun outside the woodworking livestream would be so humorous and witty. What a delightful surprise. Am I the only one to notice that while Inshen maintains a professional demeanor with Jin Fuchang and Song Yingho, he appears relaxed and natural around Su Dalao? I too have observed that Inshen's eyes are icy when conversing with Song Yingho, yet he raises his eyebrows and jokes when speaking to Su Dalao. The chemistry between these two is simply delightful. I am utterly enchanted. Typically, it is Su Dalao who leaves others speechless. Yet this is the first time I have seen him display such a baffled expression. Haha, and Shin truly is remarkable.
Gu Yunan sighed softly.
A hint of resignation in his voice. You are all exceedingly capable. Having taken on every task, I am left with no choice but to become a vase. Am I not? Su Qianyan tugged at the corner of her mouth and sincerely suggested, I believe I would also make a suitable vase. Why don't we swap roles? I can be the unwilling vase while you, the master of woodworking, construct the house? Upon noticing the dangerous glint in Su Qianyan's eyes, Gu Junin's handsome gaze sparkled with amusement as he promptly conceded, You make a valid point, Qian. I shall undertake the laborious task of building, while you need only assist me, if that is agreeable. However, feeling teased, Su Qianyan wished to retort but ultimately succumbed to her distant dreams of laziness and silently nodded in agreement with the celestial beauty's proposal. Observing the smiling Gu Junin in the live stream, Gu Junfei discreetly turned to the jovial elder Gu beside him, expressing concern. Grandfather, Aran Zai has never joked. nor has he ever apologized to a girl. Heavens, and Zai must have been possessed by some malevolent spirit. Perhaps we should immediately summon several enlightened monks to exorcise him. In response, Elder Gu shot him a scornful glance. Huh, the single dog. Gu Junfei immediately bristled. What if being a single dog? Have I eaten your rice? Elder Gu snorted coldly. Very well. If you are so capable, then do not eat dinner tonight. Gu Junfei promptly wilted, realizing his blunder. Chapter 60. The Unromantic Su Dalao. Upon seeing the champion group beginning their survival tasks, Tang Yu grew anxious and inquired, Captain, what should we do now? Gazing at the subpar equipment and recalling the lackluster abilities of the counterattack group, Ajin sighed heavily and proposed, let us split into teams. Xiao Tang shall gather firewood and start the fire. O Chun and Xu Fan will craft harpoons to catch prey on the beach, while Wan Wan and I will construct the shelter. As Tang Yu was the least capable, Ajin assigned her the simplest task, while O Chun and Xu Fan, despite their differences, were deemed reliable enough for the critical food aspect. Although building the shelter required considerable physical effort, with proper execution and the presence of the immensely popular star Su Wanwan, their live stream would undoubtedly attract an audience. As a variety show personality, Ajin's primary concern was not leading the counterattack group to victory, but rather maximizing viewership and attention. Now in his 30s, if he did not achieve a breakthrough in his reputation, he would soon be cast aside in the entertainment industry, dominated by fresh faces. Thus, he needed to strive for a brighter future. After much contemplation, he decided to focus on the rising star, Su Wanwan. If he could become her boyfriend, even without marriage, merely riding on her coattails could launch him into stardom. If Su Wanwan's family could support him, that would be even better. In this day and age, there are indeed male artists with poor prospects hoping to live off a woman's success. Thus, Ajin felt no shame in his sordid ambitions. After Tang Yu and O Chun departed to work, Ajin took Su Wanwan into the jungle to gather wood broken by the fierce tropical storm. To showcase his capabilities and thoughtfulness, he allowed Su Wanwan to do very little while he took on the bulk of the work. Once they had collected enough wood and selected a suitable campsite, Ajin began constructing a wooden house, using stones to secure the wood into the ground and binding it with vines. When he presented Su Wanwan with a bouquet of wildflowers that emitted a pungent odor, her expression stiffened, but she quickly feigned a shy demeanor, inwardly cursing him. How dare this greasy, unkempt middle-aged man attempt to flirt with her? Observing Ajin's considerate nature, his rare gentle tone, and his habit of presenting her with wildflowers while interspersing their labor with corny pickup lines, the viewers in the live stream began to ship the two, incessantly exclaiming how sweet they were. In contrast, Su Wanwan's fans were nearly sickened by Ajin's advances, declaring that a man as poor and unattractive as him had no right to pursue their beautiful, wealthy goddess. It was akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Su Wanwan's fans began to directly confront the viewers who were proclaiming how sweet the pairing was, viciously attacking Ajin and effectively driving many viewers out of Su Wanwan's live stream. The bystanders, suddenly berated, promptly turned against Su Wanwan, as fans often follow their idols. In stark contrast to the oily scene of the middle-aged man clumsily flirting, the champion group exuded a refreshing camaraderie akin to summer orange soda. Gu Junin wielded a machete with remarkable strength, effortlessly chopping down robust trees, showcasing his impressive physical prowess. Although Su Qianyan was intent on being lazy, witnessing the sweat glistening on the celestial being as he diligently chopped would quell her urge to tease him. She resolutely hoisted the wood toward the survival camp. Heavens! And Shin simply wiping his sweat with his sleeve looks as stunning as a movie poster. This man is infuriatingly alluring, truly worthy of his celestial reputation. And Shin even avoids Su Dalao's vicinity while chopping trees, ensuring that the flying wood chips do not disturb him. What a considerate detail. Today is yet another day of emotional turmoil for the celestial couple. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Su Dalao, clearly wanting to be a lazy fish, is unable to sit still and instead hoists the wood. His bewildered expression as he does so is simply hilarious. 2222, under the celestial beauty of Gu Zhaoxian. To maintain focus solely on the task of carrying wood is truly impressive. Su Dalao's self-control is commendable. Witnessing Su Dalao turn to leave with the wood, and Shin paused for a full 2 seconds. This straightforward girl truly lacks romantic sensibility. Yet, why does the scene make me want to laugh uncontrollably? Su Qianyan shook her head, forcing herself to regain focus. She must not be swayed by the celestial beauty's allure. She needed to maintain her composure. While the beautiful sister may flirt for treats, a beautiful brother must be taken seriously. The world is filled with countless beauties, and she had not yet seen enough. How could she allow herself to be ensnared so easily? In her previous life, Su Qianyan ascended to the esteemed position of the first marshal of the Galactic Federation, a testament not only to her prowess but also to her emotional intelligence, which was far from negligible. She was acutely aware of Gu Junin's unique sentiments towards her, however. She harbored little emotional response to it. After all, in her past life, the multitude of admirers, both men and women, who were enamored by her could have circled the main star several times. If she were to acknowledge each and every one of them, she would undoubtedly find herself exhausted. While she did possess an appreciation for beauty, it was merely a visual delight to her. In her previous existence, she had subconsciously dedicated herself entirely to the Galactic Federation, with a lifelong aspiration to vanquish the insectoid queen and expel the vicious and grotesque invaders from the Federation. Thus, personal romantic entanglements were the least of her concerns until her dreams were realized. Ultimately, when she achieved her ambitions, she perished alongside the insect queen, leading to her unexpected reincarnation in this life. All she desired was a respite to savor delectable foods, indulge in delightful activities, and lead a leisurely existence devoid of troublesome and intricate romantic affairs. It must be said that the tasks assigned by Gu Junin were remarkably apparent. Even though Jin Fuchang was not feeling entirely well, he diligently gathered firewood. Despite the chaotic process of igniting the fire, his relentless efforts paid off, garnering him considerable goodwill from onlookers in the live stream once the flames were finally kindled. Although Song Qingxue appeared gentle and refined, exuding an amiable demeanor, she possessed an inherent tenacity that was far from yielding. During her initial attempt at snorkeling, her panic caused quite a splash, but after some self-adjustment, she quickly mastered the art of exploring the ocean depths. Data from her live stream showed a continual rise in followers, with many viewers mesmerized by her graceful hunting prowess, showering her with praise. After Gu Junin expertly chopped the wood, he returned to the survival camp to sharpen one end and erect 7 pieces of wood as per his design. He then used the vibrant circular parachute to prop up the 7 wooden poles, the tallest at 3 meters supporting the center, while the edges of the parachute were tied to 6 2-meter-tall poles. Acknowledging the fierce winds and cold nights on the desolate island, Su Qianyan adorned the parachute shelter with lush green coconut fronds and branches, creating a beautiful exterior. Ultimately, through their collaborative efforts, Su Qianyan and Gu Junin fashioned a parachute wooden house resembling a yurt, exquisite, charming, and comfortable. Upon witnessing the colorful parachute dwelling's completion, the audience in the live stream was effusive in their admiration, realizing that the champions were not merely surviving on a deserted island but were, in fact, enjoying a vacation. As the parachute wooden house was complete, yet the ethereal beauty remained busy, Su Qianyan curiously approached. "Captain Gu, what are you doing?" The kind-hearted bystander replied, "My team member, Xiao Qian, has performed exceptionally well. I wish to present her with a delightful little gift. What do you think of this idea?" Chapter 61. Su Dalao is a refined straight woman. Haha, Su Dalao's bewildered expression as she transforms from a kind passerby is truly hilarious. Subtly inquiring whether she would accept a charming little gift, Gu Junin is quite the charmer. With such striking looks and an athletic physique, one might surmise that Su Dalao would not refuse a small gift from him. Indeed, with a straight woman like Su Dalao, it is challenging to predict whether she would decline. Gazing at the smiling, ethereal beauty, Su Qianyan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She was standing right in front of him. Moreover, she had no interest whatsoever in any charming little gifts. To this mundane passerby, she thought the idea was less than appealing. A beautifully woven phoenix crafted from palm leaves, handmade, and a testament to the palm weaving culture, which has been recognized as part of the nation's intangible cultural heritage. Su Qianyan cleared her throat and decisively adopted a tone of indifference, her eyes curving into a smile as she regarded the dedicated young man weaving intently. "Dear handsome, I am certain the phoenix you weave is as stunning as yourself. Your idea is simply splendid." The notion of a palm leaf phoenix instantly resonated with her, and she found it utterly irresistible. An embodiment of ancient Chinese heritage that she could not turn down. It was not her lack of principles, rather. The allure of China's intangible cultural treasures was simply too captivating. One moment Gu Junin was a mundane passerby. The next he transformed into a handsome young man, Did Su Dalao just slap her own face? I could scarcely contain my laughter. Although Su Dalao is a straight woman, she is a refined one, and any delicate beauty would be hard-pressed to refuse a stunning palm-woven phoenix.
Ah.
I too long for a charming little phoenix crafted by the handsome young man. Gu Junin can construct parachute houses and weave beautiful palm leaf phoenixes, truly a master of dual talents. I previously thought Gu Junin's care for Su Dalao was purely platonic. I did not expect he harbored feelings for her. I cannot allow this. Su Dalao belongs to us all. Before long, Gu Junin meticulously selected pristine palm leaves, employing a variety of intricate techniques, tearing, twisting, knotting, and finishing, to create a resplendent phoenix with magnificent tail feathers. He even gathered a handful of vibrant wildflowers, extracting their juices to dye the phoenix's splendid tail in a kaleidoscope of colors, resulting in a vivid, lifelike creature before everyone's eyes. The audience in the live stream was left momentarily speechless, and Su Qianyan's eyes sparkled with delight. What a beautiful little phoenix. I want it. Noticing her captivated gaze fixed upon the little phoenix, Gu Junin felt a warm smile blossoming within him. His impulsive foray into weaving had proven to be quite rewarding. He presented the small phoenix to her, his tone unusually gentle. Xiaoqian, you have worked hard these past few days. This is your reward. These past few days? Su Qianyan paused, lifting her gaze to meet his, and was taken aback by the genuine warmth and tenderness reflected in his eyes, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. However, she quickly regained her composure, her smile brightening as she accepted the little phoenix from him, saying, "Thank you for the thoughtful gift, Captain." Sensing Gu Junin's feelings towards her might be somewhat extraordinary, Su Qianyan strategically retreated. After all, beauty is best admired from a distance, and there was no need to draw too close. Of course, it could also be a mere illusion. Captain? Noticing the hint of distance in Su Qianyan's words, Gu Junin brushed it aside, feeling rather pleased. How adorable it was that she harbored such wariness towards boys. Watching her flutter the little phoenix in the air, he suddenly expressed regret. Unfortunately, we lack the means to preserve it. The little phoenix will likely only last 2 or 3 days. Genuine palm weaving requires a rigorous process of material selection, steaming, soaking, crafting, painting, and drying, ensuring longevity for the creations. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan feigned a sigh of disappointment, internally vowing to protect the little phoenix with her spiritual energy, promising herself to properly care for it once the show concluded. Jin Fuchang, feeling somewhat out of place as he tossed wood into the fire, could not shake the feeling of being an invisible backdrop. Even though he was present in the camp, was it normal for one to flaunt their romantic gestures before a poor, ill companion? Waning Moon Island resembled a crescent moon, with a gracefully curved sandy beach facing the sea, and whether by design or coincidence, both the champion group and the underdog group unanimously opted to establish their survival camps at the beach, near the jungle. On the beautiful beach, 2 survival camps emerged, separated by a mere 100 meters, yet gazing at each other from afar. While the champion group had already constructed a splendid and comfortable colorful parachute tent, the underdog group was still laboriously erecting wooden huts. Su Wanwan raised her gaze and happened upon Gu Junin gently handing something to Su Qianyan, a sudden swell of emotion constricting her heart. Damn it, Gu Junin had been a cold-blooded and heartless devil in his past life. Why was he so tender with Su Qianyan? That double-standard dog deserved no mercy. The stark contrast between Gu Junin's past ruthlessness and his current demeanor towards Su Qianyan filled Su Wanwan with a seething resentment. With a fierce grip, she snapped the vine she intended to hand to Jin. Noticing Jin's puzzled expression, Su Wanwan forced a smile and discarded the broken vine, opting for another. Yet her frustration only grew. Why was it that while she awkwardly interacted with a middle-aged, greasy uncle, Su Qianyan could share such intimate moments with the future chairman of the Gu family conglomerate? It simply wasn't fair. In this era, effort alone does not guarantee reward. Sometimes, superior equipment is crucial. When Song Qingxue ascended the shore with a large bag brimming with seafood, she coincidentally encountered Xu Fan and O Chen, who had only managed to catch a few crabs and sea snails. Their eyes met, and upon noticing Xu Fan's eager gaze upon her bounty, Song Qingxue politely smiled, discreetly concealing the bag of seafood behind her. Apologies, but with a foodie at home, I cannot assist you. However, half an hour later, Song Qingxue stood before the underdog camp with 2 lobsters as thick as her arms. Xu Fan looked at her with a face full of gratitude. Senior sister. What is this? Surely, Senior sister could not bear to see them go hungry and had come to deliver delicacies. She truly was a kind-hearted beauty. Realizing the misunderstanding on Xu Fan's face, Song Qingxue could only awkwardly smile and explain, "Junior brother, we would like to trade some survival equipment with you." Xu Fan's expression turned puzzled. Their underdog group had nothing but shabby gear. What could they possibly offer? "We wish to exchange our iron lunchboxes and 2 large lobsters for a big iron basin.
Why?
We have gathered too much seafood, and the iron lunchboxes provided by the production team are too small. We must use a large basin." Xu Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that senior sister had come to flaunt her bounty. As she gazed at the array of fresh seafood, Su Qianyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Sister Beauty, how do you plan to prepare them?" Under Su Qianyan's expectant gaze, Song Qingxue felt a swell of pride as an esteemed chef. With unwavering confidence, she declared, "Today, I shall prepare a dish that no human can resist." Despite the diverse palates shaped by various cultures, there are 2 culinary delights that universally captivate humanity. Do you know what they are? Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan instantly recognized the answer, but before she could speak, someone eagerly chimed in. The spice-loving Jin Fuchong proudly interjected, "Of course, it's chili. No one from any region can resist the happiness that chili brings."
Su Qianyan esse lips twitched in anneance. Fine.
If we take into account the tiger skin chili, we could consider all chilies a culinary delight, but to claim that all of humanity cannot resist chili is a stretch. Even the citizens of Guangdong, who refuse to eat Kong Shuifu's spicy beef noodles during a typhoon, would disagree. Seeing Jin Fuchong's enthusiasm wane, Su Qianyan finally responded. "The first is naturally sweets and the second is fried foods, correct? Transforming seafood into sweets would surely be a culinary abomination." So Su Qianyan's eyes brightened at the prospect of fried delicacies. Song Qingxue confirmed Su Qianyan's answer with a smile. "You're correct, Ah Qian. In my view, there are only 2 types of people in the world, those who adore fried food and those who refuse to admit their love for it. The human craving for high-calorie foods has been inscribed in our genes since ancient times. Consuming such foods triggers dopamine release in our brains, imparting feelings of joy and happiness. Thus, indulging in fried chicken, fries, stinky tofu, and tempura during low spirits is hardly a vice. Of course, fried foods are not the healthiest option. They can be tough on the stomach and lead to weight gain, so moderation is key. This period of survival streaming, rife with danger and fatigue, has predominantly filled me with a profound sense of comfort and happiness, a happiness brought forth by my dear friend Ah Qian. In truth, I haven't indulged in fried foods for quite some time, as I am an artist who needs to maintain her physique. Yet today, I wish to temporarily set aside my identity as an artist to prepare a delightful and gratifying feast of fried delicacies for my cherished friend Ah Qian." Noticing the sincerity in Song Qingxue's words, Su Qianyan's expression became momentarily dazed, and she involuntarily smiled, a mix of joy and novelty washing over her. Had she just received a true friendship? Due to her exceptional abilities, she had often skipped grades, and those around her, whether classmates or comrades, were significantly older. These individuals either envied, idolized, or revered her. She had never truly experienced the warmth of genuine friendship. Little did she expect that something she lacked in her past life would suddenly manifest in this life. Indeed, life is filled with wonderfully unpredictable surprises. Observing Su Qianyan's astonished yet joyful smile, Song Qingxue recalled the rumors surrounding her and felt a twinge of compassion, though she did not show it. Instead, she resolved to create the most delectable fried treats possible. Fried foods require starch and oil, so Ah Qian, you must procure those items for me. Su Qianyan was left bewildered. Where on earth could she find those 2 ingredients? Well, she could easily slip away from the live stream, stealthily making her way to the production team's storage. However, explaining the origins of these items to the audience would be another matter altogether. Should she fabricate a tale about finding them on the beach? Just as Song Qingxue was about to specify the required ingredients, Gu Junin stepped forward, saying, "Miss Song, I assure you that both Ah Qian and I will complete the task." Seeing Gu Junin's confident tone, and with Su Qianyan seemingly trusting him, Song Qingxue chose not to elaborate further and turned to prepare porridge for Jin Fuchong, knowing she also had to clean the various seafood, leaving her quite busy. As Su Qianyan followed Gu Junin into the dense woods, she curiously inquired, "Can we find starch in the forest?"
No.
"But the forest has cassava, from which we can extract starch. And oil? We can extract coconut oil from the coconut flesh." I once watched a survival show overseas that detailed how to extract starch and coconut oil, though it does take quite a bit of time, so we must act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan felt relieved. It seemed she would indeed be able to enjoy crispy fried delights. Gu team leader, aren't you a woodworking expert? How do you know this seemingly unrelated knowledge? I enjoy reading a wide array of books and watching various educational programs. After consuming so much information, many things become second nature. Su Qianyan nodded in agreement, recalling her own experiences. In her quest to master the operation of her family's Tianhuan spacecraft, she diligently studied the intricacies of mecha manufacturing, eventually becoming proficient in the creation of various mecha devices. However, despite her hands-on skills and hunting experience having accompanied her through her journey, her understanding of ancient Earth was still insufficient. She found herself quite unfamiliar with seemingly simple yet nuanced knowledge, such as the extraction of starch from cassava. The vast chasm of thousands of years between the Star Federation and ancient Earth meant that many plants' appearances and characteristics had diverged significantly from those of the interstellar era. Thus, she recognized the necessity of delving into literature pertaining to ancient Earth. Little Qian, my home boasts a library rich in diverse texts, including rare and unique editions. If you have an interest in these topics, you are welcome to visit and peruse them. Should you have any questions, I would be more than happy to elucidate them for you, offered Commander Gu. Thank you, Commander Gu, but my home has Wi-Fi, Su Qianyan replied, prompting a stiffening of Gu Junin's demeanor. He had faltered, having forgotten that today's youth could easily access any information they desired online.
Wow.
Within less than a day of knowing each other, he directly invited her to his home to read. Are today's young people so bold? Weren't Shun's fans previously quite certain that he merely viewed Su Dalao as a younger sister, with no ulterior motives? I now wish to ask you all, does your face hurt? Is it not acceptable for Shun to regard Su Qianyan as a sister and encourage her to read more for self-improvement? During Shun's live stream on a station, countless admirers wished to connect with him, only to be met with his icy rejection. Yet he is warm and considerate towards Su Dalao. So, those of you above should cease your stubbornness. Haha, Su Dalao's reason for refusal is quite creative. Ladies, if you ever find yourselves uninterested in a boy's invitation to the movies or dinner, you can take a page from Su Dalao's book and say, I have a projector and a rice cooker at home. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard I'm about to lose my head. Sorry, I have a rice cooker at home, so I won't be joining you for dinner. Just thinking about it is hilarious. This young man had a shifty appearance that hardly inspired trust. It was wise of Yan to decline. Su's father wore a serious and solemn expression as he admonished Gu Junin for his invitation, casting a glance at the strikingly handsome Shen, who surpassed even his own son's good looks, and then at the fuming old Su's mother discreetly fell silent, secretly finding the young man rather appealing.
Su Qianyan,
With a darkened expression, nodded in agreement with his father. You're right, that fellow is too slick to be trustworthy. Chapter 63. The terrifying dialogue between the Great Ones and Zai. We might as well say that we have a chef's guild in 8 major cuisines at home. Upon hearing Su Qianyan's refusal, old Gu's expression shifted to one of regret. Why was Zai, who usually exhibited sharp wit, suddenly acting so foolish? Gu Junfei also wore a disapproving expression. Grandfather, our library is filled with books on financial management. Doesn't Zai think that girl is a promising talent in finance? I've looked into her background. She's just a high school student. Isn't he lowering the average education level of our Gu Corporation's management? Good looks alone won't suffice. And Zai's actions are misguided. In response, old Gu, already in a foul mood, shot him a smile that was neither warm nor friendly. Get lost. Gu Junfei was left speechless, feeling both frustrated and regretful for having returned home after pushing aside numerous work obligations to accompany his grandfather, only to be met with such disdain. After venting his irritation at the oblivious single man, old Gu's mood lifted considerably. He promptly summoned the butler, instructing him to procure thousands of books of various genres to fill the library. Sir, the young master's library is already brimming with books. It may not accommodate more. I recall there's a storage room adjacent to Zai's library. Just merge that space into his library. Absolutely not. That storage room is filled with my collection of Gundam models. It cannot be disturbed.
Oh.
You think it can't be moved? Have you forgotten who holds the authority in this household? Reflecting on the hierarchy within the Gu family, Gu Junfei's expression grew increasingly resentful. He was the legitimate grandson. Yet not only did Zai hold a higher status, but even the family dog seemed to outrank him. He must have been picked from a garbage bin by old Gu. By the way, during this time, keep an eye out for a few exceptionally skilled chefs. Invite them over to cook. I will personally evaluate their culinary skills. In critical moments, it is indeed necessary for this elder to take charge. Grandfather. There are only 3 of us at home for meals. Why invite so many chefs? It would be such a waste of money.
Silence.
Understood. Wherever Shen passes, all thorns and dead branches are ruthlessly cleared away. Su Dalao can effortlessly stroll through without bending a knee. And Shun is truly considerate. Did you catch Su Qianyan's livestream next door? I was in stitches. She and Ajin entered the jungle to search for spices. Though Ajin was clearly the one clearing the path, Su Qianyan kept getting pricked by thorny vines or slapped in the face by branches. Truly, comparisons reveal the harshest truths. Seeing Ajin feign affection for Su Qianyan, I initially thought he genuinely liked her. But now it seems he is merely riding the coattails of her popularity and views. Green tea bunnies and scheming men are indeed a perfect match. How did Shen so effortlessly locate the wild cassava? What is his secret? Seeing Gu Junin effortlessly discover the area where wild cassava grew, a place not previously identified by Jin Fuchong, Su Qianyan couldn't help but inquire, Commander Gu, how did you know there was cassava here? The promotional video from the production team featured aerial footage of Crescent Island. That made sense. Cassava's growth patterns differ significantly from other plants, and with careful observation, it could be easily identified. Indeed. By the way, I also discovered the presence of papayas on the deserted island. Let's gather a few. They would be perfect for making papaya kimchi.
Great.
Along the way, let's pick some lemongrass, wild limes, and wild chilies. Is it truly possible for humans to detect the whereabouts of cassava and papayas through aerial footage? I specifically went back to review the promotional video from the production team. The aerial shot of Crescent Island lasted only 1.5 seconds. I meticulously examined it frame by frame and still found no sign of cassava or papayas. Am I blind, or does the Great One possess extraordinary vision? The conversations between the Great Ones are indeed terrifying. Listening to their exchanges gives me the distinct impression that my intelligence is being ground into the dirt. For those above, it is not an illusion. It is a fact. Why should we normal folk compare ourselves to these extraordinary beings? Little Qian. The production team has prohibited climbing trees, so let me handle that since I have long legs. But, Little Qian, with all you eat, why aren't you growing taller? I'm almost 1.7 meters tall. Thank you, very much. Is 1.7 meters considered tall? Su Qianyan promptly ignored him. Why must such a beautiful girl insist on running her mouth? Gu Junin worked with efficiency and precision. Within an hour, they had both gathered cassava, papayas, wild limes, and lemongrass. While Gu Junin busied himself with foraging for food, Su Qianyan kept herself occupied by weaving a net from several vines to carry the harvested cassava and other treasures. Upon encountering the ethereal beauty ahead, effortlessly carrying a large net of harvest, the languid Su Qianyan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Quietly, she plucked a palm-sized yellow wildflower from the roadside and offered it to him with utmost sincerity, saying, Captain Gu, you have worked hard. Glancing at the yellow flower, the water banana, Gu Junin hesitated momentarily, holding his breath and retreating several steps. Yet, even so, the flower's uniquely repugnant skunk-like odor lingered in his nostrils. Reluctantly, Gu Junin had to step back even further. A gust of sea breeze finally whisked away the foul scent, allowing him to breathe freely once more. Noticing the celestial beauty's lips pressed tightly together as she gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance, Su Qianyan, who had shielded herself from the flower's odor using her mental prowess, felt a surge of delight as she approached him. She wore a facade of disappointment and countered, Captain, why do you keep retreating? Do you truly despise me? Of course not. How could I ever dislike Little Qian? He replied hastily. Then why won't you accept the flower I offered? With her persistent insistence on gifting him the malodorous water banana, Gu Junin could only accept it with a sense of forlorn resignation. As he carried the stinking flower, he felt as though he had become tainted by its odor. Suddenly recalling something, he cautiously explained, Little Qian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have commented on your appetite and height. Oh, it's nothing. I didn't take it to heart. She replied cheerfully. By the way, I plan to keep the little phoenix you gave me at home as a treasure. What about you? Will you also cherish the beautiful wildflower I gifted you? I will. Seeing his resigned nod, Su Qianyan smiled innocently, thinking to herself, let's see if you dare mock my short legs again in the future. Chapter 64. A beauty who doesn't want to be a culinary deity is not a good actress. Upon returning to the survival camp, Gu Junin discreetly hung the water banana flower in a breezy spot to flaunt it. Observing this, Su Qianyan's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. Such an intoxicating scent should not be enjoyed alone but should be appreciated collectively. Spotting a large sack of cassava, Su Qianyan was suddenly perplexed. Captain, how do we extract starch from the cassava? Simply grind the cassava into powder, soak it in water, and after sedimentation, you will obtain starch. The same method applies to extracting starch from potatoes and sweet potatoes. It's not difficult, merely repetitive work. Then let's get started. We can't waste time. With her enthusiasm evident as she rolled up her sleeves, Gu Junin hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Not so fast. Let me prepare a grinding board first. This will make things much easier. A sharp knife does not hinder the woodcutter. Understand?" Watching Gu Junin swiftly select wood to craft the grinding board, Su Qianyan swallowed her words. In truth, had she not been concerned about startling ordinary folks, she could have easily crushed the cassava into powder herself, saving time. Once he fashioned a board resembling one for grating ginger, Gu Junin proceeded to create a sharp curved scraper. Curiously, Su Qianyan inquired, "What is this for?" "It's a wooden scraper that can turn coconut meat into powder." After saying this, Gu Junin took half a coconut shell and began scraping. In no time, he produced a substantial amount of fragrant coconut meat powder.
Wow.
"Captain, you are so skilled." As the white powder, suffused with the scent of coconut, billowed out like a snowstorm, Su Qianyan's eyes sparkled, and her hands itched to grab a handful and taste it. As if reading her thoughts, Gu Junin blocked her reaching hands, scooping a generous amount of coconut powder into a clean cloth, forming it into a ball. Instantly, a milk-like white liquid oozed out. He looked at her, whose eyes gleamed with anticipation, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Care to try?" Su Qianyan eagerly nodded, tilting her head back, mouth agape, waiting for him to squeeze the coconut juice into her mouth. "I almost missed out on such divine nectar. Thankfully, I did not." After being fed, Su Qianyan's eyes brightened significantly. "Wow, it's so sweet and delicious." After savoring a few sips of the sweet coconut juice, noticing Gu Junin refraining from drinking, she reluctantly declined to continue, realizing the juice was meant for extracting coconut oil. Subsequently, Su Qianyan focused on grinding the cassava while Gu Junin continued to scrape the coconut. Observing the cassava powder, Su Qianyan blinked, pondering the taste of raw cassava juice. Noticing her pause, Gu Junin looked up just in time to see her licking her lips, staring at the cassava powder. He couldn't help but chuckle as he admonished little Qian, consuming raw cassava could lead to food poisoning, so do refrain from considering it. Cough. "I wasn't thinking of eating it. I just thought the cassava powder was snow white, like winter snow." Su Qianyan was confident about her stomach, with her current robust physique. Food poisoning was nearly impossible, so she was quite curious about the taste of raw cassava. Seeing her still eager, Gu Junin, concerned for her well-being, swiftly diverted her attention. "Oh, it seems Sister Song has already cleaned the seafood, but our starch and coconut oil are still not ready. What should we do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qianyan immediately abandoned her attempt to taste the cassava juice and quickly resumed grinding the cassava. Wow, Su the Great grinds so swiftly that her movements leave a blur. I thought Su the Great was diligent, who knew she was merely slacking off before. Now she is genuinely working hard. Indeed. Only food can motivate a foodie like Su the Great to be serious? Haha, I'm laughing so hard I'm in tears. Gu Junin's bewildered expression while watching Su the Great work is so humorous. I'm utterly shocked by Su the Great. Typically, it takes me 5 minutes to grate ginger, but she finished grinding the cassava, as thick as an arm, in just over a minute. Such terrifying speed and strength. Does she truly lack superpowers? With the cassava powder dealt with swiftly, Su Qianyan found Gu Junin's pace in scraping coconut powder too slow, and she snatched the task from him. Gu Junin could only smile helplessly as he soaked the cassava powder in water to extract the starch and boiled the coconut powder to produce coconut oil. With the collaborative efforts of Su Qianyan and Gu Junin, Sister Song Qingxue returned with a cleaned seafood just as the starch and coconut oil were completed. Seeing the pristine white cassava starch and the clear coconut oil, Song Qingxue silently praised the two. She had thought it would take until the afternoon to enjoy fried foods, underestimating the astounding efficiency of two non-humans working together. Since everything was in place, Song Qingxue confidently began to showcase her culinary magic. She squeezed lime juice, diced wild chilies, and mixed them with cassava starch to create a batter. Then, she coated the shelled lobster, abalone, conch, and other seafood without shells in the batter before dropping them into the sizzling hot coconut oil to fry. Listening to the delightful sounds of seafood meeting oil. Inhaling the tantalizing aroma of fried delicacies and watching the seafood transform into golden, crispy treats. Su Qianyan felt her very soul threatened to be whisked away by the sea breeze alongside the fragrance of the food. Heavens, look at that golden hue. Listen to those enchanting sounds. Fried food is indeed an irresistible delicacy of the human realm. Ha ha, if it weren't for Gu Junin holding her back, Su the Great would probably have lost control and snatched some to eat. Ah, indeed. A beauty who does not aspire to be a culinary deity is not a worthy actress. I wish I could be the man behind Song the Beauty. Ha ha ha. Have you all seen the live stream next door? Tang Yu and Shu Fan have been staring intently at Su Dalao's camp, nearly drooling. Beautiful sister. I can smell the enticing aroma of lobster. Is it time to feast?
No.
I was addressing the beautiful sister, not you. After receiving a glare from Su Qianyan with her crystalline eyes, Gu Junin helplessly explained, the freshly fried food is extremely hot and can easily burn you. Wait until I weave a basket from coconut leaves for the fried items. We must let them sit for a while before indulging. Cold fried food loses its allure. Regularly consuming scalding hot food is detrimental to health. I'm in perfect condition. Witnessing the two prominent figures turn into 3-year-olds bickering, Song Qingxue chuckled and soothed, "Be good. Captain Gu is right. We should heed his advice." With the most important Song beauty speaking up, and considering she would be her future source of free meals, Su Qianyan, though pouting with irritation, ultimately conceded with a dejected expression. "All right, I will listen to the beautiful sister." Gu Junin's expression stiffened. Why had he just spent so long persuading her amicably, yet she was unwilling to listen, but the moment Song Yingho spoke, she capitulated. Did she truly regard him as inferior to Song Yingho? Chapter 65. Su Dalao is incredibly protective of her food. Captain, why does it take so long to weave a basket for the fried food? Oh no, the fried items will be overcooked.
Gu Yunen, adorably flusteral.
Exerted himself to hasten his weaving, fearing that the petty Su foodie would not easily let him off. Noticing Gu Junin's incredulous expression facing a Qian, Song Qingxue secretly smiled. But then remembered that Gu Junin was a big shot in the streaming industry. If a Qian struggled in the entertainment circle with her beauty and talent, having Gu Dalao to support her would surely allow her to thrive in the streaming world. Thus, Song Qingxue spoke a few kind words in favor of Gu Junin. Captain Gu, your craftsmanship with palm weaving is truly remarkable. You are indeed dexterous. A Qian. That beautiful little phoenix you received was also a gift from Captain Gu, right? At the mention of the vividly lifelike little phoenix, Su Qianyan huffed slightly and finally let go of the persistent individual who delayed her mealtime. Judging the color of the fried food, Song Qingxue calculated that the frying time was nearly up, promptly using chopsticks fashioned from branches to pick up the golden, crispy, and spicy fried items. Placing them in the verdant basket Gu Junin had just woven. Upon seeing the basket brimming with tempting fried food, Su Qianyan could not help but swallow hard, barely managing to steady her nerves. However, before the fried food could cool down, 2 unexpected guests arrived at the champion group's camp. With a beaming smile, Tang Yu approached Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue, dramatically adopting the tone of a CCTC voiceover. "Oh, Su Dalao, Sister Song, my dear friends, long time no see. How have you been?" Noticing Tang Yu's affectionate words contrasted sharply with her unwavering gaze fixed on the tantalizing basket of fried food, Su Qianyan immediately adopted a more serious demeanor, poking her finger at her. "Dear friend, for the sake of our pure and innocent friendship, I believe we need to temporarily sever ties over a meal. Su Dalao, don't be so cruel. Have you forgotten that I am your beloved friend?"
I am sorry.
"But I seem to be suffering from temporary amnesia. Who are you, stranger?" Despite her setback, Tang Yu did not give up. Instead, she pushed forward the bashful Shu Fan, resorting to the charm of a handsome man. Although Shu Fan's handsome face flushed slightly and he appeared shy, he immediately revealed his ulterior motives. "Sister, I'm so hungry. I didn't eat enough the past few days and have been starving. This morning, we were lucky enough to get breakfast from the production team, but they only had instant noodles. I haven't had a proper meal in ages. It's so tragic." Haha, Su Dalao is incredibly protective of her food. Temporarily severing ties over a meal, is that acceptable? 2222. Su Dalao's skills have been refreshed. Today's divine skill is the art of selective amnesia, which is practical at will. allowing one to forget whenever they desire, leaving enemies defenseless and speechless. 100% utility index. Haha, the moment Tang Yu spoke, I burst out laughing. It's my first time realizing that Tang Yu is actually a funny and foodie character. Tang Yu is such a remarkable woman. To get a bite to eat, she doesn't hesitate to exploit her companion's beauty, and that companion is her popular CP. Honestly, if I were on a deserted island facing such delectable fried food, I would undoubtedly go all out like Tang Yu and Su Fan. Me too. In this day and age, what does face matter? The delicious food that fills one's stomach is what truly belongs to oneself. Catching sight of Su Fan's darkening gaze, Song Qingxue felt her heart soften and unconsciously turned to look at Su Qianyan. Though she felt a twinge of sympathy, she did not forget Su Dalao's insatiable appetite. If Su Dalao was unwilling, she would not agree. After all, Su Dalao was a friend she recognized. Seeing the beautiful Song looking at her, Tang Yu also gazed at her with a pitiful expression. Su Qianyan chuckled and, with her eyes twinkling, said, "Then let us eat together. I've heard that sharing food with friends makes it taste even better." Upon hearing this, knowing Su Qianyan's appetite, Tang Yu immediately expressed her gratitude, joyfully embracing Su Qianyan and showering her with compliments. "Thank you, Su Dala. You are the best." Meanwhile, Su Fan tugged at Song Qingxue's sleeve, softly murmuring his thanks, as he understood that Su Dalao's agreement was undoubtedly due to Song Qingxue's influence. Throughout, Gu Junin felt an almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he felt so inconspicuous. Listening to the laughter and joy outside, and inhaling the occasional enticing aroma, Jin Fuchang, lying in the parachute tent, felt utterly numb and isolated. Were they really not aware that there was someone like him in the champion group? Over 100 meters away, Ochin glared at the champion group, which was enjoying their food, while he mindlessly gnawed on a seawater boiled lobster. Damn it! He should never have let Su Fan provoke him into saying he would never mooch food. Yet, he simply couldn't bring himself to go back on his word. After all, his family was a prominent one in the capital, and he couldn't afford to bring shame upon them. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan wore a gentle smile on her face, but inwardly she seethed with resentment. That fool Jean had boiled the precious lobsters in seawater, rendering them tough and salty. How could one possibly eat that? Yet Jean, oblivious to the situation, insisted on offering a large lobster to Su Wanwan, occasionally feigning tenderness with corny lines. "Wanwan, I only wish to give you the best. After all, only a goddess like you deserves the finest things. In truth, my culinary skills are quite impressive, but I have never showcased them to outsiders, as only the true goddess in my heart deserves me to personally prepare a delicious and warm home-cooked meal for her." While the reversal group was struggling to chew on the unpalatable lobster, the champion group was harmoniously sharing various delicacies, occasionally praising Song Qingxue's exceptional culinary skills.
Gu Yunan,
whose diet was consistently light and healthy, was not particularly fond of fried food, so he only took a few bites before starting to feed Su Qianyan. "Xiao Qian. This lobster is incredible, perfectly seasoned, with a delightful hint of coconut oil. Captain, you can eat by yourself. I can take care of myself." Although Su Qianyan verbally declined, she could not resist the allure of the succulent, vibrant lobster meat before her and swiftly devoured a sizable piece. "Xiao Qian, you absolutely must not miss out on this firm and bouncy conch meat." "Really? Well, just a taste then." Under Gu Junin's relentless feeding, within a mere 10 minutes, a substantial portion of the delectable fried delicacies had found their way into Su Qianyan's belly. To her astonishment, despite the addition of 2 more competitors for the food, she still managed to feel satisfied. How miraculous. Chapter 66. The Mastery of Su Dalao in Seizing Delicacies. After consuming an entire basket of fried delights and lavishing praise upon the champion group, Tang Yu and Su Fan returned to their camp, content yet aware that they felt somewhat unsatiated. However, as entertainers and members of a rival camp, they found immense satisfaction in indulging in the champion group's mouth-watering cuisine. Upon their return, they could distinctly sense the coolness from Su Wanwan, Jin, and Chun, who were evidently displeased with their shameless act of sneaking food from the enemy camp. Their greatest grievance was that the duo had not even thought to bring back food for their teammates, which was truly excessive. Despite this, Su Fan and Tang Yu remained remarkably calm. After all, they had previously encouraged their companions to join them, but it was their pride that had prevented them from doing so. Thus, They felt embarrassed enough to indulge without the additional burden of packing food for others. In stark contrast to the awkward atmosphere in the rival group, the champion group exuded warmth and harmony. After relishing the delicious fried seafood, it was only fitting to enjoy some spicy pickled papaya to alleviate the greasiness. As Su Qianyan and Song Qingxue savored the spicy papaya, they admired Gu Junin as he tidied up the dishes. A beauty is a beauty, even when engaged in the most mundane tasks. He still resembled the lead actor from a high-quality film. As the chief contributor to the delightful lunch, Song Qingxue was naturally exempt from cleaning up, while Su Qianyan, feeling rather stuffed, took a moment to rest. Observing the beads of sweat forming on Gu Junin's brow, radiating an irresistibly tempting aura of restraint, Su Qianyan voiced the collective curiosity of many admirers. Captain Gu, with such striking good looks, why don't you pursue a career in film to benefit the masses? Noticing the teasing tone in her voice, Gu Junin shot her a helpless glance. My acting skills are lacking. You could simply be a vase that requires no acting. Even as a mere ornament, you would undoubtedly be the most exquisite and expensive one in the entertainment industry. Oh, I'm not in need of money. The exchange left Su Daolao and Song Qingxue momentarily speechless, clearly affected by Gu Junin's seemingly innocuous yet deeply cutting remarks. Suddenly, Su Qianyan raised her hand in a dismissive gesture, adopting a fierce countenance. Ah, away with you, wretched wealth. Do not disturb our serene Captain Gu, who remains unperturbed by money and fame. If you have any grievances, direct them at me instead. Song Qingxue was taken aback by Su Qianyan's unexpected antics. And upon seeing Gu Junin's bemused expression, she could not help but burst into laughter. Su Daolao was indeed quite mischievous. Wherever Su Daolao is, do not keep a national treasure, for she is proficient in the art of seizing delicacies. To dare to joke like this in front of millions of viewers, without the burden of being a big shot or an idol, Su Daolao must possess a remarkable social acumen. As someone who is socially anxious, I would never have the courage to perform in front of the camera, let alone utter such embarrassing phrases. Every time I encounter those who view money as mere refuse, my inner self has similar thoughts, yet I never imagined I would one day witness someone boldly express it.
I admire Su Daolao.
Haha, could it be that aside from her love for food and beauty, Su Daolao also has an affinity for a bit of pocket money? Suddenly, I find her incredibly relatable. I have just realized that I share the same interests as Su Daolao. This must be destiny. Captain Gu, I was merely joking. Please do not take offense. Wait. What are you doing? I'm not angry. I simply wish to dispose of the coconut oil. Su Qianyan, hoping for another round of delicious fried food later, wanted to keep the coconut oil, but Gu Junin opposed this notion, insisting that fried food was unhealthy. Occasionally indulging is fine, but one cannot consume it at every meal. Su Qianyan shot him a defiant look, raising 2 fingers in protest. Even if I eat it again tonight, that would only make 2 meals. How is that excessive? Casting a glance at the coconut oil, now murky and greasy, Gu Junin frowned slightly, disapprovingly stating, Xiao Qian, it is not advisable to eat excessively greasy food at night, as it can affect digestion and sleep, which is quite unhealthy. Sister Mei Ren, what do you think? Song Qingxue, caught in the sudden dispute between the 2 childish adults while enjoying the scenic beauty of the island, wore an expression of helplessness. Although she wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Junin, it was clear that Su Daolao was a young woman with strong opinions, so persuasion could not be forceful. Captain, I believe that Xiao Qian is young, and it is perfectly natural for her to desire delicious fried food. However, consuming too much greasy food at night can indeed burden the stomach. Therefore, Xiao Qian, I plan to prepare a delightful and sweet shrimp and crab porridge for dinner. What do you think? Shrimp and crab porridge? Su Qianyan's eyes lit up. She remembered it being quite delicious, and she couldn't help but give Song Qingxue a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling as she praised. Sister Mei Ren has considered this thoroughly. Since we had greasy fried food for lunch, it is indeed better to have something lighter, like shrimp and crab porridge for dinner. Gu Junin's lips twitched slightly. He and Song Qingxue had articulated the same reasoning, yet why did Su Qianyan lavish praise upon her while giving him the cold shoulder? Could this be the legendary double standard? It's the same situation, yet Su Daolao disregards Gu Junin while praising Song Qingxue. Is this the famed preference for women over men? Song Qingxue's emotional intelligence is exceptionally high. Though the suggestions were nearly identical, Gu Junin's approach was straightforward and blunt, while Song Qingxue's was gentle and guiding. If I were in her position, I would likely agree with Song Qingxue as well. Of course, that is assuming I wasn't face to face with Gu Junin's stunning visage. You all are too naive. Does Su Dalao agree with not eating fried food at night?
No.
She clearly supports the idea of enjoying the delicious and sweet shrimp and crab porridge instead. The truth has been revealed. The only way to convince a food lover to forego one delicacy is to tempt them with another. Gu Junin is concerned about her health and does not allow her to indulge too much in fried foods, fearing she might upset her stomach. Am I the only one who feels that Gu Junin's dietary habits exude the essence of an old-fashioned bureaucrat? Haha, after reading that, I feel the same. I can totally picture Gu Junin carrying a thermos filled with red dates and goji berries without it feeling out of place. Gifted with exceptional insight, Gu Junin, after experiencing 2 instances of differential treatment, finally deduced the reason. Su Qianyan's approval of Song Qingxue stemmed from her culinary prowess.
Ha.
He had always been bright. How could mere cooking skills daunt him? Chapter 67. Su Dalao takes revenge on the spot. Gu Junin meticulously cleansed the iron pots and other dining utensils with the ash of burnt grass, and would before extending a decisive invitation to Su Qianyan for a post-meal stroll. Gazing at the fervent sun ablaze in the sky, Su Qianyan silently waved her hand, declining the celestial beauty's offer. After satisfying her appetite, this was undeniably the perfect moment to lounge like a salted fish, was it not? Observing her languid demeanor as she sat beneath the coconut tree, exuding an air of unwillingness to move, Gu Junin let out a wistful sigh. I just remembered that I previously discovered the presence of mangoes. Since you do not wish to indulge in the explosively sweet and juicy wild mangoes, then so be it. Just as Su Qianyan was about to close her eyes for a brief respite, she instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling. Where can I find those explosively sweet and juicy mangoes? Although she had just consumed spicy papaya pickles and lime, both of which were rather tart and did not align with her conception of a post-meal dessert, her lack of sweet fruit left her particularly intrigued by Gu Junin's mention of the mangoes. Sister Beauty, let us go together. Those explosively sweet and juicy mangoes must be rich in vitamins. Hearing this, Song Qingshue's interest was piqued, for she had been enduring the relentless sea breeze and scorching sun on this desolate island for several days. Despite her diligent sun protection efforts, her lack of sunscreen had unfortunately resulted in her skin darkening, which was quite disheartening for her as an artist. While lime is indeed rich in vitamin C, known for its skin-brightening properties, it could never compare to the delectable taste of mangoes. However, before she could express her agreement, Gu Junin had already taken the liberty of sternly refusing on her behalf. With an expression that suggested he was considering Song Qingshue's well-being, Gu Junin remarked, "Little Qian, you shouldn't invite Song Ingho along. She is an artist, after all. She just consumed fried food, and her calorie intake for today has certainly exceeded the limit. If she were to indulge in those high-sugar mangoes, she would undoubtedly gain weight, and if she truly did, her appearance on camera would suffer. Her manager would not let you off easily." Confronted with this harsh truth, Song Qingshue's expression stiffened. While his statement was indeed factual, she was not in the mood to be reminded of it at that moment. Under Gu Junin's blunt reasoning, she reluctantly relinquished her desire to seek out the mangoes. Yet a realization began to dawn on her. Gu Tuanzhang's attitude towards Qian was indeed extraordinary. After traversing rugged terrain for over half an hour following Gu Junin's unwavering assurances, Su Qianyan finally stumbled upon the so-called explosively sweet and juicy wild mangoes he had spoken of. Upon encountering the still green mangoes, no larger than a chicken egg, she cast an expression of skepticism towards the evasive Gu Junin. "Are you certain that these underdeveloped mangoes can be associated with sweetness?" Although she caught a whiff of their unripe aroma, Su Qianyan, undeterred by superstition, plucked one and took a bite, only to be met with an overwhelming sourness that twisted her features in dismay. Damn it, I have indeed been deceived. Regret washed over her as she lamented that had she been more vigilant and proactive before setting out, thoroughly exploring the island instead of blindly trusting the celestial beauty, she would not now be left feeling so foolish. Fuming with anger, she silently plucked an even smaller, more tender wild mango and handed it to the awkward Gu Junin with a benign smile. "Gu Tuanzhang, do not be misled by its size. This mango is truly explosively sweet and juicy. You must not miss out." Gu Junin glanced down at the immature mango, almost shoving it into his mouth, and then shot a look at Su Qianyan, who appeared insistent. With a quiet resignation, he took a small bite, only to be hit by the sourness that froze his expression. What on earth? Is this unripe mango truly so unpalatable? Dear Tuanzhang, merely tasting a small morsel will not reveal the mango's juicy sweetness. Come, open your mouth wide and take a hearty bite. Haraha, this is hilarious. You tried to flirt with Su Daolao and ended up stepping on a horse's leg. 23333, witnessing the diminutive green mango left Inshan astounded. And Su Daolao's expression of disbelief is truly comical. Su Daolao, do not be fooled by the mango's size. It is indeed underdeveloped, sour and astringent, utterly unappetizing. I refuse to be the only victim. We shall bear this hardship together, for that is what a good leader does. Even as she grimaced from the sourness, Su Daolao did not spit out the mango, nor did she discard the unpalatable raw papaya earlier, demonstrating her admirable aversion to waste. Su Daolao's quick retaliation for grievances, only to forget them later, genuinely resonates with me. Gu Junin persevered, consuming the entire unripe mango, left to question the very nature of his existence. While Su Qianyan merely huffed and walked past him, if she could not enjoy herself, neither would he. Su Qianyan meticulously scanned the entirety of Crescent Moon Island with her mental faculties, confirming that only these few mango trees graced the island. With a heavy heart, she began the journey back alongside Gu Junin. As they walked, Su Qianyan could not resist touching her deflated stomach. Indeed, a post-meal stroll was quite beneficial for digestion. It seemed she had developed a bit of hunger. Turning to Gu Junin, she was about to suggest they catch some fish for grilling as a light afternoon snack when she noticed that the celestial beauty's complexion had paled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his breathing appeared somewhat irregular. Observing his composed demeanor, Su Qianyan tentatively inquired, "Gu Tuanzhang, are you feeling unwell?" Gu Junin shook his head with an air of nonchalance, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you for your concern, little Qian. I am not unwell, merely feeling a bit fatigued from walking." Relieved, Su Qianyan nodded and continued forward, only to suddenly remember something. She turned back, her fingers swiftly pressing against Gu Junin's upper abdomen. Caught off guard, Gu Junin's face turned ashen, and he bent over, clutching his abdomen. As the pain subsided slightly, he lifted his gaze to hers, clearly bewildered as to how she had discerned his discomfort despite his excellent facade. Noticing his shivering form, Su Qianyan furrowed her brows and quickly moved to support him, applying a gentle yet firm pressure to his upper abdomen to alleviate his gastric pain. As her warm hand worked its magic, Gu Junin felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to exhale deeply. Yet soon after, he looked down at her with a mixture of curiosity and darkness in his gaze. Her technique was so skilled and natural. Had she perhaps performed such intimate gestures for others before? Realizing the cold sweat now beading on his forehead, Su Qianyan quickly deduced that he must have long suffered from such gastric issues to have mastered the art of concealment so adeptly. "I apologize. I should not have forced you to eat the unripe mango. It is not your fault, little Qian. I was merely being stubborn. However, I believed I was concealing it rather well. How did you perceive my gastric pain?" "Just a hunch." Chapter 68. Is it because I resemble a celestial being? Noticing her slight smile as she supported him while continuing to gently massage his abdomen, Gu Junin's deep, soulful eyes shimmered with intrigue. Is little Qian so gentle and considerate towards everyone? In response, Su Qianyan's eyes flickered with mild surprise as she gazed up at him in disbelief. "Of course not. I am not a central air conditioning unit. How could I possibly be so warm and inviting to everyone? What led you to think that?" Gu Junin raised an eyebrow. "On the day you met Song Yingho, you affectionately called her Sister Beauty. You have been tender and considerate toward her these past few days, and we have only known each other for half a day. Yet you are equally attentive to me." Su Qianyan candidly confessed, "I am rather unrefined. I have a penchant for fine cuisine and exquisite beauty. Sister Song, being both a culinary virtuoso and a striking beauty, perfectly embodies my ideal. Is it not entirely natural for me to be tender and considerate towards her? And as for you, while you may lack culinary skills, your looks are undeniably handsome. A person of both talent and aesthetic appeal. Who wouldn't be drawn to such allure?" Upon hearing that her kindness stemmed purely from his striking appearance and capabilities, Gu Junin, with an air of aloofness, remarked, "So, you would extend your kindness to anyone who possesses both strength and good looks?" "Of course not. It must be mutual affection. I would only reciprocate feelings if the other party harbors affection for me," she replied. "I am not devoid of friends. Why should I exert myself unnecessarily?" The notion of a reciprocal pursuit was far more beautiful, she insisted. Shaking her head, she clarified that her affections were not so indiscriminately given. Thanks to her potent 3S spirit energy, Su Qianyan could effortlessly discern the intentions of those around her. although Song may initially bore little goodwill towards her. She felt a genuine desire to care for her once they became allies. In contrast, Gu Junin emanated kindness from the very start, which is why she treated both Song Qingxue and him amicably. Jin Fuchang, however, harbored ulterior motives, lacking any shred of goodwill. Thus, she often chose to disregard him, occasionally turning his schemes against him. Gu Junin furrowed his brows, a look of perplexity etched on his face as he questioned. So, anyone who admires you, possesses strength, and is handsome, you would treat them well? Taken aback by his confusion, Su Qianyan retorted, if a beautiful and talented young lady were to take a liking to you, would you respond with indifference? Indeed, I could, Gu Junin replied, his gaze cold and composed. Her smile gradually faded, and she regarded him with the eyes of someone who had encountered a heartless rogue, pondering how many sincere and beautiful souls he had undoubtedly let down. Gu Junin's warmth slowly dissipated as he cast a reproachful glance at her, suspecting she had entangled herself with numerous charming young men. The live audience erupted in laughter at the amusing exchange of disdain between them. Haha, the mutual disdain between Suda and Enshun is downright hilarious. I could laugh my head off. Suda, I merely wish to provide a warm home for all those beautiful and talented young men and women. Is that a crime? The aloof and ethereal Enshun, just because they are beautiful, talented, and admire me. What does that have to do with me? But I am handsome, talented, and I like Suda, so surely she must like me back, right? By rounding it off, we are already a perfect match, just a step away from marriage. To the one above, I suggest you shake your head to clear out the nonsense in your mind. Suda's affection is clearly platonic. Don't read too much into it. Haha, Suda is so straightforward. I am growing fonder of her by the minute. Who could resist a beautiful and talented person who genuinely likes them? To the one above, I certainly cannot. Gu Junin pursed his lips and suddenly remarked, Xiao Wu is of ordinary appearance, yet you treat him rather well. Su Qianyan shot him a displeased glance, who said Xiao Wu is ordinary. He simply doesn't flaunt his handsomeness as overtly. Moreover, I am not so superficial as to only appreciate those who are physically attractive. I cherish inner beauty even more. More so? Gu Junin's icy demeanor deepened. Did that mean she preferred Xiao Wu over him? Meanwhile, Wu Yan, who was watching Su Qianyan's live stream while battling various detractors online, felt a surge of emotion. He never expected the typically aloof and proud Su Qianyan would speak up for him, praising his inner beauty. His late-night efforts to defend her against naysayers had not been in vain. Irritated by Gu Junin's mention of Wu Yan, Su Qianyan countered, Captain Gu, I am genuinely curious. Having known each other for merely half a day, why do you go out of your way to look after me? Is it because I am exceptionally beautiful? Not at all.
Then why?
Perhaps it is because Qian is remarkably strong. He averted his gaze, a hint of reticence in his expression. He favored those who exhibited strength, finding weakness unappealing, as the weak often faded from his life too easily. Is it because I am strong?
Su Qianyan boast.
Suddenly recalling that in her past life, she too had gravitated towards powerful comrades. During the invasion of the Zerg, only the formidable could survive. Those who faltered would quietly vanish from her life. Each time she discovered a comrade, once jovial and teasing, had been listed among the fallen. She despised her own inadequacy and silently resented them for not striving to become stronger, for being defeated by the Zerg. Gradually, she found herself preferring friendships with the strong, as only then could she rest assured they would not abruptly disappear from her life. Reflecting on those comrades who had once faded from her existence, a wave of sorrow washed over her. After a moment, she gazed at Gu Junin, who appeared indifferent. Feeling a flicker of empathy, had he also lost someone significant due to their lack of strength? Not wishing to pry into his wounds, she opted instead to jest, Captain. If your friends must be as strong as I, you likely have very few, as individuals of my caliber are exceedingly rare. Noting Gu Junin's brief glance, his expression remained stoic and silent, prompting Su Qianyan to furrow her brow in disbelief. You can't possibly have a standard for friendship that includes someone like me, can you? Indeed. Su Qianyan blinked, feeling an odd sense of pride swell within her. Suddenly recalling something, she shot him a peculiar look. Does that mean you extend your kindness to all your friends? Certainly not.
Oh.
Seeing her enigmatic expression, Gu Junin felt a twinge of unease, not wishing to delve into her convoluted thoughts. Chapter 69. Enshun. Am I shameless? Xiao Qian. Do you believe in the concept of instant familiarity? I understand. When meeting a beautiful young lady or gentleman, I often experience this illusion. Gu Junin's warmth instantly faded. If he continued conversing with this emotionally obtuse individual, he would be a fool. What he meant by instant familiarity was not mere folly. Su Qianyan, as a subject of ridicule and disdain across the internet, had come to his attention. However, at that time, she had seemed no more than a stranger, failing to pique his interest. Yet, after witnessing her audacious display of prowess as she effortlessly wielded an axe to chop coconuts, he found himself inexplicably touched. Overwhelmed by a sense of having known her for years despite their unfamiliarity, he accepted his desire to draw closer to her and possess her without hesitation, as if his fondness for her was a matter of course. Should his friends discover that this seemingly robotic individual, mocked for his solitary existence, could so easily develop feelings for someone, they would undoubtedly find it unfathomable and utterly absurd. Had he not been nurtured under the luminous embrace of scientific enlightenment, he might have been compelled to question whether he had harbored a profound affection for her in a past life. After all, how could he find her irresistibly charming and radiant, regardless of her words or actions? Even now, despite having been visibly angered just moments ago at her ability to effortlessly capture the attention of handsome young men and beautiful young women, upon catching a glimpse of her earnest profile, Gu Junin felt a sudden softening of his heart, as if her mere existence rendered all else insignificant. Noticing Gu Junin's pace falter, Su Qianyan looked up at him, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, laced with concern. Is your stomach still hurting? You're walking too slowly. Should I carry you? Lost in admiration for her, Gu Junin momentarily experienced a flash of confusion. Had he just heard something quite peculiar? Observing his silence, Su Qianyan instinctively assumed his hesitation was merely modesty, not wanting to voice his acceptance. With decisive kindness, she refrained from pressing further. While supporting his waist, she deftly hooked him with one arm, crouching down to prepare for the sudden weight he would place on her left hand. As his entire weight shifted, she swiftly cradled his legs with her right arm and stood upright, effortlessly lifting him in a princess carry. Due to his complete lack of defenses against Su Qianyan, it was only when his arms instinctively draped around her neck that Gu Junin became acutely aware of the audacity of her actions, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Haha. The bewildered expression on Enshun's face is absolutely hilarious. It's made me laugh to the point of tears. 23333, and Shin even unconsciously wrapped his arms around Su Daolao's neck. I thought Enshun was so handsome and capable, surely he would be the dominant one. I never expected to underestimate Su Daolao's assertiveness. I laughed so hard, I thought the ceiling might collapse. My brother even took out his phone to record the evidence of my deep well of insanity. No way, I can't let this slide. I must uphold justice against my own kin. Enshun has been princess carried by Su Daolao, a scene I never dared to imagine has occurred. Is the sky about to fall? Wow. Enshun's face is blushing with shyness. Enshun, do you still remember the aloof and ethereal and Mujun from those live streams? The divine couple is so sweet. What a delightful scene. Is this the kind of sugar the fans of the divine couple can effortlessly indulge in? Gu Junin's handsome face flushed crimson. Here he was, a dignified man, being cradled like a princess by the adorable Su Qianyan. How could he possibly navigate the embarrassment of experiencing a social death in front of millions of online viewers? Taking a deep breath, he managed to steady himself somewhat, though his words still dripped with vexation. Su Qianyan, put me down this instant. Noticing the unusual tone in Gu Junin's voice, Su Qianyan continued to walk confidently, reassuring him. Don't worry, Captain. I'm very steady. You won't fall. At her words, Gu Junin nearly lost his composure, his frustration boiling over. I'm still a man. Do you think I have no dignity being carried like this in front of millions? So even the seemingly aloof and composed immortal must have some semblance of pride? After a moment of contemplation, Su Qianyan looked up at the two drones circling them, broadcasting their princess carry in a 360-degree live stream. With a serious expression, she commanded Little Fei, stop the recording. Understood, Master. Gu Junin, caught off guard by her unexpected maneuver, initially wore a bewildered expression, which soon turned to despair. Was there really any difference between this and burying one's head in the sand? Given their intimate pose, if she hadn't stopped the recording, he could still feign that Su Qianyan was merely tending to him as a patient. But now, with the recording halted, he could only imagine the wild interpretations the viewers might concoct. As anticipated, once Su Qianyan ceased the recording, the already lively chat exploded with excitement.
Wow.
Another critical moment and you falter, Little Fei? Are you incapable? Did I hear correctly? Didn't Shen just imply he's embarrassed to be held by Su Dalao?
Ha ha ha.
I can hardly contain my laughter. Their interactions are just too comedic. It's your fault. I told you all that Shen is easily embarrassed. You shouldn't laugh so loudly. But you wouldn't listen, and now look what has happened. And Shen is so flustered he made Su Dalao turn off the live stream, leaving us in the lurch. Though I am not particularly skilled, I possess a bit of insight. I can see through the black screen to describe what transpired after Little Fei stopped broadcasting. And Shen buried his head in Su Daolao's embrace, quietly lamenting how she ruined his aloof image. Su Daolao, momentarily taken aback, suddenly leaned down to capture Shen's rosy lips, and the world fell silent, leaving only Little Fei spinning in solitude. Ah, the imagery is vivid. It seems Su Daolao was indeed the one to take the initiative. A round of applause to the author for the wonderful storytelling. Gu Junin felt utterly exhausted, weakly asking, Su Qianyan, why did you turn off Little Fei? Su Qianyan blinked her sparkling eyes innocently, replying with an air of frankness, did you not say you felt embarrassed being seen by millions while being carried? If we turn off the live stream, that concern vanishes, doesn't it? But wouldn't it be simpler just to set me down? Absolutely not. Why not? You caused your stomach ailment because of me. I must take good care of you. With that, she declared, I need to speed up now. You must hold on tight. But you're already walking fast enough. There's no need to rush. Before Gu Junin could finish a sentence, Su Qianyan had already surged forward with the swiftness of a rocket, realizing that lingering would only delay their reunion with the team doctor. As the trees whizzed past them, Gu Junin, utterly bewildered, pondered whether such a speed was even humanly possible. Chapter 70. In truth, she was quite adept at disregarding the rules of conduct. Upon hearing the approach of the team doctor and security personnel, Su Qianyan discreetly slowed her pace and activated the live stream drone once more. Seeing the two of them appear unscathed, Lin Mu initially exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon witnessing the composed Su Daolao carrying Shen, he couldn't help but smirk, his lips twitching upwards until he was discreetly nudged by Shi, prompting him to remember the matter at hand. Ahem, Su Daolao, are you both alright? It was only when Lin Mu's peculiar gaze fixed on him that Gu Junin suddenly remembered he was still being cradled by Su Qianyan. And with the live stream drone still operational, he quickly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to set him down. Surely, he had some dignity left, didn't he? With an air of nonchalance, Su Qianyan gently lowered Gu Junin to the ground, shaking her head. I'm fine, but Captain Gu seems to be suffering from a stomach issue. Miss Doctor, please take a look at him. Casting a glance at the tall, ethereal Gu Junin, the doctor felt her face flush crimson as she approached him, extending her hand to check his pulse and physiological indicators. However, before she could get close, he swiftly retreated behind Su Qianyan. Separated by Su Qianyan, Gu Junin, with an indifferent expression and a cool tone, described his ailment. It is merely a stomachache caused by excessive gastric acid. Just bring me a few tablets of compound aluminum hydroxide, cimetidine, ranitidine, and famotidine. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyan furrowed her brows, a flicker of self-reproach appearing in her eyes. She was about to speak when she noticed Gu Junin looking down at her. And he earnestly explained once more, I have been suffering from chronic gastritis for a long time, but out of pride and a desire to save face, I did not refuse your offerings, which led to this predicament. It is not your fault. Su Qianyan understood and nodded, silently pointing her index finger at Gu Junin, her watery eyes directed towards the live broadcast of the thief, her tone serious. Do you see? This is the consequence of stubbornly clinging to pride. Therefore, if you are feeling unwell, you must remember to communicate with those around you. Otherwise, your friends and family will end up feeling as worried and guilty as I do now. Nurse, please swiftly provide this disobedient patient with 10 or 8 of the most unpalatable stomach medications. Only then might he truly learn this lesson. Ha! When the words the most unpalatable stomach medication were spoken, Gu Junin's calm and aloof expression seemed to crack for a moment. Previously, when Su Daolao held him in a princess carry for so long, Gu Junin didn't even attempt to struggle. Yet as soon as the team nurse approached, he swiftly hid behind Su Daolao. If Gu Junin is not at this year's notorious double standard award ceremony, I won't be watching. While Su Daolao appeared to be educating the audience in the live broadcast, she was actually expressing her apologies to Gu Junin. However, since he stated it was not her fault, she could only awkwardly convey her regret. Gu Junin could readily name the medications for gastric ailments, indicating that he frequently suffers from such issues. I've been his fan for years, yet I was completely unaware, Suddenly, I feel like such an inadequate fan. The phrase worried and guilty brought a warmth to my eyes, and I couldn't help but envy Gu Junin for having a friend like Su Daolao. Watching Gu Junin take the medication and noticing his breath stabilize and his complexion return to normal, Su Qianyan finally felt a sense of relief. And they slowly walked back to the survival camp together. Upon seeing the two esteemed individuals accompanied by the team nurse, Song Qingxue immediately stood up nervously and hurried over to inquire about the situation. After learning that Gu Junin had suffered a gastric episode but was now fine, she breathed a sigh of relief, though she evidently relaxed too soon, as the next moment, the live broadcast of the thief announced an ominous activity declaration from Zhou Paipi. The second event of the Fun Games competition, the 4,100-meter beach relay race, is set to commence in 10 minutes. All groups should prepare accordingly. Realizing that the program team shamelessly advanced the relay race by an hour to hinder the champion group, Su Qianyan's eyes grew colder. The program team's incessant alterations to the rules are truly exasperating. To be frank, she was quite adept at playing dirty herself, after all. If humans were to adhere to the rules of chivalry while battling the ruthless insectoid creatures, humanity would have perished long ago. Consequently, the program team, which had initially budgeted 10 minutes to set up the venue, was forced to announce a suspension of the relay race due to a myriad of emerging issues. A fierce gust of wind spiraled and swept away a red ice cream cone, with the staff frantically chasing after it, but failing to catch up. Just as they almost reached it, another gust of wind blew, sending the ice cream cone flying straight into the sea. Ultimately, the security team had to go into the water to retrieve the runaway ice cream cone. After finally managing to weigh down the ice cream cone with a boulder, a staff member slipped, inadvertently tossing the relay baton, which hit Zhou Jiang squarely in the face, causing him to bleed from his nose and inciting a commotion. Witnessing the program team struggle to set up a venue only to encounter one mishap after another, Zhou Jiang, unfortunate enough to see blood, left the viewers in stitches. With many commenting that the program team's frequent blunders must have led to their low fortune, provoking divine retribution. The program team took a full hour to barely complete the venue setup. Zhou Jiang, clutching his swollen nose and glancing at his watch, realized it was precisely the originally scheduled start time, leaving him in a state of numbness. Had he known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have bothered at all. While the program team was setting up, both the champion group and the comeback group were discussing who would run the first and last legs. Gu Junin designated Jin Fuchang for the first leg, Song Yingho for the second, Su Qianyan for the third, while he would take on the final leg. Jin Fuchang, with a dark expression, remarked, "Are you really going to have a grown man run alongside a girl? Isn't that bullying the little lady?" Gu Junin nodded in understanding, pointing at a Jin, Shufan, and Chen. "Then who would you prefer to run with among them?" Facing the three young and vigorous individuals, Jin Fuchang immediately wilted. Running alongside these three handsome men would only highlight his lack of prowess. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to run the first leg, reasoning that at least running with a girl would make him a victor. Observing Jin Fuchang's disdainful gaze directed at Su Wanwan, who was warming up across the way, Su Qianyan's lips twitched imperceptibly. Where did he find the confidence to believe that this underperformer could outrun Su Lukai? Hopefully, he wouldn't end up bullied to tears. Noticing that Song Marin had no objections, Su Qianyan then voiced her disagreement, suggesting that she take on the last leg. This way, even if both Gu Junin and Jin Fuchang, the ailing patients, fell behind due to their health, she could still endeavor to make up the distance at a normal human pace. "Captain Gu, what do you think?" "But I would prefer to take the baton from a Qian. The final leg ought to be run by the strongest. Do you truly believe you are superior to me?" Gu Junin silently shook his head. While it was indeed a fact, it would have been preferable if Yan Yan could express herself a bit more delicately. Chapter 71. A Gallant Act by Su Daolao. Just as the champion group reached an agreement, the comeback group found themselves in disarray. In pursuit of victory, the three long-legged men from the comeback group were determined to compete, leaving one final spot to be decided between Su Wanwan and Tang Yu. As the highest-ranking individual, Su Wanwan naturally assumed that the less prominent Tang Yu would not dare to challenge her, but to her surprise, Tang Yu did indeed challenge her. Still holding a grudge over Su Wanwan dragging her into the forest to suffer yesterday, a Jin naturally supported Su Wanwan, while Chen, who had a distaste for Su Wanwan, voted for Tang Yu. Shu Fan, casting an apologetic glance at Su Wanwan, decisively cast his vote for Tang Yu, having not forgotten Su Wanwan's hiring of online trolls to disparage his sister Song. Thus, the runner for the first leg of the comeback group was determined to be Tang Yu, leaving Su Wanwan to warm up in vain. Witnessing her idol's pitiful expression, Su Fan was immediately incensed and began to stir up trouble in the live broadcast, claiming that Chen and Shu Fan were blind for choosing the useless Tang Yu. One cannot deny that Su Fan had a knack for sarcasm, quickly offending fans from all three factions. The fans of Tang Yu and the other two factions, not to be outdone, retaliated angrily, mocking Su Wan for her lack of ability, poor connections, and unattractive appearance, declaring that she deserved to be overlooked. Although the comeback group selected the inept Tang Yu to run the first leg, Jin Fuchong was evidently even more incompetent. At the moment the gunshot rang out, Jin Fuchong was startled, and by the time he regained his composure, Tang Yu had already sprinted far ahead. He didn't even manage to take a single step before being left far behind by her. Due to his unwillingness to acknowledge that his physical strength was inferior to that of Shu Fan, Chen was assigned to run the second leg, coincidentally alongside Song Qingxue. Although Shu Fan felt a pang of sympathy for Song Qingxue, who was exerting herself to the utmost yet still lagging considerably behind, he showed no signs of easing up. After all, giving his all was the utmost respect he could offer to senior sister Song. The fervent atmosphere of competition drew the attention of the production crew, who instinctively gathered to cheer for their favored teams. By the time Song Qingxue handed the baton to Gu Junin, the champion team was trailing by nearly 50 to 60 meters. However, as Gu Junin sprinted with all his might, the entire live broadcast room erupted in excitement, for he was running at an astonishing speed, akin to a gust of wind, closing the gap between himself and Chen to merely a dozen meters. In the champion team's live broadcast, viewers held their breath, fixated on the composed Su Qianyan, clearly anticipating whether this extraordinary individual could once again deliver a miracle and a surprise. Conversely, the viewers in the rival team's live stream rallied behind Jin, believing that despite Su Qianyan's commendable abilities, she was not a professional and, being a woman, Jin, a retired national team athlete with long legs, had the advantage. Yet, judging the prowess of a normal person against that of a non-human based solely on gender and leg length proved to be a flawed perspective. Just moments after Su Qianyan took the baton, she surpassed the formidable Jin at an inhuman speed, and in the blink of an eye, she had left Jin far behind. Witnessing this, the fans of Su Qianyan in the live stream erupted in fervor, flooding the chat with shouts of Su De Lao YYDS forever the best, and some even rushed to a Jin stream to retort, questioning the significance of long legs when Su De Lao had effortlessly outpaced her. As the sea breeze brushed against her face, Su Qianyan maintained her serene demeanor while running, consciously controlling her speed to avoid inadvertently exceeding the limits of human capability. With just a few meters to the finish line, Gu Junin and Song Qingxue could not help but display their jubilant anticipation. However, in that instant, Su Qianyan's mental acuity abruptly registered a series of panicked cries for help. Instinctively, she turned her gaze toward the source of the distress, her mind swiftly processing the alarming scene unfolding in the distance. The young girl, blushing and grateful earlier that morning, was now struggling in the water, a look of terror etched across her face. Nearby, a man aboard a speedboat wore a cruel grin, taunting her. "How dare a wretch like you refuse me? You must be tired of living. If you don't want to live, then die. You worthless creatures all deserve to perish." Despite her desperate struggle, the girl was quickly engulfed by the tumultuous waves. Su Qianyan could not afford to hesitate. She utilized her mental prowess to shield the girl from losing consciousness due to lack of oxygen while swiftly making her way towards the speedboat anchored near the shore. As she ran, Su Qianyan could still hear the man's venomous tirade, and with a decisive gust of wind, she sent him tumbling off the speedboat, plunging him into the ocean to experience the girl's despair firsthand. The attention of everyone in the program and the live stream was momentarily diverted as Su Qianyan abruptly veered towards the coast, racing like the wind. With less than a meter to the finish line, she astonishingly abandoned victory to rush towards the shoreline, leaving everyone bewildered. What was she doing? Only Gu Junin reacted quickly. Though unaware of the unfolding situation, he sprinted after her, leaping onto the speedboat just before she activated the engine. The VJ, burdened with a heavy camera, instinctively adjusted the lens to capture their departure, while the live stream crew desperately tried to keep pace, yet still fell far behind the rapidly accelerating speedboat. Guests like Song Qingxue exchanged confused glances, speculating on whether Su Qianyan and Gu Junin were eloping. What a bewildering maneuver. It's utterly incomprehensible. I can't make sense of it either. Is Su De Lao really running off with Shin? Could it be that Su De Lao sensed the arrival of a sea monster and decided to employ the best tactic of retreat? Goodness. It wasn't until I saw Su Lao racing towards the speedboat at rocket-like speed that I realized she hadn't even exerted herself fully in the relay race. It is well known that only food can prompt Su Lao to take things seriously. Could she have discovered some treasure-level exquisite seafood? But is this speed truly attainable by a human? I suddenly find the previous comments quite insightful. Fly quickly, little one. We shall follow forever. I genuinely wonder why Su Lao would abandon an easily attainable victory to flee. Even with the speedboat reaching its maximum velocity, Su Qianyan felt it insufficient. Secretly, she accelerated the motor's rotation with her mental prowess and redirected the sea breeze to propel the boat forward. The boat surged forward at a terrifying speed, forcing Gu Junin to grip the sides tightly to avoid being thrown off by the turbulence. In the distance, he spotted the frightened girl struggling in the water, prompting Su Qianyan to pull him close, instructing him to grip the steering wheel before diving into the sea like a torpedo. Steady the boat. Chapter 72. The Unyielding Su Lao. As the speedboat threatened to launch into the air, Gu Junin, compelled to grip the steering wheel, instinctively reduced the speed while maneuvering the boat in circles around the area where Su Qianyan had entered the water. During his training, Gu Junin had always excelled in physical fitness, even surpassing Lin who, yet at this moment, had he not been sufficiently agile and intelligent, he might have been flung from the rapidly spinning boat. Despite the perilous situation, his gaze remained fixated on the surface of the sea. He knew that with Su Qianyan's capabilities, she was unlikely to encounter any danger. But what if something unforeseen occurred? Thus, he braced himself for the possibility of abandoning the boat to plunge into the sea to rescue her. Breaking through the surface, Su Qianyan swam rapidly towards the girl submerged in the depths. Although she had protected the girl with her mental strength, ensuring she could breathe and would not succumb to unconsciousness from lack of oxygen, the girl, gripped by fear and panic, was oblivious to this assurance. As Su Qianyan reached her, the girl was enveloped in despair, her face flushed and her pupils dilated, on the verge of suffocation. In a swift motion, Su Qianyan embraced the struggling child, whose instinctive survival response led her to cling desperately to her rescuer, mistaking her for an apparition. Yet even if it were a mirage, she clutched onto her as if grasping the last ray of hope. This situation presented a significant risk, as being clung to by a panicked drowning victim could easily lead the rescuer to the same fate if they lacked composure and strength. Fortunately, Su Qianyan was sufficiently powerful. Even when the girl clung to her like a koala, she remained calm, gently patting the girl's trembling back to soothe her while navigating the currents to bring both of them to the surface. Just as Su Qianyan broke through the water, the livestream crew, who had been desperately trying to catch up, arrived just in time. The sea surface was abruptly breached, splashing water everywhere. As Su Qianyan and the terrified rescuer Lin Jiwen emerged from the depths like mythical sea nymphs, a fantastical scene witnessed by millions of viewers. The online spectators, previously filled with conjectures, were rendered speechless, staring in disbelief as Su Qianyan swam toward the speedboat, simultaneously comforting the small girl in her arms who was desperately pleading for help. Blinded by the glaring light, Lin Jiwen felt gentle pats on her back, and nestled in the warmth of another's embrace, she suddenly realized something. No longer whispering for salvation, she looked up to meet Su Qianyan's concerned and gentle gaze. Instantly, her eyes brimmed with tears. Had she truly been rescued? Upon witnessing the scene, my own eyes grew misty, and warmth flooded my heart.
So,
Su Qianyan had indeed gone to save someone. The thought of her sacrificing a potential championship, sprinting at full speed toward the water, and even risking her life to rescue another filled me with a profound sense of emotion. Such kindness from Su Qianyan was deserving of our admiration. I was left in a daze, my throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, wishing I could slap my past self for failing to see the goodness in Su Qianyan, even having once been among her detractors. Wow, this is surreal. From such a distance, how could Su Qianyan possibly know someone was drowning here? That girl looks familiar. Isn't she the one Su Qianyan saved from the mouth of a snake this morning? How did she end up in the sea? Earlier, the live broadcast captured another speedboat nearby. Could she have secretly gone out to sea and accidentally fallen overboard? Seeing the two safely afloat, Gu Junin sighed in relief, quickly maneuvering the speedboat closer. It was only when Su Qianyan was pulled aboard that she finally locked eyes with the small girl, reassuringly stating, "It's all right now. Everything is over. You are safe." Upon hearing Su Qianyan's soothing words and seeing the live stream aimed at them, Lin Jiwen finally confirmed her safety, realizing she wasn't merely experiencing a near-death hallucination. She immediately clung to Su Qianyan and burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. In response, Su Qianyan remained silent, allowing her to release the overwhelming fear and despair through her tears. At that moment, a sudden splash echoed from a few meters away. "Help! Save me!" Upon seeing a man struggling to swim to the surface, Su Qianyan's expression remained indifferent. So this scoundrel could swim after all. She gently patted the trembling girl who was frightened by the man's cries, feeling a twinge of regret. Had she known he could swim, she certainly wouldn't have merely pulled him into the sea. She would have ensured he experienced the depths of this vast ocean's darkness. The audience in the live stream, witnessing another person in distress, urged Su Qianyan and Gu Junin to rescue him. Yet, Su Qianyan deemed it sufficient to give him a kick back into the water, showing him mercy by not simply leaving him there. Gu Junin, noticing Su Qianyan's aloof demeanor, understood her intentions and refrained from reaching out, instead observing the man's desperate struggle to climb onto another speedboat. As Su Qianyan focused on comforting the girl in her arms, entirely ignoring the man's pleas for help, Gu Junin too chose to disregard the man's existence. The viewers in the live stream were astonished and began to murmur. With Su Qianyan's extraordinary vision, she must have seen that man, yet she chose to ignore him. Isn't that somewhat biased?
Cough.
It's well known that Su Qianyan has a fondness for beauty and delicacies. That man's looks are indeed unfortunate, but to not save him just because he is unattractive? That's quite something.
What are you talking about?
Su Qianyan is not someone who judges by appearances. She didn't dismiss Lin Mu and Shirtu during the storm. Clearly, there must be something wrong with that man for her to ignore him. Gu Junin would never be the type to stand by while someone is in danger. If he didn't extend a hand, it indicates that man is certainly not a good person. Does anyone know who he is? As the live stream filled with inquiries about the man's identity, the crew on Crescent Island appeared to be engrossed in their tasks. Yet they secretly cast glances at the visibly distressed Zhou Jiang. Zhou Jiang's face darkened ominously. Could that fool Chen Hong have gotten into trouble again? After struggling onto the speedboat, Chen Hong took a moment to catch his breath, recovering from the terror of near drowning. Upon seeing Gu Junin's cold stare, he recalled his desperate cries for help, only to be met with indifference. Fury ignited within him, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Junin, shouting, "Are you blind or deaf? Did you not hear me calling for help? A person like you, who stands idly by while others are in peril, is no better than scum." In response, Gu Junin replied coolly, "I'm sorry, I only save people, not beasts." Beasts? Chen Hong's expression darkened, realizing he had been insulted in front of everyone. Did he truly wish to provoke him further? Noticing the girl trembling in fear, Su Qianyan cast a detached glance at the irate Chen Hong, her voice calm yet firm. "Be quiet." Chen Hong, taken aback by her sudden interruption, glared at Su Qianyan, recalling how she had only focused on saving Lin Jiwen, ignoring him completely. His anger flared anew. "Do you know who I am?" "I see you are." Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he locked eyes with her, filled with an intimidating aura, and abruptly froze. A chilling fear enveloped him, as if he were being pursued by a terrifying monster. Though he couldn't see the murderous intent rushing toward him, he instinctively felt an overwhelming dread wash over him, turning his face pale as he stumbled back, pleading, No, please don't kill me." Su Qianyan's control over her aura was masterful, and seeing Chen Hong tremble in fear brought a sense of satisfaction. Such shameless scum deserved to be dealt with. Her murderous intent was solely directed at Chen Hong, and Lin Jiwen, engulfed in her own terror, remained oblivious. Only Gu Junin, who had been attentive to both Su Qianyan and Chen Hong, began to sense the underlying tension. Gu Junin furrowed his brows, pondering how this young woman could exude such an overwhelming presence of intimidation. Who exactly was she? The murderous aura was intangible, invisible to the viewers in the live stream, leaving them puzzled by the man's sudden capitulation. Clearly, Su Qianyan and Gu Junin did nothing, so why is that man suddenly trembling in fear? That man is clearly afraid of Su Qianyan. Could it be that he is intimidated by her formidable presence? Isn't anyone curious why Gu Junin stated he wouldn't save a beast? I harbor a bold conjecture. Yet I cannot help but wonder if such thoughts betray a darker inclination within me. Nonetheless, considering the appalling demeanor of that man, who spews forth foul language, I find my suspicions increasingly plausible. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Have you noticed that every time that man speaks, the young girl flinches? It is evident how terrified she is of him. Could it be that he has done something untoward to her? Surely not. Under the broad daylight. Unless he has lost his senses, it is unlikely that he would dare to commit such audacious acts. Due to the exigencies of the competition, the production team dispatched 2 staff members to the live broadcast control center on the island to retrieve equipment. However, beset by fierce winds and tumultuous waves, their inexperience with a speedboat led to an unfortunate mishap. They fell overboard. The production team expresses profound gratitude to our guests, Su Qianyan and Gu Junan, for their courageous intervention in rescuing the 2 staff members. Nevertheless, as the relay race continues, we hope that the 2 guests can return to the competition venue promptly. Although I am unaware of the trouble my foolish nephew has instigated, Zhou Jiang promptly sought to provide excuses for the 2 who fell into the water and attempted to redirect everyone's attention back to the competition. It was not until he heard Zhou Jiang's voice emanating from the live broadcast that Chen Hong regained a modicum of composure and belatedly realized that his recent actions had been broadcasted live. Upon glancing at the live feed, Chen Hong was suddenly reminded of that vile Lin Jiwen, who had not perished, and a surge of dread washed over him. If she were to reveal that he had pushed her into the water and failed to save her, his fate would be irrevocably sealed. With this thought, Chen Hong abruptly turned toward Lin Jiwen, who dared not meet his gaze and ominously threatened, When, I made a mistake. Had I not tried to show off my speedboat skills, you wouldn't have accidentally fallen into the sea. Although I jumped in immediately to save you, my poor swimming skills prevented me from doing so, and almost cost me my life. Fortunately, we encountered kind-hearted souls, and now we are both safe, which is truly wonderful. Imagine if something were to happen to you. Your elderly parents would be beside themselves with worry. You are their only daughter. How could they bear to live if anything were to happen to you? Hearing Chen Hong audaciously claim he intended to save her, even invoking her elderly parents, Lin Jiwen was struck with a mix of shock and terror, yet she dared not lift her eyes, fearing she might succumb to the urge to accuse him of being the very monster that sought to end her life. Not only was Chen Hong Zhou Jiang's nephew, but he also hailed from a family of considerable power and influence. Should she dare to identify him, her job would surely be at stake, and the formidable Qin family might retaliate against her and her family. Thus, even as rage, frustration, and despair filled her heart, she remained silent. At that moment, Su Qianyan let out a soft sigh, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Wen, this scoundrel speaks true. Your parents have only you as their daughter. Should anything happen to you, their world would surely crumble. You are fortunate to encounter me this time. What of next time? To prevent this fiend from silencing you, we ought to alert the authorities and have him apprehended. Though Director Zhou is his uncle, I firmly believe he is a man of principles who would never shield a murderer. As Su Qianyan's words settled in, both Lin Jiwen and Chen Hong stared at her in disbelief. Lin Jiwen was astonished at how Su Qianyan knew of this matter, while Chen Hong was filled with a mix of anger and fear, questioning how she dared to label him a murderer in front of so many witnesses. Upon hearing Su Qianyan declare that the man was a murderer, the live stream erupted with excitement. Wait, does Su Qianyan mean the murderer? I think she does? I knew that man was shifty-eyed. He certainly doesn't appear to be virtuous, and it seems my instincts were right. Look at his foul-mouthed tirade. How could he possibly have the character to rescue anyone? Perhaps he intended to push the girl overboard and silence her, only to be inadvertently pulled in himself. This despicable creature is Zhou Jiang's nephew. Do you think he would act against his own blood? Director Zhou, are you aware your nephew is a murderer? As Su Qianyan mentioned alerting the authorities, Zhou Jiang immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, but he could hardly fathom that Su Qianyan would audaciously involve him. Chapter 74. Who says I lack evidence? Though he had always known his nephew to be rather lecherous, Zhou Jiang, as a man, did not consider it a grave fault. With wealth, one could find any woman they desired. Thus, he had never given it much thought. However, he had never anticipated that his nephew could descend into madness over lust to the extent of committing murder. Yet, no amount of regret could amend the situation. He realized that under the watchful eyes of the public, if he could not defuse this crisis, his nephew would be utterly ruined. Should Chen Hong's reputation be tarnished on his program, even if his sister might forgive him out of familial affection, his domineering brother-in-law would never let it slide. Especially since Chen Hong was their only child. Seeing Chen Hong standing there, his face a kaleidoscope of colors, lips tightly sealed like a fool, Zhou Jiang felt an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. They were live, and silence would not resolve the issue. Instead, it would lead viewers to believe he was complicit. Zhou Jiang struck his own face several times, forcing himself to regain composure, and suddenly recalled that no one had witnessed Chen Hong's alleged murder of Lin Jiwen. The live feed had only captured their emergence from the water. With this realization, Zhou Jiang hastily activated the live feed, sternly warning Su Qianyan, "Miss Su, while one may indulge in capricious dining, one must not speak carelessly. My nephew has always been gentle and mild-mannered. He would never engage in such actions. Moreover, do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims? I am aware that prior to the powerful tropical storm, you harbored some resentment towards me, the director, but you cannot retaliate by falsely accusing my nephew." Upon hearing Zhou Jiang's defense, the flustered Chen Hong suddenly remembered that when he had pushed Lin Jiwen into the sea, there had been no witnesses around. It was precisely for this reason that he had felt emboldened to remain and watch her struggle in despair. Thus, Su Qianyan and her companions had no evidence. There was no need for him to panic. With this thought, the fury on Chen Hong's face vanished, replaced by an arrogant bravado. "Yes, Miss Su. Do you possess any evidence? If not, your accusations amount to nothing more than slander. Slander is a criminal act." Witnessing his nephew's pompous demeanor, Zhou Jiang's expression darkened further. This brazen attitude starkly contrasted with his earlier panic, and the online viewers were not fools. They could easily discern his troubling behavior. Zhou Jiang instinctively glanced at the stream's comments, and indeed, the audience was vociferously criticizing Chen Hong. This guy's arrogant demeanor is hardly reflective of the gentle nature Zhou claims. Does Zhou Jiang truly believe we are blind to the issues with this individual? Goodness, Zhou Jiang is blatantly protecting his own. His nephew nearly harmed that young girl. Yet he shamelessly defends him. Such a moral compass is truly repugnant. Curse it, ultimately, it's still a failure on Xiao Fei's part. If only Xiao Fei could keep pace with Su Dalao, boarding the speedboat alongside her. Perhaps he could have captured the scene of that beast plotting against the young girl on camera. The sight of that young girl, filled with rage and fear as she looked at the scoundrel nephew, made it unequivocally clear that he could not possibly be innocent. If he were innocent, I would eat a table live on stream. TSK. Su Qianyan let out a light scoff, instantly interrupting Chen Hong's arrogance and delight, causing the viewers in the live stream to turn their attention to her. Upon seeing her composed and confident demeanor, a wave of inexplicable anticipation surged through countless netizens. Could it be that Su Dalao possessed evidence? Who said I lacked evidence? Director Zhou, you are a public figure. How could you, in front of millions, speak blindly to shield a cruel and terrifying murderer without discerning right from wrong? You have truly disappointed us. Hearing the calmness in Su Qianyan's tone, Zhou Jiang's heart sank. Could she truly have evidence? Although suspicion lingered, he dared not gamble on her lack of proof and softened his tone, coercively suggesting, "Miss Su, while you are a guest invited by our production team, it does not grant you the liberty to slander our innocent staff without basis. Of course, if you have any grievances, I welcome your feedback. If it is indeed my fault, I will certainly rectify it, but I hope you will not vent your ire on innocent parties." Detecting the implication in Zhou Jiang's words that if she could spare Chen Hong, she might gain something of significant interest, Su Qianyan's gaze turned icy, and she scoffed. "Director Zhou, do not rush to use the production team to pressure me. I am utterly uninterested in any deal you propose.
To be frank,
Had my previous company not bound me with a contract, do you think I would wish to participate in this sham program that so easily discards its invited guests and hired staff?" Seeing that Su Qianyan remained unfazed, even bringing up the production team's prior mistakes, Zhou Jiang's complexion fluctuated between red and pale, yet he dared not provoke her, fearing she might genuinely produce evidence. While Zhou Jiang refrained from speaking, Chen Hong did not hesitate, convinced that Su Qianyan had no evidence. He mimicked her scoff to draw attention, declaring, "Su Haiyan, if you have evidence, present it. I see you have none. You only know that the Chen family is wealthy and seek to profit from me, hence your baseless claims. But I, Chen Hong, have never done anything shameful, so no one will believe you, because I did not do it." Observing Chen Hong's desperate attempt to portray himself as an upright gentleman while exuding an unmistakable aura of scoundrel, Su Qianyan cast him a disdainful glance, her lips curling into a frosty smile. "I am inherently kind-hearted, even towards scoundrels like you. If you plead for evidence, I shall oblige. In this day and age, there are many scoundrels. Taking one down counts as my meager contribution to society. I hope you do not become too moved when you plead for it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiang's foreboding intensified, and he abruptly interrupted Su Qianyan, subtly warning, "Miss Su, Ah Hong is the heir of the Qin group in City B, with a promising future. How could he possibly engage in criminal activities? Director, are you intentionally revealing this scoundrel's substantial background to threaten me? I am so frightened. Chapter 75. Congratulations, scoundrel. You have just asked for it. Look at Su Dalao's icy and disdainful expression. Truly, I am terrified. The prideful demeanor of Su Dalao, refusing to bow to power, truly captivates me. I must report this. This despicable fellow has stolen my heart, and she must take responsibility, or I shall weep. To protect a murderer, resorting to threats and coercion, Zhou Jiang is indeed repugnant. I am not from City B, but could someone enlighten me about the Qin group's background? Goodness, if this fellow is indeed the heir of the Qin group, he could very well resort to murder to silence others. He is notoriously a debauched young master in City B, indulging in all sorts of vices, and has committed even more heinous acts. Yet, due to his powerful background, none dare intervene. I am suddenly concerned for Su Dalao. After all, she is merely an ordinary citizen without power, and if the Qin group acts, she may well face severe repercussions. But it is merely the Qin group. If they could truly silence Su Dalao, I shall eat durian peels live. Enough chatter. Let me witness Su Dalao take down the scoundrel. After retorting to Zhou Jiang, Su Qianyan raised an eyebrow in surprise at Chen Hong, expressing her astonishment. A scoundrel like you could still be the heir of the Qin group? TSK, it seems the Qin group is destined for ruin. Apologies for digressing. Let us return to the matter at hand. The online audience should be aware, I possess extraordinary vision and a superhuman sense of hearing. Just moments ago, I witnessed a speedboat departing from Crescent Island. At that time, the thrilling competition had already commenced and had even reached a fever pitch. Yet someone could resist the allure of so many stars to leave the island, piquing my curiosity. What was even stranger was that the speedboat was not headed towards Sunny Island, nor was it on its way to the production team's live control center, which aroused my curiosity further, prompting me to keep an eye on your exit direction. Suddenly, I heard a heated argument emanating from the direction the speedboat had departed. Initially, I thought it was just a typical quarrel until I distinctly heard you shouting, "You wretched scoundrel, dare to refuse me? You must be tired of living. If you do not wish to live, then die. You all deserve to perish." As Su Qianyan recounted his words verbatim, even mimicking his furious tone, Chen Hong immediately felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the speedboat, his face drained of color and cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had no mind to process what she said next. He stared at Su Qianyan in disbelief. How could she hear him from so far away from Crescent Island? Was she truly human? In truth, if Chen Hong had maintained his composure, he would have easily detected the flaws in her narrative, such as the fact that the speedboat had not departed just minutes ago, but had set off over 10 minutes earlier. Moreover, he had spoken those words only after pushing Lin Jiwen into the sea, yet Su Qianyan had deliberately reversed the sequence. Unfortunately, his psychological state faltered. Upon hearing Su Qianyan echo his menacing words, he lost his grip on reality and failed to notice the traps in her statements. Observing Chen Hong's distraught expression, Su Qianyan's demeanor remained indifferent, her eyes lowered, yet internally, she was rapidly devising ways to firmly pin him as a murderer. Though her account sounded convincing, it was riddled with inconsistencies. To render her narrative more coherent and understandable for the online viewers, she intentionally obscured the timeline and reversed Chen Hong's actions. As long as the Qin family could enlist formidable lawyers to press Chen Hong to recall the details of that day, they could potentially unearth evidence to refute her claims. Therefore, she had to compel him to admit to the murder before he could react. Look at this young man, his expression betraying a mix of guilt and astonishment. It's evident that the words echoed by Su are undoubtedly those of the scoundrel. Goodness, Su was speeding on her speedboat for quite some time. How on earth did she hear them from such a distance? Could she truly possess the ears of a hunting dog? Hey upstairs. Did you not hear Su say that even before the speedboat had left Crescent Moon Island, she had already caught wind of their quarrel? It's entirely plausible for someone with exceptionally acute hearing to detect the sounds of a dispute nearby. So it was before they departed the waters of Crescent Moon Island that Su had already sensed their argument. I wager that this scoundrel was worried about being discovered for his murderous intentions, deliberately steering the boat to a distance before silencing his victim. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Su had already perceived his malicious intent and would forsake the championship within her grasp to come to the rescue. Ha ha ha. Justice is indeed served. Retribution is inescapable. Observing Chen Hong's terror-stricken demeanor, Su Qianyan raised her gaze to him, wearing a cold, disdainful expression that reflected her contempt for such vile creatures, deliberately inciting his fear and ire as she continued her narrative. Shortly thereafter, I heard Wenwen's desperate cries for help, and realizing the gravity of the situation, I immediately pursued. Despite our speed, we were unable to thwart your murderous act, merely witnessing as you cast the unconscious Wenwen into the sea. Emphasizing the term unconscious, I deliberately heightened my tone to ensure he grasped its significance. Chen Hong, indeed, did not disappoint her expectations, quickly seizing upon the flaw in her words with fervent delight. You lie. You never saw me commit murder, did you? Lin Jiwen was clearly conscious when you pushed her into the sea. He pointed out her contradiction, claiming that she had stated he cast Lin Jiwen into the ocean only after she had lost consciousness, revealing the absurdity of her supposed evidence.
Su Qianyan.
Her eyes darting away, shouted vehemently. I did not lie. I truly witnessed you push the unconscious woman into the sea. Sensing Su's agitation, Chen Hong, who had been at a disadvantage, clung to this opportunity like a lifeline, relentlessly attacking her inconsistency. No, you are indeed lying. Su Qianyan abruptly met his gaze, her formidable mental prowess instantaneously overwhelming him, her tone icy as she inquired, On what grounds do you claim I am lying? Under the oppressive weight of her formidable mental force, Chen Hong lost all clarity, instinctively revealing his true thoughts, because when I pushed that wretched girl into the sea, she was not unconscious at all. Taking advantage of Chen Hong's mental subjugation, Su Qianyan seized the moment. Why didn't you incapacitate Wenwen? Because I wanted to relish the sight of that wretched girl being cast into the sea, helplessly struggling and ultimately succumbing to despair. Only then could my vengeance be fulfilled. So, had I not arrived in time, you truly would have killed Wenwen, wouldn't you? It is entirely your fault. Had it not been for you, that wretched girl would have long since perished. Su Qianyan abruptly withdrew her mental pressure, regarding the grotesquely contorted Chen Hong with a frigid gaze, sincerely congratulating him. Congratulations. You scoundrel. You've truly dug your own grave. Chapter 76. Scoundrels must be thoroughly cleansed. To be honest, in all my years, I have never encountered someone so foolish as to bring about their own downfall. Su is truly formidable. Goodness, this scoundrel is indeed a murderer. Killing is but a mere flick of the wrist, yet he insists on witnessing the girl's struggle and demise. He must be a deranged psychopath. Is there no one to mention the terrifying aura Su exuded just now? Even through the screen of my phone, I was nearly paralyzed with fear. Anyone like Chun, who has committed such heinous acts, must have felt utterly terrified facing Su's interrogation. Count me in, though I have done nothing wrong. Seeing Su like that still made me break out in a cold sweat. The very thought that he claimed he went into the sea to save the girl sends chills down my spine. He must have intended to drown her himself. How could Zhou Jiang still assert that his nephew is shy and kind-hearted? Is he blind? His nephew is the heir of the Qin group. What does it matter if he is a murderer? As long as he plays his role well, Zhou Jiang will have everything he desires. Ugh, I am utterly disgusted. Someone please call the police to apprehend this brutal murderer. But since this crime was committed in D country, will he be tried under D country's laws or ours? Fear not. Our nation has an extradition treaty with D country. This murderer cannot escape. Honestly, I hope he is tried in D country. Their prison conditions are far more severe. Su Qianyan merely suppressed Chen Hong's faculties without erasing his memories, so when he regained his senses, he instantly recognized the foolishness of his actions, collapsing in despair upon the speedboat. Hearing Chen Hong admit to pushing Lin Jiwen into the sea, Zhou Jiang felt utterly despondent, subsequently smashing the walkie-talkie to the ground in frustration. Damn it, had the walkie-talkie not malfunctioned, he might have been able to interrupt Chen Hong's foolish confession in time. As Su's mental energy detected the destruction of Zhou's walkie-talkie, she raised her gaze towards the live broadcast, her tone icy as she addressed Zhou. Director Zhou, your nephew has just confessed to murder. I hope you can act justly and report this to the authorities swiftly. We are genuinely terrified being in the presence of such a ruthless killer. The thought that for so many days, we, the powerless guests, have been in the company of a murderer sends shivers down my spine. As Zhou Jiang's expression darkened, the guests on Crescent Moon Island exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued regarding Su Qianyan and Gu Junan's intentions, prompting them to follow the staff to watch Su's live stream. To their astonishment, they not only witnessed Su's courageous act of saving someone but also her clever unraveling of the murderer's true identity. Moreover, this murderer was not only Zhou's nephew but also the heir of the Qin group in D-City. Were it not for the live broadcast still capturing every moment overhead, they might have doubted the dramatic turn of events, convinced it was merely a film. Nevertheless, Su's words held merit. They had no desire to remain in the company of such a brutal murderer, so they couldn't help but look towards director Zhou, urging him with their gazes to report the crime immediately. The realization that the production team had included a murderer sent a wave of dread through Qin. Hailing from a prestigious family, he dismissed the Qin group outright, resolutely urging Zhou Jiang with a darkened expression, "Director Zhou, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and call the police. You can't possibly be considering covering for that murderer. How could you, as a director, allow such a heinous criminal into the cast, endangering our safety? With the impending tropical storm, your production team not only failed to alert us but even abandoned the guests and staff. Now you wish to shelter a murder? I seriously question whether your team has considered our safety at all." The online audience in the live stream continued to flood the chat with urgent messages, while the fans of several guests anxiously rallied the production team to report the crime, flooding Weibo with pleas to the police, urging them to ensure this arrogant and cruel murderer faced justice. Upon encountering the brooding and tempestuous director Zhou, the assistant gazed at the incessantly vibrating phone in his hand, teetering on the brink of tears. From the moment Su Qianyan accused Chen Hong of being a murderer, the survival live broadcast had erupted into chaos. With the fervent propagation of word of mouth, the online viewership surged from 12 million to an astonishing 50 million. The trending topics on Weibo were monopolized by Survival Live, and even the Qin group found itself in the spotlight. Thanks to Zhou Jiang's relentless publicity efforts, the entire nation of Huaxia was now aware that the heir of the Qin group was a murderer, resulting in the stock price plummeting at an alarming rate. Chen Hong's parents were in a state of utter disarray, frantically making calls to retrieve their son while simultaneously facing the board's ire. The president of the Fruit Network was nearly driven to madness, while he had always hoped the variety show launched by the network would achieve tremendous success. He never anticipated such notoriety. He desperately tried to contact Zhou Jiang, demanding that he resolve the situation promptly, but Zhou Jiang refused to answer his calls, nearly causing him to shatter his phone in frustration. Meanwhile, investor Gu Junfei could barely contain his amusement, chuckling to himself, "Ah, and Zai truly is a veritable lucky charm." Just a minor variety show participation has attracted tens of millions of new clients to the platform. The Gu family is destined for great fortune. At that moment, Lin Mu and several members of the security team arrived swiftly on a speedboat. Noticing Zhou Jiang's sullen demeanor, Song Qingxue furrowed her brow and coldly suggested, "Director Zhou, let the security team restrain the murderer at once. We cannot allow him to harm any more innocent lives." Faced with such dire circumstances, Zhou Jiang could only voice his despair, taking back the walkie-talkie from the other staff to order the binding of Chen Hong. Upon hearing Zhou Jiang's voice broadcasted through the live stream, Chen Hong seized the opportunity like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, thrashing about and shouting with a menacing glare, "Uncle, you must save me. You promised my parents that you would take care of me." At this proclamation, Zhou Jiang's expression darkened further. At such a critical juncture, this fool still dared to shout defiantly, as if he were not hastening their demise. Surveying the room, he noted the peculiar expressions of those around him, some bewildered, others silent, and a few mocking, and a profound sense of desolation washed over him. It appeared that the show could not continue, and he might even lose his job due to Chen Hong's foolishness. Su Qianyan let out a soft, disdainful laugh, remarking, "Scum, your actions have already transgressed national criminal law. Neither your uncle nor your parents can save you, do you understand? Who would have thought that the illustrious Qin group would select a legal ignoramus as its heir?
Fiasco.
Doesn't he, the Qin group, fear bankruptcy?" Given Chen Hong's brazen and adept display of murder, she found it hard to believe it was his first offense. Nor did she trust that his parents were innocent. Thus, it was imperative to eradicate this scoundrel entirely. Noticing the contemptuous indifference in Su Qianyan's gaze, Chen Hong realized that had she not been so aggressive, he would never have been foolish enough to admit to murder in public. The thought that his downfall was entirely her doing kindled a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, lunging towards Su Qianyan, intent on dragging her into the depths of the sea for a mutual demise.
You wretched creature.